My girlfriend Lu Ruyan awakened an SSR level talent, the blessing of the gods. My rival even awakened an SSS level talent, the legacy of the necromancer. Yet I awakened an S level talent and became a useless loser. Just as Lu Ruyan was breaking up with me, a system voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, you have awakened a super divine level talent. The effect of devouring all things. It can also devour all of its own bags, fixing them to exist permanently. Effect 2 allows the devouring of all skill books, forcibly learning them without restrictions. Effect 3 can devour all equipment, retaining their attributes and strengthening oneself. It turns out I am a traveler from another world. I have crossed over into the body of someone named Lin Chen in this world. A century ago, the world underwent a great change, with countless monsters appearing all over the globe. The world was gamified. As long as people survive to the age of 18, they can awaken their talents. They become job changers. And there is only one chance to awaken a talent. If it is destined to be mediocre, one will lead a life of insignificance. I awakened the worst S-level talent, while my girlfriend Lu Ruyan awakened an SS2 level talent, and my rival even awakened an SSS level talent. Today, Lu Ruyan brought up breaking up with me. She feels that my S-level talent is not worthy of her. I simply smiled calmly and walked towards the class change hall. Just then, my mother's call came through, filled with concern, and she sent me 30,000 credit points. The teleportation array activated randomly, and I was transported to Sunset Village. New player detected. Please name your character. Name registration successful. Next, please choose a class. In front of him appeared 3D virtual models, each representing different class styles. Without hesitation, I chose the swordsman class. Class change successful. Gained +3 agility and +1 strength. Received skill book, basic swordsmanship, / and guard block. Received health potion X5 and mana potion X5, earned an entry ticket for the Rookie King competition, and gained a buff from the first star. Newbie blessing. Suddenly, I found a ton of items in my bag. Newbie blessing, experience gain is at 100%. Lasts for 24 hours. Use devour all. Devour successful, experience gain is at 100%. It really works, I'm excited. Health potion restores 20 health per second for 10 seconds. Mana potion restores 20 mana per second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Devour successful, restores 20 health per second. Devour successful, restores 20 mana per second. However, when I tried to use the third potion, it showed that I couldn't devour it. It seems the same item cannot be devoured twice. What a pity about the double strike machine. It performs 2 attacks with unmatched speed, the second dealing 50% damage, with a 4-second cooldown. Costs 20 mana, requires the swordsman class. I am already a swordsman, no need to devour. I can learn directly from a few swordsman skill books. I'm here at the trading hall. I excitedly rushed to the trading hall in the novice village. I browsed through the items for sale and found quite a few good things. One-time skill scroll, used to release a close axis attack, a starry verse, disappears after use, requires a level 180 mage, and it's ridiculously expensive. I immediately set the browsing rules to start from the lowest price and clicked on the equipment list. Novice sword adds 5 attack, requires level 1, priced at 1 credit point. Novice armor adds 1 defense, requires level 1, priced at 1 credit point. Lucky ring adds 1 luck, requires level 1, priced at 1 credit point. In this game world, there is a profession called blacksmith, which can break down unwanted junk equipment. This is also why there are so many low-level items in the trading hall. I chose to devour without hesitation. Ding! Devour successful, attack increased by 5. Ding! Devour successful, attack increased by 5. After trying it out, I found that I could devour the same equipment repeatedly. Ding! Devour successful, attack increased by 5. Ding! Devour successful, defense increased by 1. Ding! Devour successful, luck increased by 1. However, even at his fastest speed, it takes him 1.5 seconds to consume a sword. In half an hour, he only managed to consume 200 star swords and 600 star hands, plus 200 lucky rings, costing 1000 credit points. After that, I opened the skills section. Basic swordsmanship, weapon damage plus 5%, basic meditation. Regenerates 3 mana per second, basic swordsmanship attack confidence. Weapon damage plus 5%. Those at the front are all professions. Can I still consume basic skills that I've already learned? Suddenly, an idea struck me. As soon as I thought of it, a notification sounded, consumption successful, weapon damage plus 5%, followed by the frenzied consumption skill. After a flurry of frantic operations, a notification sounded, consumption successful, the weapon damage bonus has accumulated to 1005%. Next, I got 10 basic meditations, which regenerate 30 mana per second, 50 basic rejuvenations, which restore 150 health per second, and 100 basic swiftness, 500% attack speed certificate, 20 basic steps, 60% movement speed certificate, 200 basic strength, health increased by 40,000. In an instant, I only had a little over 9,000 credit points left. These attributes are extremely overpowered for newcomers. With the remaining credit points, I decided to buy some offensive methods. I set the browsing price a bit higher and quickly found some good items. Flying sword technique produces a common sword in hand, attacking a single target within a 10-meter range, dealing 100% attack damage. Can trigger basic attack effects, cooldown of 4 seconds, costs 10 aura points, requires level 30 and knowledge of the profession, priced at 800 credit points. I bought 10 books, and after devouring them all, I found I only had a little over 1,000 credits left, which made me chuckle wryly. In the end, I searched around and found a basic skill book that reduces cooldown by 5%, required for magic classes, priced at 200 credits each. I bought 5, and after consuming them, my cooldown reduction was down to 25%. This way, my flying sword technique has a cooldown of just 3 seconds, with a maximum cooldown reduction of 75%. With the rest, I bought lucky rings, and after consuming them, my luck increased by 180. After spending all my credits, my stats became quite terrifying. ID, Windy level 1, class, swordsman, HP, 40,130, MP, 110, attack, 1013, defense, 605, strength, 13, agility, 13, intelligence, 11. Available attribute points, 10, basic skill, swordsmanship, basic strength. Double slash, talent in flying sword technique devours everything, with additional attribute gaps, weapon damage at 1005% experience gain. Normally, a new player's 3-dimensional attributes are around 10 points, and no single attribute exceeds 30 points. This comparison shows just how abnormal my stats are at this moment. After doing all this, I found a corner to sit down and quietly waited. In a few minutes, the Rookie King competition dungeon will open. Only newly promoted level 1 players are eligible to participate. The dungeon will be rated based on various data such as the number of monsters killed, completion time, damage output, healing output, and more. The higher the score, the better the rewards. At this moment, many newcomers in Sunset Village are already gearing up and ready to go. Meanwhile, in the backyard of a high-end villa in Zhanghai City, pieces of patterned pumice are embedded, with a glow emanating from the furnace stones. In this large town, in every corner, stand 8 oddly dressed high-level professionals. In the center of the town, Lu Wuyan appears like a fairy descending, illuminated by the glow. With defensive protection, life surging, spirit condensing, and energy exploding, the low roars of the 8 high-level professionals continuously bestow countless enhancements upon Lu Wuyan. This causes various auras to swirl around him, making him even more dazzling. Beside the formation, a handsome young man couldn't help but exclaim, "These are the top 8 supports of our alliance, all at level 180, god-tier professions. Plus, with the legendary suit my dad specially prepared for you, which has no level restrictions, combined with your SSR talent, your attributes now are at least 20 times that of an ordinary level 1 newcomer." Looking at himself, with attributes that have become almost monstrous, Lu Wuyan feels as if he is dreaming. Indeed, leaving Lin Chen was the best decision he ever made in his life. The Adventurers Hall in Sunset Village is now crowded with people, and many are discussing among themselves. In addition to level 1 newcomers, there are many high-level professionals as well. The time has come, the competition has started, and I immediately take out my entry ticket and crush it. After a whirlwind of spinning, I find myself in dim light. This is a tomb. The layout of this dungeon is arranged according to the 6 palaces and 8 trigrams. Players start on the outermost layer and must break through 3 zones of monsters to reach the core chamber, where defeating the final boss will complete the dungeon. I was searching my mind for information about the Rookie King dungeon. Suddenly, my phone rang, and a voice from an online friend came through. He had been invited to join Iron Blood Warriors, one of the top 4 guilds, which meant a bright future ahead. I was genuinely happy for my brother. After the fat guy finished speaking, the call ended, and I stepped forward, encountering the first monster. Skeleton Warrior, level 3, attack 20. Skeleton Archer, 500 HP, level 3, attack 30. With 300 HP, facing a corrupted monster for the first time, I decided to play it safe and stood at a distance. I activated my skill with the novice sword, flying sword technique, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the novice sword in my hand transformed into stone tablets, flying straight towards the skeleton warrior. In an instant, 6 damage numbers popped up: 11, 0, 12, 11, 0, 12. The skeleton warrior, with only 500 HP, was reduced to dust, and the flying sword reappeared in my hand. I was stunned to realize that all the previously absorbed flying sword techniques had taken effect. I quickly approached the next monster nearby and raised my hand for the flying sword technique. Whoosh, 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 the stone swords flew out together. The skeleton warriors instantly turned to dust. With a swish, a wicked smile crept across my lips. Moments later, I effortlessly dispatched all the skeleton warriors. Meanwhile, the skeleton archers in the back row stood firm, drawing their bows to shoot. Ancient swords flew towards me one after another. With a swift movement, my exaggerated speed allowed me to easily dodge the attacks. After trying a few times, I suddenly stood still, letting the ancient swords strike me. Not even a scratch, my health bar didn't budge at all. Currently, his base armor is 605, with an additional 20% damage reduction from armor, plus 10% physical damage. The damage calculation in the demonized world is quite simple. First calculate the percentage damage reduction, then subtract the armor from the attack to get the damage. In other words, any attack below 800 will not penetrate his defenses. Given my current stats, I won't die unless thousands of monsters attack me at once. Without any hesitation, I began to stealthily eliminate monsters on a large scale, and within minutes, I cleared the entire area of small monsters. I steamrolled through, cleaning out all the small monsters in the outermost area. It took about 15 minutes. I passed through the ancient gate and arrived at Zone 2. Skeleton Cavalry, Level 5, Attack 50, Health 2000. Skeleton Mage, Level 5, Attack 30. With 800 health, my attributes are still insufficient. I raise my hand and unleash the flying sword mouse to deal with them all. Continue forward and arrive at the third area. All the monsters here are elite. The Skeleton Centurion is level 8 with 400 attack and 8000 health. For ordinary players with only around 100 attack, monsters of this level are a complete nightmare. 5 minutes later, all the elite monsters fell, and I pushed open the last door. Suddenly, the entire floor of the tomb began to tremble. In the center of the main sarcophagus chamber lies a massive coffin, which is shaking continuously. With a bang, the coffin exploded open, and a gigantic figure leaped out. It crashed to the ground. The Skeleton General, a boss-level creature, has an attack of 1,200. Health, 100,000. The Skeleton General swung his spear and struck down towards me. I dared not take it head-on and immediately dodged. Fortunately, my movement speed is high, allowing me to easily evade the Skeleton General's attack. At the same time, I cast a flying sword technique that hit the Skeleton General. 3 damage numbers appeared over the Skeleton General: minus 8,564, minus 8,648, minus 8,256. The damage was significantly reduced, which I expected. Boss monsters have high defense and may also have percentage-based damage reduction, but his health still dropped by several tens of thousands instantly. The Skeleton General let out a furious roar, then leaped high into the air, crashing down towards me. I anticipated this. I underestimated the situation. I quickly moved away from the boss, landed just as it struck, and jumped high to evade its stun effect. At the same time, I unleashed my flying sword technique, dealing 8,345,864 damage. This time, 6 flying swords hit the boss, and its health bar turned red. Only a sliver of health remains. The Skeleton General raised his head once more, letting out a roar as his bones gradually turned red, exuding a steamy aura. In his hollow eye sockets, 2 burning flames of red emerged. My expression changed. I barely had a moment to cool down before quickly using the flying sword technique again, hoping to take down the boss instantly, to snuff out the boss's ultimate move in its cradle. In the next moment, damage immunity activated. Damage immunity, I'm speechless. How can I fight this? But I guess there must be a time limit. With the Skeleton General's shout, a black rune circle appeared on the ground. Then, a skeletal warhorse shrouded in black mist slowly emerged. The Skeleton General mounted the horse and waved his hand, summoning back the weapon he had thrown. Skeleton General, second form, level 10, attack 2,800, health 200,000, attributes doubled, and health returned to the horse. Though it's overpowered, I still don't see it as a threat. Thankfully, the invincibility from the flying sword technique has worn off, allowing me to deal 40,000 damage in one hit. Moments later, with a reluctant roar, the Skeletal General gradually fell. Strangely, no items dropped, but the experience gained leveled me up directly to level 12. Congratulations, player! The dungeon has been cleared and rewards are being calculated. Congratulations on receiving an SSR rating. Immediately after, the boss's body gradually disappeared, replaced by a huge Multicolored treasure chest. A celestial-grade treasure chest. I was incredibly surprised. I had seen related news before, but no one had ever obtained a celestial container. As I opened the chest, a dazzling light nearly blinded me. Then, a ring radiating a blue light quietly floated in the air. I reached out to touch it, and its attributes appeared. Sword of the Skywalker, plus 100 to all attributes, plus 5% to all attributes, plus 5% elemental resistance, plus 5% to all elemental damage, plus 5% critical hit rate for both physical and magical attacks, plus 35% critical damage for both. Slot 02 comes with the skill Teleport, allowing the user to transfer to any location within a 50-meter line of sight, cannot cross barriers, and has no cooldown. Uses, 3/3, recharges 1 every hour. Level 10 required for usage. Any class's hidden traits can evolve, requiring 1000 equipment essences, with a significant percentage boost, as well as various teleportation skills. In the Enchanted World, equipment ranks range from low to high, excellent, rare, uncommon, epic, legendary, mythical, celestial, and divine artifacts. Only equipment above the celestial level will have percentage attribute bonuses. Later in the game, with high character levels and high equipment levels, the base values are slightly higher, and the bonuses can be quite exaggerated. However, since this is a level 10 piece of equipment, its values are very low, and it only has one attached skill. But equipment above the celestial level can be evolved. As long as you provide equipment essence, it can evolve all the way to level 180 or even higher. By then, this single piece of equipment will have higher values than a full set of others' gear. I'm not in a hurry to consume it. The attributes of this equipment are very low right now, so consuming it isn't very valuable. Moreover, it is rumored that equipment above the celestial level has a chance to gain additional attribute lines or special skills during evolution, but no big shots have come forward to confirm this. It's uncertain whether this is true or not. As for the teleportation skill, if I remember correctly, it seems to be a high-level skill that only magic-based classes at level 150 can learn. I didn't expect to see it on a piece of equipment, and without any class restrictions. Meanwhile, in the highest floor of the Tianao Alliance, a superpower in Shanghai City, a rival is asking his father about Lu Wuyan's achievements. Suddenly, a flash of light from a teleportation array in the room revealed the weary figure of Lu Wuyan. With an SSS rating, Lu Wuyan has actually broken a century-old record. People all over the Dragon Kingdom saw Lu Wuyan's name at the top of the leaderboard. In an instant, media outlets across the country rushed to report on it. Lu Wuyan has broken the century-old record for the Rookie King competition. Just as Lu Wuyan was reflecting on this in her heart, suddenly, a nationwide announcement congratulated the player Feng Xiao for perfectly clearing the Newcomer King competition dungeon. He received an SFR rating. 3 consecutive times, the announcement echoed in everyone's ears across Longhua, and Xingdi's smile abruptly vanished. Lu Ruyan's face was filled with disbelief as she hurriedly opened the leaderboard, only to find that his name had been pushed down from the top spot. Feng Xiao, the swordsman, achieved a 100% completion rating with an SSR score. His face was filled with shock, for no one understood better than him how terrifying the final boss, the Skeleton General, was. A 100% completion meant that this Feng Xiao had defeated the boss. At this moment, the SSR rating news had been released, and the entire Longhua was in shock. Originally, Lu Ruyan's SSS rating had already stunned everyone, but now there was an even more terrifying presence. In no time, various posts and comments flooded the internet. Exiting the dungeon, the countdown began, 321. After a moment of dizziness, I returned to the profession hall in Sunset Village. At this moment, Sunset Village was a mix of all kinds of people. It was filled with a large number of high-level professionals. I looked at the map around Sunset Village and noticed a monster respawn area several miles away. I decided to go check it out. This was an abandoned mine, with visible signs of past excavation, but the mineral resources had been abandoned later on. At this moment, the mine is filled with large, head-sized spiders, their 8 legs covered in barbs, looking fluffy and quite adorable. These are level 20 venomous spiders with an attack of 180 and 4000 health, very weak attributes. I decided to prepare to leave, but a few venomous spiders noticed me at that moment. They shot out some webs at me, but I easily dodged them. I raised my hand and unleashed 10 flying swords, taking one out in an instant. A crisp sound rang out as the spider's body flew away, with streams of light falling around. A seemingly ordinary little monster surprisingly dropped 3 pieces of equipment and several materials all at once. I was taken aback for a moment, then quickly opened my status panel to check my luck value. Luck value, 380. After picking everything up, I had a total of 8 white items, a dozen low-level health potions, 2 blue potions, gems that could be embedded at level 1, and 12 iron ore. Spider leg bindings, level 20, add 2 strength, 3 agility, and 15 armor, requiring a level 20 wooden chest piece. All the equipment is the most basic common gear. After thinking for a moment, I decided to stay here and grind monsters. I didn't rush to grind monsters, instead, I surveyed my surroundings. After confirming there were no other players, I began to engage the monsters. He attracted the aggro of dozens of spiders at once. Then he continuously used the flying sword technique in a group, dealing -10, -56, -24, -562 damage. Countless damage numbers popped up, and the venomous spider quickly died. The ground was shimmering with treasures, nearly blinding me. With just 380 luck being this outrageous, I can't even imagine what it would be like if I stacked it to tens of thousands or more. It took me several minutes to pick up all the items, not even sparing the most worthless white gear. In less than 20 minutes, my backpack was already full. I opened it. I sat down in a nearby spot and devoured the white gear that had just dropped. After consuming everything, my attributes underwent a new change. ID, Wind Whisper, level 12, class, Swordsman, health, 4,754,046,540, mana, 13,800, attack, 1,406, armor, 986, strength, 168, agility, 172. Intelligence, 138, assignable attribute points, 120, skills, basic swordsmanship, basic strength, double slash, flying sword technique, talent, devour all, additional attribute gap, weapon damage, 1005%, health regeneration, 170 per second, mana regeneration, 50 per second, luck, 380, equipped with the hand sword, Skywalker sword. I collected 30 various first level gems, and there were 321 iron ores. But fortunately, they can stack 100 pieces per group. I tried to devour a gem, but it showed that I couldn't. A dark entrance loomed before me. This was the true area of the abandoned mine. Without hesitation, I stepped into the cave. The light inside was dim. After walking in for about 10 meters, I could barely see my hand in front of me. Unknowingly, we've reached the deepest part of the mine, and along the way, the types of monsters have changed and upgraded several times. Now in front of him is a massive spider, the Jade Mother Spider, an elite with an attack of 600 and a health of 45,000. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Jade Mother Spider emits an angry hiss. Sword technique 102431032523, 444. Instantly, several terrifying damage numbers appeared. The once fearsome Jade Mother Spider instantly turned to mush and collapsed suddenly. A flash of golden light. Ling Phone leveled up to level 13. Suddenly, a pile of equipment dropped, and seeing a colorful glow, I was overjoyed that an ordinary elite actually dropped mythical gear. Lin Chen was stunned. Green corresponds to rare, purple to uncommon, orange to epic, red to legendary equipment, and multicolored is the unique color of mythical equipment. Destruction Staff, mythical, level 30 attack plus 450 intelligence plus 157 destruction damage bonus, plus 30% destruction damage resistance, plus 40% special attribute 1, 5% chance to immediately cast again when using a skill. Special attribute 2, 10% chance to deal additional, 3 asterisk intelligence, destruction damage to enemies when using a skill to cause damage. Attached skill, Reign of Destruction, summon the power of destruction to cause, 2 asterisk intelligence, destruction damage to all targets within a 3 by 3 meter range, cooldown 5 minutes, mana cost 300. Sockets, 0/2 requirement, level 30 Warlock Profession. Top-notch magical equipment. Not only does it come with an AoE monster clearing skill, but it also has multiple spellcasts. The key is the additional damage from Special Attribute 2, which can be triggered by all damage skills, greatly increasing output. Magical equipment, he can also devour. But there is no need for that, he doesn't lack this attribute, and his intelligence attribute is too low to deal damage with magical skills. Selling it, on the other hand, can fetch more credits, allowing him to buy more things to strengthen himself, which is more cost-effective. He put away the Destruction Staff. As for the remaining green and blue equipment, he devoured them all. He kept 3 pieces of rare purple equipment, although they wouldn't sell for much, selling them would be more profitable than devouring them. Lin Chen sorted out his full backpack. 34 sets of iron ore, 208 level 1 gems of various kinds, same attribute gems can be stacked, so they only took up a dozen slots. The remaining slots were filled with various materials, such as spider venom glands, spider legs, spider carapaces, all materials for forging equipment, which could also fetch a good price. This trip took less than 2 hours but yielded a lot. Lin Chen walked out of the mine, planning to go back to Sunset Village to deal with the things in his bag. But at that moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard in the distance. Clip-clop. The sound of horse hooves quickly approached. A high-level professional riding a horse galloped past. The enchanted world also had a mount system, but mounts were very expensive. Either you bought capture tools yourself, went out to capture them in the wild, spending a lot of time to tame them slowly, or you could buy them from major guilds, as most guilds had mature mount hatching industries, but the prices were not affordable for ordinary people. Lin Chen just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. He had the devour talent, he didn't need a mount at all. When he stacked up his movement speed a bit more, 2 legs would be faster than 4. But at that moment, a voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned to look, only to see the high-level professional turning his horse's head and coming towards him. What does he want to do? Lin Chen frowned. Young man, just came out of the spider mine? On the horse was a chubby young man, with features almost squeezed together on a round face, looking somewhat comical. His eyes sparkled with cunning as he shouted to Lin Chen. Is there something you need? Lin Chen remained expressionless, neither humble nor overbearing. Indeed a lone ranger, with the same bad temper. The chubby man muttered to himself, then smiled and said, I'm rolling wealth, from the Riches and Prosperity Trading Company. Rest assured, I mean no harm. I just want to tell you that there are tricks to leveling up and treasure hunting, which places have high drop rates, where the experience is abundant, and what materials are currently most needed in the market. Have you researched these? Lin Chen had never heard of the Riches and Prosperity Trading Company, but he knew that there were many large and small trading companies in the enchanted world, specializing in buying and selling businesses. Aren't these things all available online? Lin Chen said expressionlessly. Ha! Fatty, also known as Kayuangungan, sneered and continued, don't be naive. Those online are just superficial. Nowadays, who doesn't make a fortune in silence? How could anyone share good things for free? Young man, seeing how sincere you are, I have an upgraded treasure hunting guide here for you, including detailed leveling points under level 100 and methods to get rich. The regular version costs 5,000 credit points, the deluxe version 10,000 credit points, updated in real time every month, with an additional 500 credit points for each update. Don't hesitate. Having access to insider information that most people don't know is like being one step ahead. Kayuangungan looked expectantly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen asked in confusion, why do you think I need this? Kayuangungan chuckled, friend, aren't you curious why no one can be seen in this place? Because there are no boss spawns here, and the small monsters hardly drop equipment, just some worthless iron ore. A place where not even dogs come, yet you find leveling here so enjoyable, ha. Lin Chen thought carefully and realized it made sense. Who would share good things for free? Moreover, the demonized world map is constantly changing, and one day this mine might be occupied by other monsters. Information is always changing, and what he found online might already be outdated. Lin Chen hesitated, can I exchange materials? I don't have that many credit points. It's possible. What do you have? Kayuangungan stroked his chin. Lin Chen raised his hand, revealing a piece of iron ore. Can this work? Kayuangungan pondered, this. It's not worth much. If you have a lot, we can consider it. How much do you have? Lin Chen said slowly, the price of iron ore should be around 5 credit points per piece, so I can give you 20 sets. Is that enough? 20 sets? You have that many? Kayuangungan looked puzzled, then realized something, shocked, heavens, have you been grinding here for months? In his understanding, the drop rate of iron ore here wasn't high, and getting 20 pieces in a whole day was already impressive, far less than what miners could dig up. But he didn't know that Lin Chen had gathered 34 sets in just over an hour. Never mind that, do you want it or not? Lin Chen asked. You're a person of great perseverance, alright, I'll take it. Kayuangungan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, then dismounted and walked towards Lin Chen. Let's add each other as friends for the trade. No need, let's trade directly. Lin Chen decisively refused. Looking at the friend request, wasn't that a disaster? The first in the Newcomer King competition, a nationwide announcement, it was likely that everyone in Longwa knew the name Fengxiao. Kayuangungan nodded, alright, but if there's any business in the future, you can message me privately. Rest assured, those who talk business with me every day, there are at least 80 out of 100, I can't possibly know which one is you. After that, the two began trading. Lin Chen first took the storage information jade slip given by the other party to check, confirmed its accuracy, and then handed over the 20 sets of iron ore. The information recorded inside was indeed much more detailed than what was found online, with specific growth plans and current market price fluctuations. With this, he could develop faster. One could only say that this transaction was not a loss. Wait, After completing the trade, Kaiyuan Gungan was about to leave but was stopped by Lin Chen. I still have iron ore, do you want it? We can exchange it for credit points. Lin Chen took out the remaining 14 sets of iron ore. You still have this much? Kaiyuan Gungan was stunned. What kind of weirdo was this, staying in such a resource-scarce place for so long? Do you want it? Receiving is receiving, but the price. Kaiyuan Gungan explained, unlike the previous transaction, I still need to process this iron ore of yours, so I should at least charge a handling fee. How about 4 credits for 1 piece of iron ore? Deal. Lin Chen nodded. Getting these ores was too easy, and he couldn't be bothered to haggle. After the transaction, 5,600 credits were credited to his account. By the way, do you want the materials? Lin Chen brought out a pile of materials from spider bombs. Awesome. Kaiyuan Gungan gave a thumbs up. After the trade was completed, the materials were packaged together and sold for 4,000 credits. With a little over an hour of effort, he earned 9,600 credits. The speed of making money was indeed a bit exaggerated. Considering his mother had saved up only 30,000 credits over half a year, Lin Chen had considered selling the remaining gems to Kaiyuan Gungan, but these items were rare. Ordinary people might not even find one for days. If he brought out too many at once, it would raise suspicions. After the trade, Kaiyuan Gungan rode off. Lin Chen returned to Sunset Village. There were many high-level professionals in the village, almost interrogating everyone who entered. Just as Lin Chen hesitated about whether to take the risk of going in, the level 120 prayer warrior with a horse face appeared again. He looked at Lin Chen in surprise. It's you again? Why are you still naked? I know this poor guy, no need to check. With the help of the horse-faced man, Lin Chen smoothly returned to the village. Many high-level professionals recognized him and let him pass automatically. Lin Chen looked pitiful, holding only a newbie sword and a ring, with no other equipment. Lin Chen went to the trading post, checked the prices of gems, and then put up all the gems and some level 30 rare equipment for sale. Level 1 gems were priced around 100 credits each, while level 2 gems were more expensive, around 300 to 400 credits. Gems could be combined into higher level gems besides being embedded, and some big shots bought them in bulk, keeping the prices high. Within minutes of listing, some gems were sold, and now he had a total of 11,500 credits. What should I buy? Lin Chen pondered. The next moment, he opened the trading post and searched for the keyword Lucky Ring. Having tasted success, he knew the power of luck. Lucky Ring, Level 1, Luck plus 1. Price, 1 credit. This equipment was almost useless for ordinary people, as it added too little luck, and characters could only equip 2 rings. Therefore, the price was ridiculously low, and hardly anyone except blacksmiths would buy it. But for Lin Chen, it was a treasure. No need to think, buy them all. A total of 631 pieces, all bought, raising his luck to 1,011 points. He continued searching and found many more equipment items that increased luck. Deep blue necklace, rare, level 80, luck plus 5. Price, 5,000 credits. There were many more luck-boosting items, but their prices were exorbitant, so he decided to give up on them. Suddenly, he found something good. Oversized backpack, special level 120, plus 300 storage space. Price, 20,000 credits. Too expensive. He couldn't afford it. But this gave Lin Chen an idea, and he quickly searched for the keyword backpack. The list immediately displayed many items. Waist pouch, level 1, plus 10 storage space. Price, 50 credits. Marching bag, level 10, plus 20 storage space. Price, 200 credits. Military backpack, level 40, plus 50 storage space. Price, 2,000 credits. Obviously, the lower level equipment was cheaper. He started by buying 30 waist pouches, swallowing them all. In comparison to the oversized backpack with 300 slots, which only costs 1,500 credits, he continued to search for skills for the archer profession. Cloud-piercing arrow. Basic attacks have a 30% chance to pierce through the target and deal 80% damage to the target behind. Passive effect with no cooldown. Requires level 120. Requires the ranger profession. Price, 120,000 credits. The ranger is an advanced profession at level 120 for the archer profession, considered a high-level skill, outrageously expensive, leaving Lin Chen sighing in admiration. Not giving up, he looked for lower-level skills of the same type. A few minutes later, he actually found one. Penetrating attack. Basic attacks have a 10% chance to pierce through the target and deal 50% damage to the target behind. Passive effect with no cooldown. Requires level 30. Requires the archer profession. Price, 1,000 credits. A bit pricey, and the 10% chance is too low. By the way, can other skills be stacked with attributes? Can this one be stacked? Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. He reluctantly bought 2 books of penetrating attack skills and then devoured them in succession. Devour successful. Basic attacks have a 10% chance to pierce through the target and deal 50% damage to the target behind. Devour successful. Basic attacks have a 20% chance to pierce through the target and deal 50% damage to the target behind. It actually worked, but it only increased the chance, not the damage, which was somewhat disappointing. Ding! Your listed item has been sold, plus 2,700 credits. Suddenly, there was a notification of a gem being sold. His account balance exceeded 10,000 again. Without hesitation, he purchased 8 more penetrating attack books, stacking the chance to 100%. Because next, he was going to a map with a large number of monsters to level up. With penetrating attack, efficiency would at least double. At this point, he had 2,000 credits left. Lin Chen looked at the mage skills. Elemental explosion. Basic attacks have a 10% chance to trigger a small range explosion, dealing 1.5 intelligence, damage to all targets within a 1 by 1 meter range, passive effect with no cooldown, requires level 30, requires the mage profession. Price, 900 credits. Although elemental explosion also worked with sword chi, the intelligence bonus was somewhat redundant for Lin Chen's current attributes. He didn't have any spare money now to devour intelligence equipment, he could only think about it later. Lin Chen then looked at the advanced swordsmanship skills. There were many good things that made him itch with excitement. Sword control, using mental power to make the weapon fly away from the body, controlling a distance of 100 meters, can be combined with certain skills that are compatible with sword control, can be activated and deactivated at will, consumes 200 mana per second when activated, requires level 180, requires the sword immortal profession. Price, 99,999,999,999 credits. Lin Chen? He was literally 3 question marks. How could there be such a thing as sword control? Is this cultivating immortality? However, the price was truly outrageous, or maybe the owner of this skill book had no intention of selling it. Looking down, there was a sales pitch below the skill book. What are you waiting for? Our Sky Pride Alliance has abundant resources, gathering numerous strong individuals. This is the best stage for you to realize your dreams. Join us quickly, grow together with outstanding partners, and create our brilliance together. It turned out to be an advertisement. Lin Chen was certainly familiar with the name of the Sky Pride Alliance, the only superpower in the Dragon Kingdom, led by Alliance leader Xiao Zhantian, who was recognized by all players in the Dragon Kingdom as the #1 powerhouse. It was said that Xiao Zhantian, originally a swordsman, had a low profile, but later changed professions to become the hidden class Blade Emperor, defeating the former #1 powerhouse Lin Wuxuang and rising to fame in one battle. With the remaining 2,000 credits, Lin Chen made a plan. He first cleared out the novice swords, a total of 1124, and after devouring them all, his current attack power was 7,026. I found some items to boost experience. Enlightenment Soup, plus 20% experience gain for 1 hour after consumption. Ring of the Lightless, level 20, plus 5% experience gain. After accumulating some experience, the current experience gain on the attribute panel is plus 295%, with an additional 5 points per second. Only 400 credits were left in the end. He wanted to buy the flying sword technique, but it cost 800 credits per book, and he had no extra money. Lin Chen left the trading post and arrived at the relay station. Here, various transportation tools were available to help players reach magical areas within tens of kilometers, and there were teleportation arrays leading to towns. Spending 100 credits, Lin Chen teleported to the nearest town, Xingxi Town. In Xingxi Town, there was an auction house where he wanted to see if he could auction off the Staff of Destruction. Additionally, the leveling spot he was going to next was closer from Xingxi Town. Brother, just finished leveling? Need to replenish your status? Before he even left the teleportation array, someone tapped his shoulder from behind. Lin Chen turned around, and both of them froze upon making eye contact. How come I run into you everywhere? You broke guy, what are you doing in Xingxi Town? It was the horse-faced man speaking again. In just one day, they had already met 3 times. Is it illegal? Lin Chen asked speechlessly. The praying player thought of something and chuckled. You, kid, didn't come here just to see me, did you? Young people these days, never up to any good. Get lost, don't interfere with my business. Lin Chen was driven out of the teleportation array. However, he was puzzled by the phrase come here just to see me. Shaking his head, Lin Chen headed towards the auction house in the center of the town. Upon arriving at the auction house, he found a large group of male players gathered at the entrance. Goddess, I love you. Goddess, can we take a photo together? Goddess, do you accept dog-like followers? I'm really good at it. Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, he saw a familiar figure among the crowd at the auction house entrance. Lin Shuer was dressed in a wide white mage robe, unable to hide her stunning figure, expensive jewelry, and gem-studded tiara, exuding a sacred aura. Lin Shuer was smiling as she dealt with her fans, but when she suddenly noticed Lin Chen on the outskirts of the crowd, her expression immediately darkened, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Lin Chen, is it fun to pester me like this? In front of everyone, Lin Shuer said coldly, I've made it clear to you, we are impossible. By doing this, you only make me look down on you. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lin Chen. Ha! Lin Chen was completely bewildered, but after understanding, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Who is this guy? I heard that the snow goddess had a former boyfriend who awakened an F-grade talent. Could it be him? This guy is too disgusting. They've already broken up. Why is he coming back? Does he want some breakup fee? He's quite handsome, but they say his character is not good, seems like he's two-timing, and got caught by the snow goddess. Despicable. How dare he treat the snow goddess like this? I want to challenge him. Why do I hear that this guy, relying on his good looks, harmed dozens of female students in school, and impregnated several of them? Beast. I have nothing to do with him. I bet you want to worship him as your master. The crowd discussed and pointed fingers. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered and walked into the auction house on his own. However, Lin Shuer thought Lin Chen was approaching her, and two senior members of the Heavenly Arrogance Alliance stepped forward to intercept Lin Chen. The two directly revealed their levels and professions, 180-level Divine Guardian, which was meant to intimidate Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I understand that you can't handle this blow, but could you please be a bit more mature? Lin Shuer said coldly, you should know that in this newcomer king competition, my score was SSS, but what about you? Your score probably didn't even reach B level, right? The gap between you and me is too big. Continuing to pester me will do you no good, only bring you endless trouble. You are no longer a child. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Lin Chen rolled his eyes and said helplessly, you've misunderstood. I came for the auction house, it has nothing to do with you. Ha! Lin Shuer sneered, do you think I don't know about your financial situation? The items that can be auctioned here cost at least tens of thousands of credit points. Can you afford it? After speaking, without waiting for Lin Chen to respond, Lin Shuer turned to a senior professional and said, Captain Shueying, give him 20,000 credit points as a token of gratitude for saving me 3 years ago. She then looked at Lin Chen again, take the money and stay away from me in the future. Don't try to inquire about my news anymore. With that, Lin Shuer, surrounded by a group of people, entered the auction house. The senior professional named Shueying handed a credit card to Lin Chen and then left. Lin Chen looked at the card with a strange expression. This woman is truly out of her mind. But these free 20,000 credit points. Why not take them? He was in need of money anyway. Lin Chen accepted the card and transferred the credit points to his account. Hey, wait a minute. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw a male player carrying a long bow. Is there something you need? I mean no harm, just take this. The man looked around and then handed a card to Lin Chen. Upon checking, there were 10,000 credit points in the card. What's going on? People are lining up to give away money these days? Hey, I wanted to ask you about something. What are Snow Goddess's hobbies or what kind of guys does she like? The man lowered his voice. Lin Chen suddenly realized he was a fanboy. Without showing any emotion, he accepted the card, patted the man's shoulder, and said seriously, buddy, others might need this, but you definitely don't. Believe in yourself. With your looks, you could easily become a star. Just stay confident in front of her, show your charm as a man, and she will eventually be captivated by you. Do you think I'm handsome too? The man couldn't contain his smile and flicked his hair. Of course, compared to you, I'm a monster. Lin Chen said without hesitation, if your snow goddess can fancy me, why wouldn't she fancy you? Go after her, good luck. Ollie up. Thanks to your words, I suddenly feel more confident. The man beamed, I'm Lin Jie. If anyone bullies you in Tianfeng City in the future, just mention my name. After saying that, the man revealed his identity information, ID, godlike man, a level 15 archer, also a newcomer of this year, and then walked away. Lin Jie? Lin Chen was slightly puzzled but then remembered. Currently, there are 5 main cities in Longhua, and Tianfeng City is one of them, located in the southwest with abundant mineral resources. His mother used to work in a mine in Tianfeng City. The strongest force in Tianfeng City is the Dark Knight Association, one of the top 4 guilds, led by the Lin family. It is said that this generation of the Lin family has produced a genius with SSS talent, named Lin Jie. The fanboy just now is an SSS talent? Lin Chen looked astonished. In his impression, most geniuses were like Lin Shuer, aloof and arrogant, needing to bring along dozens of bodyguards whenever they went out to show off. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a licking dog, not going to level up but looking for women. It's really bizarre. Doesn't the Lin family care? Shaking his head, Lin Chen dismissed distracting thoughts and walked into the auction house. After a moment, he arrived at the backstage management area of the auction house. Are you representing a faction or acting alone? A middle-aged man in a suit sat behind the counter. Alone, Lin Chen replied. Upon hearing this, the man's face turned cold. If you're buying something, come back in 2 days. If you're consigning, fill out the form. With that, he threw a paper in front of Lin Chen. Do I need to fill out everything? Lin Chen glanced at the form, furrowing his brows slightly. Not only did it require him to provide personal information, but also the source of the consigned item and a disclaimer for potentially disputed items. At that moment, a group of people swaggered in beside him. Why don't they have to fill out the form? Lin Chen asked, frowning. These people are representatives of major factions, with reputational guarantees. If something goes wrong, they can take responsibility. What about you? The man behind the counter said impatiently. Who knows if the item you want to consign is stolen or obtained through illegal means? Also, we don't accept equipment below legendary grade here. If you have nothing to do, leave quickly and don't waste my time. Faced with the man's provocation, Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He hadn't expected selling something to be so troublesome. He definitely couldn't fill out the form because it required direct transmission of personal information without the option to falsify, which would expose his identity. Lin Chen could only choose to leave. Fengzi? At that moment, a door not far away opened, and Wang Yang looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Is it really you? What are you doing here? Wang Yang walked over excitedly and patted Lin Chen on the back, followed by a senior professional behind him. Ah, it's a member of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. The man behind the counter's expression changed when he saw Wang Yang and the senior professional behind him. Damn, if this guy has this connection, why didn't he say so earlier? He quickly got up to greet them, his face suddenly full of smiles. Haha, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. He respectfully bowed to Lin Chen and said, trying to please him, I was out of line just now. I apologize to you and hope you can forgive me. Did he bully you? Wang Yang's face darkened. No, Lin Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat sighing inwardly. It was indeed convenient to have the backing of a major faction. Really? Wang Yang said suspiciously, you can speak boldly. Don't be afraid of them. It's just a third-rate small guild, something like. Young Master, the Dark Empire, the senior professional behind him reminded. Yes, the Dark Empire. Fengzi, if they dare to bully you, tell me, and I'll have the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance wipe them out. The senior professional behind Wang Yang reached out and a dramatically shaped sword appeared in his hand, asking calmly, Young Master, shall I proceed? Gentlemen, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. The man behind the counter was sweating coldly, quickly kneeling down and bowing. Lin Chen couldn't help but say with a wry smile, alright, it's really nothing. Why scare people? But, fatty, you've really come up in the world now, bringing bodyguards when you go out. What's going on? It's a long story. Come with me, and we'll talk slowly. Wang Yang happily dragged Lin Chen into the adjacent private room, then turned to the senior professional. Tai, please wait outside for a while. Young Master, please go ahead. The two said expressionlessly. In the private room, only Wang Yang and Lin Chen remained. I have something for you. Wang Yang said, his hand flashing, revealing a cloak equipment. Lin Chen touched it to take a look. Shadow Cloak, Special, Skill, Invisibility, dispels all negative buffs, eliminates all aggro, enters invisibility state, can use healing potions, cannot move, attack, or use active skills, otherwise will reveal oneself, cooldown of 1 minute. No equipment requirements. It is a special equipment with no attributes, only one skill. For me? Lin Chen was surprised. Special equipment is very rare, each with unique abilities and considerable value. With this, your survival ability will greatly improve, and I can rest assured, Wang Yang said with a sigh, then continued. Originally, I planned to have you join the Iron Blood Warriors Alliance, but now, I've abandoned that idea. Why? Lin Chen asked. Wang Yang sighed and said, you heard it just now, he called me Young Master. Because the actual controller of the Iron Blood Warriors Alliance is the Bai family, and the head of the Bai family has taken me as his adopted son. In fact, I am now called Bai Yong. This was my own decision, and I have no regrets. With my authority, arranging for you to enter the Iron Blood Warriors Alliance is simple. But for someone like you to join, you must first sign a contract, swear eternal loyalty, and abide by various regulations, essentially binding yourself here for almost a lifetime. Fengzi, I know you value freedom, so I won't force you. Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head. I indeed dislike being constrained. It seems I am not destined for major powers. However, Fatty, aren't you an A-level talent? How hungry is the head of the Bai family to even want you? Nonsense. Wang Yang scolded irritably. Although I am an A-level talent, I am quite special. I won the newcomer king competition with an SS rating, and ordinary S-level talents may not be as awesome as me. With that, Wang Yang unhesitatingly displayed the attributes of his talent. Braver in battle, A-level talent, effect, upon entering combat, gain 1% bonus health, 1% bonus armor, and 1% bonus attack every 10 seconds, with each attribute increase lasting 24 hours. Attributes reset upon exiting combat. This talent, well, it has a high ceiling, with several tens of times the attribute increase, but it needs to be maintained in combat continuously, which is quite troublesome. Wang Yang looked proud. See that? Just give me time, and I'll be invincible among peers. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. By the time you stack up those attributes, the daylilies will have cooled. Oh, and I won't accept this shadow cloak, it must be expensive. If your guild leader finds out, you'll be in trouble. He knew that with Wang Fatty's background, he definitely couldn't afford such equipment. It must be the guild's resources. If you don't take it, we're done. Wang Yang said grumpily, I don't want to be the ruler of the world in the future and have my only good friend gone, without anyone to share with. How lonely would that be? Lin Chen laughed. You ruling the world? You sure know how to dream big. The two bantered and teased each other for a while, and Lin Chen eventually reluctantly accepted the equipment. Only then did he realize that Wang Yang had just acquired the equipment at an extremely low price from an insider at the auction house. Small guilds like the Dark Empire naturally wouldn't dare to offend major guilds, so whenever there were good items, they would notify the big shots in advance. After these big guild members made their selections, the remaining items would be auctioned off 2 days later. Why is everyone buying equipment instead of leveling up? Lin Chen was puzzled. Come on, Fengzi, you've always had the best grades in academics. Did you forget about the Forgotten Land secret realm that opens after reaching level 30 and advancing to the first transformation? I know about that. Is it really that important? He knew about this secret realm. Every year, after reaching level 30 and completing the first advancement, newcomers would receive an entry ticket to the secret realm, which only newcomers could use. Inside the realm, both experience points and drop rates were relatively high, serving as a growth benefit for newcomers. Wang Yang suddenly lowered his voice and said, Don't spread this insider information. Inside this secret realm, valuable treasures can be obtained. Even strong individuals like Xiao Zhantian are very eager to obtain them. Therefore, major forces invest heavily in nurturing newcomers, actually aiming to help them acquire treasures. Of course, with treasures being limited, major forces will inevitably compete fiercely. So during this time, everyone is rushing to snatch level 30 equipment from major auction houses to increase their chances of winning and to suppress their competitors. I see. Lin Chen asked, what specific treasures are we talking about? It's, ahem. Young master, it's time for you to level up. Just as Wang Yang was about to reveal more, a senior professional outside suddenly coughed twice. Can he hear us? Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Perhaps. Wang Yang stood up and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. It's not appropriate to disclose confidential information. Besides, even if you know, it's of no use. I need to go level up. Call me if you need anything. Oh, by the way, what's your profession? Lin Chen asked. I'm a knight. Alright, I'll keep your equipment and skills in mind for the future. Lin Chen felt a bit regretful. If Wang Yang were a mage, he would have wanted to give him that staff. Wang Yang left the auction house with his companions. When they reached outside, the senior professional following him suddenly said, Young master, I understand that it's hard for you to let go of brotherly affection, but to become strong, you must let go of this bond. Because he will become your most fatal weakness. The farther you are from him, the safer he will be. What you are doing now is harming him. After hearing these words, Wang Yang's expression was complex, showing both sadness and reluctance. Uncle Tai, I understand. I will pay attention to this in the future. After joining the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, he learned a lot. The major forces were not as peaceful as they appeared on the surface. Behind the scenes, they schemed and even resorted to taking lives. If he became one of the pillars of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, the opposing forces might target Lin Chen. By then, it would be too late. For Lin Chen's safety, he had to keep his distance from him. Inside the auction house, Lin Chen walked out of the box and found a man in a suit waiting at the door. Thank you, young brother, for speaking up for me. I am very grateful. The man bowed 90 degrees, showing sincere gratitude. No need for that, it was nothing much. Lin Chen waved his hand and was about to leave. Hey, wait! The man hurriedly stopped Lin Chen and handed him something. This is your VIP card. In the future, when you come to our Dark Empire territory, teleportation fees are waived, and all shops offer a 10% discount. Moreover, using the VIP card to consign items at the auction house will only incur a 1% handling fee based on the selling price. Do I need to fill out a form? Lin Chen asked. No. That rule is set for some unscrupulous individuals. For someone like you, who has a close relationship with the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance young master, it's not necessary. The man smiled and said, with this card, you can consign items at any location at any time, without revealing your identity. That's good. You guys are quite good at doing business. Lin Chen took the VIP card, which turned out to be a pendant that could be equipped. It had no attributes but featured direct communication with the auction house. Successfully equipped with the Dark Empire VIP card, your number is 8899, and you can enjoy the following benefits. After equipping it, various discounts were displayed. Removing the card made them all disappear, quite convenient. In the future, when he consigned items for sale, the auction house would only display the VIP number 8899, without revealing his true identity, ensuring excellent protection of the seller's privacy. After Lin Chen left the auction house, he immediately listed the destruction staff for auction, setting the starting price at 500,000 credits. Generally speaking, a level 30 mythical equipment is not worth that much money because of its low level and attributes, making it obsolete quickly. However, considering the uniqueness of level 30 legendary equipment, it naturally commands a higher price and is not afraid of not being sold. Yet, as soon as Lin Chen listed the destruction staff for auction, the staff at the auction house were all in an uproar. Heavens! Someone consigned a level 30 mythical staff. That's impossible, right? All the level 30 mythical equipment in the entire Dragon Kingdom is in the hands of those major powers. How could they put it up for sale? The drop rate of equipment in the enchanted world is actually very low. Ordinary people, without accumulating luck points, would hardly ever obtain legendary or higher grade equipment even after defeating all known level 30 bosses. Moreover, advanced professionals who go to defeat low-level bosses not only gain no experience but also do not drop any items, only able to collect some materials. This results in high-quality equipment of each level being extremely rare. Many people may go their whole lives without ever seeing mythical equipment. So, when they saw the level 30 destruction staff, they were so surprised. Soon, the news reached the ears of the major powers. In a certain private room, Lin Xuer's eyes lit up. Blood Eagle Commander, I want that staff. Alright, I'll contact them, nodded the advanced professional standing behind her. Lin Chen immediately received a message from the auction house. The VIP card also had text communication function, allowing the auction house to contact him directly. VIP 8899, hello, we are the official Dark Empire auction house. The mythical equipment you consigned with us, the Sky Pride Alliance is willing to purchase it for 80,000 credits, are you willing? Sky Pride Alliance? Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly and replied promptly. Normal auction, highest bidder wins. In the private room, the advanced professional known as Blood Eagle Commander frowned slightly as he looked at the message from the auction house. Miss, the auction house has contacted the owner of the staff but that person insists on auctioning it. Did you not tell them it's for the Sky Pride Alliance? Lin Xuer's expression darkened instantly. I did. Knowing it's for the Sky Pride Alliance and still daring to refuse, could it be someone from the top 4 guilds? Lin Xuer was slightly surprised. Only the top 4 guilds would dare to disregard the Sky Pride Alliance's face. The owner of the staff is indeed related to the Bai family of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, and this young master of the Bai family was once your classmate, is that so? Who is it? Wang Yang. Him? Lin Xuer looked surprised. How did he become a young master of the Bai family? I remember he only had an A-level talent. That's unclear, Blood Eagle said slowly, but since you were once classmates, it should be easy to talk to him. We can't let that staff be taken by the Yun family. Lin Xuer was a bit hesitant. After careful consideration, she nodded. I'll try to contact him. At the same time, Wang Yang, who had just arrived in the desolate desert to level up, suddenly received a friend request from Lin Xuer. Snow Dance Veil, isn't this Lin Xuer? Why did she add me? Wang Yang was surprised and accepted the friend request. Is there something you need? Wang Yang, is the level 30 mythical staff from the auction house in Qingxi Town yours? Lin Xuer's voice came through the line. What mythical staff? I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll hang up, Wang Yang said impatiently. If it weren't for Lin Xuer representing the Sky Pride Alliance, he wouldn't have said another word. You! Lin Xuer hung up in anger. Ridiculous, only a fool would sell a level 30 mythical equipment. Wang Yang shook his head and muttered. At that moment, the senior professional known as Uncle Tai by Wang Yang, after checking the information from the auction house, was stunned. Young master, do you have the contact of that friend we met in the private room earlier? I didn't add him as a friend, but I have his phone number. Why? What's going on? He put up a level 30 top-tier mythical staff for auction at the auction house. Now, all major forces are looking for him, wanting to buy it in advance. What? Wang Yang was stunned. Uncle Tai, are you sure? My friend, he only has an F-grade talent. How could he have a level 30 mythical equipment? Is there a mistake? It shouldn't be wrong. Just ask him and you'll know. I'll call him. Wang Yang quickly took out his phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. On the other end, in the trading hall of Qingxi Town, Lin Chen answered the phone. Fatty, what's up? Did you just put up equipment for auction at the auction house? Yes. Listening to the voice on the other end, Wang Yang's eyes widened. Is it a level 30 mythical staff? You already know about this? Yes, it's me. Oh my. Is it really you? Wang Yang said in shock. Where did you get the mythical equipment from? Dropped by monsters, Lin Chen said helplessly. I wanted to give it to you before, but since you're a knight, I decided to sell it. Dropped by monsters. Wang Yang said speechlessly. Fingzi, are you kidding me? To drop something like this, you need a player below level 30, luck value not less than 100, and then you have to solo a level 30 lord boss, with an extremely low probability of getting the drop. It may seem easy, but in reality, if you equip yourself with luck items, your attributes won't increase, and whether you can defeat the boss is another matter. However, there is another way to get top-tier equipment, which is through illicit means. Wang Yang seemed to have realized something and said in a deep voice, Fingzi, did you join the Assassin Alliance? Are you helping them deal with stolen goods? The Assassin Alliance is an organization not recognized by the Professional Alliance because these people live in the shadows, have no fixed base, and usually engage in the business of hiring killers, notorious as outlaws. All major forces have encountered assassination attempts by the Assassin Alliance, leading to the downfall of many brilliant talents. This is why talented individuals from major forces always travel with bodyguards. Lin Chen helplessly said, Fatty, don't talk nonsense. Joining the Assassin Alliance would make you a public enemy. I still have to take care of my mom. Why would I do such a stupid thing? That seems right. Wang Yang nodded with a puzzled expression. He also knew that Lin Chen valued his freedom and was unlikely to join other forces. The two continued to chat for a while, and Lin Chen never explained that he obtained the equipment because of his abnormal attributes, knowing that Wang Yang always had someone protecting him closely. Wang Yang just thought Lin Chen was extremely lucky to get good items. On the other side, in the private room, Miss, the auction house retrieved the surveillance footage and sent over the photo of the staff's owner, Blood Eagle said with a strange expression. What's wrong? Didn't we confirm that the staff belongs to the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance? Lin Shuer asked in confusion. Take a look. Blood Eagle sent Lin Chen's photo to Lin Shuer. Why him? Lin Shuer frowned slightly. It seems that this classmate of yours, Miss, has already climbed up the ladder of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. Humph. Lin Shuer snorted coldly. The Iron Blood Warrior Alliance must be bored, deliberately lending him equipment to annoy me? Too bad I don't care at all. This kind of behavior is too childish. Miss, in another 9 hours, the new player ranking list will be opened. As the first SSR talent in history, you must not fall behind in levels. The Blood Eagle said slowly, we have wasted quite a bit of time. It's time to go level up. I will definitely be the first, Lin Shuer said confidently. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen immediately opened the online trading platform. He had previously freeloaded 30,000 credits from Lin Shuer and Lin Jia. He first bought 10 copies of the Sword Art of Flying and spent 8,000 credits. Then, he casually browsed and suddenly discovered this. Design blueprint for gleaming breastplate, excellent, level, 20 attributes, armor plus 25, intelligence plus 12, experience gain plus 5% materials required, iron or asterisk 2, beast skin asterisk 3, requires a novice blacksmith. Price, 500 credits. It was a blueprint for blacksmiths. As long as you had the materials, you could mass produce this equipment. However, the attributes were too trash, 5% experience gain was too low for ordinary people, so no blacksmith would buy this blueprint. But for Lin Chen, it was a treasure. 2 iron ores cost 10 credits, beast skin was even cheaper, 1 credit per piece, 1 set of materials only cost 13 credits, yet it could add 5% experience gain. In the trading platform, he had already swept away the low-level equipment, and other equipment that increased experience gain cost several thousand credits for just a 10% increase. He happened to lack experience gain attributes, so the timing was perfect. Lin Chen immediately searched for blacksmith-related items. Certificate of Life Occupation, Novice Blacksmith Skills Acquired After Use, Novice Forging, Novice Refinement, Equipment Decomposition, Novice Enhancement. Price, 1,000 credits. Refinement was used for purifying ores, equipment decomposition could turn unwanted white equipment into equipment essence, and enhancement used equipment essence to increase equipment enhancement levels. Quite cheap, just buy it. After using it, Lin Chen obtained the life occupation of blacksmith. Spending another 500, he acquired the design blueprint for the gleaming breastplate, leaving him with 20,500 credits. Next, he spent 2,250 credits to sweep the trading platform clean of waste pouches, a total of 45, adding 450 backpack spaces. He then bought 20 sets of iron ore and 30 sets of beast skin, each set with 100 pieces, totaling 13,000 credits. With everything ready, Lin Chen left the trading platform, found a hotel, rented a room for 200 credits for 24 hours, with air conditioning. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Chen couldn't wait to learn the design blueprint and then started making equipment with the materials. Ding! Forge successful. Obtained gleaming breastplate *1 ding. Forge successful. Obtained gleaming breastplate *1. After a few hours, Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. All the materials were used up. He had prepared 1,000 materials, but only managed to forge 832 pieces of gleaming breastplate, with a success rate of around 83%. Then came the frenzy of devouring. Ding! Devour successful. Armor plus 25, intelligence plus 12, experience gain plus 5% ding. Devour successful. Half an hour later, all the devouring was complete. And at this point, his experience gain had accumulated to a terrifying 4,455%, from the original 5 points per second to 227. 75 points per second after the bonus. In the Enchanted World, experience calculation was like this, except for bosses and certain specific dungeon monsters. Most monsters provided experience equal to their level. For example, a level 180 monster only gave 180 experience points. This was just the base experience, seemingly not much and only slightly different from lower level monsters, but with different values of experience gain amplification, the gap quickly widened. This was equivalent to killing a level 227 monster every second, which was absurd. The experience required for leveling up was calculated as follows. To go from level 1 to level 2 required 1,000 experience, and each subsequent level required an additional 1,000, so going from level 29 to level 30 required 29,000 experience. Upon reaching level 31 after the first transformation, it requires 100,000 experience points, with an increase of 10,000 experience points for each subsequent level, and 390,000 experience points to go from level 59 to 60. Similarly, reaching level 61 from 60 requires 1 million experience points, and going from level 90 to 91 requires 10 million experience points. The experience required for later levels is simply outrageous. For ordinary people, it's as difficult as reaching the heavens, but for the wealthy, it's manageable. There are many ways to increase experience gain, such as equipment, skills, potions, food, and more. He is currently at level 14, needing 14,000 experience points to level up, and he gains 227 experience points per second, visibly increasing his experience bar. In less than a minute, a flash of golden light, and he reaches level 15. A little over a minute later, he's at level 16. Lin Chen. Crafting equipment is a bit tiring, and it's already dark, so Lin Chen decides to lie down and sleep, to continue tomorrow. At this moment, almost all newcomers except Lin Chen, especially those talents nurtured by major forces, are tirelessly leveling up in the dark. Everyone's goal is to climb the level ranking that opens 12 hours after the newbies change jobs. Major forces compete for the ranking, one for the rewards and the other to expand their influence, attracting more lone strong individuals to join. For ordinary players, failing the talent awakening is one of their few chances to turn things around by climbing the level rankings. Even if their talents are weak, as long as they have perseverance and drive to rank high on the level ranking, major forces are very welcoming of such individuals. The next day at 6 a.m. In the desolate desert dozens of miles away from Qingxi town, Lin Shuer waves her wand. Holy light shines. As the light flickers, a giant scorpion monster falls dead. With a flash of golden light, Lin Shuer reaches level 22. Not bad, level 22. In 1 minute, the level ranking will open. The Blood Eagle captain beside her nods approvingly. I remember last year, the first on the newbies ranking was young Master Xiao, but he only reached level 21, you're stronger than him. Lin Shuer, however, dismisses it, being stronger than Xiao Weifei is nothing to boast about, she aims to surpass the historical geniuses. Blood Eagle captain, What was the highest level of the first on the newbies ranking in history? The Blood Eagle captain's eyes narrow, and he says solemnly, Lin Wuxuan, level 28. Lin Shuer is slightly surprised. Lin Wuxuan, the president of the Dark Knight Association, the former top powerhouse? I'm only at level 22 after non-stop leveling. How did he level up? Miss, there's no need to compare yourself to those monsters, the Blood Eagle captain sighs. Those people are all lunatics, trading their lives for levels. However, this year's first place on the ranking undoubtedly belongs to you, miss. We're keeping an eye on the others from the other families. The highest from the Yun family is only at level 21. They're chasing so closely. Lin Shuer's expression turns serious. It seems I'm not working hard enough. I must leave them far behind. A few minutes later. Ding. National announcement. Newbie level ranking is now open. Ding. National announcement. Newbie level ranking is now open. Ding. National announcement. Newbie level ranking is now open. 3 consecutive times, the voice resounds in the ears of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone immediately checks the ranking. Newbie level ranking, 1. Feng Xiao, swordsman, no faction, level 30. 2. Shui Qingsha, warlock, Sky Arrogance Alliance, level 22. 3. Yun Mengyao, warlock, Azure Sky Sanctuary, level 21. 4. Bai Feiyu, swordsman, Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, level 21. 5. Shen Yuan Shuatu, assassin, Flame Demon Church, level 21. 6. A man like a god, archer, Dark Knight Association, level 20. 7. Xiao Chen, archer, Sky Arrogance Alliance, level 20. 8. Xiao Ming, swordsman, Sky Arrogance Alliance, level 20. 9. Yun Mengza, elementalist, Azure Sky Sanctuary, level 20. 10. Bai Yong, knight, Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, level 20. Everyone opened the leaderboard, and the first thing they did was to see who was in the first place. However, Feng Xiao, this name that was both unfamiliar and familiar, appeared at the top. The entire Dragon Kingdom was shocked. How come it's Feng Xiao again? Wasn't he the first in the Newcomer King competition last time? Who is this guy exactly? He's a whole 8 levels higher than the Snow Goddess. Level 30. How is this possible? The highest historical record was 28 levels, and he's even stronger than Lin Wuxuan? The most terrifying thing is, before the first advancement, the highest level one could reach was 30. If there were no restrictions, how high would this guy be? This is ridiculous. I've been grinding without eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting, and I'm only at level 18 now. This damn guy is already at level 30, he must be cheating. This is simply impossible. To go from level 29 to 30, you need 29,000 experience points. Even if you kill level 30 monsters, you'd have to kill 1,000 of them. He's not even a spellcaster, so where did he get his area of effect skills in the early stages? I thought making it to the leaderboard at level 19 would be no problem, but I ended up outside the top 100. My mindset is shattered. This guy has actually left the geniuses of the 5 major guilds far behind. What force is behind him? The internet exploded in an instant. While countless people envied, they also cursed in jealousy. The smiles on Lin Shuer and Blood Eagle's faces suddenly froze. Level 30. Lin Shuer pursed her red lips, her eyes filled with unwillingness. How could this guy reach level 30? She couldn't believe it because she had the strongest talent in history and the strongest guild supporting her, and she was only at level 22 now. She looked at Blood Eagle. Could it be that this Feng Xiao is also a reckless madman? Even if he goes to hunt high-level monsters, his efficiency wouldn't be as good as hunting low-level ones, right? Moreover, he's just a swordsman. Captain Blood Eagle, I don't understand. Sigh. Blood Eagle sighed and said, the world of demonization is vast and boundless, but the areas explored by humans are actually very small. If this person enters those unknown areas and obtains some amazing treasures, it wouldn't be surprising. But those unknown areas are very dangerous even for level 180 divine level professionals. Only those with extremely good luck can survive, and this person is most likely one of them. Suddenly, Blood Eagle seemed to receive some news and said to Lin Shuer, Miss, the Alliance leader has issued an order for you to quickly bring this Feng Xiao over, mission level, highest priority. Hearing this, Lin Shuer's expression shook, then she frowned. I've already added him as a friend, but he hasn't accepted. That's difficult. Blood Eagle sighed. Miss, don't be disheartened. We may not be able to compete on the level leaderboard, but after the first advancement, the equipment leaderboard and battle power leaderboard will open, and miss, you will definitely be first on both leaderboards. At the same time, why is it so noisy outside? In a small inn, Lin Chen woke up quietly, hearing many people arguing outside, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. Ding! Congratulations on entering the newcomer level leaderboard, currently ranked first. Reward, title first on the leaderboard, specific attributes please check on your own. First on the leaderboard, title, all attributes plus 100% experience gain plus 50% lasts 24 hours. There were no major surprises, being first in level was already within Lin Chen's expectations. This title was actually a kind of buff, and after 24 hours, rewards would be given again based on rankings. If he fell off the leaderboard by then, he would no longer have this buff. So, he directly devoured it. Ding! Devour successful. All attributes plus 100%, experience gain plus 50%. The title in the status bar disappeared directly. Ding! Detected that the player Feng Xiao has reached level 30, please complete the class advancement task as soon as possible, achieve the first transformation, or you will not be able to gain experience. Ding! Publish the first transformation class advancement task, please go to the desolate desert, find the ancient golden palace, and kill the palace lord. He didn't care about the first transformation at all. The most urgent thing for him now was to earn some money, buy a house, and settle down his mother. So, making money came first, and he would do the transformation task on the side. Stretching lazily, Lin Chen got up, washed up quickly, and then checked out of the room. Outside the inn, in the square. Everyone, Feng Xiao is actually one of us from the Dark Empire. He was nurtured by our Dark Empire, which is why he is so successful today. In the future, he will lead our Dark Empire and rise to the top 4 guilds. What are you waiting for? The future top 4 guilds invite all brave warriors to join, with many benefits, beautiful women abound, limited spots, don't miss out. Nonsense! Feng Xiao is clearly from our Purple Star Pavilion, stop making up stories here. If you want to join a guild, you should join our Purple Star Pavilion. Ha, are you talking nonsense? I have the weapon used by Feng Xiao, look at this sword. A level 10 legendary weapon, discarded by Feng Xiao himself. To be honest, Feng Xiao once spent a night at our Purple Star Pavilion's headquarters. We secretly kept his personal clothing. Damn! You even brought out his underwear, you have no shame. You guys were the first to have no shame. Lin Chen, standing at the entrance of the inn, was speechless. He didn't expect these guilds to shamelessly spread rumors about him just to attract new members. Ignoring these people, Lin Chen went to the trading post. After yesterday's sales, he had sold many gems on consignment, earning a lot of credit points, and now he had 10,050 credit points left. Searching for skills, he found Elemental Explosion. Elemental Explosion normal attacks have a 10% chance to trigger a small area explosion, dealing 1.5 intelligence, damage to all targets within a 1 by 1 meter range, passive effect with no cooldown. Requires level 30, requires a magic class. Price, 900 credit points. He directly bought 10 copies and devoured them all. Ding! Devour successful. Normal attacks have a 100% chance to trigger a small area explosion, dealing 1.5 intelligence, damage to all targets within a 1 by 1 meter range, passive effect with no cooldown. 100% penetration, plus 100% elemental explosion, combined with the 20 flying sword arts he currently had. His AoE ability had reached a terrifying level. Let's take a look at the attributes. ID, Feng Xiao level, 30 class, swordsman health, 52050/52050 mana, 20750/20750 attack, 7794 armor, 21621, plus 4324, percentage bonus in parentheses, strength, 375, plus 393, agility, 392, plus 411, intelligence, 10,122, plus 10,628, assignable attribute points, 300 skills, basic swordsmanship, parry and block, double slash, sword flight, cloud piercer, elemental explosion. Expand talent, devourer of all things luck value, 1011 equipment, beginner's sword, shadow cloak, legendary, ring of the Skywalker, artifact, additional attributes, sword weapon damage plus 1005%, all attributes bonus plus 105%, experience gain plus 4505%, health limit plus 10%, regenerate 5% health every 10 seconds, regenerate 170 health per second, regenerate 50 mana per second, attack speed plus 500%, movement speed plus 60%, evasion plus 10%, armor bonus plus 20%, physical damage reduction plus 10%, experience per second plus 5, plus 225, all elemental resistance plus 5%, all elemental damage plus 5%, physical critical rate plus 5%, magic critical rate plus 5%, physical critical damage plus 35%, magic critical damage plus 35%, backpack space plus 750. In just one day, his attributes had become so abnormal, especially his armor and intelligence, because he had devoured over 800 pieces of faintly glowing chest armor. His values had far surpassed those of players at the same level. But he was well aware that he still had a significant gap compared to those high-level professionals. After a moment, Lin Chen arrived at the post station. He saw many people shouting to form teams. Level 60 assassin with 10,000 attack seeking team, for leveling or treasure hunting. Buddy, with such high attack, wouldn't solo leveling be better? I'm afraid of dying. Brother, I'm a level 60 guardian knight, with 80,000 health and 5,000 defense. We can team up to treasure hunt in the dark forest. With me protecting you, you can focus on dealing damage. Let's go. Lin Chen ignored these people, rented a horse at the post station, and set off. The desolate desert was 60 miles away from Qingxi town. The area was covered in yellow sand, almost devoid of vegetation, appearing desolate and quiet. However, beneath the yellow sand lay numerous demonized monsters, including swarms of ants and highly poisonous creatures like scorpions and snakes. The most dangerous aspect was the natural disasters in this area. Once caught in a black sandstorm without life-saving items, one would be doomed. The Golden Palace was a relic in the desert that inexplicably disappeared every few days, only to reappear elsewhere. Hence, no one knew the exact location of the Golden Palace. At the edge of the desolate desert, there was an outpost serving as a supply point with many merchants selling medicines, food, and water. The horses from the post station went directly to the outpost, where personnel were dedicated to handling them. Lin Chen dismounted here. This time, he had prepared plenty of water and food, and even brought a compass to avoid getting lost in the desert. Just as he was about to enter the desolate desert, he suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw 4 fully equipped professionals slowly approaching him. Lin Chen turned to face them, his expression unreadable. Do you need something? Bro, we're short on supplies. Can we borrow some money to spend, and we'll pay you back later? One of them said with a smile. In the next moment, all 4 of them revealed their levels and classes. 2 shadow assassins, 1 hunter, and 1 shadow mage, all first-tier professionals, all at level 50. The shadow assassins focused on physical attacks, emphasizing one-hit kills. The hunter excels in setting various traps, using the environment and timing to ambush enemies. The shadow combines magic with assassin skills, such as elemental enchantments, curses, and illusions, creating a unique fighting style. These 4 individuals revealing their levels clearly indicated hostile intentions. Only fools believe in borrowing and returning money. It was obviously a robbery attempt. Sorry, I don't have any extra credit points to lend you, Lin Chen said politely. He was puzzled, dressed plainly with few pieces of equipment. Why would these people mistake him for a target for robbery? What did you say, kid? Lin Chen's words left the 4 men dumbfounded. A newcomer dared to speak to them like this. Are you deaf? Lin Chen retorted impatiently. Damn it, don't toast and not drink, or you'll face the consequences. One of them got angry. Just because there are people watching here doesn't mean we won't harm you. Be honest, hand over the money, and we'll let you go. With that, one of the Shadow Blade professionals slowly faded away, becoming invisible. Were they going to attack directly? Weren't they afraid of being wanted? Lin Chen was puzzled. Committing such blatant acts of murder and robbery would lead to being wanted by the Professional Alliance. However, even if they attacked, he was not afraid. His armor was substantial, over 20,000, and the attack of a level 60-second transformation assassin was only around 10,000. Their damage on him would definitely not break through his defense. But in doing so, his abnormally high attributes would surely be exposed. Just as Lin Chen hesitated whether to counterattack the group, suddenly, a whoosh sound was heard, and an arrow shot from a distance towards the empty space in front of Lin Chen. Ding! The arrow seemed to hit something hard and was deflected. The invisible shadow blade, after blocking the arrow, also lost its invisibility and slowly became visible. Everyone turned their heads in surprise towards the direction where the arrow came from. They saw a male archer, revealing his ID, walking towards them. A godlike man, level 21, Archer Lin Jia of the Lin family from the Dark Knight Association, ranked 6th on the heavenly ranking. Is it him? Lin Chen was astonished. The godlike man, ranked 6th on the heavenly ranking, Lin Jia from the Lin family. This is going to be interesting. There were also groups of professionals watching from a distance. Lin Jia approached Lin Chen, smiling as he greeted, Feng, we meet again. Feng? Lin Chen's expression was strange. Lin Jia smiled and said, aren't you called Lin Chen? We both have the surname Lin, so calling you Feng makes us closer, right? Then he looked at the assassins and sternly reprimanded, in front of everyone, you dare to rob on the road, you have a lot of nerve. The assassins also recognized Lin Jia, their faces changing, and one of them smiled and said, "So it's a friend of young Master Lin. It's a misunderstanding." "It's all a misunderstanding." Young Master Lin misunderstood. "We are all law-abiding citizens, how could we do such a thing? It's all a misunderstanding." "The misunderstanding is cleared up now, we'll leave immediately." The other three also spoke and were about to leave. "Wait, you want to leave just like that?" Lin Jie stopped them, then walked up, grabbed one of them by the collar, and slapped him twice. The damage was minimal, but the insult was strong. The man dared not speak out in anger, gritting his teeth. The surrounding audience dared not make a sound. The Dark Knight Association was a mountain pressing down on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Lin Jie felt it was not enough, grabbed the man and brought him to Lin Chen. "Punish him." "No need. If you don't punish him, how will he learn his lesson? He will surely bully other newcomers in the future." "Enough, you've already beaten him like this. If I intervene again, he might lose his life," Lin Chen said with a wry smile. There was still a hint of doubt in his heart. Why did Lin Jie help him like this? Their relationship hadn't reached this level yet, right? Lin Jie threw the people down and threatened, "Get lost. If I catch you bullying newcomers again, it won't be as simple as a lesson." "Thank you, young Master Lin." "Thank you, young Master Lin." The few people quickly fled. The surrounding audience also dispersed one after another. Lin Jie hooked Lin Chen's shoulder. "Phone, leveling up? I'll take you. Just say what you need." Lin Chen pushed Lin Jie's hand away. He, can't hide anything from you." Lin Jie smirked, then lowered his voice and said, "It's still about that matter. Yesterday, I did as you said, Phone, but Lin Shuer not only ignored me but also said I was sick." "What did you do?" "Showed off my manly charm, of course, flexed my muscles." Lin Jie rolled up his sleeves, opened his shirt, flexed his muscles, made a few moves, looking serious. This left Lin Chen speechless. Indeed, he was sick. Who shows off muscles right away? Isn't that just pure stupidity? "Phone, you've taken the money, think of a way for me." Lin Jie looked at Lin Chen pleadingly. Lin Chen helplessly said, "A man's charm is not muscles, it's about providing a sense of security, do you understand? For example? For example, when she encounters trouble and difficulties, you effortlessly help her solve the problem." "I understand. Thank you for the guidance, Phone. I have something to do, I'll leave first." Lin Jie's expression changed, then turned and left in a hurry. Lin Chen shook his head in silence, then walked into the desolate desert. On the other side, the four assassins were gathered under a sand dune. One of them covered his face, eyes filled with anger, a fierce expression. "It was supposed to be just acting, but he actually slapped me in front of so many people. Damn it! If it weren't for his status as the young master of the Lin family, I would have killed him." At this moment, one assassin peeked out towards the direction of the outpost, then quickly withdrew and said, "Boss, they've separated, that kid has entered the desolate desert." "Can't touch Lin Jie? Can't we touch that kid?" The assassin said in a deep voice, "I can't swallow this anger, I want to kill that kid. Are you in or not?" "Boss, this will offend the Dark Knight Association," one of them advised. "What's there to fear? The desert is vast and dangerous, if someone dies, who knows if it was us who did it?" The assassin boss said in a deep voice, "Just wait a bit longer before making a move, no one will notice." "Boss, we'll follow your lead." After a brief discussion, the four of them immediately entered stealth mode and disappeared on the spot. After leaving the outpost, Lin Jie immediately dialed a number. The playful expression on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a sharp gaze and a serious expression. "Jie, how is the situation progressing?" A voice with a hint of age came through the phone. Lin Jie said expressionlessly, "Grandfather, I've made contact with him, it seems he really doesn't know about his background." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before asking, "What's your impression of him? Is there anything special about him?" "Impression." Lin Jie pondered for a moment, then said, "He seems a bit dull, introverted, not very talkative usually, but there's something very strange about him." "What's strange?" The voice on the other end suddenly became tense. Lin Jie said in a low voice, "His emotions are too stable. I had a few assassins test him, but from start to finish, he never frowned or showed any sign of fear. And yesterday in Qingxi town, facing Lin Shuer's provocations, he remained calm throughout. It's as if he remains unfazed even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him. This kind of temperament, I've only felt it in second uncle. This doesn't seem like the behavior of an ordinary 18-year-old who just changed jobs," Lin Jie said, shaking his head. He felt an unfathomable depth in someone his age for the first time. But what puzzled him was that Lin Chen was just an F-level talent. Where did his confidence come from? "Alright, I understand," the voice on the phone continued. "Keep in touch with him, report to me immediately if you discover anything." "Keep in touch?" Lin Jie asked in confusion. Grandpa, even if he is a branch of our Lin family, it's not necessary to waste so much of our time and energy, right? I still need to level up. Xiao Jie. Listen carefully. The voice on the other end sounded serious. This task is of the highest priority, nothing else matters, do you understand? Grandpa, I understand, Lin Jie nodded, but his eyes were even more puzzled. Lin Chen, what is so special about your lineage that makes Grandpa care so much? On the other side, the 4 assassins had been tracking Lin Chen for miles, hidden from sight. Boss, the ant nest area is not far ahead, it's not a good place to make a move. Then let's do it here, in such a vast desert, no one will notice a dead person. Huh, where is he? Boss, he's gone. As the 4 discussed, they were about to make their move when they were shocked to find that Lin Chen, who should have been several tens of meters away, had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Could he be an assassin? But where did he get the invisibility skill from in just a turn? The group was puzzled. However, in the next moment, a faint voice with a hint of playfulness came from behind. Gentlemen, following me for so long, do you need something? The 4 instantly turned around, only to find that it was Lin Chen speaking, which startled them. What's going on? How did he find us? How did you get here? Boss, this guy is a bit spooky. Just a few seconds ago, they had seen Lin Chen several tens of meters ahead, but in the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind them. Moreover, it seemed like he had seen through their invisibility. It was too eerie. It must be the footprints giving us away. This guy is really cautious, but I can't figure out how he managed to appear behind us. It's teleportation. Suddenly, the assassin leader realized something, his eyes narrowing in shock as he said, "You have a teleportation item on you." What? The other 3 were also shocked. Teleportation skill required a level 150 magic class profession to learn, and it was very rare. Even many people at level 180 in divine professions might not have it. And yet, this newcomer could use teleportation, indicating that the teleportation item he had required a level of no more than 30 to use. This made it even more precious, something that could be sold for a house. After the initial shock, the group was ecstatic. Boss, we hit the jackpot with this kid, we're going to be rich. Don't be careless, if this kid dares to come after us, he must be able to use teleportation to escape again. Shadow mark. Suddenly, the hunter raised his hand and sent out a light beam that instantly entered Lin Chen's body. Boss, I've marked him, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I'll know his exact location. The man said excitedly and eagerly. On Lin Chen's side. Ding! You have been marked for tracking, can be dispelled, effect lasts for 1 hour. Wait a minute. Lin Chen raised his hand to stop them and asked, why did you target me at the outpost? I don't look like a wealthy person, do I? Dead men don't need to know too much. The assassin leader's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Attack! Shadow restraint. The shadow on the right raised his hand and released a chain woven from shadow energy, heading straight for Lin Chen. This is the signature control skill of the shadow assassin, capable of entangling a single enemy, not only immobilizing them for a short period but also draining the enemy's life force to restore a certain amount of health to the shadow assassin. With Lin Chen's movement speed, he could easily dodge it, but he wanted to see what characteristics these assassins had in combat after changing professions, so that in the future, when facing advanced assassins, he wouldn't be at a loss. So, he stood still, letting the opponent's skill hit him. Ding! You have been bound, unable to move, receiving 200 shadow damage per second, lasting for 3 seconds. Caught in the net. The shadow assassin smirked, it was too easy. Being caught in his skill meant that the battle was basically over. Use your ultimate to finish him off. Don't give him a chance to teleport. The leader of the assassins laughed wildly as he brandished his dagger. Shadow blade dance. He lunged forward, his twin daggers emitting a faint black light, continuously striking Lin Chen at an astonishing speed, with the final blow leaping up and striking down. The Shadow Blade dance was the ultimate move of the Shadow Blade, attacking 8 times in 1 second, with damage increasing from 50% to 120%, and the final blow guaranteed to be a critical hit. The chaotic whirlwind made Lin Chen's hair fly. Indeed, it was cool, he felt like playing as an assassin. But then he looked at the damage. -1, -1, miss, -1 miss, -1, -1, -2, critical hit. The last hit was a critical hit, a big 2 appeared above Lin Chen. The assassin leader? The 4 assassins stepped back a few paces, then collectively froze, standing still, quietly watching the floating numbers above Lin Chen's head. The whole air fell silent. How is this possible? The assassin leader's eyes widened, looking at his own stats panel in contemplation. He even doubted if his thousands of attack power were real. Could this person be disguised as an advanced professional? Others instantly had the same thought. But then the hunter's eyes narrowed. Once his shadow mark was placed on the opponent, he could obtain the opponent's level and profession information. Boss, this guy is indeed only level 30, a swordsman, and hasn't changed professions yet. Not an advanced professional? The group was once again puzzled. Only level 30, why? Suddenly, the assassin leader's eyes narrowed. Level 30. Swordsman. You are the newbie king, first on the level leaderboard, Feng Xiao. What? The other three also looked surprised. The legendary Feng Xiao turned out to be the seemingly ordinary person in front of them. The hunter calmly analyzed, at level 30 without a profession change, there's no reason he could withstand your ultimate with thousands of damage. He must have used some kind of one-time high-level defense scroll to avoid the damage. Boss, you keep him entangled, give me time to set up traps. When his defense scroll expires, he'll have to let us slaughter him. Shadow Realm Trap. With that, he gathered a whirlwind in his hand, raised it high, and after a second, the whirlwind spun rapidly, expanding in the wind, becoming immense in an instant, enveloping an area of over 10 meters in radius. The Shadow Realm Trap was the hunter's ultimate move, summoning a shadow storm every second within the skill's range, causing continuous shadow damage to all enemies in the storm, reducing their vision and movement speed. In the storm, the hunter's own abilities were enhanced, allowing him to move more easily between storms and execute deadly assassinations. At this moment, Lin Chen felt as if a massive black sandstorm had engulfed him, dimming the light and greatly obstructing his vision. Moreover, this trap inflicted 50 shadow damage on him every second. He had no magic resistance or shadow damage reduction, so he was losing 50 health per second, but this damage was nothing compared to what he could return. At this moment, he had already lost sight of several people. We must end this quickly. Lin Chen also drew his new sword. These people had already guessed his identity, posing a risk of exposure. Ahead. Boss, didn't we agree to stall for time? Why is everyone running? Nonsense. That guy is clearly fearless, obviously has other cards up his sleeve. If we don't run, are we waiting to die? Oh no. He broke free from the trap and caught up. Damn. His speed. Several people turned back in shock, realizing that Lin Chen was catching up with them at a speed faster than theirs. They were all advanced assassins with enhanced agility, faster than other professionals of the same level, yet that level 30 swordsman was even faster than them. This was too bizarre. Quick! Lure the monsters. There's an ant nest over here. The assassin leader broke into a cold sweat, quickly changing direction towards the monster area. The number of desert marching ants is terrifying. He might not dare to risk catching up. They had to fight for their lives. The ant swarm posed a threat to their enemies and equally to them. One wrong move and they would be overwhelmed by the ant swarm. By the time Lin Chen caught up, they had already disturbed an ant nest, and countless winged flying ants emerged instantly, each the size of a human head. Relying on their speed, they barely managed to create distance from the flying ants, but the ant legion was clever, splitting up to intercept them. The four of them were in a sorry state, sweating profusely. Feng Xiao, this time it's our fault, I apologize to you. The assassin leader shouted, there's no deep-seated hatred between us, there's no need to be ruthless, right? This flying ant swarm is extremely dangerous for a newcomer like you without any transformation. I advise you to retreat. However, Lin Chen charged fearlessly towards the flying ant swarm. What? He dares to chase us? The others were shocked. He's asking for death. The assassin leader gritted his teeth. Go back. Coordinate with the flying ant swarm. We might have a chance to kill him. Third brother, prepare the trap. Fourth brother, is shadow restraint cooldown ready? It's ready. Second brother, when the fourth brother controls him, will take the opportunity to get close, using ambushes and backstabs alternately to stun him to death. Got it. The battle plan was instantly formulated. However, the next moment. Flying sword technique. As Lin Chen raised his hand, 20 flying swords condensed around him, flying towards the four in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the flying swords were already close. Leading the charge, the flying swords first attacked the flying ant swarm. Minus 78,535. Minus 78,426. Minus 78,445. Numerous terrifying damages emerged. As the flying swords killed the outer flying ants, not only did they pierce through and continue to attack the targets behind, but there was also an elemental explosion, with a large amount of minus 31,125 blue damage appearing. Elemental explosions were magical damage, unaffected by armor, and these level 30 flying ants, with their health ranging from 10 to 20,000, couldn't withstand it and were instantly killed. The densely packed flying ant army collapsed in an instant, with countless bodies falling like rain. And on those bodies, equipment glowed and continuously shot out in all directions. In an instant, the entire sky was shrouded in white light. Damn! What just happened? The four assassins stood dumbfounded. The scene before them was beyond their comprehension. However, the next moment, a long sword pierced through the flying ants and flew towards them. Upon hitting one of them, a large golden critical hit number appeared. -161,015. The person died on the spot, triggering an elemental explosion that sent the two nearby flying. -31,125. -31,125. In just a moment, the four-person assassin group was reduced to only the hunter standing still. They were all assassins with a focus on damage output, making them vulnerable in terms of defense and health. They couldn't even withstand the aftermath of Lin Chen's elemental explosion. Another one. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold as he chased after the assassin. When the assassin met Lin Chen's eyes, he trembled all over, turned around in fear, and tried to escape. Stop! I'm from the Assassin Alliance. You can't kill me. While running for his life, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Captain, save me. Save. His voice abruptly stopped. Seeing the assassin with the phone, Lin Chen teleported over and swiftly dealt with him. A simple basic attack split the man in half. -78,554. The body fell, motionless. Hey! What's happening? Speak up. Hey! The phone dropped to the ground, still emitting sounds. Assassin Alliance. Lin Chen muttered, then slashed the phone into pieces with his sword. Turning back, the equipment on the bodies of the dead ants continued to emit light, as if there was no end to it. Lin Chen carefully reviewed the battle process and suddenly realized that he wasn't as invincible as he had imagined. If faced with enough enemies continuously using control skills on him, he would be in a difficult situation. Moreover, he lacked magic resistance and elemental resistance, so if a large number of mages attacked him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Next, he needed to increase his resistance. I've absorbed too little. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then cleaned up the battlefield. Once a professional dies, not only do all the equipment on them drop, but everything in their backpack also falls. Unfortunately, credit points do not drop. He collected all the belongings of the four individuals, including 4 sets of equipment ranging from level 30 to 50, mostly excellent with a few rare and epic pieces, but no legendary equipment was found. The rest were some miscellaneous items like torches, water, food, and materials collected from monsters. There were also many level 2 to 4 gems embedded in the equipment, mostly enhancing attack and health. Besides that, there was hardly anything valuable. However, something suddenly caught his attention. Key of skills, special item effect, can be used to permanently enhance a specific skill, with the enhancement direction being completely random. Requirement, skills below level 30. It's the key of skills. Lin Chen was surprised because this item was rarer and more expensive than mythical equipment. Its effect was also extremely powerful, allowing the permanent enhancement of skills, which meant breaking the rules. For example, a swordsman's basic skill, parry and block, had a 50% chance of successful blocking, reducing damage by 80% upon successful block. With enough keys of skills, there was a chance to increase the block rate to 100% and the damage reduction to 100%. He remembered reading news online about an elder mage in the Azure Sky domain who used many keys of skills to enhance a 10 by 10 meter area of a group attack skill to a massive 200 by 200 meter range. This skill was comparable to a forbidden curse but had a very short cooldown, making it extremely powerful. The Elder Mage became famous worldwide for this skill and became one of the top 10 mage gods in the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, this key of skills was only level 30 in terms of enhancement, and could only enhance some basic skills. If a level 180 key of skills were to appear, it would definitely cause a worldwide frenzy. Should he devour this item himself? Lin Chen hesitated. Selling it could easily buy him a house. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. He remembered that the dying assassin had mentioned being from the Assassin Alliance. Moreover, the hunter carried such a precious item but did not use it, indicating that the ownership did not belong to him but to the guild's resources. The key of skills was so rare, and coincidentally, the Assassin Alliance had lost one. He took one out to sell, making it hard not to associate it with him. In order to avoid trouble, he had to use it. Without hesitation, Lin Chen used the skill key on the flying sword technique. Ding! Enhancement successful. Attack range of flying sword technique increased by 10 meters. Flying sword technique, throw the long sword in hand to attack a single target within a 20-meter range, dealing 100% attack damage, can trigger basic attack effect, cooldown 4 seconds, mana cost 10 points. A range of 20 meters. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the enhancement would increase the damage, as there were many ways to boost damage, but the attack range could only be enhanced by such rare treasures. At this moment, the dazzling equipment flow outside gradually subsided. The sand was covered with equipment and materials, densely packed and dazzling. However, it took him 10 minutes to pick up everything. I never knew picking up equipment could be so tiring. Lin Chen chuckled bitterly. Checking the harvest. A total of 225 pieces of equipment, 76 level 1 gems, and countless shell materials. He couldn't be bothered to pick up the materials, it would take up too much space to sell them, and another round of inventory would be full. It was a pity that all the equipment was white, with very few attributes added. Only elites and bosses would drop colored equipment. Swallowing up all the equipment, including the equipment of the 4 assassins, greatly increased his attributes. Attack plus 3086 armor plus 855 strength plus 854 agility plus 925 intelligence plus 758 white equipment had very low attributes, hardly adding much, relying entirely on quantity accumulation. Most of the assassin's attributes were boosted by embedded gems, with the equipment itself being average. Since gems could be removed and re-embedded, and equipment would gradually be phased out as levels increased, most people focused on collecting gems. However, there were 2 equipment skills that Lin Chen absorbed. Enhanced Shadow Cloak, increases stealth effect by 30%. Deadly Strike, basic attacks have a 5% chance to deal 150% damage to the target, with a chance to crit again. The first skill matched his Shadow Cloak and was somewhat useful. The second skill was good, but the probability was too low. This harvest was fulfilling, but unfortunately, he was not gaining experience now, still at level 30. Lin Chen continued walking deeper into the desert. Meanwhile, in a dark underground palace, 2 senior professionals dressed as assassins were in conversation. Shadow, how could you mess up like this? The Lord Leader only needs that 1 skill key to challenge Xiao Zhantian now. It was such a simple task to transport the goods, yet you managed to mess it up. Because the members of their assassin alliance were wanted by the professional alliance, they could hardly use teleportation arrays and had to transport goods on foot. Lord Bloodblade, please forgive me. This skill key was snatched from the Tianao alliance. Currently, the Tianao alliance, along with other major forces, is conducting a thorough search for us. In order to avoid drawing attention, I had to send a few low-level assassins to transport the goods. They managed to evade all searches, but unfortunately, things still went wrong. Rest assured, I have already sent someone to investigate, and we will soon know who robbed our assassin alliance's belongings. After speaking, the senior assassin received a message and his face lit up after checking it. We found out, my lord. The last known location of my subordinates was at an outpost in the desolate desert. Some people saw them getting into a conflict with Lin Jie, the young master of the Lin family, and a newcomer. Lin Jie stood up for the newcomer, gave them a good scolding but didn't really hurt them, and eventually let them go. Shortly after, I received a distress call from them, and the coordinates indicated they were in the desolate desert. Lin Jie? Did the Dark Knight Association make a move? Bloodblade furrowed his brow. Not necessarily. Another person shook his head. Firstly, Lin Jie didn't know they were carrying valuable treasures or that they were members of our assassin alliance. There was no reason for him to kill them. If he knew, with Lin Jie's extravagant nature, he would have killed them on the spot to seize the treasures, not wait to strike in secret. What about the newcomer? What sparked the conflict? Not sure, still investigating. Alright, you keep investigating. I'll go to Tianfeng City. Within 3 days, we must give the alliance leader an explanation. Yes. On the other side, in the scorching desert, Lin Chen was sweating profusely at the moment. He took out a bottle of water, drank it down, feeling the coolness soothing his throat, giving him some relief. It had been 6 hours since he had killed the group of assassins. However, his gains in these 6 hours were not as satisfactory. The ant nest was hidden beneath the desert, hard to distinguish from the outside, only triggering hostility when approached at a certain distance. The key was that he had finally found some nests, only to discover they had already been cleared out. In the past 6 hours, he had only cleared about 20 nests, losing a lot of equipment, all swallowed up. In addition, there were over 1,400 level 1 gems in total. Now his attack power had reached 33,800. After struggling in the desert for so long, he was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Just ahead, he saw a rocky area and found a spot to set up a makeshift shelter with a tent, lying down to rest. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, a group of high-level professionals surrounded a newcomer, moving forward slowly. The leader was Wang Yong, who was currently at level 28 and still ranked 10th on the leaderboard. Suddenly, the space to Wang Yong's left distorted, and an assassin gradually appeared. "Young master, we have a situation." "What's wrong?" Tai Shu beside him became serious. "Several ant nests nearby have been cleared out." The assassin said solemnly, "The situation is a bit strange. Tai Shu, young master, you should go and see for yourselves." A moment later, led by the assassin, Wang Yong, Tai Shu, and the others arrived at a spot next to an ant nest. They saw the ground littered with ant corpses and materials. Judging by the freshness of the corpses, this team left not long ago. From the wounds, all were killed in one strike. Currently, we can determine that this team consists of at least one swordsman and one mage. Being able to kill ants instantly indicates their attack and magic damage are at least over 20,000. From this, we can infer that they are professionals of level 60 or above. Why would professionals above the second advancement come here to grind? Wang Yong looked puzzled. He had high-level professionals around him, but they didn't interfere with his leveling, or else he wouldn't gain experience. The assassin's eyes were filled with confusion as he continued his analysis. "Young master, look at the materials stripped from the bodies." At this point, everyone also noticed something amiss. Beside each ant corpse, a set of materials was neatly arranged. To achieve a 100% stripping rate for each body, this requires at least master-level gathering skills. Materials from enchanted monster corpses are usually obtained in two ways, either by luck directly dropping them or by learning gathering skills to strip them. Low-level gathering skills have a low probability of success, and once failed, the body becomes useless, unable to be gathered again. However, they did not know that just over 10 minutes ago, Lin Chen had only used a flying sword technique here and had not done anything else. Grandmaster level gathering technique. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces full of astonishment. With this level of gathering technique, there are only about 10 known in the Dragon Kingdom, with 7 belonging to the 5 major forces and the remaining 3 being solo practitioners. I remember that one needs to be at least level 150 to advance to the Grandmaster level gathering technique, right? The fact that they gathered so many materials but didn't take any with them indicates that they are not short of money. They must be practicing their gathering skills. Which guild has come so conspicuously to the desolate desert? What do they want to do? They are probably here to snatch the Golden Palace. In previous years, most newcomers' first task was to kill the lords in the Golden Palace, but there are only 3 lord bosses in the Golden Palace. Regardless of which guild it is, try not to conflict with them. Our main task is to ensure that the young master successfully completes his first advancement. There's a rocky area ahead, let's go there to rest. There's a situation. As the group chatted, another assassin suddenly came to report. A tent was found not far ahead in the rocky area. It seems to belong to a solo practitioner. Let's drive them away. No, let's not. Since the place is so vast, we can rest together. There's no need to drive them away, as it would tarnish our guild's reputation. Wang Yang quickly spoke up. Listen to the young master, Uncle Tai nodded. When Wang Yang led his people over, Lin Chen also heard the commotion outside and came out to see what was happening. Feng Zi? Fatty? The two locked eyes, looking at each other in surprise. Ha, what a coincidence. Wang Yang ran over excitedly. Feng Zi, why did you come to the desolate desert alone? It's very dangerous here. It's not too bad. Lin Chen glanced around and saw at least 20 advanced professionals, all members of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. Wow, so many people assisting in leveling up. He was a bit envious. Although advanced professionals couldn't directly participate in leveling up, they could help with reconnaissance, provide buffs, and carry more supplies. Suddenly, a sorcerer behind Wang Yong raised his hand and shot a black beam of light into Wang Yong. -3,650. -3,650. Damage numbers appeared above Wang Yong's head. An assassin. Lin Chen frowned, drew his sword in an instant, his gaze like the cold stars in a winter night, sharp and piercing, cutting through the air and aiming straight at the sorcerer's heart. Stop! Wang Yong quickly raised his hand to stop him. You've misunderstood. He's one of us. The next moment, a priest advanced professional raised his hand and cast a holy light on Wang Yong's head. +3,650. +3,650. Green numbers representing healing appeared one after another. The many advanced professionals on the scene seemed accustomed to all this and didn't care about the sorcerer at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen seemed to understand something. Is it because of your talent? Yes, Wang Yang nodded. Let's talk inside. At this point, those advanced professionals had already set up tall tents. Lin Chen followed Wang Yang into one of the tents. Meanwhile, the sorcerer came to his senses and found his back soaked in cold sweat. His eyes were filled with confusion and incomprehension. With just one glance, he felt a great danger. He didn't understand why this was happening. After all, Lin Chen was just a newcomer. Inside the tent, Wang Yang smirked and whispered, remember my talent? As long as I maintain a combat state, my attributes keep stacking. The skill that made me lose health just now is from the Shadow Wizard, called Evil Lash, which causes 1% damage per second for 1 minute. What? Lin Chen was taken aback. 1% damage per second, 3,650 in total. Doesn't that mean Wang Yang currently has 360,000 health points? He released skills for me to help me stay in a state of constant battle, Wang Yang said proudly. Right now, I've been in battle mode for 10 hours straight, with my attack, health points, and armor all multiplied by 36. I currently have 360,000 health points, but my attack is relatively low, just over 20,000. Terrifying, isn't it? Lin Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Even with his superhuman talent, he only had a little over 30,000 in attack power. Of course, considering the damage amplification of sword skills and flying sword techniques, Wang Yang's 360,000 health points were as fragile as paper. However, with just an A-level talent being so extraordinary, how monstrous were those with SSS-level talents, like Lin Shuer, at this moment? Fengzi, are you here to level up? Wang Yang suddenly looked serious. Things might get chaotic here. It's best for you to leave the desolate desert and level up somewhere else. I'm not here to level up. What's the matter? Lin Chen asked. Do you know about the Golden Palace? Wang Yang continued, according to the usual practice, the target of the new player's class transfer mission is usually the Lord Boss inside the Golden Palace. All major forces want to be the first to transfer classes, but there are only 3 bosses. Once they are taken by others, the mission target will automatically switch to the Lord of another map, wasting a lot of time. Therefore, in order to seize the boss, major forces may erupt into a large-scale battle, and many high-level professionals may appear all over the desert to clear the field. Our guild has already found the location of the Golden Palace, and I was planning to go there, but I can't take you with me. Wang Yang sighed and apologized. Taishu told me that my growth might be too dazzling, and some forces might target you to deal with me. So we can't get too close, and you must not publicize our relationship everywhere. Lin Chen smiled, don't worry, I can take care of myself. Looking at Lin Chen, Wang Yang sighed and lamented, I don't know what's wrong with this world. You work so hard, whether in academic or combat classes, always ranking first, but in the end, you only awakened an F-level talent. And people like me and Lin Shuer, who are at the bottom of the class, can awaken such good talents. Fate is truly unpredictable. Lin Chen's expression was strange, it is indeed somewhat unfair. Since entering the magical world, he had no guild support and didn't spend much money, yet he easily became the first newbie king after a nap and even ranked first on the level leaderboard. People like Wang Yang, who stayed up all night leveling up with the help of many high-level professionals, were still not even level 30, which indeed seemed unfair. Fengzi, let's not talk about this. Wang Yang took a deep breath. I'll have someone from our guild take you back to town. Lin Chen smiled, no need, I have things to do and don't plan on leaving for now. This made Wang Yang look serious. Maybe I didn't make myself clear just now. Right now, there are high-level professionals everywhere in the desolate desert and we newcomers are no different from ants in front of them. Just now, we encountered a strong player who seemed to be a master-level gatherer. Oh, by the way, how long have you been here? Have you noticed a large group of people passing by nearby? Lin Chen shook his head, I've only just arrived and haven't seen any other professionals. Anyway, you don't need to persuade me, I know what I'm doing. Alright, Wang Yang nodded helplessly. Just be careful, and if there's any danger, call me immediately. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, Young Master, Taishu, something big is happening. Lin Chen and Wang Yang hurried outside. A solemn assassin spoke with a serious tone, there's news from the Golden Palace that the Tianao Alliance has dispatched a junior army corps and even declared that they have secured the Lord of the Golden Palace, asking us to move elsewhere. A junior army corps. Uncle Tai frowned, the Tianao Alliance is simply being ridiculous. Are they out of their minds? It's just a routine mission, is it necessary to mobilize an army corps? I heard that a 10-person treasure hunting team from the Tianao Alliance was ambushed in the northern plains a few days ago, losing valuable treasures, so they are quite agitated now. Why do I feel it's because of the incident where the top-ranked player was robbed? The mysterious Flute's class advancement mission is most likely related to the boss inside the Golden Palace. As long as they block the Golden Palace, they can be the first to complete the class advancement. What should we do then? Just retreat like this? The leader has sent a message. Uncle Tai suddenly said, the message from above is not to compete with them. The first class advancement is not that important. Master Feiyu has already moved to the Flame Mountain over there. Young Master, the head of the family wants us to go there too. Just like that? Wang Yang was still somewhat dissatisfied. It's just a junior army corps, right? They are just some level 60 first-class professionals. I can easily overpower them with my attributes stacked up. Young master, this is the head of the family's order. Uncle Tai said helplessly, but we have already disclosed the coordinates of the Golden Palace publicly. Someone will definitely cause trouble, they won't have it easy. Alright. Wang Yang sighed helplessly, then turned to Lin Chen and said, Fingzi, the plan has changed. I have to leave, let's leave the desolate desert together? No, you go ahead. Lin Chen shook his head. Okay, take care of yourself. Wang Yang didn't insist further. Shortly after, Wang Yang and the other members of the Iron Blood Warriors Alliance left one after another. A junior army corps. Lin Chen murmured, his expression somewhat grave. An army corps is the main combat force of major powers, employing military management and training, with extremely strong combat capabilities. There are distinctions within army corps, such as those composed of recruits recruited this year, known as new army corps. Those who fail to complete the first-class mission will be eliminated. After the first class, they will be promoted to junior army corps, and after the second class, they will be promoted to senior army corps. However, many people have weak talents and cannot complete the second-class mission after reaching the level 60 limit, so they can only remain in the junior army corps for the rest of their lives. Therefore, intermediate army corps generally consist of level 90 second-class professionals, senior army corps consist of level 120 third-class professionals, and special army corps consist of level 150 fourth-class professionals. Beyond that are the honorary army corps, consisting of level 180 5th-class professionals, which are the core combat force of the power. The organization of an army corps generally consists of 5 people in a standard group: warrior, archer, assassin, mage, and cleric. 5 groups form a squad, 5 squads form a battalion, and 5 battalions form an army corps. In other words, an army corps consists of 625 people. Although they are all first-class professionals, the sheer number is intimidating. Even 5th-class professionals would not dare to confront a junior army corps head-on. Lin Chen naturally did not want to fight against an army corps, but he did not want to wait any longer. After being busy in the desert for half a day, how could he return empty-handed? As long as the boss in the Golden Palace remains alive, his first-class mission target will not change. Moreover, he detests this kind of monopolizing behavior. Opening the official website, discussions about the coordinates of the Golden Palace were everywhere. Lin Chen packed up his tent and headed towards the location indicated by the coordinates. At the same time, in a certain place in the desolate desert, Lin Shuer's body shimmered with golden light as she reached level 30. Finally level 30. Lin Shuer's face lit up with excitement as she checked the rankings and saw that the flute player was still at level 30 without class advancement, thinking that she had finally caught up. As long as she becomes the first to advance to the next profession, it means she has surpassed Fengxiao and become the top newcomer. This glory belongs to her, and she must reclaim it. Miss, these are the level 30 equipment prepared for you. Beside her, Blood Eagle also brought out a set of equipment that had been prepared long ago. Lin Shuer replaced the equipment one by one. 3 mythological pieces, 8 legendary pieces, each embedded with level 3 gems, each enhanced to at least plus 14. Feeling the powerful force within her, Lin Shuer's lips curved into a smile. Blood Eagle said with a smile, after advancing, the equipment leaderboard will be unlocked, and miss, you will undoubtedly be at the top. It's a pity the weapon is a bit lacking, Lin Shuer said somewhat discontentedly. If only I could get my hands on the destruction staff from the Qingxi Town auction house. Her weapon was just a legendary staff. Let's go, the advancement task is out. Lin Shuer put away her staff, summoned her mount, and headed towards the Golden Palace. I hope the Lord Boss there will let me experience the joy of battle. At the same time, Lin Chen also found the Golden Palace according to the coordinates. Just like the pictures online, it was a magnificent palace, majestic and shining with golden light, as if it were made entirely of gold. The area of the Golden Palace was also very large, reportedly as big as 20 football fields. However, outside the main gate of the Golden Palace, there were many professional figures dressed in identical standard equipment. Further away, there were many professionals patrolling. In just a moment, a 5-person team rode towards Lin Chen. Idle people, leave quickly. The scolding voice arrived before the people did. Immediately, an arrow shot in front of Lin Chen, less than half a meter away. This was no longer a warning but a blatant threat. Lin Chen frowned slightly, looking at the configuration of the 5 people, a standard 5-person team, probably members of a junior corps. He was confident he could kill them instantly, but it would alert more people. He was here for the advancement task and didn't have the need for that at the moment. Lin Chen turned around and moved away from the Golden Palace. After observing just now, he found that there were many people guarding the main entrance of the Golden Palace, but almost none on the sides. Perhaps it was the towering walls tens of meters high that made these people feel safe, as no one could cross such high walls to sneak in. But Lin Chen had teleportation skills, making it easy for him to enter. He planned to go around to the back of the palace and climb over the wall. However, at that moment, a dozen horses were galloping towards the main gate of the palace from a distance. And coincidentally, Lin Chen was on the path they had to take. Fu Lin Shuer pulled the reins of her horse, looking at Lin Chen standing not far ahead with a hint of disgust in her eyes. "You really are persistent." Others also whispered and pointed. "Why him again? This guy really wants to reach beyond his grasp. Doesn't he realize his own worth? Maybe he spent all the money Miss rewarded him with last time and now he's back for more. Is it so common now to freeload like this?" Obviously, after the incident at the auction house last time, many members of the Tianao Alliance were already quite familiar with Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to say more and just turned to leave. "Stop." Lin Shuer, however, persisted. "Lin Chen, don't think that with Wang Yang backing you up, you can provoke my bottom line time and time again. Forget about Wang Yang, even the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, of the Tianao Alliance, don't care about them. I hope this is the last time. If I catch you trying to track my whereabouts again, this will be your fate." With that, a flash of light appeared in Lin Shuer's hand, revealing a staff entwined with glowing runes. Pointing it forward, a beam of energy shot out from the staff, hitting a scorpion in the nearby sandy ground. Bang! Minus 36,454. With a loud explosion, a damage number emerged from the scorpion's body. This scene was witnessed by the 5-person team from the core, their faces filled with astonishment. Hiss! Such exaggerated damage. She's only level 30 and hasn't even undergone a class transfer yet, right? How come her damage is higher than mine, a level 60 first-class professional? Can this even be compared? She is the first SSR talent in history, and look at her equipment, studded with gems. With just this set of equipment, it cost several million to put together. That kid must be scared silly. This damage is enough to one-shot him 10 times over. Listening to the whispers below, Lin Shuer proudly raised her head, feeling elated. She had become the pride of the heavens, a future leader, and the gap between her and Lin Chen was like heaven and earth. However, this waste of space lacked self-awareness and still harbored fantasies about her. She believed that with this attack, the other party should understand the disparity between them. Lin Chen glanced at the damage, his expression strange, then gave a thumbs up. Impressive. At that moment, the core leader hurriedly arrived at the palace gate with his men. "Miss, allowing someone to approach the palace was a failure on my part. Please punish me, miss." The junior core leader was a young man who looked only a year or two older than Lin Chen. Lin Shuer pointed at Lin Chen and said to the leader, "Captain Han Feng, if this person is still lingering near the palace when I come out, you can expect to be relieved of your duties." "Yes." After speaking, Lin Shuer left with her bodyguards. The junior core leader's face darkened because of this person, leading to him being reprimanded. After learning about the situation from his subordinates, Han Feng coldly shouted at Lin Chen, "Why haven't you left yet?" At this moment, Lin Chen's mind was filled with thoughts of Lin Shuer trying to steal his first-class mission, so he didn't linger and quickly left. After a while, he circled around and arrived at the back of the Golden Palace. The walls here were tens of meters high, and the palace buildings inside were even hundreds of meters high, intimidating anyone who looked at them. As he expected, there were no core members guarding this side. Lin Chen activated the ring of the Celestial Walker, teleported to the top of the wall, carefully observed that there were no other people inside, and then jumped down. Bang! With a loud noise, Lin Chen knelt on one knee, crashing to the ground. Minus 8,452. The fall deducted his health points. Sensing the intruder, the once motionless golden statues around him came to life one after another. Palace Guardian, level 30, attack 800, health 30,000, skin resistance, physical damage reduced by 50%. Over a dozen Palace Guardians noticed Lin Chen and charged at him with long spears, roaring. Relying on his speed, Lin Chen adjusted his position, pulling the Palace Guardians together and then using flying sword technique. Minus 154,454. Minus 153,565. Numerous terrifying damage numbers emerged. With his current attack power of over 30,000, even with a 50% damage reduction, he dealt over 100,000 damage, occasionally landing a critical hit for over 300,000 damage, far exceeding the Palace Guardian's health limit. Moreover, each sword hit triggered an elemental explosion upon hitting the Palace Guardians, causing over 50,000 magical damage. Wherever the long sword went, nothing survived. Then he began to explode equipment, countless lights shooting out. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen used the skill of a blacksmith. Dismantle equipment. The equipment turned into powder on the spot, becoming strands of equipment essence that entered Lin Chen's palm. Devouring equipment was a slow process, taking at least 1.5 seconds each time, while dismantling equipment could be done in batches. With Lin Xuer likely to kill the boss of the Golden Palace first at any moment, he had no time to waste on devouring equipment. A swift and decisive battle was the best course of action. Just 5 seconds, all equipment decomposed, and the equipment essence increased by 45 points. The equipment essence setting is that decomposing white equipment gets 1 point, green equipment 2 points, blue equipment 3 points, and so on. Lin Chen picked up dozens of gems from the ground, then sped up to the maximum, and left swiftly. Next, whenever encountering monsters, he directly used a flying sword technique to clear the area, then decomposed the equipment, picked up the gems, and left without any hesitation. About 5 minutes later, he had accumulated over 1,000 equipment essences, and the encountered monsters had changed. The golden armor guards had higher attack, faster speed, and 50% magic damage reduction, but for Lin Chen, it made no difference. One move of the flying sword technique could clear the area. After a few more minutes and dozens of waves of monsters, Lin Chen finally arrived outside the largest palace. He had studied the knowledge related to the Golden Palace before and knew the map. Inside this largest palace was where the strongest boss was located, with the other 2 bosses positioned near the front gate. After clearing the miscellaneous soldiers at the entrance, Lin Chen entered the palace. In the hall, there were 2 rows of golden armor guards and palace guardians, with 2 exceptionally tall figures emitting black aura at the forefront. Royal Guards, Elite, Level 30, Attack 1200, HP 100,000, Resistance, Physical Damage Reduction 50%, Magic Protection, Magic Damage Reduction 50%. Finally, an Elite. Lin Chen's expression brightened, because this meant he could get some colored equipment again. After fighting monsters for so long and only getting white equipment drops, he was already tired of it. Without any fancy tactics, Lin Chen relied on his speed to dash through the ranks of ordinary monsters and reach the 2 elite monsters. He adjusted his angle to ensure a straight line and then used the flying sword technique. The plain and simple novice sword instantly transformed into 20 swords, shooting out fiercely. Even with 100,000 HP, the 2 elites couldn't withstand Lin Chen's damage and were instantly dismembered, turning into a pile of parts scattered on the ground. Streams of colored equipment radiance shot out from the elite corpses. A few seconds later, the 2 rows of small monsters also rushed over, and Lin Chen once again used a basic flying sword technique to clear them out. Lin Chen quickly collected all the colored equipment, or else he would soon be overwhelmed by the sea of equipment. 2 mythical, 3 legendary, 7 epic pieces, along with a dozen level 1 gems and 6 level 2 gems. Similarly at level 30, this elite had a much higher drop rate than the mother spider, which was also related to his increased luck value. Reaching out, he touched the equipment attributes. Phantom Boots, Mythical, Agility plus 150 Armor plus 45 Movement Speed plus 5% Evasion Rate plus 4% Special Attribute. When evading an attack, there is a 30% chance to create an illusion that confuses the enemy in place. The illusion cannot attack, takes 200% damage, and lasts for 3 seconds. Slots 0/2 requirements, Level 30 requirements, Swordsman, Assassin, Archer. Shadow Dagger, Mythical, Attack plus 500 Agility plus 90 Intelligence plus 90 Dual Crit Rate plus 5% Dual Crit Damage plus 30% Special Attribute, 5% chance to release a lightning chain when attacking, dealing, Agility plus Intelligence, electric damage to 5 nearby targets. Slots 0/2 requirements, Level 30 requirements, Shadow Mage Profession. Both mythical equipment attributes were excellent. He put on the shoes directly and stashed the dagger in his backpack, not in a hurry to consume it. As for the legendary and epic equipment, he couldn't be bothered to look at them. Afterwards, Lin Chen decomposed all the white equipment on the ground, picked up all the gems, and continued towards the depths of the palace. After a moment, he arrived at the main hall. Seated on the dragon throne was an emperor wearing a crown. Beneath the thick armor, there lay a creature resembling a dried corpse, with sunken eyes that seemed to pierce into darkness, quite eerie to behold. Demon Emperor Corpse Sovereign, Lord Level 30, Attack 3000, HP 500000, Skills, Emperor's Might, Corpse Storm, Resurrection of the Dead, Dark Dominion, Eternal Slumber. Wow, so many skills. In the demonized world, apart from certain special instances and specific bosses, as long as the level difference is within 3 levels, one can witness the boss's skills. However, to see the specific attributes of the skills, one needs to learn reconnaissance skills. Peasants! How dare you trespass into my palace, seeking death? Sensing Lin Chen's presence, a low, hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the hall. The demon emperor corpse sovereign on the dragon throne slowly rose, and his hollow eyes burst into a black flame. He pulled out a sword from the ground beside him and raised it high. Emperor's might. A ripple of energy spread out, instantly sweeping past Lin Chen, who was over 10 meters away. Ding! You have been affected by Emperor's might, attack speed reduced, movement speed reduced, armor reduced, dispellable. The next moment, the boss slightly bent his knees, then suddenly sprung forward, his sword engulfed in dark flames, charging relentlessly towards Lin Chen. Flying sword technique. With a swish, 20 flying swords shot into the air, colliding with the boss's charge. Several of the flying swords hit the boss, displaying exaggerated damage numbers. In the next moment, the boss's radiance quickly dimmed, his head drooped, sliding a few meters on the ground before coming to a halt in front of Lin Chen, motionless. Lin Chen gazed at the now looted corpse, speechless for a long time. To be honest, it was quite boring, unable to experience the thrill of battle. The boss had high HP, possibly significant damage reduction, but his attack power and sword damage bonus were terrifying, coupled with the damage stacking from the flying swords. Hence, the 500,000 HP was instantly depleted, without even a chance to unleash the second skill. Suddenly, a green light caught Lin Chen's attention. It actually dropped an immortal weapon. A lord monster dropping an immortal weapon was beyond imagination, because everyone knew that only world bosses would drop immortal weapons. The so-called world boss was just a term commonly used by professionals. In reality, they were called legendary lords. Like ordinary lords, legendary lords were rulers of a region, but their domain covered the entire map. Whenever professionals explored an unknown demonized area, there would be an extremely powerful legendary lord that required the combined effort of thousands to defeat. It was said that 100 years ago, when the first group of professionals set foot in the desolate desert, they encountered a colossal sandworm towering 100 meters high. Tens of thousands besieged it, sacrificing over 3,000 individuals before finally killing the sandworm. Legendary lords do not respawn. Once dead, they are gone forever. To obtain an immortal weapon, one must continuously explore new unknown regions. Excitedly, Lin Chen picked up the equipment emitting the green light. It was a sword of moderate width, neither too heavy nor too slender, fitting snugly in one hand for easy maneuvering. The most striking feature of the sword was undoubtedly the swirling dark red flames enveloping it, a flame not commonly seen, but one that seemed to be summoned from the depths of hell. Magic sword, incineration silence, immortal artifact, attack plus 950, all attributes plus 200, attack speed plus 100%, armor penetration plus 5%, magic penetration plus 5% special attribute 1, shadow damage reduction plus 40% special attribute 2, elemental damage amplification plus 45% attached skill 1. Magic flame sword aura. The sword is covered in magic flames, doubling the attack range. Each attack additionally deals 30% of attack power as shadow damage, can be activated or deactivated at will. Activation consumes 100 mana per second, no cooldown. Attached skill 2, Inferno Flame Slash. Rapidly attack the enemy 5 times, each attack deals 50%, attack plus intelligence, fire damage. The final strike includes a force knockup effect, costs 500 mana, cooldown of 10 minutes. Sockets, 0/3 requirement, level 30 requirement. First transformation magic swordsman hidden feature, evolvable, requires 3000 equipment essence. What a handsome sword! Its attributes are also very powerful, not only with dual penetration attributes but also 2 combat skills. The second skill can even be considered a ultimate skill. Of course, by devouring this sword, one can also gain its attributes and skills. However, it would be a loss. It's more cost-effective to devour it after evolution. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first transformation task, obtaining the qualification for the first transformation. Ding! Player's class detected as swordsman. Please choose one of the following advanced classes for swordsman. 1. Shield swordsman, can equip a shield, possessing strong defensive capabilities and vitality, lower output capabilities. 2. Blade warrior, can equip 2 weapons, focusing on pure physical attacks, pursuing the ultimate swordsmanship and destructive power, lower survival capabilities. 3. Phantom swordmaster, skilled in creating illusions and confusing enemies, renowned for quick and elusive attacks, lower vitality and defense, relying on high mobility and evasion rate for survival. 4. Magic swordsman, combining physical and magical abilities, able to adapt flexibly to various situations in combat, using magic to enhance swordsmanship or guiding magic attacks with swordsmanship. Magic swordsman. Lin Chen made his choice without hesitation. To hesitate for even a second would be disrespectful to the sword in his hand. Suddenly, ding! Player Feng Shao detected to possess the exclusive weapon of the magic swordsman, triggering the advancement to the hidden class. Ding! Congratulations to player Foam Xiao, transitioning to the unique hidden class, Magic Sword God. Gained agility plus 200, strength plus 100, intelligence plus 200, learned skills, shadow clone, shadow sword formation, elemental resonance. Received a ticket to the Forgotten Land Secret Realm *1, ding. First transformation successful, breakthrough level limit, can continue to gain experience. Ding. New player detected to have completed the first transformation. The new player equipment leaderboard will open in 1 hour. Hidden class. Lin Chen's expression shook. Within the enchanted world, hidden classes were rare, each one surpassing imagination in strength. Lin Chen never expected that he could transition to a hidden class. It was well known that a few years ago, the strongest in the world was Lin Wushuang, and the Dark Knight Association was undoubtedly the strongest superpower at that time. However, everything changed when Xiao Zhantian transformed into the hidden class, Blade Emperor. Some say that Xiao Zhantian was able to defeat Lin Wushuang and become the strongest by relying on the power of the hidden class. At that time, countless people rushed to study how to obtain hidden classes, but without exception, all failed. To this day, no one knows the secret of hidden classes, or if someone knows, they are unwilling to disclose it. His ability to transition to a hidden class was purely coincidental. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Chen checked the attributes of the acquired skills. Shadow Clone, summon a Shadow Clone with 50% of the main body's basic attributes, possessing all the main body's skills and equipped skills, capable of being controlled or acting autonomously, lasting for 10 minutes, consuming 1000 mana, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Shadow Sword Formation, summon, character level /10, number of magic swords that rotate around oneself, dealing 100% attack damage to nearby enemies. Each magic sword can also block damage once, lasting for 1 minute, consuming 250 mana, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Elemental Resonance, can change one's elemental attributes, switching at any time to gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, converting 50% of the next skill's damage into corresponding elemental damage. This is insane. The other two skills are nothing compared to this, but this Shadow Clone left Lin Chen shocked. It's like fighting with two of himself at the same time. And it's not just a simple 1 + 1 = 2, because the clone is completely controlled by his mind, working together seamlessly. When facing unknown dangers, he can even send the clone to scout ahead. In short, there are too many benefits. With this, his combat power has undergone a qualitative improvement. After transferring to the Demon God Sword Master, the requirements for wearing the Flame of Silence sword have also changed, becoming an exclusive weapon that no one else can equip except for this profession. Equipping the Flame of Silence sword, he gently waved the hilt, and the sword drew a perfect arc in the air, as if a faint buzzing sound could be heard. He could feel every vibration of the sword, every breath synchronizing with his heartbeat. In his hands, the sword felt like an extension of his arm, easy to handle, as if it were part of him. Activate the Flame Sword Aura. Suddenly, a black flame burst from the tip of the sword, initially just a few faint points, like dim starlight from another world. Then, the flame spread rapidly, like a dark current in the night, coiling up along the sword until the entire blade was completely enveloped in this pitch-black flame. The sword, originally only a few feet long, now seemed to extend several times its length, distorting the air wherever the tip pointed. Each swing carried a whistling wind, as if it could tear through space itself. Summon the Shadow Clone. Lin Chen shouted again. The next moment, Lin Chen saw a distortion in the space in front of him, followed by a black figure appearing out of thin air. The clone also held the Flame of Silence sword, wearing a fierce ghost mask on its face, clad in a pitch-black battle armor covered with intricate magic runes, shimmering with a faint blue light. Behind the clone hung a long red cloak fluttering in the wind, like a shadow in the night, appearing eerie and mysterious. The temperament of the clone and the main body were vastly different, so much so that even he himself could not recognize that it was him. Lin Chen tried to control the clone and quickly found that his consciousness could easily switch at any time, giving him two completely different perspectives. After he withdrew his consciousness, the clone could continue to execute commands conveyed by his thoughts without stopping on the spot. Lin Chen then tried having the clone pick up things. Surprisingly, it worked. The items picked up by the clone went directly into his backpack space, and the clone could also dismantle equipment. Unfortunately, the clone couldn't use his talent, Devour All Things. Lin Chen then checked the other items dropped by the boss. 3 mythical equipment pieces, 8 legendary equipment pieces, including a mythical armor that increased magic resistance by 10%, were directly devoured by Lin Chen. Additionally, there were over a dozen types of skill books and 4 level 3 gems, and 12 level 2 gems. So cool! Lin Chen quickly dismantled the remaining white equipment and then urgently controlled the clone to head towards the location of the next boss. Lord bosses are not rare, but the ones that can respawn are monopolized by major forces. Only the Golden Palace, which appears randomly, and the Lord bosses related to the first job transfer task are shared among all professions. On the other side, entering the main gate of the Golden Palace leads to a huge square filled with palace guards and golden armored guards, numbering in the thousands. Han Feng led 100 soldiers to spend a considerable amount of time clearing the square of miscellaneous troops. Miss, the boss room is ahead. Lin Shuer nodded lightly, summoned her weapon, and proceeded alone. Killing the Lord for the job transfer task must be done alone, without assistance from other professionals, not even allowing buffs, or else even if the boss is killed, the task will not be considered complete. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Ha ha ha. With a string of silver bell-like laughter, a petite girl only 1.5 meters tall suddenly rushed out from the side, darting ahead of Lin Shuer and briskly entering the palace gate. Thanks to all the members of the Tianao Alliance for clearing the way for me. I'll treat you to candy later. It's her. Lin Shuer saw the back of the little girl and her eyes narrowed, then hurriedly followed. Before leaving, she instructed Han Feng and the others, don't follow for now. Lin Shuer quickly passed through the palace gate and found a young girl standing in the middle of the hall with a lollipop in her mouth, tilting her head as if figuring out how to deal with the boss and two elite monsters in front of her. Yun Mengyao, how did you get in here? Lin Shuer asked in a deep voice. I've already booked this place for my Tianao Alliance. You can have your place, I'll just defeat the boss and leave. The little girl, Yun Mengyao, said indifferently. If you don't leave now, I'll have the troops escort you out. Lin Shuer said sternly, I've been very polite to you on behalf of the celestial domain. I'm not leaving. Unexpectedly, Yun Mengyao turned back and made a face at Lin Shuer. Naya, you're so mad. This made Lin Shuer itch with anger. What? Want to fight? Yun Mengyao chuckled. Think carefully, if you lay a hand on me, it means the Tianao Alliance is declaring war on the celestial domain. Do you, surnamed Lin, have the right to make decisions on behalf of the Shao family? You're asking for it. Lin Shuer was instantly furious, as she detested being mocked about her affiliation with the Shao family. However, at that moment, she received a message from the Blood Eagle with just a few words, do not conflict with Yun Mengyao. Yun Mengyao continued, there are 3 Lord bosses here, even if we each take one, there's still one left, don't be so stingy, Tianao Alliance. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the Shadow Avatar acted separately, clearing monsters along the way and each arriving outside the boss room. He first took down a boss with his main body, then controlled the Shadow Avatar, intending to capture the last boss as well. Coming in from the back door, he didn't notice the 2 people in the front hall. Without a word, he activated his sword energy, converted the elements into fire, and used sword chi towards the boss. In an instant, the Shadow Sword Incineration transformed into 20 swords, the soaring sword energy almost filling the entire space. The next moment, over a dozen Shadow Sword Incinerations pierced through the boss's body. Even though the Shadow Avatar only had 50% of the attack power, the sword damage bonus was still in effect, and the boss was instantly torn into pieces. What? This sudden movement immediately caught the attention of Lin Shuer and Yun Mengyao. Due to the distance, Lin Shuer and Yun Mengyao couldn't see the damage numbers dealt by the Shadow Avatar. However, they clearly saw that at the highest position, the boss, almost like a mountain of flesh, was directly killed in an instant. Why are there still people here? Yun Mengyao's eyes widened, and she said angrily, are these your Tianao Alliance's senior professionals? No. Soon Yun Mengyao's expression changed. The Golden Palace has restrictions, and entrance must not exceed level 60. The 2 instantly realized something terrifying. Even they couldn't defeat the boss in seconds, let alone after a prolonged battle. But the person inside had torn the boss apart in an instant, which was too exaggerated. Unconsciously, they both illuminated their staffs, cast several skills to clear the way of minions and elites, and continued to rush towards the boss's corpse. At that moment, Lin Chen controlled his shadow clone to reach the boss's corpse, intending to collect all the dropped equipment. He quickly noticed the 2 women approaching. Shadow Sword Formation. While picking up items, he activated the skill. 3 magic swords appeared out of thin air, swiftly spinning around the clone. Suddenly, a green light shot out from the boss's corpse. It was a divine weapon. Lin Chen acted swiftly, grabbing it and stashing it in his backpack before the green light fully illuminated. Next, beams of red light representing legendary equipment shot out, occasionally accompanied by colorful hues, all swiftly taken by Lin Chen. Watching the explosive scene before them, Lin Shuer and Yun Mengyao were stunned. Leave the equipment. Lin Shuer became anxious instantly. She glanced and noticed several legendary items and a colorful mythical equipment being picked up by the mysterious figure in black armor. As Lin Chen's shadow clone was wearing a mask and had a completely different demeanor from his real self, Lin Xuer didn't recognize him at that moment. Take one more step, and you die. The shadow clone pointed its sword at them, threateningly. You! Lin Xuer trembled with anger. Those items should have been hers, but now they were taken by someone else. Yun Mengyao, let's join forces. Lin Xuer gritted her teeth. She knew that the mysterious person before them had unfathomable strength, and she might not be able to stop him alone. However, when she turned to look, she saw Yun Mengyao staring straight at the black-armored man ahead, her eyes filled with admiration. So handsome. Yun Mengyao murmured dreamily. Oh no, the only combat power they could rely on was now gone. Lin Xuer took a deep breath and said firmly, although I don't know how you got in here, outside is filled with members of my Tianao alliance. Do you think you can escape? Idiot, Lin Chen replied with just 2 words. If he could get in, he could naturally get out. With the equipment collected, Lin Chen controlled his shadow clone to retrace his steps. Having already alerted the Tianao alliance members, he needed to leave quickly and had no reason to linger with Lin Xuer. You want to leave? Lin Xuer frowned, her staff glowing. However, at that moment, Yun Mengyao shouted, Feng Xiaogij, can we take a picture before you go? Feng Xiao. The name made Lin Xuer's eyes narrow, and she stopped the skill she was casting. What did you say? How do you know he's Feng Xiao? Lin Xuer questioned Yun Mengyao. Idiot, Yun Mengyao rolled her eyes and said impatiently, he uses a sword, kills bosses, and loots items. With a level around 30, only the top-ranked swordsman Feng Xiao could have such strength. It's him. Lin Xuer clenched her fists. She hesitated and retracted the step she was about to take. The name Feng Xiao was like a mountain pressing down on her heart. Back in the Novice King competition dungeon, she had felt powerless for the first time against the skeleton general, realizing how powerful Feng Xiao, who could defeat it, must be. Later, when Feng Xiao broke the level leaderboard record, her fear and awe of him only grew stronger. The reason she worked so hard was largely to surpass Feng Xiao and prove herself. But now, Feng Xiao was once again ahead of her, even making her lose the courage to confront him. The more this happened, the more hatred grew crazily in her heart. Han Feng! Lin Xuer shouted. Han Feng, who was waiting outside, immediately brought his men in. Miss, what's wrong? A solo practitioner has intruded and stolen what belongs to my boss. You handle it. Lin Xuer said coldly, avoiding mentioning Feng Zhao's name. Such a thing. Han Feng frowned, then said, Miss, rest assured, I will lead the troops to encircle and eliminate him, he won't escape. Daring to steal from the Tianao Alliance's boss was outrageous, especially as a solo practitioner, making the crime even worse. Yun Mengyao saw through Lin Xuer's thoughts at a glance but didn't expose them. The more Tianao Alliance pressured Feng Xiao, the higher the chance that the Azure Sky Sanctuary would recruit him. In an instant, the members guarding the Golden Palace received messages and all began to act. Han Feng left 200 men at the door and led the remaining 400 into the palace to search. Lin Xuer and Yun Mengyao arrived at the second boss's room, only to find the boss's body. No need to look, my mission target has changed, Yun Mengyao said thoughtfully. This means all 3 bosses in the palace are dead. Impressive, taking down 3 bosses alone, truly worthy of brother Feng Xiao, Lin Xuer said coldly. Whoever he is, he must die today. Over 400 level 60 experts would make even level 150 professionals retreat. The world of demonization was never a one-person game. Quantitative changes could lead to qualitative changes. Since the boss is gone, I'll take my leave first. You can continue searching, Yun Mengyao said before skipping away. Meanwhile, Lin Chen returned to the base of the city wall and teleported to the top. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something and quickly activated the invisibility skill from his cloak. As his figure faded, a loud eagle cry sounded in the distant sky. A giant eagle soared over, carrying a high-level professional on its back. This person was Lin Xuer's bodyguard, Blood Eagle, a 180-level divine guardian. His eagle-like eyes coldly surveyed the entire palace below. When his gaze swept over, Lin Chen felt as if he had been exposed, beads of sweat forming on his back. But he dared not move, any movement would reveal him, so staying still might help him go unnoticed. Focusing, he closed his eyes and transferred his consciousness to his clone, ensuring his safety. At the same time, the shadow clone hidden in a corner regained its intelligence and shifted its focus. He's here. At that moment, the Tianao Alliance troops also spotted the clone. Soon after, a dozen people surrounded him, ready to attack. Lin Chen raised his hand, casting the sword art. In an instant, 20 demonic swords appeared, flying towards the enemies. Empowered by the sword energy, each blade had an extended attack range. Caught off guard by Lin Chen's long-range group attack skill, the enemies had no time to dodge and had to rely on knights to shield themselves. With precise coordination, the knights shielded while the priests prepared to heal in between enemy attacks, preventing the knights from being instantly defeated. This skill tests insight and reaction speed, but for those striving for promotion, it's a daily must. Some have been practicing for 2.5 years just for this moment of facing the enemy. However, when the magic sword, Burning Silence, slashed across the knight's shield, terrifying damages emerged. Minus 44,600, minus 35,480, minus 39,500. In an instant, everyone within the range of the flying sword technique was torn apart. Although the shadow clone only had 50% attack power, Lin Chen's flying sword technique had accumulated too much additional damage. Firstly, there was the magical damage from the elemental explosion, followed by the fact that the flame sword aura could convert 30% of the damage into shadow damage, which bypassed armor. Additionally, there was the 50% fire damage converted by elemental resonance, which, without magic resistance and fire damage reduction, equated to true damage. Each person received at least 4 or 5 hits instantly, far exceeding their maximum health. Yet Lin Chen did not dare to relax. There were assassins in the enemy group. However, he was unaware that several assassins nearby witnessed the scene with shock, mouths agape, trembling, too frightened to attack Lin Chen. Shadow Sword Formation. Lin Chen then activated the skill to prevent assassin ambushes. A level 60 first-tier assassin might not break through his defense, but once control skills were used in succession, the clone might have to stay here. He quickly picked up the items dropped on the ground and swiftly departed. However, there was always an assassin revealing his position in secret, and more people were coming after him. Lin Chen could only control the clone to go on a killing spree. If these people wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed. A few minutes later, to his astonishment, Lin Chen found himself at level 47. Checking the message log. Ding! You killed a level 60 professional, gaining 270,300 experience. Ding! You killed a level 60 professional, gaining 270,300 experience. Killing people actually gave experience. And it was 6,000 experience each. After his experience gain bonus, that's why it was 270,000. He had never heard of such a thing before. Just as Lin Chen was distracted, a rapidly spinning large sword flew from a distance, but just as it was about to hit Lin Chen, the magic sword summoned by the Shadow Sword formation automatically blocked it. With a clang, the large sword was deflected, and the magic sword also fell and dissipated slowly. Han Feng's agile figure leaped out, caught the large sword, landed on the ground, and a cold smile played on his lips. You little mouse, I finally caught you. He didn't rush to attack but waited for his subordinates' support. Their usual practice was never to fight alone if they could outnumber the opponent. Captain! A nearby assassin appeared, looking serious, and said, "This guy's damage is very high, and his methods are very strange. Moreover, I just used reconnaissance skills, and this guy is only level 33, but strangely, his profession shows a string of question marks." Only level 33? Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Just now, he heard that the intruder had snatched Lin Shuer's boss, and he thought the enemy was a level 60 second-tier professional. Only level 33, yet in just a few minutes, he had killed at least a dozen of his level 60 subordinates, which was simply unbelievable. He is Wen Xiao. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock, "Quick, look at the level ranking. Newcomer level ranking, 1. Wen Xiao, Magic Sword Master, no faction, level 47. The list was only refreshed periodically, so they only now discovered the anomaly. And on the list, only Lin Chen's level exceeded 30, indicating he had already undergone a transformation. Coupled with the fact that the Golden Palace boss was snatched, they easily guessed that the mysterious swordsman before them was Wen Xiao, the Demon Sword Master. This is a hidden profession. Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I've never seen this profession before. It's actually a mysterious hidden profession. How did he manage to switch to a hidden profession? Is this the power of a hidden profession? A newcomer, effortlessly killing over a dozen of us, and making it look easy, it's a bit terrifying. The members of the Proud Alliance's junior corps were all very surprised these days. Many of them had been stuck at level 60 for a long time because of their weak talents and slow growth, unable to complete promotion tasks on their own. While they were facing off here, Lin Shuer also noticed the changes on the level rankings. Hidden profession. Lin Shuer's face suddenly turned very ugly. She was well aware of the power of hidden professions, but as the strongest talent among newcomers, she wouldn't allow anyone to overshadow her. So what if it's a hidden profession? So what if it's a once-in-a-century genius? In the end, they haven't grown up. At this moment, Han Feng also sent her an inquiry. "Miss, what should we do about this person, Feng Xiao, who is the top newcomer?" Without hesitation, she gave Han Feng the command, Han Feng, Feng Xiao has become a mortal enemy of our proud alliance, there's no chance of reconciliation. I want you to show no mercy. At this moment, the people outside were still unaware that the person inside was Feng Xiao. She had to kill Feng Xiao before the higher-ups of the Proud Alliance realized it. Otherwise, if Feng Xiao was truly absorbed by the Proud Alliance, she would live forever in his shadow. At the same time, Yun Mengyao came out of the Golden Palace, and a dozen or so people from the Azure Sky Sanctuary immediately greeted her. One middle-aged man among them asked in confusion, Yaoer, what happened inside? Why haven't you and Lin Shuer changed professions, but that Feng Xiao did? That Feng Xiao? Could it be that he's already been recruited by the Proud Alliance? In their view, the Proud Alliance had taken over the entire palace, and unless they allowed it, Feng Xiao couldn't have entered. Uncle Feng, I don't think Feng Xiao has been recruited by the Proud Alliance. Yun Mengyao recounted what she had seen. He actually killed the boss in seconds, truly worthy of a hidden profession. The middle-aged man, Yun Fengyang, nodded slightly. What hidden profession? Yun Mengyao was puzzled, but then she immediately thought of something and opened the rankings. Demon Sword Master. She widened her eyes in disbelief. He actually switched to a hidden profession. Uncle Feng, please intervene and save him quickly. If the Proud Alliance catches him, they will truly be invincible. Yun Mengyao clung to Yun Fengyang's arm, shaking it in a coquettish manner. Sigh. Yun Fengyang sighed, the Professional Alliance has regulations, I can't interfere in battles between juniors, but... He suddenly looked up at the sky where a giant eagle was soaring, and continued, it's fine to teach that little sparrow a lesson. As for whether he can escape from the core, it depends on his own luck. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Yun Mengyao was excited. Yun Fengyang bowed, leaped up, his figure soaring into the sky, a long sword automatically unsheathed on his back, swelling in the wind, finally turning into a giant sword carrying Yun Fengyang into the sky. At the same time, Lin Chen's transition to a hidden profession caused a huge stir throughout the Dragon Kingdom. While countless people envied him, jealousy also arose. This is so unfair. I'm so handsome, it's fine if my talent is rubbish, but why don't I even have a hidden profession? There's definitely a big problem here. How can a lone professional without any backing be so dazzling? My family's 3 generations of effort and heritage, why can't they compare to a lone professional? We're all newcomers, why is there such a big gap? At the same time, in a certain ancient and mysterious hall in the holy city of the western frontier demon realm, a group of powerful figures dressed in black robes stood silently, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods, only revealing pairs of eyes shimmering with excitement. The messenger of the demon god has finally appeared. Our flame of the demon sect has been waiting for this day. At the top of the throne, a majestic figure slowly stood up, his face also showing an excited expression. The demon god descends, glory be united. The demon god descends, glory be united. The crowd below repeated this slogan continuously, their voices echoing in the grand hall as if trying to spread this message to every corner. Spread my command. The figure continued to shout, all legions mobilize. Go to the desolate desert and retrieve the messenger. Anyone who obstructs, kill without mercy. The Golden Palace. Lin Chen controlled his shadow clone and faced off against Han Feng and others, but his mind was elsewhere. He discreetly glanced up at the sky and noticed a powerful figure on the back of a giant eagle coldly staring at him. Locking eyes, Lin Chen felt like he was being targeted by a fierce beast. He had a gut feeling that he was no match for this person. Fortunately, the palace restricted the entry of high-level professionals, and coupled with his main body already hidden, he had no worries. Checking the remaining duration of his clone, less than a minute left, he decided to conceal the clone to prevent it from dissipating in front of others, as it might give away his strategy. Lin Chen directed his shadow clone towards the side of the palace. Han Feng shouted, he's trying to escape. Stop him. In an instant, many long-range control skills were unleashed towards the clone. However, Lin Chen's agility was too high, coupled with a significant boost in movement speed. Even though the clone only had 50% of his attributes, it easily evaded these skills. Without a word, Han Feng led his men in pursuit. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen was already waiting there and unleashed a direct sword art at them. 20 magic swords flew towards them, almost blocking all escape routes, with 2 swords aiming for Han Feng's face. Sword returned to heaven. Han Feng shouted, and 6 long swords appeared around him, spinning rapidly for defense. This was the signature defensive skill of a swordmaster, capable of automatically blocking attacks, similar to Lin Chen's shadow sword formation, but lacking counterattack capabilities. After a series of impacts, the magic swords from Lin Chen's sword art were deflected, causing no harm to Han Feng. However, Han Feng's subordinates beside him did not possess such a skill to block all damage, and they were instantly killed by the high damage of the magic swords. dropping their equipment on the ground. Han Feng's expression turned serious as he commanded, "Everyone except the assassins, stay out. Don't try to withstand his attacks." Following this, Han Feng decisively launched a thrust towards Lin Chen, a common skill among swordsmen that allowed him to swiftly approach the enemy. As Han Feng charged towards Lin Chen with unwavering determination, his long sword suddenly crackled with electric arcs. Thunderous slash! The large sword enveloped in electric light surged dramatically, becoming as thick as a water bucket, attacking Lin Chen at an incredible speed. Although he was a sword master, Lin Chen had always focused on agility attributes, pursuing high maneuverability to control the situation. He was confident in his movement speed and attack speed. Having just used his sword art, Lin Chen had no time to react before Han Feng's attack closed in. Instead of dodging, he wielded his magic sword, meeting the opponent's attack head-on, unleashing the flame of the apocalypse slash. The shadow sword formation automatically shielded its master, blocking the damage from the thunderous slash. Without waiting for Han Feng's response, Lin Chen's flame of the apocalypse struck with a fierce and rapid onslaught. The speed was unimaginable. Han Feng could only grit his teeth and defend with his sword. After a moment, the flame of the apocalypse, wrapped in boiling flames, relentlessly struck against Han Feng's sword. However, Han Feng's sword only persisted for 2 strikes before being knocked away by brute force, leaving 3 consecutive hits that landed squarely on Han Feng. A series of tens of thousands of damage points emerged from Han Feng's body. The final blow triggered a forced knockback, causing Han Feng to spit blood and fly backward. How is this possible? Even in death, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only was he unable to match the opponent's damage, but even his pride and speed was surpassed by the opponent. Just at that moment, the duration of the shadow clone came to an end. Lin Chen hurriedly took out several pieces of colorful trash equipment and other items from his backpack and threw them at his feet. The shadow clone gradually turned into a mass of black gas, and in his final moments before death, Han Feng clearly saw the face behind the mask of the clone as it disintegrated. It's him! At the entrance of the Golden Palace, the newcomer who had caused him trouble, rumored to be Lin Xuer's ex-boyfriend. How could it be him? Han Feng stared wide-eyed, then his body slammed into the wall, fell down, and went still. Yet his eyes remained full of shock, as if he had seen something unbelievable before his death. The disintegration of the shadow clone lasted only half a second, and as some assassins from outside the palace rushed in, they caught sight of Han Feng falling and the black gas dissipating rapidly. "Captain!" Several assassins, without much thought, rushed to save Han Feng, only to touch a corpse. "The captain is dead." Everyone was shocked. "Quick, find the whereabouts of that person. It seems like that person perished with the captain." "Indeed, I saw it too." After exchanging a blow with the captain, his body suddenly exploded. "What about the ranking list? Is his name still there?" "It's useless, the list is not updated in real time. It will be another 10 minutes before the next update." After a moment, they searched the entire hall but found no trace of the enemy. Combined with the explosion of the clone, which scattered equipment and items, they almost believed this fact. "He's dead." Lin Xuer, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, arrived at the spot where the clone dissipated. Soon, Lin Xuer's smile faded. Because the clone had exploded with over a dozen pieces of equipment, most of which were rare and uncommon, not even a single epic-level item. At that time, she had witnessed the boss drop many legendary and mythical items, all of which were taken by this flute player. "Miss, this person is still a blacksmith. Those high-level equipment may have already been dismantled by him." Someone explained, "Our invisible companions saw it with their own eyes. After killing someone, he only picked up high-quality equipment and dismantled the rest. Obviously knowing his inevitable death, he would rather dismantle the equipment than leave it for us." "Damn it!" Lin Xuer cursed angrily, though she felt some regret. She was still happy to have eliminated this competitor. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's consciousness returned to his body. He cautiously glanced at the sky and saw the advanced professional riding the giant eagle still hovering above, showing no intention of leaving. Fortunately, his shadow cloak of invisibility had no time limit. As long as he remained still, he could remain invisible indefinitely. In the sky, the blood eagle stared intently at the situation inside the Golden Palace. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared before him. "Foam old ghost, what do you want?" Seeing the newcomer, the blood eagle frowned. Yin Fengyang stood with a giant sword, hands behind his back, and chuckled, saying, "Little sparrow, I should be asking you, what do you want? You're such a big shot, don't tell me you've forgotten the rules of the professional alliance? You and that junior have a level difference of over 30 levels. If you dare to interfere, I'll capture you and send you to prison immediately. Do you believe me?" "Humph." In the eyes of Blood Eagle, a hint of wariness flashed as he coldly snorted, "This person attempted to assassinate my young lady. My actions do not violate any rules." Do you have no shame?
Yun Fengyang said impatiently, this place is a shared map for all professional alliances, everyone can come and go freely. Moreover, it was your Sky Pride Alliance that violated the rules first, sending so many people here to take over, and not allowing others to resist. Blood Eagle was about to speak when he suddenly received some news, and a smile appeared on his face. Hee, wind old ghost, I know what schemes your Azure Sky Sanctuary is planning.
Unfortunately, it's too late.
Although we lost more than a dozen men, fortunately, the assassins have been eliminated.
With that said, Blood Eagle mounted his giant eagle and flew off into the distance.
Yun Fengyang furrowed his brows slightly, sighed, and then flew back on his sword light.
Moments later. Dead?
Yun Mengyao couldn't believe it, then angrily cursed, these scoundrels, always shouting about fighting for the people, but in reality, all they do is eliminate dissidents. Yun Fengyang also sighed, it's a pity, they were young after all, too sharp, but didn't know how to hide themselves, premature death was inevitable. Someone nearby said, if you want to blame someone, blame this kid for being foolish, daring to provoke the Sky Pride Alliance without any backing.
Yes, to them, it's as insignificant as stepping on an ant.
No one will speak up for this insignificant person, his death is like a grain of sand thrown into the sea, causing no ripples. Ah, this world is so cruel, we, the 5 major powers, hold the power of speech, we can shape or erase a person's existence at will, and those insignificant individuals, no matter how hard they try, are rarely heard.
Hearing these words, Yun Mengyao sighed.
This world was just like this, and she was powerless to change it.
Let's go. Wait.
Just as the group from the Azure Sky Sanctuary was about to leave, Lin Shuer and Blood Eagle's group chased after them at the entrance of the Golden Palace.
Miss Yun, Elder Yun.
Blood Eagle politely clasped his fists and said, regarding the assassination attempt on my young lady today, our Sky Pride Alliance will issue a statement to the outside world. Please refrain from spreading rumors online, tarnishing the reputation of our Sky Pride Alliance.
Ha! Yun Mengyao sneered, speaking the truth has become spreading rumors nowadays? By doing this, won't your conscience be condemned?
She felt angry, almost without thinking, knowing that the next day the Sky Pride Alliance would flood the internet with propaganda, claiming that Feng Xiao attempted to assassinate Lin Shuer and was killed by her in self-defense, and so on. In reality, all he wanted to do was complete a mission, without any intention of harming her or Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer suddenly said in a deep voice, regardless of the process, the result is that he's dead, and I'm alive.
Might makes right. Only the living have the right to define everything, isn't that so? Shameless.
Yun Mengyao sneered, I heard that after you awakened your talent, you immediately kicked your boyfriend of many years to the curb. When you become powerful, will you also kick the Sky Pride Alliance to the curb?
Captain Blood Eagle, be careful not to raise a white-eyed wolf.
This remark caused many members of the Sky Pride Alliance to change their expressions. Although the outside world exaggerated Lin Shuer's actions, they all knew that she had indeed done such things.
So, will it be their turn one day? Alright, Yaoer, if you continue, the Sky Pride Alliance will declare war on the Azure Sky Sanctuary.
Yun Fengyang chuckled, then turned to Blood Eagle and said, rest assured, at least nominally, the Azure Sky Sanctuary and the Sky Pride Alliance are still allies. I can assure you that we, the Azure Sky Sanctuary, will not stab our allies in the back. You can spread whatever propaganda you want, we can't control it, nor do we have the time for it.
Let's go.
But just as they turned around, they suddenly saw a dark mass of people coming from afar, numbering at least in the thousands.
These people were all dressed in black robes with hoods. They are from the Flame of Demon Church.
The people of the Flame of Demon Church rarely come to the Central Plains, and they never get involved in power struggles.
Why are there so many of them out today? What do these lunatics want to do? Many people were puzzled and confused. It seems like trouble is coming.
Yun Fengyang's face showed a rare seriousness. These people are followers of the demon god.
They believe that everything in the world is a gift from the demon god.
They believe that this world, full of danger and opportunity, is a test from the demon god. In their hearts, the demon god is the beginning and the end of everything, the eternal truth and light. They do not engage in resource plundering, yet the church is still filled with strong individuals, and no one knows where their power truly comes from. Just as everyone was puzzled, a member of the Sky Pride Alliance suddenly ran over in panic.
Captain Blood Eagle, miss, you have to see what's online. Something big has happened. Everyone hurried to check the message.
It turned out that the Flame of Demon Church had issued a statement online, officially declaring that Feng Xiao was the son of the Flame of Demon Church, second only to the leader.
How could this happen? Lin Shuer's face was very unpleasant. Haha, retribution has come. Yun Mengyao burst into laughter on the spot. Demon God Sword Master. Damn it!
Blood Eagle suddenly realized, they probably saw Feng Zhao's profession and unilaterally assumed that the demon god swordmaster is the messenger of the demon god. Yun Mengyao said with a smile, "You killed their son, let's see how you explain this. These lunatics won't care about your Sky Pride alliance."
"Shut up," Lin Shuer coldly ordered.
Not long after, the large army of the Flame of Demon Church stopped 100 meters away, and a dozen or so people approached Captain Blood Eagle. The leader lifted his hood, revealing a sharp face, and clasped his fists. "I am Xian Yuan Bloodslaughter. I have come with my men this time, with no intention of conflict with you all. Hand over our son, and we will leave immediately." The news that the Sky Pride Alliance had taken over the Golden Palace had long been spread, and at this moment, Feng Zhao had just completed a mission, so it was easy to guess that he was currently inside the Golden Palace.
"Where is our son?"
Yun Mengyao teased with a smirk. "You are too late. Your son has long been killed by the people of the Sky Pride Alliance."
"What?" Xian Yuan Bloodslaughter's face instantly turned dark, his eyes fixed on Blood Eagle. "Is this true?"
Blood Eagle looked grim, hesitating to speak, unsure of how to address the situation. If he said they didn't kill him, it would seem like the Sky Pride Alliance feared the Flame of Demon Church, but if he admitted to it, it might provoke the church's wrath.
"Yes."
Lin Shuer suddenly stepped forward, her voice cold. "Feng Zhao did die at our hands, but he was just a newcomer. I advise you to think carefully. Is it worth turning against the Sky Pride Alliance for such a trivial matter?" In her view, the Sky Pride Alliance was the strongest superpower, while the Flame of Demon Church was just one of the top 4 guilds. Daring to question her Sky Pride Alliance was simply absurd.
Good.
Xian Yuan Bloodslaughter laughed angrily. "It seems that by not leaving the holy city for these years, our Flame of Demon Church has made you think we are easy to bully, right?
Foolish people, for killing our son, all of you will pay the price. Form up."
Xian Yuan Bloodslaughter shouted, and in an instant, all the people in black robes drew their weapons, emitting various skill lights. Dozens of them even summoned all kinds of flying mounts, soaring into the sky, creating a spectacular scene. "This matter has nothing to do with my Azure Sky Sanctuary." Yun Fengyang grabbed Yun Mengyao and summoned a flying sword, disappearing in an instant. The rest of the people and horses in the holy domain of the Azure Sky quickly left. The Blood Eagle protected Lin Shuer as she retreated explosively, calling for reinforcements at the same time.
In almost an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides.
On the side of the Flame Demon sect, a person directly soared into the sky, and a magic book appeared out of thin air in front of him. He opened his hands as if embracing the sky, continuously murmuring in his mouth. In a flash, the sky roared with wind and clouds, dimming the entire sky. Seeing this scene, Yun Mengyao, who was flying with the clouds brought by Yun Fengyang, exclaimed, "Oh my, is that the Forbidden Thunder Judgment? They are serious. No wonder they are a bunch of lunatics." Yun Fengyang shook his head. "They usually don't cause trouble, but no one dares to provoke them because of the fear of the Flame Demon sect's power. If it weren't for the fact that the strongest person in the world never leaves the holy city, whether the #1 powerhouse is Xiao Zhantian is still debatable."
"The Flame Demon sect is so powerful?" Yun Mengyao looked surprised.
Yun Fengyang suddenly said with a serious expression, "Yaoer, you must remember, the 4 major guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, the strength of any one of them is unfathomable."
"What about the Tianao Alliance? Them? Ha ha."
Yun Fengyang chuckled, "They are just a bunch of clowns." At the same time, Lin Chen, who was still hidden on the walls of the Golden Palace, also noticed the distant battle. The sky was flashing with thunder and lightning, as if it were doomsday.
"What's going on?"
Lin Chen felt somewhat puzzled.
How did the Tianao Alliance end up in conflict with other forces? Are they enemies of the Tianao Alliance?
Lin Chen remembered what Guardian Wang Yang had said before, that someone would come to cause trouble, and they actually did. Without much thought, he took advantage of everyone's attention being on the battlefield and quickly teleported down, then calmly walked away into the distance. A few minutes later, he left the area where the Golden Palace was located. Just then, the phone rang. Taking out his phone, he saw that it was Wang Yang calling.
"Hello, Fengzi, are you okay?" "I'm fine, what's up?"
"Leave the desolate desert quickly, a war is about to break out."
"What's going on exactly?"
"The Flame Demon sect and the Tianao Alliance are at odds. It seems to be related to their newly emerged divine child, but I'm not sure about the specifics."
Wang Yang continued, "Have you been online?"
"You know that Feng Zhao, he is actually a divine child of the Flame Demon sect, truly hidden."
"Ha?"
Lin Chen was dumbfounded.
Feng Zhao is a divine child of the Flame Demon sect? Who is he? How did he not know when he became a divine child?
"Alright, leave the desolate desert quickly, I won't say more, I'm off to level up."
Wang Yang quickly hung up the phone.
Lin Chen quickly went online to check, and a top post caught his attention.
"Flame Demon sect, welcoming the divine child.
Respected Divine Child Fengxiao, with the deepest respect and sincere heart, we call upon you here, our Divine Child, to return to us. You are the messenger of the demon god, our guide, the refuge of our souls. Only under your leadership can we find inner peace and strength, only under your guidance and protection can we not lose our way. We know that you bear great responsibility and mission, we firmly believe that you can hear our voices and feel our longing. We sincerely pray for your early return. Flame Demon Sect, with respect. Ha! Lin Chen was dumbfounded. He naturally knew about the Flame Demon Sect, a group of mysterious religious believers. However, how could he possibly be the so-called divine child? Isn't this a joke? Or is this just a way for the Flame Demon Sect to recruit him? But whether it's true or false, he would never take the risk of going to the Flame Demon Sect. After leaving the Golden Palace behind, Lin Chen picked up speed, intending to leave the desolate desert. On the way, he reflected on the experience of this battle. Facing other professionals this time, he found serious shortcomings in himself. That is, he had too few skills and lacked tolerance. Although his flying sword technique had strong damage and wide coverage, it was still blocked and all damage was offset by the members of that corps. In short, any experienced professional had a variety of means and could flexibly deal with various situations. If he hadn't hidden deeply and caught the opponent off guard, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. In terms of combat, he needed to develop in a balanced manner in all aspects. Just increasing damage was useless, he needed to ensure he could attack the enemy and avoid being passive. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered that he had gained a lot in the Golden Palace. The situation was urgent at the time, and he hadn't had time to check it out. Opening his backpack, he found 2 pieces of equipment emitting a blue light, shining brightly. All 3 bosses had dropped a divine weapon. He picked up a necklace, and its attributes popped up. Eye of the Apocalypse, Divine Weapon, all attributes plus 200, all attributes plus 15%, magic damage reduction plus 5%, skill cooldown reduction plus 10%, special attribute 1, stealth skill effect plus 50%, special attribute 2, reconnaissance skill detection level limit plus 100%, attached skill, True Eye, can detect targets up to 60 levels higher than oneself, casting distance 10 meters, cooldown 1 minute, mana cost 100. Groove 0/3 requirement, level 30 of any profession. Hidden feature, evolvable, requires 3000 equipment essence. It unexpectedly came with a reconnaissance skill. In the magical world, reconnaissance skills were common, but most of them were not very effective. Generally, they could only view targets lower in level and displayed very little data. However, this True Eye could detect targets up to 60 levels higher than oneself. Coupled with special attribute 2, it meant he could detect targets up to 120 levels higher than himself. He was now at level 49, so unless they were above level 169, he could detect them. This meant that in the future, when encountering enemies of unknown strength, he could scout first and then decide whether to advance or retreat. Very practical. The last divine weapon was a pair of boots. Skywalker boots, divine weapon, armor plus 350, agility plus 300, movement speed plus 15%, evasion plus 10%, special attribute 1, resistance to deceleration skills plus 50%, special attribute 2, walk on any terrain without making a sound or leaving a trace. Attached skill 1, positional teleportation, can mark any location, players can teleport to the marked location at any time, cannot break through confinement space, 1-to-1 mark can be changed at any time, lasts 24 hours, teleport cooldown 1 hour. Groove 0/3 requirement, level 30 of any profession. Hidden feature, evolvable, requires 3000 equipment essence. Upon seeing this equipment, Lin Chen was stunned. Skywalker ring, Skywalker boots, why were the names the same? Could it be a set? He quickly equipped the Skywalker boots. Ding! Congratulations on activating the hidden set attribute. Please check the specific attributes yourself. A system prompt sounded in his ears. Lin Chen's face lit up, and he quickly checked the attributes. Skywalker set attributes, 2 pieces, all attributes plus 300, instant teleport casting distance plus 50 meters, positional teleportation can mark plus 1. 3 pieces? 4 pieces? It turned out to be a set, and it was a divine level set. Lin Chen hadn't expected his luck to be so good. Sets existed in the magical world, but were very rare. Divine weapons were even rarer, and he had never even heard of a divine level set. I wonder what kind of attributes will be obtained after collecting them. Lin Chen is very much looking forward to it. The walker's boots are already very powerful equipment in themselves, with 2 special attributes that are very rare, making them hard to come by on mythical equipment. The accompanying skill, positioning teleportation, is somewhat similar to the Flying Thunder God, but with teleportation cooldown restrictions. If he had set coordinates in Qingxi town before, he could now teleport back directly. With this equipment, even if 10 Xiaozhan Tian block his way, he wouldn't be afraid.
Can't beat them, can't outrun them, right?
After some thought, Lin Chen directly set a teleportation mark under his feet, as it could be changed at any time. There are still many mythical equipment pieces in his backpack. He selected some resistance attribute equipment, swallowed them all, leaving 3 mythical weapons to sell. There are also dozens of skill books for various professions. Some of them are good, so he swallowed those too. Gale Steps allows entry into stealth mode, increases movement speed by 30%, enhances the next basic attack damage by 50%, lasts for 1 minute, costs 250 mana, cooldown 1 minute, requires assassin class. Swift Blessing bestows Swift Blessing upon a designated target, granting a 10% cooldown reduction effect for 5 minutes, costs 400 mana, cooldown 30 seconds, requires Priest class. Magic Guard bestows Magic Guard upon a designated target, granting 30% magic resistance for 1 minute, costs 120 mana, cooldown 3 minutes, requires Priest class. Sword Chi Slash, the swordsman swiftly wields the weapon, launching 3 consecutive sword energy attacks on a single target within a 10-meter range, dealing 1. 5 Agility, physical damage, costs 150 mana, cooldown 1 minute, requires swordsman class. Sword Return to Sky summons level/10 flying swords to rotate rapidly around oneself. Each flying sword can block 1 attack, lasts for 30 seconds, costs 250 mana, cooldown 2 minutes, requires Swordmaster class. Except for a few skill books of little use, all were swallowed. Gale Steps is the signature skill of the assassin. Combined with his walker's boots attributes of silence and traceless in the snow, it's simply insane. Lin Chen directly activated Gale Steps to rush forward, his figure concealed while his movement speed increased significantly. With Swift Blessing and Magic Guard, he buffed himself and then swallowed them, greatly improving his magic resistance and cooldown reduction. Currently, his cooldown reduction has reached 75% of the limit. The cooldown of Sword Art is only 1 second, but unfortunately, the cooldown reduction has no effect on the charge limit of the Walker's Ring teleportation. Glancing at the equipment essence, which now exceeds 3,000, he hesitated for a moment, then took out the magic sword Incineration Silence and chose to evolve it. After evolving, the magic sword Incineration Silence became a level 40 weapon, with slightly improved base attributes, and most importantly, both skills also received enhanced effects. The Shadow Clone now possesses 60% of the main body's attributes, and the Shadow Sword Array now has a counterattack damage of 120%. After this trip to the desolate desert, his improvement was tremendous. His health had reached 150,000, armor close to 40,000, magic resistance 40%, and attack had surpassed 40,000. He still has 3 mythical weapons and 7 legendary equipment pieces in hand, making Lin Chen headache over how to sell them. In the world of Jin Yong, Xia Sun was hunted by the entire martial world for over a decade with the dragon-slaying saber, while the heaven-reliant sword was stuck in the Wudong Hall by Zhang Sanfeng, and no one dared to approach it. This world is just that cruel. Without a background or connections, owning these equipment items is breaking the rules.
The auction house in Qingxi town is no longer usable, as these major forces could easily trace his identity through Wang Yong.
He didn't want to involve his mother, so he had to think of another way. Suddenly, Lin Chen had a bright idea and opened the Systems Friend panel that he had never used before. He searched for the player rolling in wealth.
Add friend.
Meanwhile, in Flame Dragon City, one of the 5 main cities of the Dragon Kingdom, symbolizing the descendants of the Dragon Kingdom belonging to the descendants of Yen and Huang and the descendants of dragons. This city is built between a group of volcanoes, boasting rich mineral resources and unique hot spring landscapes. Therefore, the residents of Flame Dragon City are mostly renowned for their forging and smelting techniques, gathering half of the kingdom's blacksmiths and serving as the main base for many trading guilds. Fujia Trading House is one of the top 10 trading guilds in Flame Dragon City. However, the competition is fierce, and their recent business has become increasingly difficult. Inside the Fujia Trading House building, Chen Shang, also known as Kaiyuan Gungun, lowered his head respectfully as he stood before a well-dressed man with a large build.
Chen Shang, you are aware of the current situation of the company.
The market is not doing well, and we need to find ways to cut costs, said the man, holding a cigar in his mouth.
Your apprentice is doing well.
Just last month, he secured orders for 3 legendary equipment pieces, bringing in a good amount of profit for the company.
I think it's best for your apprentice to take over your position as the product manager.
Kaiyuan Gungun, or Chen Shang, remained silent with a serious expression on his face. Suddenly, he opened the friend system.
Ding! Player Feng Shao requests to add you as a friend. Who?
Chen Chang rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Feng Xiao was already known as the Rookie King, and with all the commotion caused by the Flame Church, he knew it wouldn't be easy. But why would such a big shot want to add him as a friend? Chen Chang calmed his excitement and agreed to add him as a friend. On the other side, Lin Chen also received a message. Instead of choosing a voice call, he opted for text communication. Kaiyuan Gungun, I have a business proposition for you, but you must keep it confidential. Can you do that? Chen Chang glanced at the man in the suit, swallowed hard, and immediately replied, big shot, absolutely confidential. You can trust me. Lin Chen nodded and sent over the attribute diagrams of 3 mythical weapons and 7 legendary equipment pieces. Name your price. Holy crap! Chen Chang was shocked to see the pile of attribute diagrams. Chen Chang, are you even listening to me? The man in the suit furrowed his brows slightly, looking displeased. Ha ha ha. Chen Chang burst into laughter. Just call me Brother Chang. Otherwise, I'll quit right now. With that, he sent the equipment attribute diagrams to the man in the suit. Holy crap! The man in the suit was taken aback. Where did all these level 30 mythical equipment come from? His expression quickly changed, from surprise to a smile in just a second. He stood up, flattering, Brother Chang, please have a seat. You are my brother. Pulling Chen Chang to sit down, he quickly poured a cup of tea. Brother Chang, what does the seller say? After reading Lin Chen's message, Chen Chang replied, the seller wants quick money, preferably an immediate transaction. The man in the suit frowned slightly. Is there a problem with such urgency? What's the seller's ID? I'll have someone check it. Sorry, the seller requested confidentiality. Chen Chang's smile faded as he hurriedly asked Lin Chen, big shot, are you sure these equipment pieces weren't obtained through illicit means? And if they were? Lin Chen pondered. Chen Chang immediately said, if that's the case, we'll have to go through the underground black market channel, and the price will be higher. But I can assure you that no one will trace it back to you. Lin Chen understood and assured, don't worry, I obtained these equipment pieces through legitimate means, no trouble involved. That's good to hear. But are you sure, big shot, that you want to sell them to me like this? Chen Chang asked with some uncertainty. Remember, the Forgotten Land's secret realm is about to open, and these level 30 equipment pieces are invaluable. If you auction them off, you could earn more. I need the money urgently, Lin Chen replied. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chang said, how about this, tonight our Fujia Trading Company can hold an auction. We will only charge a 3% commission based on the final transaction price. What do you think? That works, Lin Chen nodded. Being able to auction items was naturally good. Although he found gearing up too easy now, no one would complain about having more money. By the way, I have a question for you. Lin Chen suddenly asked, what is so special about the Forgotten Land? He had learned about it in school. After 24 hours of playing, new players would unlock the secret realm of the Forgotten Land, which only new players of each generation could enter. The dungeon map was very large, with monsters ranging from level 30 to 60, offering high experience points. Moreover, there was a treasure trove inside, and any player who could reach it could choose one piece of equipment. When choosing, they couldn't see the equipment's level or grade, relying solely on luck. Some had found white equipment inside, while others had found divine artifacts, all based on luck. This was one of the reasons why so many major powers were eager to explore it. After all, with a large enough sample size, the probability of finding a divine artifact would increase. However, according to Wang Yong, it seemed that the treasures in this secret realm were more than just that. Special features? Chen Chang pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not sure, but it seems that it can produce some rare medicinal herbs inside, which can be used to make a powerful potion. Only those major powers know the specifics. Medicinal herbs? Lin Chen thought to himself. Alchemists were also a profession in the game, requiring the study of potion formulas. By continuously using materials, they could produce magical potions with various miraculous effects. Boss, how should we trade the items? Chen Chang asked again, should we send someone to pick them up, or should you come to the base of our Fujia Trading Company in Flame Dragon City? Wait for my message, Lin Chen replied before ending the communication. At the same time, outside the Golden Palace, the battle between the Flame Demon Church and the Sky Pride Alliance continued. The Flame Demon Church clearly came prepared, with most members being second-tier professionals above level 60, putting pressure on the Sky Pride Alliance. In just half an hour, over half of the Sky Pride Alliance's junior troops had been killed or injured. However, under the protection of Blood Eagle, Lin Shuer remained unharmed. Is this what war is like? Watching the battlefield where people were constantly dying, Lin Shuer pursed her red lips, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Even with her good equipment, she couldn't withstand the densely packed crowd, and Blood Eagle didn't dare let her onto the battlefield. Seeing that the Sky Pride Alliance and others were about to be wiped out, suddenly a 100-meter-long blade aura descended from the sky, tearing open a rift in the ground that stretched for tens of meters. A gale swept through, startling everyone, who quickly retreated. It's the Alliance leader. Lin Shuer and the others were filled with joy. In the next moment, everyone saw a domineering figure descending from the sky and landing in the middle of the battlefield. Stop all fighting! Xiao Zhantian's face darkened as he shouted. Especially seeing his troops suffering heavy casualties and looking miserable, his expression became even more grim. Today, without a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. His gaze swept over the members of the Flame Demon Church, filled with killing intent. However, at that moment, in the Flame Demon Church camp, 7 high-level professional staffs emitted light, creating a complex magic array on the ground. A second later, a figure appeared in the magic array. This person wore a black robe but had a golden crown on his head. With his hands behind his back, he slowly ascended into the air, standing on nothing. Greetings, Pope. All members of the Flame Demon Church bowed in respect. Xiao Zhantian, you've been quite impressive these years, the Pope said with a faint smile. Humph. Xiao Zhantian snorted coldly, then slowly rose into the air until he was level with the Pope before coming to a stop. You, members of the Flame Demon sect, have violated multiple laws of the Professional Alliance. Without a reasonable explanation, I believe the Flame Demon sect should withdraw from the top 4 guilds. That remains to be seen if you have the ability. The Pope sneered and swiftly soared into the sky. There's no room to fight here, come up and have a battle. That suits me just fine. Xiao Zhantian followed closely behind. The two quickly disappeared beyond the clouds. Xianyuan Bloodslaughter, can you still laugh now? Below, Lin Shuer was extremely excited, looking proudly at the distant enemies. The Flame Demon sect was too arrogant to actually bully her. But now, their leader, the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Zhantian, had arrived. Later, they must make sure to crush the members of the Flame Demon sect to vent her anger. Idiot! Xianyuan Bloodslaughter replied expressionlessly. At this moment, not only did a huge commotion erupt above the clouds, but there were also continuous flashes of light. Although the people below couldn't see the specific situation, they knew the battle was intense. However, after a moment, 2 figures descended again, returning to their respective camps. Why aren't they dead? Lin Shuer looked at the unscathed Pope, her face grim. In her opinion, Xiao Zhantian should have defeated the Pope in a crushing manner. Blood Eagle, Lin Shuer, come here. Xiao Zhantian shouted with a grim expression. It was evident that he was somewhat disheveled, seemingly not benefiting from the recent battle. Leader, why didn't you kill the Pope? Lin Shuer asked puzzled. These lunatics act on their whims, they are the parasites of the Dragon Kingdom and should be eradicated. Shut up, Xiao Zhantian said coldly. I ask you, how did Feng Xiao die? Lin Shuer was startled, lowered her head, and stammered, He stole my boss, then was chased by Han Feng, and they ended up perishing together. That's right, Blood Eagle nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhantian was so enraged that he raised his hand to slap Lin Shuer but stopped himself. Through gritted teeth, he said, Didn't I ask you to win him over? What have you done? Lin Shuer felt wronged and wanted to cry. Lowering her head she said, He stole my boss and equipment, insulted me, I was too angry at the time, so I wanted Captain Han to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect him to be so weak. You're still lying, Xiao Zhantian said coldly. If it weren't for your orders, would Han Feng have relentlessly pursued the enemy? I didn't expect that he had the backing of the Flame Demon sect, Lin Shuer said, then lifted her head. Leader, our Heavenly Pride Alliance is the strongest superpower. Why fear a mere top 4 guild? Even if Feng Xiao is killed, what can the Flame Demon sect do? Hearing this, Xiao Zhantian took a deep breath, closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, Forget it, the matter is over. This time I won't hold you accountable, but I don't want to see you next time. With that, Xiao Zhantian approached. Master Chen, we were indeed at fault first in this matter, but your people have killed many of my subordinates. Can we let bygones be bygones? What? Upon hearing Xiao Zhantian's words, everyone in the Heavenly Pride Alliance felt incredulous. Their leader, the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, was actually speaking in a compromising and submissive tone to the other party. Had their identities been reversed? Did Xiao Zhantian lose in the recent battle? Many were shocked by these thoughts. This time we'll let it go, but if there's a next time, your Heavenly Pride Alliance will no longer be necessary. Just when everyone thought things were troublesome, the Pope spoke calmly. Next time? Lin Shuer and the others were dumbfounded. People had died, so how could there be a next time? On the side, Blood Eagle's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly said, Leader, the level ranking has refreshed, and the name of Feng Xiao is still there. This means that he never died in the first place.
They were all fooled. Lin Shuer couldn't believe it and said, "Could it be? That was just a clone?"
At that time, they also suspected that Feng Xiao might not have died, but they searched everywhere and found no trace. So subconsciously, they thought that the body had evaporated due to Han Feng's skill, turning into black mist and dispersing, as such situations often occur.
A bunch of useless people.
Xiao Zhantian cursed with a grim face, then his body exploded, turning into a clear air that gradually dissipated.
It turned out to be a clone.
The Pope in the distance, upon seeing Xiao Zhantian retract his clone, also gradually faded away until he disappeared.
How is this possible?
Lin Shuer was completely dumbfounded. Recalling the scene in the Golden Palace, just a clone of Feng Xiao could defeat the boss in seconds and toy with their entire core. In the end, sacrificing a captain and over a dozen members, they finally wore down the clone, so how powerful must the real Feng Xiao be? Trembling, she opened the level ranking and found that Feng Xiao was already at level 49, while she was still at level 30, not even at the first transformation.
Is the gap really that big? No!
Lin Shuer gritted her teeth, her eyes turning red.
She was the first SSR talent in history. How could she lose to someone with inferior talent?
Miss, a high level doesn't necessarily mean strong power. Blood Eagle comforted her, if you had fought him at that time, he definitely wouldn't have been your match.
Lin Shuer was too ashamed to speak, she was too scared to act at the time because of a name. Yes, Captain Blood Eagle, you're right.
Lin Shuer took a deep breath, encouraging herself, I have legendary and mythical equipment, far superior to the members of the 4 guilds. I will surely top the equipment ranking.
And I have the strongest talent in history. What does he have besides his profession to compare with me? The only thing I lack is battle experience. In the upcoming Forgotten Lands Secret Realm, I will definitely defeat him fair and square. The next moment. Ding! National announcement. Newcomer equipment ranking is open. Ding! National announcement. Newcomer equipment ranking is open. Ding! National announcement. Newcomer equipment ranking is open. 3 consecutive sounds echoed in the ears of all Dragon Kingdom citizens.
Thinking that her name could finally top the list, Lin Shuer breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. However, when she checked the list, her smile froze.
Newcomer level ranking 1. Magic Sword Fenji, Immortal, Feng Xiao. 2. Skywalker's Boots, Immortal, Feng Xiao. 3.
Eye of the Apocalypse, Immortal, Feng Xiao.
4. Skywalker's Ring, Immortal, Feng Xiao. 5. Crown of the Goddess of Wisdom, Mythical, Shui Qingsha. 6. Sun Knight's Holy Sword, Mythical, Bai Feiyu. 7. Fallen Warrior's Armor, Mythical, Xian Yuan Butu. 8. Radiant Robe, Mythical, Yun Meng Yao. 9. Divine Archer's Bow, Mythical, A Godlike Man. 10.
Tears of the Goddess, Mythical, Shui Qingsha.
Immortal equipment, and 4 of them.
Lin Shuer was completely dumbfounded. Her proud equipment only ranked 5th, and out of the 3 divine equipment she had, only 2 made it to the top 10. But Feng Xiao had 4 immortal pieces. She couldn't understand how a newcomer could have 4 immortal pieces in the early stages. Even the prestigious captains and elders of the Proud Alliance only had 1 or 2 immortal pieces on them. Blood Eagle beside her also widened his eyes, looking incredulous. He even thought he was seeing things, rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the result was the same. 4 immortal treasures. His brows furrowed, he opened his mouth to speak but stopped himself. He lowered his head to look at the ring on his hand, the only immortal treasure he possessed.
Memories from the past flooded his mind once again.
Several years ago, he was just a member of the Tianao Alliance's Honor Corps, when they explored an unknown demonized area and discovered a legendary lord. The Tianao Alliance mobilized 2 Honor Corps and 4 Elite Corps, with thousands of people besieging the lord. After heavy casualties, they finally captured the lord and obtained an immortal treasure. Due to his outstanding performance in the battle, he was granted an immortal treasure and promoted to captain. With this immortal treasure, he ranked among the top 10 in strength within the Tianao Alliance. But now he was told that a low-level newcomer possessed 4 immortal treasures.
This doesn't make sense.
Blood Eagle suddenly widened his eyes. The names of these 2 immortal treasures are the same. Could they be a set?
Immortal treasures. A set? Lin Shuer's breath trembled. Oh no! Blood Eagle looked worried. Offending someone like this in the Tianao Alliance won't bode well for the future.
If only we had known, we should have done everything to win him over back at the Golden Palace. These are 4 immortal treasures. Lin Shuer coldly remarked, Captain Blood Eagle, do you think it's possible for a newcomer to obtain 4 immortal treasures in just a few days in the demonized world? These immortal treasures are clearly the accumulation of the demon flame sect over the years. They are deliberately playing this game to make Wen Xiao climb over my head.
Truly malicious. It's unlikely. Blood Eagle frowned. Those are immortal treasures, even the Pope needs them, why would he give them to a newcomer? Equipment is not bound, maybe after the Pope lends them to Wineshow for publicity, he will take them back. Lin Shuer said in a deep voice, I see the ambitions of the Demon Flame sect, they are probably plotting to replace our Tianao alliance as the top power. In that case, I cannot let them succeed. When we enter the land of oblivion, I will avenge the past humiliation. Lin Shuer clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Seeing Lin Shuer suddenly ignited with fighting spirit, Blood Eagle wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. On the other side, Lin Chen returned to Qingxi town and put up thousands of gems for sale at the trading post. His talent couldn't absorb the gems, and there were restrictions on gem inlays. For now, selling the gems was more profitable for him. At this moment, he also learned that he had occupied the top 4 positions on the equipment leaderboard. However, the first place on the list only rewarded him with 10 points of luck, nothing else, which left Lin Chen somewhat regretful. It would have been better not to be on the list at all. Now everyone knew he was a walking treasure chest. Killing him would definitely drop immortal treasures, which was very bad news for him. After some thought, Lin Chen sent a message to Kai Yuan, I have arrived at Flame Dragon City, let's meet at the market in the southern district. In reality, Lin Chen was still in Qingxi town. He found a secluded inn and rented a room. After checking the room to ensure there were no monitoring devices, he finally placed the positioning teleportation point of the Skywalker boots. Currently, there were 2 positioning teleportation marks, one was placed in the desolate desert, and this was the remaining one. The mark lasted for 24 hours, during which he could teleport back at any time regardless of his location. After completing all this, Lin Chen headed towards the teleportation array in Qingxi town. Meanwhile, at the base of the rich armor merchant in Flame Dragon City, Chen Chang was still waiting for news from Lin Chen, while the boss in a suit beside him suddenly exclaimed, damn! For immortal treasures, this is unbelievable. Chen Chang, quickly look at the newly released top equipment list for newcomers. What? Chen Chang, puzzled, opened the equipment list and his eyes widened in disbelief. As a senior executive in the trading company, he had never owned a spiritual weapon in his entire life, but there were 4 of them listed there. No wonder he had decided to sell those mythical equipment, he simply looked down on them. What has this guy done exactly? Where did he get 4 spiritual weapons from? The man in a suit murmured, the key is, this kid doesn't even have a faction yet. The Flame Demon sect probably wants to devour his spiritual weapons before producing some divine offspring. Now, I'm afraid all factions are eager to find him. Hey, Chen Chang, how much do you think the major guilds would pay for this information if we found this person first? Upon hearing this, Chen Chang's heart also started pounding. That flute was about to be traded with him. If he sold the information to the major factions now, he would definitely make a fortune. How much was earned from auctioning equipment fees anyway? Boss, the seller has replied, I'll go collect the equipment. Chen Chang took a deep breath, bid farewell, and left. On the other side, Lin Chen arrived at Flame Dragon City through a teleportation array, costing him 1,000 credit points. A wave of heat hit him, as if he was in a sauna. In the distant sky, a huge smoking volcano could still be seen. Flame Dragon City belonged to the Bai family of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. Lin Chen didn't go to the city's southern market, instead, he left the city and found a secluded spot to release his doppelganger. He then messaged Rolling Wealth, changed location temporarily, come to the small forest outside the North City Gate. Before long, Lin Chen saw Rolling Wealth approaching. Boss! Seeing the appearance of the shadow doppelganger, Chen Chang's expression changed, truly a boss, this equipment is so cool. Those were all spiritual weapons, and Chen Chang's eyes gleamed. Then, he looked at Lin Chen's main body beside him, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to recall where he had seen him before. Is it just you? Lin Chen controlled the doppelganger and said in a hoarse voice, I thought you would bring a group of people with you. Chen Chang quickly said, Boss, we are merchants, we value credibility the most, you can trust me completely. Even our boss didn't know that the seller turned out to be the famous wind flute. Saying this, Chen Chang handed over a card. This is the VIP card of our rich's first trading company. With this card, boss, you can consign your equipment to our company at any time. Lin Chen's doppelganger took the card and then hung up all the items to be sold. I have listed the items, you decide how to proceed. Then pointing to his main body, he said, he will represent me in future transactions with you. After that, Lin Chen directly had the doppelganger use a long-distance teleportation method and disappeared on the spot. This is a long-distance teleportation method. Chen Chang's eyes widened. He couldn't help but feel fortunate about his decision. If he had sold the information about the wind flute, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it in the end, and it would have been all for naught. My name is Lin Chen, we've met before.
Lin Chen smiled and extended his hand.
Ah,
Rolling Wealth suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "You're the little swordsman from the abandoned mine."
that's right, I also recommended you to win flute.
Lin Chen said with a smile. By doing this, he wanted to distinguish himself from Wind Flute but still maintain some connection, so that in the future, if anyone suspected him, he would have a reasonable explanation.
Lin, my little brother, thank you so much.
Chen Chang shook hands with Lin Chen excitedly. "You've helped me a lot."
No need for thanks,
Wind Flute even said to me to help him buy some things at the auction.
can we deduct the money directly from the items being sold?
Of course. Chen Chang quickly said, "The auction will start in 2 hours. Buy whatever you want, and the remaining money will be transferred directly to Feng Zhao's account through the VIP card."
Sounds good, Lin Chen nodded.
After chatting for a while, the two went their separate ways.
Lin Chen returned to the city and found a hotel to stay in.
After hesitating for a long time, he finally called his mother.
Hello, Mom, it's me. Fomer, is it because you don't have enough money?
His mother's concerned voice came through. "Don't worry, Mom will figure something out." "No, Mom," Lin Chen's nose tingled, and he quickly said, "I just want to tell you that I can make money now."
Mom, quit your job, stop mining. Your father died in a mining accident back then.
At this point, Lin Chen fell silent. When he was very young, his father died because of a collapsed mine shaft. The mining company guild only paid a sum that was almost humiliating and let the matter rest. No one cared, no one intervened, just because his family had no power or background. To the Professional Players Alliance, the death of such a person was just like losing an ant, with no impact on social stability. And those guild companies that controlled the mining veins were mostly under the Dark Knight Association, one of the top 4 guilds.
How could the Professional Players Alliance risk offending the Dark Knight Association for the sake of an ant?
The laws set by the Professional Players Alliance were just a means for the strong to control the weak, advocating justice but never enforcing it. So, at that time, Lin Chen vowed to make a name for himself.
Fomer has grown up, making money now.
Mom is very happy, Lin's mother said with a smile.
But you should still save that money, use it when you get married in the future. Mom, everything is fine here. You are still young and healthy, able to work. Mom, I'll come to see you tomorrow.
Lin Chen knew that no matter how much he said, he couldn't change his mother's mindset. On the other side, the Fujia Trading Company spread the news of the auction widely.
Although it was a small-scale auction held temporarily, it featured 3 level 30 mythical equipment, many legendary items, and several valuable props and items. This news immediately caught everyone's attention. Major forces sent people over right away.
When Lin Chen arrived at the Fujia Trading Company's auction house, he saw many luxury cars parked outside on the square.
Lamborghinis, Porsches, and even a Rolls-Royce Phantom. These high-tech cars could only be used in the city.
Once in the enchanted area outside, even a level 30 small monster could easily tear these metal shells apart. It seems that the Forgotten Land indeed holds great secrets, Lin Chen thought to himself. Normally, level 30 equipment was not valuable at all because the early levels were easy to level up, and once the level exceeded by too much, the equipment had to be replaced. These major forces were collecting level 30 equipment like crazy just to give their people an edge in the Forgotten Land. This made Lin Chen curious about what secrets lay within. After reporting his name to the guard, Lin Chen easily walked in. Unlike the auction house in Kingsison, this place was more luxurious in decoration, showing a high level of sophistication. The hall was brightly lit, filled with representatives of major forces and some upper-class individuals. There were also many young people of Lin Chen's age, seemingly brought by their parents to broaden their horizons. These people mostly knew each other and formed circles to socialize. A newcomer like Lin Chen, dressed casually with only a few pieces of equipment, quickly attracted many people's attention. Rather than calling it an auction, it was more like a party, a self-service event where people could freely take food and drinks. Lin Chang happened to be hungry, so he ran over to the buffet area, picked up a large lobster ready to cook. This lobster was a rare creature over level 100, living in the deep sea. It was extremely difficult to kill and bring back its body, so it was unexpected that it was provided for free here. However, at that moment, someone called out to him.
Lin Chang? Wang Yong walked over in surprise. What a coincidence to meet here. But may I ask what brings you here? Why can't I be here if you are?
Lin Chang smiled and said, I heard there are many good items up for auction tonight, so I came to take a look.
Wang Yong chuckled, I heard about it too.
This time, the Fujia Trading Company will auction off many level 30 mythical and legendary equipment.
Are you planning to bid? With the little money he has, he can't even afford to bid?
He probably can't even buy a lobster, Lin Shuer said disdainfully as she walked over, looking at Lin Chang with disgust. Although Lin Chang arrived before her this time, and she only came here on a whim, she always seemed to run into this person wherever she went, which was quite a coincidence. Lin Chang smiled faintly and said calmly, "You're right.
I really don't have money. I'm just here for a free meal." Lin Shuer's appearance immediately attracted many glances.
Wang Yong's eyes flickered, and he whispered to Lin Chang, "There are quite a few people here.
For your safety, let's keep our distance." After speaking, Wang Yong left with his expressionless face.
At that moment, some influential figures noticed Lin Chang and gathered together, looking in their direction.
Who is that kid? Why does he seem to have a connection with the goddess?
Look at his attire, he looks so ordinary.
Could he have some background? Many of them were also members of Lin Shuer's fan club.
They were usually busy with their own guild matters, but today they had a rare opportunity to gather together. Suddenly, one of them said, "He has no background at all.
I know that kid.
He's just a poor loser. His parents are minors."
Before awakening his talent, he was the goddess's boyfriend. Really her boyfriend? I don't know how the goddess saw something in him.
The fact that such a person once had the goddess, it blows my mind.
That's all in the past. The goddess is still young and naive. It's understandable if she was deceived, but this kind of person really deserves to die. These people all had some influence at home and were not short of money. With their perspective, how could they look up to a nobody without any background? Wait, how could a poor loser like him get into an auction of this level? Someone suddenly questioned.
Lin Shuer overheard this and furrowed her brows. "Lin Chang, I never expected that you would go to such lengths to sneak in here just to see me.
Have you forgotten my warning?"
Ha! Lin Chang was completely confused at that moment. This woman must be out of her mind.
What's wrong? Feeling embarrassed now that I've exposed you?
I'll say it again, you only make me feel disgusted and want to vomit.
I have no feelings for you at all. Please stop chasing after me like a fly in the future.
Lin Chang sneered and was about to explain when a serious-looking middle-aged man approached from a distance.
What's going on? Who's causing trouble? Isn't that Manager Lu? He's in charge of this auction. Manager Lu is here. That kid is in trouble. Someone who knew the middle-aged man spoke up.
In the distance, Wang Yong frowned.
Young master, you need to learn to be patient.
Tai Shu beside him earnestly advised, while stepping in can help him out of trouble temporarily. Once the major forces find out about your close relationship with him, and he hasn't joined any force, endless troubles will come looking for him.
Am I supposed to just stand by and watch them bully my brother like this? Wang Yong said angrily, if I can't even protect my brothers, what's the use of being the young master of the Bai family?
Well, it's because your strength is not enough, Uncle Tai sighed. With your current strength, it's not sufficient for the family to intervene.
Young master, be patient. This is a necessary part of your growth. If you can't handle even such trivial matters calmly, it will only disappoint the family head. Don't worry, Flame Dragon City is our territory.
At most, your friend will suffer some humiliation, nothing serious will happen.
Ah, Wang Yong sighed heavily and fell silent.
On the other side, someone shouted, Manager Lu, it's best to kick that kid out, we're annoyed just seeing him.
Lin Shuer said expressionlessly, Manager Lu, right?
I am Lin Shuer from the Sky Pride Alliance. She looked at Lin Chen with a smile that wasn't a smile. I suspect this person sneaked in, please have him removed. Manager Lu was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with a smile. So you're Miss Lin, I've heard of your reputation.
As the first SSR talented individual in history and the most dazzling newcomer of the Sky Pride Alliance, how could he not know her?
Manager Lu respectfully said, Miss Lin, rest assured, I will handle this matter. After that, Manager Lu withdrew his smile and turned to Lin Chen, saying, Sir, please show me the invitation letter.
Lin Chen said expressionlessly, why should I cooperate just because she said so?
Manager Lu sneered, because the Sky Pride Alliance is an ally of my Riches and Prosperity Merchant Group, and Miss Lin is the first SSR talented individual in history, representing the Sky Pride Alliance this time.
As for you, forgive my ignorance, but I really can't see which faction you represent. Can you compare with the Sky Pride Alliance? Ha, does he even represent a faction?
Lin Shuer mocked, he awakened an F-grade talent.
I'm afraid no one would even want him for mining.
Wang Yong,
who was far away, was also surprised to hear this. He understood Lin Chen even more.
With Lin Chen's family background and wealth, it was impossible for him to be invited by the auction house.
Could it be that Lin Chen really sneaked in to see Lin Shuer?
At this moment, Lin Shuer's words sparked a lot of discussion among the crowd.
What? An F-grade talented individual can actually enter the auction? No wonder this kid can't even afford a complete set of equipment. Seems like he's just a lowly commoner. I knew he sneaked in. How could the Riches and Prosperity Merchant Group invite someone like him? Sir, please show the invitation letter.
Manager Lu's face had turned cold by now. Otherwise, don't blame me for having you thrown out. I don't have an invitation letter, Lin Chen said calmly. This statement caused a commotion on the scene.
He really did sneak in. Why? Didn't the snow goddess say? This kid even wants to eat swan meat, he's been pestering her. Why doesn't he reflect on his own behavior? Does a poor loser like him even have the qualifications to think about the snow goddess? Listening to the voices of the crowd, Lin Shuer's face showed a proud smile, looking down on Lin Chen as if he were a mere ant. I haven't finished yet,
Lin Chen said expressionlessly. Although I don't have an invitation letter, I did come with the consent of the organizers. He found it amusing in his heart. Without him, this auction might not have even started, yet now someone was questioning his eligibility to be there.
You can check the guest list at the front desk. Manager Lu frowned and said, I am the organizer, but I have never seen you before. Although he said this, he felt a bit cautious inside. What if this kid really knew the high-level executives of the Riches and Prosperity Merchant Group? Just as he was considering whether to check or not, suddenly someone stepped forward. Xiao Feng? Is it you, Xiao Feng? Quan Shu? Lin Chen looked at the person in surprise.
This person is named Zhang Quan, one of the few who made a name for himself in the village. It was because of him that his parents had the opportunity to work as miners in a mining company. However, Lin Chen knew that this person deducted a commission from his mother's salary every month, not out of goodwill, so he didn't have a good impression of him.
It's really you, Xiaofeng. Zhang Quan was somewhat surprised. It's only been a few years, and you've grown so tall? Who are you? Supervisor Lu immediately stepped forward to inquire.
I'm from Tianfeng City's Jingao Enterprise, Zhang Quan explained. Lin Chen's mother works under me in the mines, so I know him.
This child didn't sneak in on purpose. For my sake, let's just let it go.
I thought there was some backbone, but it turns out the elders at home are just mining slaves. Using the hard-earned money from their parents mining to chase women, his mother would be furious if she found out.
Kid, go home. This is not a place for you to come. Clearly sneaked in, yet insists on being invited in. Not learning well at a young age. Mockery continued to be heard.
At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards Lin Chen, filled with disdain and contempt. If it was just sneaking in, it could be forgiven, but lying continuously and being exposed in public, that's a matter of character. Xiaofeng, Uncle Quan will take you away from here, don't stoop to their level. Zhang Quan tried to lead Lin Chen away. However, Lin Chen shook off his hand and calmly said, Uncle Quan, I have no intention of leaving for now.
If you want to go, go ahead. What are you going to do? Bid? Zhang Quan couldn't help but laugh. Don't be ridiculous. I pay your mother's salary every month. Do you think I don't know your situation? What can you afford? Supervisor Lu sneered and said, I don't think there's a need to investigate. After that, he turned and shouted, Where are the security guards? Throw this thief out. Many people present looked at Lin Chen with pity. A foolish young man in love, it's a pity he was born into the wrong family. Some people had complex expressions, feeling respect rising in their hearts. It was because of Lin Shuer's strong determination that he was willing to go to any lengths, using all means just to be closer to her. However, most people shook their heads secretly. To pursue the snow goddess, one must have a strategy. It's impossible to win her over with such stubbornness. Lin Shuer raised a glass of red wine, took a sip, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Lin Chen, I've said it before. We are simply not on the same level, not now, not in the future. With just a word from me, I can make you leave. What can you do then? Xiaofeng, let's go, Zhang Quan hurriedly persuaded. I'll arrange a mining position for you. In a few years, you can also participate in the bidding here. At this moment, several security guards also approached. Supervisor Lu indifferently said, Escort this thief out. Just then, Chen Chang rushed over and shouted, Stop! Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and the crowd automatically parted. Chen Chang, dressed in a suit, hurriedly ran over. Someone questioned, Who is this? How dare he intervene? This person is Chen Chang. Isn't he a senior executive at Fujia Merchant? Why is he speaking up for this kid? He probably hasn't figured out what's going on yet. Manager Chen. Supervisor Lu quickly called someone and then said, It's like this kid sneaked in and refuses to admit it, so I plan to have him thrown out. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang was furious. He didn't know what was happening here, but Lin Chen was the spokesperson for Feng Xiao, a big shot. Offending Lin Chen would be like offending Feng Xiao, who was rumored to be the son of a god in the Flame Sect, and the true first genius in 100 years. He couldn't afford to offend him. Moreover, Lin Chen was invited by him. If he drove people away, Lin Chen would speak ill of him to Feng Xiao, take away those mythical equipment, and there would be no need for today's auction. Smack!
Chen Chang gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and slapped Manager Lu directly in the face.
Mr.
Lin was invited by me, apologize.
Ha!
Manager Lu covered his face, at a loss. He never expected that this kid actually knew the higher-ups of the company. But Chen Chang slapped him in front of so many people and asked him to apologize.
How could he swallow this humiliation? Manager Chen, were you deceived by him? Manager Lu suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, do you know that this kid's family actually makes a living by mining?
Lin Chen smiled faintly, he's right.
My mother is indeed a miner. Manager Chen, are you going to proceed with the auction or not? If not, I'll leave.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chang became anxious. Others might not understand the implication of these words, but he did. If Feng Xiao withdrew the equipment, the auction would naturally come to a halt.
Smack!
In his frustration, Chen Chang slapped Manager Lu in the face again and sternly said, apologize.
He was genuinely angry.
It took him a lot of effort to establish a connection with Feng Xiao.
Who was he? The champion of the newcomer king competition, first on the level ranking, and even in the top 4 on the equipment ranking. As long as he didn't die prematurely, he would undoubtedly become a leading figure in the Dragon Kingdom.
That's why he decided to help Feng Xiao conceal his identity and gain some favor. But if Feng Xiao found out that he had kicked out his spokesperson Lin Chen, he would surely blame him.
Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding.
Chen Chang's face was full of smiles as he hurriedly explained, it's all my fault.
I should have informed each of them in advance. The subordinates are ignorant. Please forgive them, and forgive me this time. It's okay, I don't really mind. Lin Chen said expressionlessly.
He agreed with Lin Shuer's words. He was no longer on the same level as these people. Faced with a group of chattering ants, he felt no anger.
Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Lin. Chen Chang responded with a smile. Then he looked at Manager Lu, his face immediately turning cold. You're fired. Pack your things and get out now. Ha! Manager Chen. Shut up. Manager Lu tried to explain but was cut off by Chen Chang.
Chen Chang turned to Lin Chen, his face immediately full of smiles. Mr.
Lin, please come this way. I'll arrange the front row for you. Okay. Lin Chen nodded.
Led by Chen Chang, Lin Chen walked forward, never once looking at Lin Shuer.
How could this be? Zhang Quan looked incredulous. Why is Fu Jia Trading Company treating little Feng with such respect?
He knew Lin Chen best among those present.
He racked his brains but couldn't understand why. Someone nearby said, yeah, I'm also puzzled.
Fu Jia Trading Company is one of the top 10 companies in the country.
They shouldn't make a mistake in recognizing people, right? That kid must have some other background. Someone asked, Zhang Quan, didn't you say his mother works for you in mining? How come you don't know this kid's background? I know nothing. Zhang Quan said irritably, their family is indeed very poor, and I've never seen them associate with any big shots. He actually knows the high-level executives of Fu Jia Trading Company?
Beside Wang Yang, Uncle Tai looked surprised. I don't even know anyone from the high levels of Fu Jia Trading Company.
And it seems like the relationship is extraordinary. Young master, do you know why? How would I know?
Wang Yang scratched his head, looking incredulous. This kid, having such a relationship and not telling me, made me worry for nothing.
Uncle Tai, do you think it's possible that Fu Jia Trading Company knows about my relationship with him, so they? Absolutely not.
Uncle Tai immediately retorted, Fu Jia Trading Company is one of the top 10 trading companies in Long Kingdom.
Although they are polite to the 5 major guilds on the surface, they don't necessarily favor us much in reality.
To be precise, our 5 major guilds are competitors with them. It's impossible for them to act this way just because of a friend of yours, young master.
Then why is this?
Wang Yang looked puzzled.
At this moment, Lin Shuer's face was extremely gloomy.
Chen Chang, right in front of her, respectfully ushered Lin Chen inside. It was like a slap in her face, humiliating her.
Miss, this guy is not simple.
Blood Eagle beside her frowned. Fu Jia Trading Company has never been this courteous to us. They only treat one type of person this way.
What kind of person? Lin Shuer asked.
That would be their clients, the sellers who provide equipment. If you bring good items to sell, you are treated as an honored guest, regardless of your status, Blood Eagle explained slowly. But if you don't have this relationship, no matter your status, they won't pay much attention to you.
That's how merchants are.
Since the 5 major guilds also had their own trading businesses, there was no possibility of cooperation with Fu Jia Trading Company. They were competitors instead.
Do you think he can offer auction items? Lin Shuer sneered, that's absolutely impossible.
Blood Eagle nodded. It's also possible that Lin Chen knows a major client of Fu Jia Trading Company, which is why this is happening. Lin Shuer found this explanation more acceptable.
So this is your confidence? No wonder you act so arrogantly.
Lin Shuer muttered, but you are really overestimating yourself.
Even Fujia Trading Company couldn't be compared to Tian'an Alliance.
She didn't know what Lin Chen was so proud of. At this point, Lin Chen had already been brought to the front by Chen Chang. Chen Chang handed a tablet to Lin Chen, sliding through the items and saying, most of the items for this auction can be previewed in advance, so you can plan what to bid on. Lin Chen nodded. However, after sliding for a while, he didn't find the equipment he had consigned. Chen Chang smiled knowingly and whispered, the equipment from Feng Xiao is the highlight. Manager Chen, you don't need to attend to me, go ahead and do your work. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Alright, feel free to call me if you need anything. Chen Chang smiled and left. A moment later, the auction was about to begin. Unfortunately, there were only 2 long tables in the front, with members from the 5 major guilds and the top 16 guilds mostly present. Lin Shuer and Wang Yang were also seated nearby.
Wang Yang nodded at Lin Chen with a smile. Lin Shuer's face was grim.
The Lin Chen she had always considered a waste of space was now sitting next to her.
If it weren't for the mythical equipment she had to obtain at the auction, she would have left immediately.
Please be patient, the auction will begin shortly. Chen Chang stepped onto the central stage, introducing the auction rules with a smile on his face.
Lin Chen browsed through the auction items and found many things he needed. It seemed that Fujia Trading Company did have some good items.
After Chen Chang finished explaining the rules, the auction began. For the first item, please look at the big screen. Life Profession Certificate, Grandmaster Alchemist, skill acquired upon use, Grandmaster Alchemy.
Requirement, level 150.
Requirement, Master Alchemist Profession, Master Alchemy skill at maximum level.
Chen Chang said, I prefer to be honest.
Although this item is rare, it originally had little value, considering how difficult it is to gain skill experience in this life profession. Even with all the certificates and fully honed skills and experience at each level, it still takes several years.
However, Chen Chang's expression turned serious. The opening of the Forgotten Land's secret realm is imminent, and I believe this item is something that all of you have been collecting, right?
Without further ado, the starting bid for this item is 50,000 credits, with increments of no less than 1,000 each time.
Let's begin. 50,000. A voice shouted as soon as the words fell.
Seeing many people looking over, the person smiled and said, hee, you big shots probably don't need it, but our Dark Emperor just happens to want to train as senior alchemist.
Please give us some face. 55,000.
Another person chuckled, well, it seems that our Morning Star Trading Company also wants to train an alchemist.
60,000. 61,000. 65,000.
The two continued to bid without interference from others. After a moment, the price reached 80,000, and the Morning Star Guild gave up the bidding.
80,000 once. Chen Chang was ready to strike the gavel.
100,000, Lin Chen said calmly.
The person from the Dark Empire's expression changed immediately. Kid, can you come up with that much money?
Chen Chang hurriedly said, Mr.
Lin's strength is unquestionable. 100,000 once, 100,000 twice. Any more bids? 100,000 credits 3 times. Sold.
Chen Chang struck the gavel, then immediately handed the master's certificate to Lin Chen. Lin Chen tried it out and found that the certificate was also a skill book that could be directly absorbed, without the need for the prerequisite of a master alchemist. In other words, with the life profession certificate, he could now max out all his life skills directly.
This was quite abnormal. After the auction, please settle the account with Mr.
Lin backstage, Chen Chang said, then returned to the stage and brought out the second item for auction.
There were many good items to come, including a rare skill book for swordsmen.
Gale's Endless Slash infused the weapon with wind attributes, doubling the attack range and dealing 60% wind attribute damage to all enemies within the attack range with each strike.
Lasts for 30 seconds, costs 350 mana, and has a 2-minute cooldown.
Requirement, First Transformation Sword Master.
Swordsmen, being a melee class, naturally lack area of effect skills. This skill was of great significance to swordsmen, greatly enhancing their group combat capabilities.
Many people immediately started bidding, and the price quickly exceeded 100,000, finally settling at 160,000. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly secured it for 200,000.
Rare skills like this were not available in the free trading market, and even if they were, they would be exorbitantly priced because people always felt they could earn more at auctions than selling on their own, potentially losing money.
This left Wang Yang's companion, Tai Shu, dumbfounded, because he was the one who had bid 16,000 just now.
He quickly opened communication. Young Master Feiyu, someone suddenly raised the bid to 200,000. Should we continue bidding? Who dares to snatch my stuff? I'll go back and teach him a lesson.
The voice on the other end sounded angry.
You can't do that, young Master Fei Yu. The bidder is a friend of young Master Bai Yong,
Tai Shu said with a bitter smile.
Since it's our own, forget it.
Tell Bai Yong that he owes me a treat when he gets back, or this won't be over. With that, the call was disconnected. In the end, Lin Chen acquired the skill book. Lin Shuer, who had been silent throughout the bidding, furrowed her brows in confusion. She couldn't understand where Lin Chen had gotten so many credits. Could it be that Wang Yang was backing him up? But how could the Bai family allow Wang Yang, an outsider, to act recklessly? Soon, half an hour passed, and around 20 items were auctioned off, but Lin Chen only bought 2. He refrained from bidding further because he felt that his few pieces of equipment were only worth that much, and buying more would leave him unable to settle the bill later on.
The items to be auctioned next are what everyone is most concerned about. Without further ado, let's look directly at the screen.
On the screen appeared a level 30 legendary ring, one of the equipment consigned by Lin Chen. Starting bid, 100,000, each increment must not be less than 5,000.
150,000. 160,000. 200,000. Someone immediately spoke up, and the competition was fierce.
This left Lin Chen stunned.
It was just a level 30 legendary equipment, how could it be sold at such a high price?
The skill book he bought before could last a lifetime, yet no one bid over 200,000.
This equipment would soon be outdated and replaced.
He glanced and noticed that those bidding were all from the 5 major forces.
He couldn't help but wonder, what treasures did the Forgotten Land hold to drive these people so crazy?
Soon, all 7 pieces of his legendary equipment were sold, each averaging around 250,000.
Next, the real highlight. Chen Chang smirked, and then the attributes of a mythical equipment appeared on the big screen.
Hammer of the Thunder God, mythical, attack plus 650 strength plus 150 agility plus 200 attack speed plus 50% special attribute 1, attacks deal 30% additional electric damage. Special attribute 2, attacks have a 2% chance to paralyze the target causing a 1-second stun.
Special attribute 3, attacks have a 10% chance to release a lightning chain, dealing decreasing electric damage to 5 nearby targets. Sockets, 0/2 requirement, level 30 for all first-tier melee classes. No active skills, all passive.
But all 3 passives were excellent, it's just that Lin Chen found the skill trigger probability too low, so he put it up for auction.
Everyone!
Chen Chang shouted with a smile, although the data of this equipment is average, its strength lies in the fact that all first-tier melee classes can use it.
If given to an agility-based assassin, the power is unimaginable.
Because electric damage ignores armor, only magic resistance and electric element resistance affect it, making this hybrid damage very high.
Moreover, the faster the attack speed, the higher the passive skill trigger rate.
In the hands of someone with fast attack speed, this is a divine weapon.
Starting bid 300,000. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. 400,000. Ridiculous, you think you can buy it for 400,000? I bid 500,000. 510,000. Soon, the major forces started bidding frantically.
But in the end, it was bought by Wang Yang for 83,000.
Chen Chang continued, next, we have a staff.
Starting bid, 350,000, each increment must not be less than 10,000. When Lin Chen saw the staff on the screen, he was stunned because it was actually his destruction staff consigned in the Dark Empire. Although this staff had low base attributes, it had a high bonus to destruction type damage and an AoE active skill. With these two, this staff was even more valuable than the Hammer of the Thunder God just now.
However, why did the Dark Empire send things here for auction?
Lin Chen was puzzled. The moment Lin Shui saw the staff, she became excited. This was her purpose for coming here. But before she could speak, a calm voice rang out. 1 million, Lin Chen said expressionlessly.
Lin Shui immediately slammed the table and stood up. Are you deliberately picking a fight?
2 million, Lin Chen remained calm. After all, the item was his, and he would only lose a small amount in commission fees.
You're asking for death.
Lin Shui's face turned pale with anger. Lin Chen smiled faintly. If you're poor, don't come to an auction. The atmosphere in the room turned somber for all members of the Proud Sky Alliance. Since the Proud Sky Alliance became the top guild, no one had dared to provoke them like this.
Manager Chen. Lin Shui said coldly, what if someone maliciously bids but can't come up with so much money? Chen Chang smiled and said, naturally, we will arrest them and hand them over to the Professional Alliance for handling. Then please proceed.
Lin Shui said lightly, I don't think he can come up with 2 million at all.
Chen Chang smiled, if Mr. Lin is unable to pay after the auction, Fujia Trading will naturally handle it.
Miss Lin, you don't need to worry.
Let the auction continue.
Lin Shuer's face turned ugly, then she shouted, 2,010,000.
She then looked at Lin Chen. Are you going to continue bidding?
At this moment, before Lin Chen could speak, a somewhat shy voice suddenly came from the corner,
2,100,000. Everyone curiously looked over and saw that the bidder was a young boy. This boy looked only 15 or 16 years old, and as everyone looked at him, he seemed a bit nervous and fidgety. Isn't that the kid from the Yun family? Yun Mengze is here too. I only just noticed him. What's going on? Is he a young master of the Yun family? Why does he still look like a child? Isn't it said that one must be 18 to awaken talents and enter the magical world?
The Yun family is quite strange. Their descendants always seem to grow and develop slower than their peers. I wonder why. Lin Shuer saw Yun Mengze bidding and her face darkened. Needless to say, Yun Mengyao must be up to something behind the scenes. Both she and Yun Mengyao were the most outstanding warlocks of their generation, and this destruction staff was the most suitable weapon for them.
She must get her hands on it. 2,020,000.
Lin Shuer raised the bid again. The Blood Eagle beside her suddenly lowered his voice. Miss, this price has far exceeded the budget for this equipment.
Do you want to let Yun Mengyao get this staff and suppress me?
Lin Shuer said in a deep voice. Since it was the money of the Tianao Alliance, she didn't care at all.
Besides, she was the only SSR talent in the world. What's wrong with spending 2 million on some equipment? Subsequently, Yun Mengze and Lin Shuer continued to bid, while Lin Chen became a bystander.
After a battle, Lin Shuer finally won the destruction staff for 2,090,000. Lin Chen didn't cause any more trouble. A piece of equipment that could sell for around 100,000 actually sold for 2 million. He must be dreaming. As for whether Lin Shuer getting this equipment would threaten him, he had never thought about that. This money would allow him to exchange for attributes, at least equivalent to 100 destruction staffs. 2 mythical equipment pieces were auctioned off next, a longbow bought by the Dark Knight Association for 69,000, and a heavy sword bought by Wang Yang for 85,000.
The auction ended there. The crowd dispersed one after another.
Lin Chen came out of the auction house, deducting a 3% handling fee and 5% personal income tax from all the money earned from selling equipment, leaving him with 6,030,000. In just one day, he slaughtered a few bosses at will, and the harvest was so huge. He couldn't even imagine the days ahead. He was eager to go harvest bosses in various maps. However, the most important thing now was to settle his mother. His mother had worked hard for him for over a decade and deserved to enjoy some peace and comfort.
Xiaofeng, over here.
As soon as he stepped out, Lin Chen saw Zhang Quan walking towards him.
Xiaofeng, why is Manager Chen so polite to you?
Lin Chen's expression turned cold when he saw Zhang Quan. Uncle Quan, so my mom has been working for you all this time, and you handled all the compensation for my dad's injuries?
Zhang Quan's expression tightened, and he quickly said, Xiaofeng, Uncle Quan did his best.
The company was only willing to compensate with 50,000, they wouldn't agree to more.
I'm just a small player, what can I do? Heh, I naturally believe Uncle Quan's words.
Lin Chen chuckled and then said, let's leave the past behind.
Where's my mom? Is she still at the mine?
He didn't believe a word of it. He believed even more that Zhang Quan had embezzled part of the compensation, but it wasn't the time to turn against him yet.
She's at the mine, but I told her to take paid leave for a while,
but she just wouldn't listen, Zhang Quan said with a smile.
Xiaofeng, shall we go back together tomorrow?
Uncle Quan has a company card, and we can get an 80% discount on renting mounts at the Tianfeng city station. No, I have my own plans, Lin Chen refused Zhang Quan. Then the two went their separate ways. He spent a huge amount of credit points and teleported directly to Tianfeng city. However, there was no direct teleportation array to the mine, so he needed to rent a mount, change rides along the way, and travel for a long time before arriving. By now, it was already night, and at this time, the station did not rent out mounts. Lin Chen's heart was set on returning swiftly, not wanting to stop for a moment.
He left the city directly and headed towards his mother's location. Meanwhile, in the underground palace of the Assassin Alliance headquarters, Lord Bloodblade, we found him. A black-clad assassin hurriedly arrived. The newcomer who clashed with my men in the desolate desert is named Lin Chen. After investigation, this person comes from an ordinary family.
His mother is just a minor, but he had decent grades in school.
However, he awakened with an F-grade talent and did not join any faction.
Such a waste, it seems unrelated to the key of skills.
Is this the information you found? Bloodblade's expression was somewhat unpleasant.
Don't worry, my lord, the black-clad assassin said mysteriously with a smile. Just now, news came from the Flame Dragon City that Lin Chen made a big splash at the auction of the Fujia Trading Company. The Fujia Trading Company is even willing to offend the Tianao Alliance for him. This person, who clearly comes from an ordinary background, spent 300,000 in one go to bid on a few items.
Doesn't it strike you as odd, my lord, where this kid got the money to participate in the bidding?
And why is the Fujia Trading Company so respectful towards him?
Are you saying? Bloodblade's eyes narrowed. Exactly.
The black-clad assassin continued, someone at the outpost in the desolate desert saw my men chasing this kid away, and shortly after, they died mysteriously, losing the key of skills. And this kid, after coming out of the desolate desert, went straight to Flame Dragon City to participate in the auction. He must have sold the key of skills to the Fujia Trading Company, which is why he had the money to bid, and the Fujia Trading Company is very respectful towards him. Although we don't know how he killed my men, this kid is clearly highly suspicious.
Damn it! Bloodblade gritted his teeth. We assassins have always been the ones to steal from others. Capture this kid immediately and interrogate him. After leaving Flame Dragon City, this kid's whereabouts are unknown.
Then wait for him at his home.
Bloodblade said in a deep voice.
Have his mother call him.
Let's see if he comes back. Yes. I'll go do it.
On the other side, Lin Chen traveled through the night and arrived at the foot of the Misty Mountain in a small village in just 2 hours. It was called a village, but in reality, it was just some settlement houses built by the mining company for the workers, close to the mining area for convenience. Before dawn, Lin Chen, afraid of disturbing his mother's rest, found a place in the village to sit and rest. To avoid trouble, he simply activated his cloak of invisibility skill.
Who's out there?
At that moment, a hoarse voice came from the nearby courtyard. Soon after, a hunched old man came out cautiously with a rake in hand. Lin Chen quickly deactivated his invisibility and walked over, smiling. Grandpa Ning, it's me, Lin Chen.
The old man's name was Ning Fusheng.
His 2 children died in the magical world many years ago, so he became a miner to support himself. A couple of years ago, he retired due to health issues. Since Lin Chen was a child, Ning Fusheng had been his neighbor, and they were quite familiar with each other, having a good relationship.
Ah, Xiaofeng, it's been a long time since I last saw you.
The old man, Ning Fusheng, smiled.
Aren't you supposed to graduate and enter the magical world this year?
I came back to visit my mom, Lin Chen smiled. I didn't want to disturb her rest, so I waited outside.
It's good that you're back,
Ning Fusheng sighed, his face filled with stories.
The magical world is too dangerous. If you don't have that talent, it's better to come back and work in the mines honestly.
You're right, Lin Chen nodded with a smile, without elaborating further.
Ning Fusheng invited, you came back so late, you must be tired. Why don't you come in and rest for a while? I don't want to disturb you.
You should rest.
Don't worry about me.
Alright then, Ning Fusheng nodded, then hesitated before saying, Xiaofeng, when you're back this time, you must persuade your mom. She hasn't rested for 2 months, working intensively every day. Her health is deteriorating, and she won't be able to hold on much longer.
I will. Thank you for caring, Grandpa Ning. Lin Chen took a deep breath.
After that, Ning Fusheng closed the door and went back inside. Lin Chen turned around but suddenly stopped, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes.
He was wearing the boots of the Skywalker, which made no sound when he walked. Why was he still noticed? Unable to figure it out, Lin Chen shook his head and didn't dwell on it. 2 hours later, a golden ray of sunlight rose from the horizon, awakening all things. The golden light spread across the land, marking the beginning of a new day filled with hope and vitality. Lin Chen pushed open the door of his own house. Mom, I'm back. In the courtyard, a woman was hanging clothes to dry.
She turned around and saw Lin Chen, immediately smiling.
Feng, you're really back? Lin's mother was first surprised, then scolded. Didn't I tell you not to worry about me? I'm perfectly fine.
Coming back this time must have cost you a lot, she continued.
It's okay, Mom. I have plenty of money now.
Lin Chen walked over, looking proud. The game system in the magical world was very convenient. With a single thought, he transferred 5 million credits from his account to a card and handed it to his mother.
I've told you before, don't go mining. Why don't you believe your son? Lin Chen insisted.
His mother pushed the card back. I don't need this money.
Keep it for yourself, for your future.
Mom, just take a look. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he offered the card again. At that moment, the sound of galloping horses and drums filled the air outside, turning the peaceful village into a bustling scene.
Lin's mother curiously walked out of the yard, followed by Lin Chen.
Next, Lin Chen saw a group of people led by Zhang Quan approaching them. They were holding a long banner that read, "Warm congratulations to Lu Tsuihua for winning the title of Model Employee of the Year.
Your outstanding performance is our common pride."
The whole village was stirred, coming over to congratulate Lin Chen and his mother.
Congratulations, Lu Miss. Zhang Quan walked over with a smile and handed a red envelope to Lin's mother. This is a reward from the company. It's not much, but I hope you don't mind.
Thank you. Lin's mother took the red envelope and then invited everyone to stay for a meal. Such good relationships, Zhang Quan agreed, but his eyes were on Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained expressionless but wondered what Zhang Quan was up to. Back in the room, Zhang Quan immediately sought out Lin Chen alone.
Xiaofeng, there's something, Uncle Quan wants to ask for your help. What is it?
Lin Chen's gaze shifted slightly.
Xiaofeng, do you know what's most important for thriving in the Jianghu world? What is it? Connections.
Zhang Quan said seriously, but just having connections isn't enough, you need to learn how to use them to your advantage. Now that you can contact the top brass of the Fujia Trading Company, that's a promising future.
Are you willing to cooperate with Uncle Quan?
I can assure you that the money you'll earn will surpass what your mother made from mining in her lifetime.
He.
Lin Chen chuckled suddenly. Emotions were waiting for him here. Sorry, Uncle Quan, I've already planned to get my mother out of the Gold Draft Corporation and stop mining forever, Lin Chen said with a smile.
You should find someone else. You want to leave here? Zhang Quan furrowed his brow. Xiaofeng, you're confused. If your mother loses this job, how will she make a living?
Besides, I don't need you to do anything troublesome. Just help our company establish a partnership with Fujia Trading Company. They purchase large quantities of materials every year. Who wouldn't want to sell to them?
With your connections, it should be a piece of cake. Zhang Quan grew more excited as he spoke.
Sorry, I can't help,
Lin Chen shook his head. You. Zhang Quan's face darkened. Xiaofeng, don't blame Uncle Quan for not warning you.
Your mother works under me, and whether she can leave the company is up to me. The agreement your mother signed still has several years left before expiration.
Now you want to leave, can you afford the hefty breach of contract fee?
His words carried a strong threat. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, already putting this person on his hit list.
But it wasn't the time to act yet.
He could be bullied, but he wouldn't allow anyone to bully his mother. How much money? Give me a figure, Lin Chen said calmly.
50,000 credits.
Fine, I'll pay it, and I'll resign this afternoon, Lin Chen said nonchalantly.
You.
Zhang Quan clearly didn't expect Lin Chen to agree so readily, but it was no longer about the amount of money. He had already promised the boss to secure the partnership between the company and Fujia Trading Company. Taking a deep breath, he said after a moment of contemplation, Xiaofeng, let me make it clear to you, this matter won't be resolved just by resigning. The big shots are all waiting. If things don't work out, you and your mother might not be able to leave this place.
Both of you are at the lowest F-level talent. What can you do against the company? Facing Lin Chen's aloofness, Zhang Quan actually felt disdainful. So what if you know important people? You're useless, your family is useless, can you still act recklessly? Enough! Just as Lin Chen was about to explode, Lin's mother suddenly entered the room.
She had been listening outside. Lin's mother said coldly, Zhang Quan, you're not welcome here, please leave immediately. Liuzi, think about it, persuade your child, this matter is beneficial to everyone, Zhang Quan said before leaving. After he left, Lin Chen said straightforwardly, Mom, let's leave here. I have plenty of money to ensure your comfort for the rest of your life.
Silly child, didn't I teach you? Don't flaunt your wealth, stop mentioning money all the time.
Lin's mother took a deep breath and said slowly, what Zhang Quan said is right, we can't leave.
It's no longer about money.
Agree to him first, then find a chance to leave, never come back.
That's impossible.
Lin Chen frowned, Mom, I can't leave you alone.
And who says we can't leave? I'm confident, I want to try.
His Skywalker boots could teleport his mother away directly.
Once his mother left, things would be much easier for him alone.
It was impossible for small mining companies to have many high-level professionals, not to mention a complete counterattack, but leaving calmly posed no problem. At the same time, in a jungle outside the village, two figures slowly emerged. This should be our destination, said a tall, slender assassin as he took out a map to look at it. The other assassin, with a stubble on his face, looked surprised and said, just to catch a newcomer? Do they really need to send 2 level 90 shadow dancers like us? Don't be careless, the tall assassin said in a deep voice. It is said that 4 first-tier experts from our assassin alliance died because of him. Perhaps he's just a waste, but there might be strong protectors around him.
That's easy, I'll go kill a few people to test the waters first.
The stubbled assassin sneered and entered stealth mode. Lin Chen was about to take off the Skywalker boots when he suddenly heard screams outside.
Ah, someone's dead. What's going on? Is it a monster invasion? There was a commotion outside.
Lin Chen's expression tightened, and he quickly handed the Skywalker boots to his mother, solemnly instructing her, Mom, I'll go outside to check.
If things go wrong, use the skill on this equipment to teleport away immediately. I'll come find you later.
Before his mother could react, Lin Chen hurried out. Inside the house, Lin's mother was astonished when she saw the properties of the boots. But her surprised expression lasted only a moment, followed by a fleeting smile of relief on her face. Lin Chen stepped out of the house, and by now, the village was in chaos, with many people gathered outside a courtyard. He went over to see that a family of 3 lay in a pool of blood in the courtyard. The wounds don't look like they were caused by monsters, but rather by professionals, came Zhang Quan's voice from behind. Lin Chen frowned and looked over to see Zhang Quan also frowning.
"Wasn't it you guys?" Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. "Am I crazy to randomly kill people?" Zhang Quan looked worried and, after speaking, grabbed Lin Chen and said, "It's not safe here. Come with me, I'll have the company's people protect you." Unbeknownst to them, the 2 assassins were currently invisible in the courtyard, staring directly at Lin Chen. They communicated through a voice system. "He is our target. I've searched the village and found no high-level professionals. Would you like to test him? You keep an eye on the crowd, see if there are any hidden experts." After speaking, the stubbled assassin approached Lin Chen with a dagger in hand. "Ha!" Lin Chen seemed to sense something, turned abruptly, and fixed his gaze on an empty space in the courtyard. The next moment, a cold light flashed, and a dagger seemed to pierce through the void, aiming at Lin Chen's back. The speed was too fast, too sudden, there was no time to dodge. Lin Chen instinctively raised his hand, and a novice sword appeared, using a basic skill. Parry and block. The novice sword was broken in the next moment, but Lin Chen managed to step back a few steps, out of the attacker's range. After the stubbled assassin's strike, he slowly became visible, his face showing seriousness. A newcomer with such a sharp reaction was unbelievable. Assassin! The appearance of the assassin directly frightened all the villagers. They too were once professionals, struggling in the world of magic, but without exception, due to their poor talent, they couldn't advance to the next level and could only resort to mining for a living. So they knew very well that an assassin with invisibility skills was at least a first-tier professional, someone they couldn't contend with. Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you killing people?" Before taking action, he needed to understand the situation. "Lin Chen, do you not know what you've done?" The stubbled assassin sneered. "Looking for me?" Lin Chen frowned. "Did the Tianao Alliance send you to kill me?" As he spoke, Lin Chen directly used the surveillance skill attached to the Eye of Tianqi. The true eye. The result revealed that the person in front of him, with the ID name Mad Stab, was a level 90-second transformation assassin dancer, a specialized physical output class that advanced from the Shadow Blade. Seeing the opponent's situation, Lin Chen immediately felt relieved. His armor even surpassed many second transformation tank classes, specifically countering assassins. "Tianao Alliance?" The stubbled assassin chuckled. "Seems like you have quite a few enemies, which makes me curious. Just a newcomer, what makes you think you can?" With that, the stubbled assassin attacked again. Lin Chen thought for a moment, not wanting a direct confrontation, so he turned and ran. One reason was that there might be other assassins lurking, and the other was that many villagers were watching. If he killed the assassin in one move, it would be hard to explain later. Lin Chen adjusted his speed, keeping a certain distance from the assassin, and soon they left the village and entered the jungle. The stubbled assassin, at this moment, was already full of shock. A full agility assassin couldn't catch up to a newcomer. He shouted loudly, "This guy is suspicious. Let's get him together." Suddenly feeling a chill behind him, Lin Chen directly took out the magic sword Incineration Silence and used the sword flight technique without activating the magic flame sword aura. In an instant, 20 flying swords appeared out of thin air behind Lin Chen, covering a large area. What? Under a series of terrifying damage numbers, the tall assassin who ambushed was torn to shreds. Third brother. The pursuing stubbled assassin's eyes widened, and he also came to an abrupt stop. When he looked at Lin Chen, all he saw in his eyes was endless fear. Without hesitation, the next moment, he retreated explosively, using all the speed-boosting buffs he had. His eyes were full of terror and a desire to survive as he fled towards the village. "Who are you really? How can a newcomer like you possibly one-shot a second transformation professional?" Lin Chen didn't waste time talking to him. The sword flight technique had a 1-second cooldown, and as soon as it was ready, he raised his hand again, and 20 swords shot out like arrows, disappearing instantly. Boom! The wall exploded, and a bloody and mangled body flew into the yard. Lin Chen was in a killing mood, and without controlling the angle properly, one of the flying swords flew into the yard, causing the only house inside to collapse. Cough! An old man hurriedly avoided the collapsing house, looking somewhat disheveled. "Grandpa Ning, are you okay?" Lin Chen rushed over and asked with concern. But immediately, Lin Chen furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. Although Ning Fuxing appeared disheveled, there was not a speck of dust on his clothes. On a whim, Lin Chen used the true eye on Ning Fuxing. ID? Occupation? Level? All question marks.
Lin Chen was shocked. His true eye could probe information about targets up to level 170. But now, it was all question marks, meaning that the old man in front of them, who had been their neighbor for over a decade, was at least a high-level professional above level 170.
No way. Lin Chen quickly glanced at his own attribute panel.
He had once absorbed a buff that granted experience per second. After a night's time, coupled with the 2 level 90 assassins he had just killed, he had already reached level 60. In other words, with the true eye, he could view information on targets up to level 180.
But why was it still showing question marks?
Lin Chen was a bit confused. Because the strongest group in the entire Dragon Kingdom was capped at level 180, and no one had ever heard of anyone above level 181. However, he suddenly thought that there were some special props that could resist detection skills and conceal one's own information. Perhaps, this old man had something like that. But such props were extremely rare, not even necessarily possessed by the 5 major powers.
This old man had a big problem. Discovering this truth, Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy. What impact would Ning Fuxing's true identity have on him, whether there would be any danger, was temporarily unknown. What happened?
Ning Fuxing saw the body, a look of fear flashing across his face, hastily took a few steps back and looked at Lin Chen. This expression really looked like that of an ordinary old man. If it weren't for Lin Chen's true eyes, he might have believed it. Lin Chen quickly picked up all the equipment and items that the body on the ground had dropped.
Grandpa Ning, we'll talk later.
Leaving these words behind, he immediately returned to the jungle and picked up all the items dropped by another assassin. At this time, the villagers hiding in various places in the village were very panicked. It's over, we all saw the appearance of the murderer, he won't let us off.
How could a fugitive come to our village?
Poor old Lin's family, the widow and her son are already pitiful enough, now even the only child. That assassin can turn invisible, at least a second-tier expert. Lin Chen's child is definitely in grave danger. If it weren't for Lin Chen leading the assassin away, we would probably be no more.
Zhang Quan, didn't the company send experts to guard the mining town? Quickly call them over. I've already sent a message, they'll be here soon.
Zhang Quan said with a serious expression.
His face didn't look too good. Lin Chen's death meant that the company's plan was going down the drain.
Originally, upon completing this task, the boss promised him a large sum of money, which was now gone along with the reward.
He hated himself. Why didn't he use stronger methods earlier and just forcefully take the mother and son away?
But at this moment, there was another commotion outside. Curious, everyone went out to investigate and found that Ning Fuxing's yard was surrounded by many people.
Don't be afraid, everyone.
Someone shouted, the fugitive who committed the crime just now has been killed by Lin Chen in self-defense, witnessed by Mr.
Ning himself. Come out, it's all over. What? Many people looked shocked. Lin Chen killed the assassin in self-defense? Isn't he just an F-grade talent?
Especially Zhang Quan, his eyes were full of disbelief. In the yard, the majority of the villagers' gazes towards Lin Chen changed.
Xiaofeng, how did you do it? This was a second-tier assassin. It's amazing, this all happened in less than 3 minutes, right? Did you really do it? Zhang Quan walked over incredulously. Didn't you just graduate? What level are you now?
Faced with everyone's inquiries, Lin Chen scratched his head and said with a silly smile, it was all just luck. They were all just 30-level second-tier assassins. They thought I wasn't a threat, were a bit negligent, so I successfully ambushed and killed them. Since he had picked up all the equipment dropped, only the bodies couldn't reveal their true level. He had also thought about making up a story about a passing expert coming to his aid, but that would be too far-fetched. Better to just admit it openly. When the levels of the professionals were not too different, especially when facing assassins who were fragile, winning by ambush could be justified. Most importantly, Ning Fuxing might have seen him in action and couldn't be deceived.
Alright, everyone disperse. Ning Fuxing said, enforcers from the Alliance will arrive soon.
After speaking, he glanced at Lin Chen with a barely perceptible hint of something different in his eyes.
Xiaofeng, you accidentally damaged my house, can I come to your place for a while? Hearing this, everyone looked at the now ruined house and their eyes widened in surprise once again. How powerful must one be to turn a house into such a ruin?
Lin Chen felt uneasy at this moment. How could he dare to bring an unknown big shot back home? He quickly took out the tent and some small tables and chairs he had bought before, set them up on the ground, and put some food on them.
Grandpa Ning, please have a seat, no need to be polite.
Lin Chen said with a smile, I'm really sorry about your house.
I'll compensate you with these things.
You can make do for one night, and I'll help you rebuild it tomorrow.
Ning Fusheng. Grandpa Ning, we've been neighbors for over a decade. Why be so polite? Sit down, the chair is for you.
Lin Chen smiled and came over, forcibly pushing Ning Fuxing into the seat.
He then turned and left.
Ning Fuxing glanced at Lin Chen's back, then at the bodies in the yard, his mouth twitching. Lin Chen hurried back home. To be honest, he had considered whether to try to get some benefits from this hidden big shot, but the thought of being able to be killed at any time made him not dare to take the risk. Besides, with his talent and skills, he didn't need any benefits. It was better to keep a respectful distance.
Mom!
Lin Chen found his mother and said solemnly, "Someone is targeting me.
We must leave here immediately. Feng, you've grown up."
Lin's mother looked at Lin Chen with a face full of joy, holding the traveler's boots in her hand.
This surprised Lin Chen. "Mom, don't you have any questions?"
His mother was too calm. He thought his mother would be shocked for a while after seeing the traveler's boots.
Could it be that his mother didn't care about the newcomer ranking? Ask what? Lin's mother asked in surprise. Lin Chen looked puzzled. For example, how did you get this equipment? Or what is your son's current strength? He. Lin's mother chuckled. No need to ask. My phone must be outstanding.
She handed the equipment to Lin Chen and continued, "Take this equipment back.
Mom doesn't need it. As long as you're safe, Mom will be relieved." Lin Chen looked puzzled. "Mom, you're not even level 30?
After some thought, he took off the traveler's ring. "Mom, this ring has a teleportation skill that can be used at level 10.
Enough.
Lin's mother refused. "You don't need to worry about Mom's safety. Mom can take care of herself."
Lin Chen sighed helplessly, feeling anxious.
Although he didn't know who sent those two assassins, where there was one, there would be more powerful ones next time. He couldn't stay here any longer. He wanted to take his mother and leave. But unfortunately, his mother seemed unwilling.
Lin Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Mom, do you know? Uncle Lu and his family were just killed. And the real target of the murderer is actually me. They will definitely send more people.
You must leave with me." Faced with Lin Chen's urgency, his mother remained indifferent, calmly saying, "Those two should be from the Assassin Alliance."
2.
Lin Chen was stunned. In fact, there had only been one assassin all along, and the villagers only knew about one.
Moreover, his mother had been at home all this time. How could she know what was happening outside? Feng, you've grown up and matured.
Lin's mother looked kindly at Lin Chen. "Mom has worked hard these years, but it's worth it."
There are some things I should tell you. Mom, what are you talking about?
Lin Chen looked puzzled. But his mother didn't say more, instead calling out, "Old Master Ning, since you're here, come in and talk." With a creak, Lin Chen heard the courtyard gate being pushed open. Then, Ning Fuxing, leaning on a cane, walked in unsteadily.
There was no expression on his face, just a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes.
He took a few steps inside, but then quickly turned back to close the courtyard gate, crushing a scroll in his hand which turned into fragments of light, seemingly forming a barrier that enveloped the entire yard, making the outside noise disappear instantly. After completing all this, he walked towards the house.
Ning Fuxing entered the house, his mouth showing an excitement that was hard to conceal. "Have you finally decided to give me that thing?"
Lin's mother ignored Ning Fuxing and spoke to Lin Chen. "Phone, actually.
He is your great-grandfather."
What? Lin Chen was completely stunned.
How could a senior suddenly appear out of nowhere?
And one who seemed to be a level 180 advanced professional.
"Mom, what's going on? Wasn't it said that Dad had no relatives?"
Lin's mother calmly said, "Your father's name is Lin Yuanshan. He used to be from the main branch of the Lin family."
Lin family? Which Lin family? Why used to be? What happened?
Lin Chen was full of questions. Tianfeng City, Dark Knight Association, Lin family, Lin's mother said slowly, and Ning Fuxing, also known as your great-grandfather, actually named Lin Fuxing, was sent by the Lin family to monitor us, mother and son.
Ha ha.
Lin Fuxing chuckled lightly. "Monitoring or not, you make it sound so harsh.
I just want to protect Yuanshan's son and ensure he grows up safely. By telling the child all this now, are you trying to have him re-enter the Lin family tree? It's simple, just return that thing to the Lin family, and I guarantee this child will have a worry-free life forever." Lin's mother ignored Lin Fuxing and took a deep breath, looking at Lin Chen. "Phone, do you know? The mining accident back then was not actually an accident." "What?" Lin Chen's eyes widened. "Dad was murdered? By whom?" Lin's mother's eyes filled with hatred as she looked at Lin Fuxing. "You should ask him that." Lin Fuxing frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Chen was also at a loss. Could it be that the Lin family were enemies who killed his father? But why would his mother say such things in front of Lin Fuxing, a terrifying figure who seemed like a big shot? He quickly stood in front of his mother, summoning the magic sword incinerating silence, his eyes filled with hostility as he looked at Lin Fuxing. This sword. Lin Fuxing's expression changed when he saw the magic sword incinerating silence, then a hint of green light flashed in his eyes,
as if he saw through the sword in Lin Chen's hand.
Magic sword incinerating silence. A level 40 divine weapon.
The next moment, Lin Fuxing actually called out the name directly.
He raised his head in astonishment. Are you the new King Feng Xiao? You are a Grandmaster level blacksmith?
Lin Chen was also surprised. The other party called out the name of the magic sword incinerating silence without any hesitation. Only a blacksmith who reached the Grandmaster level could learn a skill to detect the equipment information on a target.
Ha ha ha. The next moment, Lin Fuxing burst into laughter. Good.
Truly worthy of Yuan Shan's son, already leaving peers far behind.
Such a young talent, Miss Lu, you wouldn't want him to die prematurely, would you?
Ready to strike. Lin Chen's expression tightened, quickly summoning a shadow clone and activating the flame sword aura. However, Lin Fuxing's lips curled in disdain, casually raising his hand, a ripple of light spreading out from his palm like waves. As the ripple swept over Lin Chen, he suddenly felt unable to move a muscle. Even the clone was immobilized.
What skill is this? Lin Chen's face showed shock.
With just one move, he lost the ability to resist.
Is this the ability of a big shot?
Kid, don't struggle, you'll only hurt yourself. Lin Fuxing's face carried a smile, calmly saying, if even you can break free, then there's no need for me, a level 210 transcendent, to exist.
210 levels? Lin Chen was shocked to the core. In history, no one has ever surpassed level 180, so how can there be professionals at level 210?
Miss Lu, his life and death are in your hands. Lin Fuxing said lightly, it all depends on your choice. Lin's mother shook her head slightly. I've told you before, I don't have what you want.
Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you.
With that, she slowly stood up.
This startled Lin Fuxing, his face showing shock. How can you move under the suppression of my domain?
Lin's mother smiled faintly, raising her hand slowly. What you have is not a domain, this is. The next moment, Lin Chen felt a tremor in the surrounding space, as if something had shattered, and he could move again. Meanwhile, Lin Fuxing stood frozen in place, unable to move a muscle, as if even moving a finger was extremely difficult. As Lin's mother tightened her grip, Lin Fuxing's limbs exploded into a mist of blood, yet the remaining body seemed to be embedded in the space, not falling.
Ah!
Lin Fuxing let out a miserable cry, and when he came to his senses, he looked at Lin's mother in disbelief.
You broke through? That's impossible. How could you be ahead of me? It's impossible.
At this moment, Lin Chen stared blankly at his mother. Her body was radiating light, her skin becoming tight and smooth, wrinkles disappearing, erasing all traces of aging. Her hair regained its former lustrous black, her eyes shimmering with the vitality of her youth.
The tattered clothes she wore transformed into a magnificent palace attire.
In an instant, she appeared 20 years younger.
Mom, you.
Lin Chen was so shocked he couldn't speak. The so-called transcendent being at level 210 was nothing but an ant before his mother. This is the real me, dear. Lin's mother smiled faintly. I'm sorry for deceiving you all these years.
No!
Lin Fuxing exclaimed, you can't kill me.
If you do, what will happen to your son?
You can't protect him forever. The Lin family will come for him.
You've endured for so long, why not continue to hide?
Because my son has grown up, Lin's mother smiled gently, he no longer needs my protection.
And I must continue to fulfill my mission. Farewell.
After saying this, Lin's mother waved her hand gently, and Lin Fuxing's body dissipated like gas, carried away by the wind.
Mom, what power do you possess now?
Lin Chen swallowed hard, unable to hold back his question. Lin's mother took a deep breath, her expression turning serious. Phone, I have to go.
Remember what I'm about to tell you. Yes, I'm listening.
Before you grow up, never seek revenge against the Lin family.
The depths of the 4 major families are unfathomable. How far do I need to grow before I can? You will know in the future.
So, even with your strength, you are no match for the Lin family.
Yes. Why is that? Why have I never heard of professionals above level 180? Because since the beginning of the world of magic, the strong have never truly disappeared, they have only hidden themselves, unknown to others. What? Are you saying that the first batch of professionals from 100 years ago are still alive?
Lin Chen was filled with shock. As for why, you will understand when you go to the land of oblivion. Lin's mother reached out and patted Lin Chen's head, her face showing a kind smile. I have to go now, my child. Take care of yourself. With that, Lin's mother cut through the space with her hand, and her figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, a barely perceptible light silently entered Lin Chen's body from below. Hey, don't leave yet, I still have many questions. Lin Chen called out anxiously, but received no response. His mother had left, and he had no idea where she had gone. So much had happened in just one day, and Lin Chen found it hard to accept. It turned out that his mother had been mining here all along to protect him and ensure his safety as he grew up. His father's death was somehow related to the Lin family. Thinking about it now, something didn't seem right. His mother was so powerful, and his father probably wasn't far behind. How could he have died in a minor mining accident? Sigh. Lin Chen sighed. He didn't know when he would see his mother again, but at least he no longer had to worry about her safety and feel so anxious. With the boots of the Wanderer and the ring of the Wanderer as his two life-saving equipment, he would fear no enemy. Even if he couldn't win a fight, he could always escape. Just then, a voice came from outside. Xiaofeng, Liuzi, I'm coming in. It was Zhang Quan. Lin Chen's expression turned cold as he walked out. Zhang Quan looked around and then lowered his voice, saying, Xiaofeng, come with me. The company has sent people over, and you have no choice. As long as you help Uncle Quan complete this task, Uncle Quan will definitely help take care of your mother. I told you, I don't agree. Lin Chen said coldly, how did my father really die back then? Zhang Quan was taken aback at the question and frowned. What do you mean? Everyone knows your father died in a mining accident. He. Lin Chen saw Zhang Quan's expression and suddenly understood. It seems you are in the know, right? You are the Lin family's lackey. Or perhaps, the company behind you is directly under the Lin family. Xiaofeng. Zhang Quan's face darkened. This way, Uncle Quan can't help you. As he finished speaking, two professionals walked in from outside. Zhang Quan, what are you doing? It has been instructed from above to bring this mother and son back. Why are you wasting time with them? The two thugs didn't even bother to look at Lin Chen. They had already seen the intelligence report. Lin Chen was just a new recruit with an F-level talent. Zhang Quan sighed and said, Xiaofeng, I know you have some skills, but these two behind me are both second-tier professionals. If you don't want to get hurt, don't resist. Golden Draft Enterprise, right? Lin Chen sneered, my revenge starts with you guys. Ha. One of the thugs laughed, is this kid out of his mind? Doesn't he understand the situation? Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with their nonsense and directly took out the magic sword Incineration Silence, unleashing the flames of the sword. In an instant, dark flames surged out, illuminating the entire courtyard. Flying sword technique. With a raise of his hand, 20 flying swords emerged, enveloping the space around the three of them, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Seeking death. The two men's faces turned cold. They activated their defensive skills, emitting a bright light from their bodies. In their eyes, a fresh graduate like Lin Chen couldn't possibly pose any threat to them. However, they were wrong. When the flying swords attacked their defense shields, they tore through them effortlessly and continued their assault. How is this possible? The three men widened their eyes, watching the scene in disbelief. In the next moment, amidst a series of explosions, the three men were torn apart by the flying swords, leaving behind a pile of items. Lin Chen calmly walked over, picking up the items scattered on the ground. He glanced back at the house where he had lived for many years, then, after a moment of silence, activated the Gale Step skill, gradually fading away. He stealthily made his way outside the village and indeed found several high-level professionals in Lin Fuxing's yard dealing with the bodies of the assassins. These people all wore armbands with a golden mining draft emblem on them. This was the symbol of the Golden Draft Enterprise. Leader, something big has happened here. We've thought about it seriously and want to resign. We want to take a break for a while, lay low. A villager approached to inquire. However, a Jin Gao Company employee who seemed like a manager impatiently replied, we've already confirmed that it was the Lu family causing trouble outside, that's why they came knocking, it has nothing to do with you. Work well, the company won't mistreat you. But leader, didn't you hear me? Get lost. Several villagers were immediately scared off. The executive sneered, damn, a bunch of trash, it's good enough that you get paid, yet you still make a fuss every day. They are not trash. Lin Chen's figure appeared out of thin air, frowning, You are. Lin Chen? The executive casually called out Lin Chen's name, obviously knowing him. How did you hide your skills? Did you advance? What? Isn't he a newcomer? I heard that the top talents of various forces only advanced last night, how could he have advanced already? Several Jin Gao Company members nearby showed surprise. Why waste time with him? It's been instructed from above, take him back. An awakened F-level talent, so what if he advanced? Isn't he still useless? Just as everyone was about to act. Suddenly, 20 flying swords fell from the sky, brought by the Shadow Clone using the Gale Step. These people were originally gathered together, their attention drawn by Lin Chen, and faced with the sudden attack of the Shadow Clone, they didn't even have time to react, directly hit by the densely packed flying swords. In just a second, everyone fell. Lin Chen had already secretly investigated everyone here, the highest level being only 90, posing no threat to him.
He picked up all the dropped items.
In the distance, some villagers who witnessed this scene looked shocked. However, Lin Chen deliberately controlled the angle at which the shadow clone appeared, being blocked by the building, so these villagers did not see his clone and thought it was him acting.
Is that Xiao Feng?
Heavens, Lin Chen killed all the leaders.
Well done. These people deserve to die. These scoundrels finally got their comeuppance.
If it weren't for them tricking me into signing the agreement, I wouldn't have been stuck in this mine for so long.
How did Xiao Feng become so powerful?
I heard those leaders were all second-tier professionals. Lin Chen naturally heard the discussions behind him.
He turned around and said, "Elders, there's no need to cover for me today. Just say I went crazy and killed people. It's none of your business. Goodbye." Lin Chen smiled slightly at the crowd, then turned and left.
With no burden, he suddenly felt light.
No more need to hide.
In a place where no one was around, Lin Chen used the positioning teleportation skill of the Skywalker's boots. The next moment, he appeared in a hotel in Xingxi town, checking his gains. A large number of level 90 equipment, including many level 61s, he selected some level 60 equipment to wear. Putting on the shadow cloak and a face mask, his appearance changed significantly, making it less likely for him to be recognized easily. Checking the system messages, he had been reminded by the system when he reached level 60.
The second-tier professional advancement task was to go to the Silent Sea and hunt a sea monster. The Silent Sea was located southeast of the Dragon Kingdom, quite a distance away.
He took out the entrance ticket to the Forgotten Land and found that there were only 5 hours left until the secret realm opened. He could only do the second-tier task after coming out of the secret realm. What he needed to do now was to convert all those millions of credits into attributes. In the Assassin Alliance's underground palace.
What, dead?
Shadow stood up abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. Beside him, Bloodblade furrowed his brow, and after a moment, he coldly asked, "What happened?" Shadow, with an unpleasant expression, said, "The 2 level 90 assassins sent to Misty Mountain are dead. The last time they contacted headquarters, they had already reached that village, and shortly after, we noticed their friends list dimming here.
As for what they encountered and how they died, it's not clear for now."
Useless. Bloodblade said with a dark expression, "If you can't handle such a small matter, what use are you?" "Sir, there's something suspicious about this." Shadow continued, "After learning about their deaths, nearby colleagues went to investigate and found that many people in the village had died. The deceased were all employees of a small company in Tianfeng City, including those miners who were also from their company."
After questioning, someone saw that kid killing people. What? Bloodblade stood up in disbelief. What were the strengths of those deceased?
Checked, 4 first tier, 6 second tier.
Shadow fell silent after speaking. How is this possible? Isn't that kid a new recruit with F-level talent?
Bloodblade said incredulously, "Could the intelligence be wrong?" "Sir, something's not right."
Shadow said in a deep voice, "Regardless of his talent, even if it's SSR level, it's absolutely impossible for a newcomer to kill so many second-tier professionals.
Throughout history, such a thing has never happened. I believe it's someone powerful by his side who acted. Those villagers have low strength and vision. It's easy to deceive them."
No matter who that powerful person is, this matter must not be overlooked.
Bloodblade said sternly, "We're not afraid of the 4 great families. Are we afraid of a lone ranger? Issue a blood hunt order immediately, hunt this person nationwide. The Assassin Alliance's reputation must not be challenged."
"Yes, I'll take care of it right away."
Shadow wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly turned to leave. If he remembered correctly, the last time a blood hunt order was issued was 5 years ago, targeting the 4th-ranked powerhouse at that time. It took only 3 days for that powerhouse to die in his secret realm. Once a blood hunt order is issued, no one can survive.
An hour after Lin Chen left the village.
Suddenly, several streaks of light came from the sky and quickly landed in the village, revealing several elderly men. One of them raised his eyebrows in surprise. "There's a domain fluctuation." They quickly arrived at Lin Chen's house and found the bloodstain on the ground.
It's indeed 4th brother's aura. That girl actually broke through. This is troublesome. Let's not alarm the ancestor about 4th brother's death for now.
The men looked worried. Suddenly, an elderly man entered from outside. "I've asked around. She didn't take that little guy with her."
Someone said, "Find him and bring him back. As long as her son is in our hands, she won't dare to act recklessly."
"It might be a bit troublesome. With our level, there are many places we can't enter."
"Send someone below to handle this trivial matter. It's just a new recruit with F-level talent. It has to be done this way."
On the other side, Lin Chen arrived at the trading post. At this moment, he had been thinking about one thing. His mother said that the reason the first batch of professionals from 100 years ago could survive to this day was related to the upcoming Forgotten Land secret realm. While Kai Yuan was saying that the major forces were fighting over the Forgotten Land because of some kind of herb related to alchemists. Could it be possible to concoct elixirs that increase lifespan? This was unheard of. In the world of magic, no matter how strong you are, you will eventually grow old with time. Shaking his head, Lin Chen dismissed these thoughts and began shopping. I searched for the flying sword technique. There are over 200 books for sale, each priced at 900 credits, and the price has actually increased. However, he has plenty of money now, so he directly bought them all. After spending a few more minutes, he devoured all the flying sword techniques. Now, when he uses the flying sword technique, he can stack up to 256 swords. If the target is large enough, his damage is equivalent to 256 times the original. Unfortunately, professional bodies are only so big, so he can only hit around 20 or 30 swords at most. Next, he bought up all the low-level white equipment, devoured them, and increased his attack to 50,000, health to 200,000, and armor to 60,000. Just with these basic attributes, he's already comparable to an average third-tier professional. Then he bought a bunch of backpacks of various levels, devoured them, and now has over 6,000 slots in his backpack. He bought all the basic sword techniques, and now the sword damage bonus is at 2,135%, doubling from before. He also bought a few defense skills that can only be learned with a meat shield to protect himself. There's also an advanced rare skill, Magic Shield, which allows him to use mana instead of health when activated, very practical. Along with some miscellaneous attribute boosting skills, he spent over 1,000,000 credits. With nothing cheap left to buy, Lin Chen exited the trading post.
Although there are many good skills, the cost-effectiveness is not that great.
In fact, he wanted to buy a certificate for a Grandmaster blacksmith, make his own equipment, and then devour them, because he just found two good things. Courage Helmet Design Blueprint, excellent, level, 10 attributes, armor plus 12, agility plus 5, health plus 1%, materials needed, iron or *2, beast skin *2, requires a junior blacksmith. Price, 700 credits. Healing Bracelet Design Blueprint, excellent, level, 20 attributes, strength plus 4, intelligence plus 6, health regeneration plus 5 per second, materials needed, iron or *2, beast bone *3, requires a junior blacksmith. Price, 600 credits. Although he could get a lot of equipment by hunting monsters, they are all white equipment without additional attribute modifiers. These two pieces of equipment, one with a percentage health bonus and the other with health regeneration per second, as long as he can produce them in large quantities, he can selectively enhance his attributes. The higher the level of the blacksmith, the higher the success rate of forging equipment, and there is even a chance for the equipment to advance, enhancing its attributes. Unfortunately, the certificates currently sold at the trading post only go up to the advanced blacksmith certificate, which costs several tens of thousands of credits. However, in the town, there are shops run by other professionals and major forces, perhaps they have what he wants. After leaving the trading post, Lin Chen strolled into the commercial street. The streets on both sides were lined with various types of shops, some selling equipment, some selling skill books, and so on. One particularly large shop caught Lin Chen's attention. The Treasure Pavilion, affiliated with the Treasure Merchant Association, like the Riches Merchant House, is one of the top 10 merchant associations in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Chen was wearing a mask at this time, so he wasn't afraid of being easily recognized, and he walked in confidently. "What would you like to buy, esteemed guest?" A beautiful woman immediately greeted him. "We are currently running a promotion. No matter how much you spend, you have a chance to get it for free." "Ha, a chance, but the chance is close to zero, right?" Lin Chen sneered inwardly. This is just a trick to deceive children. "Do you have certificates for life skill professions here?" "Of course. What level does the esteemed guest want?" The smile on the receptionist's face faded a bit when she heard this. It seems it's another person from a newly established bricklaying studio. These people are usually poor. "I want a Grandmaster Blacksmith certificate," Lin Chen said casually. "What? Grandmaster level?" The beautiful receptionist was stunned for a moment, carefully examining Lin Chen before asking, "Are you sure you want the Grandmaster level? Please wait a moment, I will call the manager over to discuss with you." The receptionist seemed startled and quickly left. This left Lin Chen somewhat puzzled. Was it necessary to make such a fuss over buying a Grandmaster certificate? Before long, a well-dressed man approached with a smile and said, "Esteemed guest, my name is Zhao, the customer manager of the Treasure Pavilion. The Grandmaster Forging certificate is priced at 120,000. 120,000? That's so expensive?" Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. The Grandmaster Alchemy certificate he bought at the rich's auction house was only 100,000. That's the market price, a uniform price across all shops nationwide, Manager Zhao said with a smile.
Alright, I'll take it. Lin Chen didn't waste any words.
Instead of bargaining, he preferred to focus on improving his strength to earn more money later on.
Great.
Manager Zhao smiled broadly and continued, "Are you buying it for a certain master?
Do you need the basic materials?
In order to advance as a forging master, besides the certificate, one needed to accumulate skill experience, which required a lot of basic materials to feed on, something most people couldn't afford."
Lin Chen asked, "Of course, I need the materials. What's the price?"
"Rest assured, all our products are sold at market prices," Manager Zhao said with a smile before taking Lin Chen to the counter selling materials.
Lin Chen took a look and indeed, the prices were the same as at the trading post.
He bought 200,000 credits worth of basic materials in one go, occupying over 1,000 slots, enough to forge nearly 20,000 pieces of equipment. When Lin Chen packed all the materials into his backpack, the entire staff of the treasure pavilion was astonished. Goodness, even if those materials can be stacked, they would take up over 1,000 slots.
How did he manage that? Even the best spatial backpack only has 500 slots. Manager Zhao, also incredulous, asked, "Esteemed guest, what about those materials just now? Can your backpack hold them?" Naturally, Lin Chen didn't bother to explain and simply turned to leave.
"Wait," Manager Zhao called out from behind.
Lin Chen frowned. Was he about to experience some kind of melodramatic plot twist from a shady shop?
He had a positioning teleportation, so there was nothing to fear.
Is there anything else?
Lin Chen turned coldly.
"Esteemed guest, why not participate in our store's free activity?"
Manager Zhao said with a smile.
"Activity?"
Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, someone in the distance shouted, "Ha,
20% off. I got a 20% discount." Seeing the person's excitement, Lin Chen was surprised to find out that there was indeed an activity. Well then,
he decided to participate and see if his luck would affect the probability of winning.
"How do I participate?" Lin Chen followed Manager Zhao to a machine.
You stand on the machine, and it will generate a puppet with corresponding attributes based on your level and profession. You attack the puppet, and depending on the damage dealt, the price will be calculated. Following Manager Zhao's instructions, Lin Chen stood on the machine, and a puppet wrapped in iron appeared in front of him.
Level 60, Sword Profession.
The puppet's armor will fluctuate between 3,000 to 20,000, changing randomly every second. Manager Zhao explained with a smile, "You can only make one attack. As long as the damage exceeds 5,000, you will receive a first prize, a direct freebie."
"Are you sure?" Lin Chen's expression became subtle.
He thought it was just about luck, but now it seemed to involve damage.
Wasn't this getting too professional?
Of course. Manager Zhao walked to the front of the machine, entered a series of numbers, and said, "You just spent 320,000 credits. The discount you will receive later will be directly refunded to you in corresponding credits."
Upon seeing this, many employees around immediately smirked.
They all knew it was a complete scam. They claimed the armor's attributes fluctuated randomly, but it was actually rigged, and the armor's lowest attribute wouldn't go below 10,000.
For level 60 swordsmen, they couldn't deal any damage at all.
If geniuses from those major powers came, they would further boost the armor and magic resistance. However, there were always some people who were very confident in their abilities and thought they could get a free ride, so they would go on a crazy shopping spree.
With this event, their store's performance every month ranked among the best in the industry. Sure enough, that fool was about to buy something again.
Amidst the mocking gazes of all the employees at the Wanbao Pavilion, Lin Chen waved his hand and bought materials worth 300,000. Along with some blueprints, equipment, and rare skills, he spent a total of 700,000. Manager Zhao's mouth was harder to control than an AK-47, but he managed to suppress his smile and entered the number
32 million into the machine. "Young man, come on, start your performance."
At the same time, just to be safe, Manager Zhao secretly modified the puppet's armor to the highest level of 20,000 and increased its magic resistance to 80%.
After all, the amount involved was quite substantial, and even with a 10% discount, they would still lose a lot of money. Lin Chen, feeling a bit uneasy, asked, "If I get a discount, how will the credit points be given to me?"
Manager Zhao replied with a sly smile, "Don't worry, the credit points will be transferred directly to your account without going through us."
"That's good. I was afraid you might default on the payment." Lin Chen's lips curved into a smile. Without hesitation, he drew the magic sword Incineration Silence, Flame Sword Aura, Gale's Endless Slash, Elemental Resonance, Curse Mark. It felt great not to hold back his strength.
In an instant, a violent aura surged, and the magic sword Incineration Silence underwent a tremendous transformation, enveloped in layer upon layer of raging energy. The last skill, Curse Mark, which he had just bought from the store, allowed his next attack to ignore 35% of the target's defense. The next moment, Lin Chen's seemingly ordinary basic attack struck the puppet. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the puppet was covered in countless terrifying damage numbers, each reaching hundreds of thousands, with even a critical hit breaking 1,000,000. Then, the puppet exploded into countless fragments. The machine also emitted a sharp and urgent alarm sound.
Everyone's mouths hung open as they stared dumbfounded at the scene. Even some passers-by at the store's entrance stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide and mouths agape.
At that moment, Lin Chen received a message that he had won the first prize, a free purchase, and the system notified him that 32 million credit points had been credited to his account. As soon as the money arrived, Lin Chen activated the Gale Steps and disappeared from the spot. "Sir, wait." Manager Zhao hadn't reacted yet when he realized the person was gone. Where did he go? Where is he? Isn't he a swordsman? How did he vanish? Oh my, what did he do? How did the puppet shatter directly? I've never seen this before. How could a level 60 swordsman deal hundreds of thousands in damage? Boss, did your puppet glitch? How did it shatter instantly? Boss, I want to join the free purchase event too. Are there any puppets left? Who was it that allowed him to participate in the event just now? Own up. Lin Chen paid no attention to the chaos erupting in the store behind him. He quickly made his way to the teleportation array and directly teleported to Flame Dragon City. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, shadows of many assassin-class professionals moved through the undergrowth. Behind each of them, a large group of monsters roared and chased after them. These individuals were well-trained and coordinated, quickly luring all the monsters together. Rain of destruction. Lin Shuer shouted tenderly, and suddenly a formation appeared in the sky out of thin air. Countless fireballs fell from the formation, engulfing the group of monsters below. Accompanied by the monsters' screams, numerous damage numbers popped up, quickly clearing out the monsters. A golden light flashed on Lin Shuer's body, signaling her level up. Finally reached level 40. Lin Shuer wiped the sweat off her forehead and couldn't help but open the level ranking list. Before entering the Forgotten Land, she aimed to seize the first place on the ranking list. Lin Shuer opened the ranking list and saw that Wen Xiao, who is currently at level 60, was ranked first. What? Lin Shuer couldn't believe it. The higher the level, the more experience was required. She had over 100 members of the Tianao Alliance helping her lure monsters for leveling up and several high-level support professionals continuously buffing her. She thought her leveling speed should be at least 10 times faster than her opponents. However, to her surprise, despite not resting for a moment, she was still far behind in levels. Damn it! Lin Shuer gritted her teeth. His immortal weapon must have a huge experience bonus. Blood Eagle Commander. Miss. Lin Shuer couldn't help but say, do we not have any immortal weapons with experience bonuses in the Tianao Alliance? Can't you lend me one? Miss, of course we have them, but... Blood Eagle said with a troubled expression, most of our immortal weapons have already advanced to level 180, even if we give it to you, you can't equip it. Moreover, even if you could equip it, even if the Alliance leader ordered it, no one would be willing to lend it. Immortal weapons are the foundation of our existence, more important than life itself. Hearing this, Lin Shuer's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness. She felt extremely tormented at the moment. Despite being the first SSR talent in history, accumulating countless honors, she had been defeated by Wen Xiao repeatedly. Not only did she lose in the newcomer king competition, but she was also surpassed by him in the level and equipment rankings. The more she worked hard, the less hope she had of surpassing him. Ding ding! Just then, the communication device rang. Lin Shuer saw that it was Xiao Zhantian and quickly answered the call. Alliance Leader. Lin Shuer, I have a task for you. Please go ahead, Alliance Leader. In this Forgotten Land's secret realm, I want you to win over someone, and you must not make any mistakes. Who? Your ex-boyfriend, Lin Chen. Who did you say? Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the Professional Players Alliance, Xiao Zhantian, the honorary chairman of the Professional Players Alliance, sat at the main seat, with representatives of various major forces below. Everyone, the reason for this emergency meeting is a major event. Xiao Zhantian looked expressionless at the people below. The Assassin Alliance's Blood Kill Order has appeared again. What? Stirring up trouble again? These guys are really impatient. Damn it, these cunning bastards always like to play dirty. If I find out the location of their lair, I'll definitely crush them. A few years ago, our president died under the Blood Kill Order. Our King's Temple and the Assassin Alliance are sworn enemies. Who are they targeting this time? Who has angered them? I heard that not long ago, there was a little friction between the Tianao Alliance and the Assassin Alliance.
Could this blood kill order be aimed at President Xiao? This is a declaration of war against our professional players alliance.
The people below were agitated, discussing fervently. Everyone was curious about who the Assassin Alliance was willing to mobilize the blood kill order against at any cost. Xiao Zhantian looked at the information about Lin Chen in his hand, his eyes filled with deep confusion. Then he slowly said, "This time, the target of the blood kill order is not a member of the top 5 guilds or the 16 major guilds.
The information has been sent to you, take a look for yourselves." Each person sitting below had an electronic screen in front of them.
They only saw a flash on the screen, and Lin Chen's photo appeared.
Who is this? He looks so young. Which prominent family's young talent is he? He looks quite unfamiliar. Wait, is he a newcomer of this generation? F-level talent? Are you kidding me? Sending out a blood kill order to deal with a newcomer with an F-level talent? Is the Assassin Alliance out of their minds? Could it be that this newcomer has something special?
Indeed, the people of the Assassin Alliance are not fools. If they are willing to issue a blood kill order at any cost, it's either out of vendetta or for their own benefit.
Could it be? Many suddenly thought of something, their expressions shaken.
Vendetta was unlikely, as the Assassin Alliance had been established for nearly 100 years. How could they have a grudge against a newcomer? So, it must be that this newcomer possesses some important treasure or secret that the Assassin Alliance is willing to obtain at any cost.
Ahem, I suddenly remembered that Lin Chen, this kid, seems to be a distant relative of mine. I would appreciate it if you could mobilize your forces to help me find him, and there will be a reward afterwards. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't your Zhang family known for not having any distant relatives for 3 generations? Where did this distant relative come from?
To be honest, this person is a branch of my Lin family's bloodline, and my Lin family must protect him.
Stop boasting. Lin Shuer also has the surname Lin, why don't you say she is also from your Lin family? Enough!
Xiao Zhantian couldn't help but frown and shout, as a member of the professional alliance, it is our responsibility to uphold the laws of the alliance. The challenge of the blood kill order is a challenge to the dignity of the entire professional alliance and must be severely dealt with. Whoever the blood kill order targets, we must do our utmost to protect. As for which faction Lin Chen chooses to join, it is entirely up to him, and no one should force him.
Humph, don't think I don't know.
Suddenly, someone stood up and said sarcastically, "It was widely rumored recently that Lin Chen seems to be the lover of that SRR talented woman you recently recruited.
With this relationship in your Sky Arrogance Alliance, isn't it easy to recruit him? Is that so? Isn't that a complete mess? The secrets on this kid's body belong to Chairman Xiao, right?"
Not necessarily. I heard that Lin Shuer, relying on the background of the Sky Arrogance Alliance, has repeatedly humiliated that kid.
Below, people started to gossip.
Xiao Zhantian said impatiently, "In any case, all of you are enforcers of the alliance, so please do not break the law. Once the credibility of the alliance's laws is lost, my dragon nation will become divided. The abyss wall is about to be breached, and a national war is imminent. I do not want the dragon nation to be trampled by enemy nations due to internal strife.
The meeting is adjourned, you may leave." In the jungle, Lin Shuer asked incredulously, "Guild Master, who did you just say to recruit? I know it's difficult for you, but those who achieve great things do not stick to trivial matters. Only when you learn to set aside your pride can you truly become strong."
Xiao Zhantian's voice continued, "Find him, apologize, and try to recruit him into the Sky Arrogance Alliance as much as possible."
"This is impossible," Lin Shuer said fiercely. "Guild Master, what is the reason for this? I don't understand. He's just an F-level talent, why should I apologize to him? What makes him qualified to join the Sky Arrogance Alliance?"
Lin Shuer,
Xiao Zhantian said coldly, "This is the guild's order, the guild is not negotiating with you. If you can't even get over this psychological barrier, then you are disappointing me too much."
After that, Xiao Zhantian hung up the communication. Lin Shuer stood in place, lost in thought. In her mind, Xiao Zhantian's orders replayed over and over again, fueling her anger like a flame, burning more and more fiercely. Her clenched fist, nails almost embedded in her palm, but this pain could not compare to the torment in her heart.
On the other side, Lin Chen was teleported to Flame Dragon City. He first found an inn and rented a room.
The room cost 200 a day, and he booked it for a week without hesitation. He could actually purchase his own property, but it was expensive, starting at tens of millions, which was unnecessary for now. Upon entering the room, he removed the location of Qingxi Town and set it to his current location. He then contacted his friend for financial resources.
"Are you free now? I want to buy some things."
His friend replied instantly, "Boss, you're always welcome.
I'm waiting for you downstairs at the Merchant Guild headquarters. My people will be there soon, wait for me." After a moment,
below the headquarters of the Fujia Merchant Guild, Lin Chen met with his friend.
"Mr. Lin, nice to see you again." His friend smiled. "What would the boss like to buy? Do you have any special equipment?" "Of course." His friend led Lin Chen to the 5th floor in an elevator. "The 5th floor, all good stuff here. Usually, some auction items end up here due to high prices. The quality is top-notch, just a bit pricey. Take a look at this." His friend introduced, taking out a prop from the display case. Reusable healing potion, restores 200 health and 100 mana per second for 10 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown, usable at level 30, and the best part is its unlimited use. With this, you can save a lot on supply costs. "Can I try it?" "Go ahead." Lin Chen picked up the potion, used it immediately, and a healing buff appeared, using Devour All Things. Ding! Devour successful, plus 200 health per second, plus 100 mana per second. "How much?" "THRE. Too expensive, I'll pass." His friend was speechless. Lin Chen had already noticed that the effects of a buff didn't stack after being devoured, so there was no need to buy it. Freeloading is fun. Suddenly, Lin Chen had an idea. "By the way, does your merchant guild offer a service to add buffs?" "Of course." His friend smiled. "The opening of the Forgotten Land is approaching, and hundreds of customers have already booked the buff service. But between us, I'll give you VIP access, no need to wait in line." Lin Chen asked, "Can I give it a try?" "Try it?" His friend, Chen Chang, was surprised. "Can you even try this? What if your support staff can't add the buff properly?" Chen Chang confidently said, patting his chest, "Don't worry, that's not possible." "What if it doesn't work?" "If it doesn't work, it's free." "Great. Arrange it, I'll come after I finish shopping." Lin Chen was already smiling inside. Chen Chang nodded. "Sure, I'll make the arrangements. As for the price, I'll give you a 30% discount, just 700 credit points." This made Lin Chen sigh. Advanced support professionals really make money easily, just adding a buff casually can earn tens of thousands a day. However, it's not easy for advanced support professionals to change careers. They need the support of a powerful force, or it's hard to succeed. Lin Chen asked again, "Do you have any equipment that adds buff skills?" Chen Chang thought for a moment and said, "Actually, we have one. It arrived a few months ago, but no one has bought it because the seller's price was too high." Then Chen Chang took out a stone from a corner. "Philosopher's Stone, special, carried in the backpack. Reduces the carrier's luck by 50. Skill, Favor of the Goddess of Luck, increases luck by 200 points when used, lasts for 3 seconds, with a 24-hour cooldown. Requirement, any profession. Want to try it?" Lin Chen suddenly became interested. A moment later, he used the skill that devoured all things, increasing his luck by 200, then put the equipment back. "Too expensive, can't afford it." Chen Chang was speechless. "Big brother, I haven't quoted a price yet." Fortunately, it was just the skill entering cooldown, which would recover in a day, so he didn't suffer any losses. There were many counters in the hall, and Lin Chen walked to the central counter. Chen Chang explained, "These are all items for advanced professionals, with strict usage conditions and very expensive." Lin Chen casually picked up something. Boots of the Sky, special, skill, flight technique, grants flying ability when used, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown of 1 hour. Requirement, all professions at level 180. Equipment that can take you to the sky? He thought those flying experts relied on flying mounts. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Although it was only for a short 30 seconds, it could be extremely useful in certain terrains. "How much is this?" 1,800,000. "Let me ask." Lin Chen pretended to open the friend system, as if consulting a high-level professional. After all, with his current status, he couldn't possibly be level 180. In fact, he was considering whether to buy it or not. With an hour cooldown, reduced by 75% due to his skills, it actually only had a 15-minute cooldown. 15 minutes for 30 seconds of flight. "I'll take it." This thing would be crucial at critical moments, especially since his Ring of the Skywalker's teleportation skill could only be used 3 times and required an hour to recharge. Soon after paying, the boots went into Lin Chen's backpack. However, since it required level 180, he couldn't equip it, so he directly devoured it. After devouring, the equipment disappeared, and the skill was forcibly learned. Next, he looked at another good item. Phantom Mask, special, equipment that conceals personal information and resists any detection skills. Requirement, any profession at level 120. This was something he had always wanted. With this, he no longer had to worry about being discovered by high-level professionals. Chen Chang asked for 2,500,000,
and Lin Chen reluctantly bought it after some inquiries. At this point, he only had 60,000 credits left in his account. There were still many good items in the store, such as a flying sword that could carry passengers, belonging to the category of mounts, which would allow complete freedom to soar in the sky. However, the price was exorbitant, with Chun Chang calling it the treasure of the store and asking for several billion. Lin Chen could only sigh in frustration. After that, the assistant professionals arranged by Chin Chang arrived and gave Lin Chen over a dozen different buffs at a reasonable price.
Lin Chen didn't bother haggling with them and just paid up.
He then devoured each buff, increasing his attributes significantly. All attributes plus 20%, magic resistance plus 10%, final damage plus 10%, attack plus 10%, armor plus 15%, HP regeneration plus 350 per second, MP regeneration plus 150 per second, movement speed plus 20%. Nowadays, most common buffs on the market had been devoured by him, with only the more rare buffs from auxiliary professionals nurtured by major powers remaining. Lin Chen went to a pharmacy and bought potions of various levels. After devouring them, his HP regeneration had reached a terrifying 3,500 per second, and MP regeneration 1,450 per second. But Lin Chen felt it was still too low, so he found the blacksmith shop belonging to the Riches and Armor Trading Company. He took out the 2 blueprints he had purchased earlier.
Courage Helmet Design, plus 1% HP. Healing Bracelet Design, plus 5 HP regeneration per second. Lin Chen asked, "Boss, if I provide the materials, how much would you charge to craft the equipment for me?" Doing it alone was too slow. With tens of thousands of materials, he would have to work for several days without eating or drinking. It was better to have someone else do it, as he didn't need the experience to level up the forging skill. The owner of the blacksmith shop was a glamorous lady, who asked in surprise, "These 2 pieces of equipment have no value, except for improving forging skills, they are useless." "That's not your concern, just tell me how much to charge." "If you provide the materials, how about 2 credits for a finished product? How many sets of materials do you have?" Lin Chen took out all the materials and piled them up into a small mountain on the ground. Wow! Everyone was stunned. So many?
"Boss, 1 credit for a finished product."
"If you agree, let's sign the agreement. If not, I'll leave now," Lin Chen said expressionlessly. "Deal." The boss lady was excited. This was a big order. After signing the agreement, Lin Chen left with peace of mind. With the agreement in place, he wasn't afraid of any tricks. Checking the time, there were still 3 hours until the opening of the Forgotten Land. While Lin Chen was wandering around, he suddenly heard a voice in the distance. "Lin Chen!"
Lin Chen subconsciously turned around and saw a group of people approaching, with Lin Jie at the forefront.
"How did you recognize me? It's really you, Wind Brother. I thought it looked like you from afar, didn't expect it was really you." Lin Jie warmly patted Lin Chen's shoulder as he approached. Lin Chen felt depressed, he had been recognized. Then, his eyes suddenly changed. Lin Jie, the pride of the Lin family and his enemy. Coming at this time, it was probably not for a friendly reason. "Do you need something?" Lin Chen asked calmly. "Wind Brother."
Lin Jie's expression turned serious as he said solemnly, "I represent the Lin family and formally invite you to join the Night Shadow Society."
"Join the Night Shadow Society? Ha ha." Lin Chen laughed, "I've never heard of it. Does your Night Shadow Society also recruit F-level talents?" His father's death was related to the Lin family, so he could not join the Night Shadow Society. Lin Jie said slowly, "Talent doesn't mean everything. Some people, even with weak talent, can still become powerful figures in the future. And Wind Brother, you are obviously one of those people. Are you a fortune teller?" "Ha! If you're not a fortune teller, how can you be so sure that I can become a strong figure?" Lin Jie smiled bitterly, "Stop pretending, Wind Brother. I know about the incident of you killing higher-ranked professionals in the Misty Mountain. If it weren't for my Lin family covering for you, the Professional Alliance would have sent someone to arrest you long ago." "Killing? Are you kidding?" Lin Chen said in shock, "As an F-level talent newcomer, who could I possibly kill?" "Well..." Lin Jie hesitated. Hearing the news from the family, he was also confused. As a newcomer himself, he knew how difficult it was to kill higher-ranked professionals at this level. Even he, without help, would find it very challenging to win against several second-rank professionals. He personally didn't believe Lin Chen could accomplish such a feat. The information came from local villagers, so maybe they were mistaken. But regardless, the task given by the family was to bring Lin Chen back. Lin Jie continued, "Wind Brother, I actually admire you and want you to help me pursue Lin Shuer, so I want you to stay by my side. Of course, it's not that I want you to be my follower, we are friends." Lin Chen directly refused, "I'm busy and don't have time to help you chase women. Goodbye."
Lin Chen said, about to leave. Wait. Lin Jie stopped Lin Chen and then instructed the nearby senior professionals to move away. Once they were at a distance, Lin Jie lowered his voice and said, Wind brother, I have no choice. The family instructed me to make you join the guild, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain when I return.
And, did you see that? Those few individuals are all experts at level 180. If you refuse again, I won't be able to help you.
As long as you join the Dark Knight Association, my Lin family promises to provide you with abundant resources for your development.
Isn't this better than venturing alone in the dark? He.
Lin Chen sneered, first playing the emotional card, then resorting to coercion and temptation. You guys really went to great lengths.
If I don't agree today, does that mean I can't leave this Flame Dragon City? Feng, where are you getting at?
Lin Jie chuckled, if we use force against you, wouldn't that violate the alliance laws? We sincerely want you to join us, Feng, no need for force. However, the Dark Knight Association has the authority to enforce the law.
Feng, you are involved in the deaths of several people in the Misty Mountain. We kindly ask you to come back with us for a chat. Do you have evidence?
Villagers have witnessed it, they can testify.
So if I claim to have seen you commit a crime, can that be considered evidence too?
Hearing this, Lin Jie's expression became inexplicable. He fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. It seems there are some misunderstandings between us.
Do you know something?
At that moment, several high-level professionals in the distance seemed to receive a signal, as they immediately drew their weapons, ready to act. The situation was tense, on the verge of erupting.
We both know why you came to find me, why bother with so many excuses?
Lin Chen's lips curled with disdain, ready to leave at any moment, showing no fear. Just then, a chubby figure approached from afar, followed by a group of people.
What's going on?
Lin Jie, is your Lin family planning to start a war?
Wang Yong walked over with a furrowed brow.
He had heard that Lin Chen was seen on the streets, thinking he had come to Flame Dragon City to find him.
Upon arriving, he witnessed Lin Jie and his men preparing to make a move against Lin Chen. Bai Yong.
Lin Jie frowned upon seeing Wang Yong. It's none of your business, I advise you not to interfere.
Oh really? Wang Yong chuckled, on my Bai family's territory, making a move against a friend of Bai Yong's and saying it's none of my business?
With that, he stood in front of Lin Chen, looking disdainfully at Lin Jie. I'm standing right here, I won't retaliate.
The question is, dare you make a move? HM?
Lin Jie looked at the dozen or so high-level professionals from the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance around him and fell silent.
It wasn't just a matter of numbers. If they acted, it would mean the Lin family declaring war on the Bai family, a responsibility he couldn't bear. Today, we'll give face to the Bai family and leave. After some thought, Lin Jie and his men departed. Once they were gone, Wang Yong sighed, looking puzzled. Feng, what have you done?
I heard the Assassin Alliance has issued a blood kill order against you.
A blood kill order?
Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. But upon reflection, it might be because he had taken a skill key from the Assassin Alliance, provoking their anger.
Do you know what a blood kill order represents?
Wang Yong said in a deep voice, as long as you bring your head to the Assassin Alliance, you can claim a bounty of 10 million. In the city, the Professional Alliance is a deterrent, so no one dares to act. But once you enter places like the Forgotten Land, where killing for treasures carries no consequences, many from major forces are planning to target you in the Forgotten Land, exchanging your head for money.
Fortunately, since you haven't reached the next level, you can't enter the secret realm. I'll inform the Bai family and find you a job, so you can stay in Flame Dragon City and live a peaceful life.
Lin Chen smiled faintly. Who said I haven't leveled up?
Ha? You leveled up?
Wang Yong looked astonished. I was thinking of helping you with a task once you came out of the Forgotten Land. Lin Chen chuckled. Actually, my strength is quite decent.
This time, I also want to try entering the secret realm.
The Forgotten Land is a mysterious place, only newcomers can enter. What's there to be afraid of?
Are you really planning to enter the secret realm?
Wang Yong said speechlessly. Brother, I'm begging you, you really don't understand the situation. Let me tell you, right now, our Iron Blood Warrior Alliance has already had more than 3,000 newcomers. Experts predict that this time, at least 100,000 newcomers will be able to enter the Forgotten Land's secret realm. Not everyone has intentions towards you, but at least tens of thousands do.
How will you cope? You won't be able to handle it.
They are all newcomers, what is there to fear? Lin Chen said nonchalantly, even if everyone attacks together, I won't even frown when I escape. This statement made Wang Yong burst into laughter, helplessly saying, alright, you're amazing. If you want to go in search of opportunities, I won't stop you, but honestly, when the time comes, you have to act with our Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, then no one should dare to target you. Suddenly, Uncle Tai on the side spoke up, young master, this matter is significant. It's better to consult with the family head before making a decision. Wang Yang frowned slightly, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. I'll go back and consult now, wait for my message. No need to bother, I can handle it myself. Lin Chen looked at Wang Yang's back helplessly and shouted.
A moment later, Wang Yang met with the White family patriarch, Bai Xiaolin.
Little Yong, your foster father can't help you with this matter.
Bai Xiaolin said solemnly, if it's just an ordinary F-level talent, you can arrange it however you want.
But now, this person has attracted the attention of major forces. Sending people to protect him means getting into conflict with other forces. And the things inside the Forgotten Land are crucial to the family, any mishap is not allowed.
Which is more important, I think you should understand.
3 hours before the opening of the Forgotten Land, after bidding farewell to Wang Yang, Lin Chen returned to the inn to rest. Having not had a proper rest since coming out of the desolate desert, he quickly fell asleep due to physical and mental exhaustion. Soon, 2.5 hours passed, the alarm clock rang, and Lin Chen woke up abruptly. It was a dream, but not a nightmare. In the dream, he found that the shadow clones could summon more clones, and those clones could summon even more, filling every corner of the world, squeezing him to the point of breathlessness before he woke up.
Strange dream.
Lin Chen chuckled bitterly.
He had tried before, but couldn't glitch the system, the clones couldn't summon more clones, and the equipment on the clones couldn't be removed or consumed. Checking the time, there were 30 minutes left before the opening of the Forgotten Land's secret realm. Lin Chen quickly freshened up and headed out.
First, he purchased essential items for daily life. Now that he had money, with a huge backpack space, he bought enough food and drinks to last a year, as they wouldn't spoil in the backpack space. Then he bought some items for taming pets, spending a total of 200,000. Because there were many creatures in the Forgotten Land, suitable for pets and mounts.
Next, Lin Chen arrived at the blacksmith's shop.
After 2.5 hours of effort from 2 senior blacksmiths, they had forged about 1,500 pieces of finished equipment.
Lin Chen paid the fee and took the equipment with him. Then he started to feel a headache.
After a few minutes of consuming, he had only consumed less than 500 pieces.
This damn talent, who designed this? Can't it consume all at once?
Lin Chen was extremely frustrated. However, after consuming 500 pieces of equipment, his attributes had also increased significantly. His health percentage had increased by 260%, total health had exceeded 700,000, healing 4,750 per second, and an additional 5% healing every 10 seconds, 35,000. Calculating this, his healing per second had reached a terrifying 8250. At this stage, an average first-tier player has a health pool ranging from 5,000 to 20,000, which is several times less than his. He estimated that this level of tankiness had already reached the pinnacle of a third-tier meat shield profession. As Lin Chen waited for the countdown to the secret realm, the boss lady of the blacksmith shop chased after him.
Esteemed guest, with so many low-level equipment, you must be planning to break them down for equipment essence to enhance your gear, right?
Our shop also offers enhancement services, operated by a master blacksmith with a guaranteed success rate.
Would you be interested in?
No, Lin Chen waved his hand.
I have my own enhancement master, but I do have a favor to ask of you. Please go ahead.
Help me collect a large number of low-level white equipment, as many as you can find, and the price will be based on the market rate. After some thought, Lin Chen continued, I also need low-level skill books, duplicates are fine too, I have other uses for them.
He would be spending several days in the Forgotten Land and didn't have time to monitor the online trading market.
It was easier to pay someone else to do it, as making money was simple for him.
No problem. The boss lady instantly smiled.
But about the deposit?
Lin Chen nodded.
I'll give you a deposit of 300,000 credits first, and I'll pay the difference later. Taking the 300,000 credits, the boss lady's eyes crinkled with a smile.
You're really generous. My name is Lu Jinchai, let's add each other as friends for easier communication. Your surname is Lu?
Lin Chen was taken aback, thinking of his mother.
Is there something wrong? Lu Jinchai asked in confusion.
It's nothing, Lin Chen shook his head and then said, I'm not in the habit of adding friends. Let's leave it at that.
I'll come back in a few days.
Alright, have a safe journey, esteemed guest. When the time came, Lin Chen crushed the entrance ticket to the Forgotten Land, and his figure disappeared from the spot. At the same time, various major forces were also gathering, and countless newcomers entered the Forgotten Land.
Tian Alliance.
Xiao Zhantian looked solemnly at the few people in front of him.
Xiao Chun, Xiao Ming, both of you must assist Lin Shuer with all your might and bring back that thing.
Yes, Alliance leader. The two of them shouted in unison. Lin Shuer, don't forget the task I gave you. Xiao Zhantian continued, if you encounter Feng Xiao, do not antagonize him, prioritize the mission. And Lin Chen, if you see him inside, try to persuade him as much as possible and bring him back to see me.
Yes, Alliance Leader, I will remember that, Lin Shuer said, taking a deep breath. Go then.
On the other side, the Lin family.
Grandfather, why do we have to bring Lin Chen back?
Lin Jie asked the old man in front of him with a puzzled expression.
Since he has a grudge against our family, wouldn't it be better to just kill him? He cannot die for now.
Bring him back alive, the old man said expressionlessly. Listen carefully, this is more important than plundering treasures in the Forgotten Land.
I understand, grandfather. Bye family.
In the main hall, two young men stood.
Seated at the head, a middle-aged man was giving instructions. Fei Yu, Xiaoyong.
The details of the mission for the Forgotten Land have been sent to you this time.
Remember, the mission is more important than anything else.
Especially you, Xiaoyong. If I find out that you have jeopardized the family's mission because of that Lin Chen, don't blame me for punishing you.
I understand, father,
Wang Yang said with a somewhat gloomy expression.
With a sunny face,
Bai Feiyu patted Wang Yang on the shoulder and said with a smile, if anyone dares to bully your friend, I'll help you take care of him when you come out.
Ding!
Congratulations to player Feng Xiao for entering the secret realm of the Forgotten Land. The secret realm contains many hidden treasures and rare items waiting to be discovered by players, but danger lurks everywhere, so please be cautious. Countdown to the end of the secret realm. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, and Lin Chen couldn't help but raise his hand to shield his eyes. The sound of waves crashing on the beach reached his ears, and the sea breeze carried a faint salty scent that brushed past his nostrils. Behind him was an endless expanse of azure sea, shimmering under the sunlight, meeting the horizon.
This was a beach.
100 meters ahead, dense jungle stood, with towering mountains in the distance.
Lin Chen gazed up at the sky, witnessing an unbelievable sight.
At the end of the mountains, faintly visible, stood a proud giant tree, its branches seemingly stretching into outer space, covering a vast expanse of the sky, forming a majestic canopy. Although Lin Chen had seen this scene in textbooks before, he still felt an unprecedented sense of awe, unknowingly giving rise to feelings of insignificance and self-doubt. According to ancient accounts, this was a forgotten island inhabited by countless prehistoric beasts, intelligent creatures that roamed everywhere, skilled in hunting in groups and ambushing their prey. The giant tree, known as the Tree of Life, appeared mysteriously, and no one had ever set foot where its roots lay. The map of the Forgotten Land was divided into several regions. The outermost area was the beach, the safest place with almost no danger.
Further in was the dense jungle, housing many ancient ruins where each might randomly spawn a treasure chest.
It was said that some had found divine artifacts in these chests, but whether it was true or not remained uncertain, as countless players fought each year to claim these treasures. Just a few seconds after Lin Chen appeared, flashes of light began to appear on the surrounding beach, indicating the arrival of numerous newcomers. Seeing this, Lin Chen dashed into the forest.
At that moment, two players noticed him. Kai, that person is wearing a mask, could it be? It must be him, who else would be so sneaky? That's a walking jackpot, Kai. Let's follow him, wait until there's no one around, then strike.
Excited, the two players chased after Lin Chen. As soon as Lin Chen entered the jungle, he encountered a massive python coiled around a tree, staring at him intently. In the next moment, the python launched a sudden attack, lunging towards Lin Chen. In a flash, Lin Chen raised his hand, grabbing the python just in time, and with a powerful tug, he tore the snake in half. This was a level 40 monster with around 30,000 health points, yet Lin Chen's bare-handed attack easily exceeded 50,000, effortlessly defeating it. After killing the python, a key emitting a blue light dropped. Treasure chest key, rare, can open all treasure chests below rare level. The monsters here did not drop equipment, but there was a small chance of obtaining a treasure chest key. Finding the treasure chest in the ruins was useless without the corresponding key to unlock it. Moreover, the luck of the opener determined the quantity and quality of the items inside the chest. Thinking about this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. His luck value had already reached a terrifying 1221 points, wondering what good things he might obtain.
He actually got a treasure chest key. Oh my, it's even blue. His luck is unbelievable. Two astonished voices came from behind.
Kai, the professional player, and his companion caught up and witnessed the scene, their faces filled with shock.
The drop rate of treasure chest keys was incredibly low. Apart from elite monsters, ordinary ones rarely dropped these keys.
Yet this guy in front of them had obtained one right after entering, which was truly astonishing.
Bro, sell me that key, name your price.
Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light as he smiled at Lin Chen. 100,000, Lin Chen calmly replied. With his luck value, he had no worries about running out of keys, so selling some would be a good deal.
Bro, you're going a bit too far with that price, 100,000? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Kai's expression turned fierce as he brandished his weapon. At the same time, he shouted, "Someone, come quick! Someone is robbing!" Many people were already rushing into the jungle, and upon hearing the sound, they all walked over. Treasure chest key? Is it true? Didn't we just open the secret realm? How did someone already get a key? Many people looked surprised. It's this guy, he stole my treasure chest key. Kai yelled loudly. I said we should sell the key and split the money, but he insisted on keeping it all for himself. Let's reason with him. This is disgusting. I hate these kinds of people the most. I'll help you get it back, but if we sell it, I get half. Kid, if you're smart, leave the key and go, or else. Many people approached with weapons. They were more interested in getting a share than helping out. After all, a key like this, even if they couldn't find the treasure chest themselves, could be sold at a high price to powerful factions, earning them a substantial reward. Seeing this, Lin Chen put away the key and calmly said, "Those who want to rob the key can follow, but at your own risk." With that, he turned and walked deeper into the jungle, leaving behind a group of people with solemn expressions. Kai, this kid seems too calm, doesn't he? Feels a bit eerie. The henchman said puzzled, we have so many people here, but he doesn't seem afraid at all. Kai frowned slightly. It seems this person must be Lin Chen indeed. Anyone who can make the Assassin Alliance issue a blood bounty is not a simple character. Should we still chase after him? Chase for what? This money isn't easy to earn. It's better to sell his information, make a profit without risking ourselves. Kai's lips curved into a smile. Meanwhile, on the beach in the eastern second area, a few assassins had just arrived. Shadow Boss, we have news about Lin Chen. He's in the southern first area, just entered the jungle. Immediately contact all Assassin Alliance members in the south area, hunt down Lin Chen. The man known as Shadow looked serious and said in a deep voice, remember, once you spot the target, don't act immediately, wait for me to arrive. Of course, Lin Chen's bounty must belong to Shadow Boss, who would dare to compete with you. A henchman beside him chuckled. Not only the Assassin Alliance but all major factions received news of Lin Chen's whereabouts in the southern area for the first time. Lin Shuer from the Tianao Alliance looked extremely displeased. Lin Shuer, what a coincidence, your crush is also in the south area, maybe you'll meet him soon. I don't know what's so special about this guy, even the Alliance leader wants to recruit him. Lin Shuer, I know you have conflicts, but you can't disobey the leader's orders. Xiao Chen and Xiao Ming spoke successively. They were both branches of the Xiao family, directly becoming part of the main lineage due to their excellent talents. They believed their relationship with the Tianao Alliance was closer than Lin Shuer's. Lin Shuer took a deep breath and said, recruiting him is one thing, but seizing the treasure chest is more important. As long as he can hold on, we will meet at the ruins eventually. In reality, she was praying in her heart, hoping that Lin Chen would die in the previous area so she wouldn't have to lower her dignity to open her mouth. Xiao Qin shook his head. I hope that guy doesn't run into a swarm of mosquitoes. On the other side, Lin Chen looked at the densely packed mosquitoes ahead in the forest, feeling his scalp tingle. These mosquitoes, each the size of a human head, had sharp mouthparts and claws, capable of tearing people into pieces easily. One of the three major disasters in the forest area, and I happened to run into it. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. These creatures, called blood-sucking giant mosquitoes, were level 50 monsters with low health, only 30,000. However, the key point was that these mosquitoes were communal creatures. Once provoked, they would swarm and attack relentlessly. Throughout history, many prodigies had their brains sucked dry by blood-sucking giant mosquitoes. People turned pale at the mention of it. No one dared to challenge their dominance. Claiming kingship for so many years, you guys are just unlucky to encounter me. Lin Chen sneered. Not only did he not retreat, but he took the initiative to move forward. In the distance, several players witnessed this scene. Oh my god, a blood-sucking giant mosquito. A mosquito swarm in the southern area. Wait, there seems to be someone ahead. What is he trying to do? Is he crazy? How dare he move forward? Run! Once the mosquito swarm is alerted, there will be no living creature for miles around. Wait, I'll post this on my social media. West area. The Iron Blood Warriors Alliance quickly gathered nearby people, forming a team of several hundred at this moment. Bai Feiyu and Wang Yang happened to be not far from each other and walked together. Wang Yang seemed distracted, as if he was preoccupied with something. Beside him, Bai Feiyu suddenly stopped and said in disbelief, Wang Yang, look online, someone posted something. Oh, it's related to Lin Chen. What? Wang Yang quickly went online and immediately found a post with an image attached. Fearless hero? Or just forgot to wear glasses? Below was a picture, capturing Lin Chen's back as he walked towards the mosquito swarm from a distance. There were many comments below. I have 2 tea eggs. Did this guy leave his brain at home? Tyrant, child, rest in peace. The Greek god who guards the Holy Grail, add me if you need. Seeing the figure in the picture, Wang Yan's eyes narrowed. He recognized the equipment on the person in the picture. It was definitely Lin Chen. Fengzi. He closed his eyes in pain. In the face of the 3 major disasters in the forest area, no one could escape. It was an iron rule that no one could break. Now you don't have to worry about your friend's safety anymore. Bai Feiyu patted Wang Yang on the shoulder and said, be strong, let's go back and kill these damn mosquitoes. On the other side, Lin Shuer also saw the news. Xiao Chun, you jinx, you just finished speaking, and this guy really ran into the mosquito swarm. Xiao Ming said, looking puzzled, but this guy doesn't seem to have any intention of running away, it's strange. Xiao Qin shook his head, at this distance, it will definitely alarm the mosquito swarm, he's doomed. Lin Shuer felt secretly delighted, but her face showed a hint of sadness as she said, I have already let go of past grievances, but I didn't expect him. Sigh, it seems he is ultimately not destined to be with the Sky Pride Alliance. At this moment, she felt extremely relieved in her heart, because she no longer had to bow and apologize to Lin Chen. What a pity, 10 million lost. Xiao Ming shook his head. However, they did not know that at this moment, Lin Chen was completely fine. After alarming the mosquito swarm, a dark mass rose in the forest, covering the sky. In just a moment, the mosquito swarm had approached, surrounding a range of about 10 meters near Lin Chen. All that could be seen were mosquitoes. However, these mosquitoes biting Lin Chen only displayed damage numbers that had just exceeded 100. This was the toxic attack accompanying the blood-sucking giant mosquitoes' attacks, and the physical damage couldn't break through Lin Chen's defense at all. During the journey, Lin Chen did not stop devouring equipment. At this moment, his health points had reached 900,000 with over 10,000 health points regenerated per second. Due to their large size, only about 30 of these mosquitoes could attack Lin Chen at the same time, and the damage they caused couldn't keep up with his health regeneration speed. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Chen took out the magic sword of incineration. Shadow sword formation. The sound of swords rang out as 6 long swords appeared out of thin air around Lin Chen, spinning rapidly around him. Damage numbers in the millions appeared one after another. Any mosquito that came close fell under the intersecting long swords. Next, Flame Sword Aura. Gale Blade of Absolute Stillness. Elemental Resonance. All buffs activated, then. Flying Sword Technique. Lin Chen threw out the magic sword, instantly transforming into over 200. The magic sword pierced through mosquito corpses and continued to attack forward, triggering elemental explosions, with dense damage numbers popping up. In an instant, countless mosquito corpses fell like rain. This one sword alone had at least slain over 500 mosquitoes. Another huge gap appeared in the nearby area, but it was immediately filled with mosquitoes advancing towards Lin Chen, attacking ferociously. On the ground, next to the mosquito corpses, shiny keys burst out, at least dozens of them. If someone were to see this, they would likely go crazy. They couldn't even find a single chest key in a day, yet here they were scattered all over the ground. Flying Sword Technique. Flying Sword Technique. Skills activated every second, each time able to kill hundreds of mosquitoes. So exhilarating. Lin Chen felt his blood boiling. In less than a moment, the ground was already filled with chest keys, mosquito corpses, and materials. However, at this moment, the nearby mosquito swarm seemed to receive some sort of command and began fleeing from Lin Chen, flying towards the horizon. Hey, don't run! Lin Chen chased after them, leaving behind dozens of corpses with another flying sword technique. Aren't they supposed to be one of the 3 major disasters? Why are they running away? Lin Chen felt frustrated. The terrain in the forest was complex, and if he wanted to chase them, he would have to use flight magic, which was unnecessary. Lin Chen gave up the pursuit and went back to pick up all the keys. The giant mosquito corpses also burst out many materials, which Lin Chen didn't overlook this time, picking them all up, totaling thousands of them, occupying over 20 slots. After counting his harvest, he had over 600 chest keys in total, including 12 legendary keys, 35 epic keys, and the rest were low-level keys. It was a pity that there were no equipment drops, which left Lin Chen somewhat disappointed. However, with so many keys, he had enough to open most of the chests in the forest area. Now he needed to go find the chests. Passing by the forest where the mosquito swarm had been, Lin Chen keenly noticed what seemed to be a building inside and immediately walked in. Sure enough, there was a ruin here. The ancient building somewhat resembled Western architectural style, but now only ruins remained. After searching inside the ruins for a while, Lin Chen discovered a chest covered by dense vines. It's a legendary chest. Indeed, the more dangerous the place, the higher the chest level. This was just the peripheral area, yet a legendary chest appeared,
definitely related to the mosquito swarm. With keys to spare, he directly opened the chest.
Ding!
Congratulations on opening a legendary chest. After a crisp notification sound, the chest lid slowly opened, emitting a golden light that nearly blinded Lin Chen. Colorful lights enveloped items, shooting out from the chest and landing nearby.
Boosted by 1,000 luck points, it's always a big hit. Counting them, there were a total of 17 items.
This was beyond imagination. In the past, someone had shared a video of opening a chest, where they had equipped over 100 luck points before opening it. In the end, they only got 3 items, while here Lin Chen got more than 5 times that. Among the 17 items, there were 9 pieces of equipment, 5 legendary and 4 epic, along with 5 gems, a rare skill book, and 2 high-level materials.
Level 4 attack gem, plus 200 attack, can be embedded in all equipment above level 40.
Level 3 attack gem, plus 100 attack, can be embedded in all equipment above level 30.
Level 4 life gem, plus 400 health, can be embedded in all equipment above level 40.
Wind step enhancement, can enter stealth even in combat, and become invincible for 1 second while in stealth. Requirement, already possess wind step skill.
100% enhancement stone, consumable 100% success rate when enhancing equipment. Requirement, master level blacksmith. Damn! This luck is too good.
Lin Chen was stunned when he saw the items that dropped. If enhancing the wind step was considered lucky, then getting this enhancement stone was like his ancestors blessing him. The value of this thing was not far off from the immortal weapon he held. It could easily sell for over $1 million, and it was the kind that was priceless yet in demand, and he just got 2 of them.
The enhancement system in the enchanted world was tricky.
Once equipment was enhanced to plus 14, the success rate became very low, and if it failed, the equipment would shatter. With enough 100% enhancement stones, one could continue enhancing without worrying about damaging the equipment, which was crucial for the big shots.
The Forgotten Land is indeed a good place. Lin Chen happily stashed everything into his backpack. He directly consumed the wind step enhancement skill. As for the legendary and epic equipment, Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to consume them all, significantly increasing his basic attributes. In the future, just by selling materials and gems, he would have more money than he could spend, so there was no need to hoard equipment to sell. As for the 100% enhancement stones, he couldn't use them now because he didn't have much equipment essence left.
Basically, all the equipment he got his hands on was consumed, so he can only wait to gather some white equipment later for essence.
However, just after Lin Chen opened the treasure chest, the players in the Forgotten Land once again erupted in excitement.
When players entered the forest area, the secret realm system would display the number of treasure chests in that area. And now, everyone clearly saw that there were a total of 36 legendary treasure chests, and 1 had already been opened.
What's going on? Didn't the secret realm just open 15 minutes ago? How come someone in the south area already opened a legendary treasure chest? They say the snow goddess is in the south area. Could it be her? This is too much. Our 10-person team finally wiped out a nest of saber-toothed tigers and even killed an elite one, only to get an excellent chest key. How did she get a legendary chest key? My Dark Empire has over 300 people sweeping through the north area, but we haven't found a single key yet, and now you're telling me the legendary chest is gone? Damn, what's the point of playing this? There are only so many chests. The online community was filled with curses. On the side of the Tianao Alliance, led by Lin Shuer and Xiao Jia, 400 people successfully eliminated over 100 huge mammoths. We got 3 chest keys, one of them is even purple, a rare one. Xiao Ming walked over with a joyful face.
Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with happy smiles. Their efforts were not in vain. It had only been a little over 10 minutes since they entered the secret realm, and having such gains was already very good. Xiao Chen also smiled and said, "It seems like all the chests in the south area belong to our Tianao Alliance." Xiao Ming nodded, "Yes, I checked. The Bai family's main forces in the west area, the Lin family's main forces in the north area, the Yin family's main forces in the east area, and the fewer people from the Flame Demon sect have come in, and we haven't found the whereabouts of Xian Yuan Blood Butcher yet.
It's best if no one competes."
Lin Shuer nodded, quickly finished scanning the chests in the forest area and move on to the next area. Just as she finished speaking, a member of the Tianao Alliance suddenly exclaimed, "Look, we're missing a legendary chest in our south area."
What? Someone really opened a legendary chest. Who could be faster than our Tianao Alliance? This can't be possible. Is it a display error? Knowing that we're in the south area, someone still dares to snatch our chest. Who's so bold? The crowd was discussing animatedly, their faces not looking too good. They had never suffered such a loss before in the Tianao Alliance. Lin Shuer furrowed her brows slightly. "Send someone out to search." The treasure chest in the southern area can only belong to our Tianao alliance. Find that person and make him hand over what's inside the chest. Xiao Ming, post a warning immediately to all residents in the southern area, prohibiting the opening of epic-level treasure chests. Otherwise, they will be considered enemies of the Tianao alliance. Yes, I'll post it right away, Xiao Ming nodded. Xiaochen couldn't help but say, this person deserves to die. The number of treasure chests is limited, and without luck, what's the point of opening any chest? It's simply wasting valuable resources. They had prepared a set of top-tier luck-enhancing equipment that could increase luck by 180 points when worn. Only by doing so could they maximize their gains when opening the chests. Lin Shuer pondered, it should be the Yun family or the Bai family deliberately sending people to provoke us. Don't dwell too much on it. The angrier you are, the more you fall into their trap. Most importantly, it's what's inside the tree of life. Xiao Ming nodded. Miss Shuer makes a valid point. However, at that moment, 3 epic-level treasure chests suddenly disappeared. Damn it! Lin Shuer immediately furrowed her brows. Send out another 100 people to search in different directions. We must find this damn person. Xiao Ming was speechless. You just said not to get angry. Lin Shuer retorted impatiently. Stop dawdling, all the treasure chests are gone. At the same time, she looked extremely puzzled. Who was behind this mischief, and why were there so many high-level treasure chest keys? On the other side, Lin Chen looked at the epic-level treasure chest opened at his feet, his face filled with joy. With enough keys, he couldn't be bothered to fight monsters anymore. Whenever he encountered a group of monsters, he would just charge through, regaining his health instantly even if he took some damage. In just a few minutes, he had found 6 low-level treasure chests and 3 epic-level ones. Each chest yielded great rewards, with dozens of various grade gems, as well as dozens of epic and rare equipment pieces. Additionally, there were 4 low-level enhancement stones, 6 mid-level enhancement stones, 3 skill books, 2 for mages and 1 for archers. Not wasting any time, he swiftly devoured the items. Keeping them would only take up space, and they might come in handy in the future. He could even develop all professions fully because many low-level equipment pieces had no class restrictions, allowing him to use both bows and magic staffs. Next, Lin Chen picked up his pace, moving through different areas and opening every chest he came across. For hours later, he had opened numerous chests, learned over 20 skill books for various professions, collected over 400 level 3 and 4 gems, 56 low-level enhancement stones, 43 mid-level enhancement stones, 30 high-level enhancement stones, and 7 perfect enhancement stones. Legend has 36 pieces of equipment, epic-level equipment has over 100 pieces, and hundreds of low-level equipment. All devoured, Lin Chen's attack has now surpassed 70,000. With 120,000 health points and 80,000 armor. It is worth mentioning that there is a very good skill book. Instant Liberation, instantly remove all control effects, including immobilization, dizziness, silence, deceleration, freezing, etc. And within 3 seconds, be immune to all control skills, consume 500 mana, cooldown 5 minutes, requirement, second transfer ranger. This skill makes up for his lack of control skills and greatly improves his survival ability. Although there are still some keys left, the system shows that the chests on the map have been mostly opened. Without stopping, he quickly rushed deeper into the jungle. According to the rules, when all chests are found, a mythical level chest will appear. Sure enough, not long after, when the remaining chest count reached 0, a colorful pillar of light shot straight into the sky from the ground tens of miles away from Lin Chen. That was the location of the mythical chest. Only one appears in each area. Unlike other chests, the mythical chest is guarded by powerful monsters that need to be killed to obtain the key to open the chest. 2 minutes later, Lin Chen was the first to reach the location of the mythical chest in the southern area. If the map wasn't so large, he would have summoned a clone to occupy another area, but the clone only lasts for 10 minutes, not enough for map running. The chest was located on a small hill. Lin Chen was the first to arrive, and upon entering the chest area, he immediately received a prompt. Ding! You have angered the chest guardian. For the next 30 minutes, waves of beasts will continuously attack everyone in the area. Defeat all the beast waves, and the chest guardian will appear. Defeat the guardian to drop the chest key and open the chest. 30 minutes, this is clearly meant to make players fight each other. The damn system, truly despicable. After some thought, Lin Chen exited the chest area, and the countdown stopped instantly. Someone would come over anyway, so he would wait for others to endure for 20 minutes before summoning his shadow clone to collect the rewards. There was no need for him to do it himself. He didn't want to expose his strength too much at the moment to avoid unnecessary trouble. On the other side, damn, who the hell is it? Xiao Ming looked at the empty legendary chest in frustration.
They had finally killed a lord monster and obtained a legendary chest key. But when they found the chest, someone had already beaten them to it. Suddenly, a vision rose in the sky. A golden pillar of light. It's a mythical chest. Lin Shuer saw the pillar of light in the sky and became excited. It's not far, let's hurry over. Because mythical chests have a chance to drop immortal weapons. She had always been obsessed with the 4 immortal weapons of the Win Xiao ranking, and this time she was determined to get one. The statistics are out, Xiao Ming said as they moved forward. This time, over 3,000 people entered the secret realm. After deducting the 200 people left in the north area and the 600 lost on the way, over 2,000 people have gathered in various locations in the south area and are heading towards the mythical chest. No one in the south area is qualified to compete with us for this mythical chest, Xiao Ming said confidently. Lin Shuer asked, what about the chests? How many have been opened? They had specialized scouts scattered around, searching for relics, and then the main teams allocated strategy squads to open the chests. This was a technique accumulated over many years, considered a relatively efficient method, albeit requiring a large number of people. Chests. Xiao Ming paused for a moment inside. 23 rare or lower chests have been opened. Rare, epic, 6 chests have been opened. Legendary. 0. What? Lin Shuer frowned. Didn't I help you get 6 legendary treasure chest keys? With so many of you, you can't even find one legendary chest? Lin Shuer was almost driven mad. She risked her life, never daring to rest for a moment. Whenever she discovered a lord boss, she rushed over without stopping. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, she thought all her efforts would be worth it once she found something. But she never expected the legendary chest keys to be useless. When the expedition ends, these keys will disappear automatically. And now, with all the chests gone, the keys in their hands were as good as a pile of scrap metal, worthless. It's not that we can't find them. Xiao Ming sighed. I found 3 legendary chests, but they were all looted before I could get to them. Same here, both of mine were empty, Xiao Chen added. How could this happen? Anger and confusion filled Lin Shuer's eyes. Which faction is deliberately messing with us? In her opinion, only the other 4 major factions could pull off something like this. Could it be him? Xiao Ming suddenly realized something, his expression changing. Feng Xiao? Xiao Chen frowned. We've exchanged information with the 4 major guilds, and there's been no sign of Feng Xiao. Everyone agrees that he probably hasn't entered the expedition. Besides, even if he did enter the expedition, his efficiency alone couldn't surpass the thousands of us. Forget it. Lin Shuer exhaled deeply, her voice low. The other chests are gone, but this mythical level chest must be obtained. On the mythical chest side, Lin Chen, cloaked in shadows for invisibility, soon saw many people arriving one after another. There were some lone rangers and members of small guilds, but none dared to activate the chest. Such bad luck, ending up in the same area as the Tianao Alliance. Our guild hasn't even seen an epic level chest. Tell me about it. Our guild finally got a few keys, only to find out that most of the chests in the south area have been opened. We dare not snatch this mythical chest. Let's just leave. We don't want to be misunderstood. Leave? It's dangerous ahead. It's safer to follow the Tianao Alliance, and we can also see what treasures come out of the mythical chest, at least satisfy our curiosity. Amidst the discussions, a large group of people approached from a distance. Leading them were Lin Shuer, Xiao Chen, and Xiao Ming. Lin Shuer, dressed in a pristine white robe with a radiant halo around her, looked stunning, catching the eyes of many present. The snow goddess is here. My goddess is as beautiful as ever. If I could marry her, it would be worth dying for. You're not even worthy to lick our goddess's shoes. Guild leader, why don't we merge with the Tianao Alliance and join forces with the snow goddess? She's bound to be a leading figure in the future. The earlier we join, the more benefits we'll reap. Many people whispered and cast admiring glances at Lin Shuer. Seeing all eyes on her, Lin Shuer's lips curved into a smile. The feeling of being the center of attention was indescribably wonderful. Everyone, there's only one mythical chest here. The Tianao Alliance has paid a great price for it, so please understand that we can't give it up. Lin Shuer stood in front of the chest and shouted loudly. However, the Tianao Alliance will lead you safely through the swamp area as compensation. Cheers erupted all around, praising Lin Shuer's character. Next, Lin Shuer arranged for people to block off the surrounding area for several miles and deployed all the experts to form a defensive formation near the chest before activating it. Suddenly, monsters appeared out of thin air and launched an attack on the Tianao Alliance members. Although the monsters were powerful and numerous, the Tianao Alliance had more people and better coordination, so they felt no pressure. As the Tianao Alliance guarded the treasure chest, dozens of people gathered quietly 100 meters away, exchanging whispers. Shadow Boss, all the brothers have searched separately, but still haven't found Lin Chen.
Could he really be dead? Humph, that photo might fool others, but not me.
The assassin known as Shadow sneered, to make the higher-ups issue a kill order, this person couldn't have died so easily in the forest. I believe even more that this is his decoy tactic.
But if he's not dead, where would he be right now? No matter where he is, the most important thing now is the treasure chest.
Shadow glanced at the mythical treasure chest sparkling in the distance, a hint of greed in his eyes. Spread the word, everyone will cooperate with me to snatch the treasure chest later.
Yes. Unconsciously, 30 minutes quickly passed.
With a loud roar, the ground cracked open, and a colossal creature emerged. This giant beast stood at least 20 meters tall, resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex but with sharp horns on its forehead, wings spreading out on its back measuring 30 meters wide. It also had a strong and agile tail with spikes at the end, looking fierce and terrifying.
Lin Chen immediately used the Eye of Truth.
King of ancient beasts, Titanodonos, Lord, Titanodonos is a surviving creature from ancient times, combining features of various prehistoric beings. During a prehistoric disaster, it was sealed deep underground. Level 60, Attack, 25,000, Health, 2 million, Skills, Ancient Roar, Earthquake Charge, Aerial Assault, Petrification Shield, Prehistoric Fury.
As the boss appeared, Shadow's group immediately entered stealth mode.
Lin Shuer keenly noticed this scene, furrowing her brows and shouting, Shield Knights, draw aggro.
Priests, heal. Everyone else, retreat, do not attack.
With that, she herself swiftly retreated, leaving the treasure chest area. The boss's attacks were deadly for ordinary players, but the dozen or so shield knights of the Tianao Alliance, with full defense and numerous healers behind them, managed to hold on and stabilize the situation quickly.
After Lin Shuer left the battle circle, she immediately ordered, someone wants to steal the boss, Hunter, use the light of revelation.
Beams of light shot up into the sky like signal flares, exploding and illuminating all nearby areas.
Many invisible assassins were suddenly exposed to everyone's sight.
Truly cautious, as expected of the Tianao Alliance. Shadow, seeing his stealth broken, stopped in his tracks and sheathed his weapon.
Lin Shuer frowned and scolded, you have some nerve. How dare you try to steal our Tianao Alliance's boss? Take your people and leave now, I can pretend this never happened.
Don't misunderstand, Shadow said with a smile, I'm not here to steal the boss, I'm here to kill Lin Chen.
Lin Chen?
Lin Shuer frowned, everyone knows he's already dead.
Dead? Shadow laughed, pointing into the distance, then who is that? Everyone followed Shadow's finger and saw Lin Chen innocently standing under a tree. Just now, dozens of hunters had simultaneously used anti-stealth skills, revealing him as well. You're not dead?
The moment Lin Shuer saw Lin Chen's figure, her face was full of astonishment, followed by a hint of panic in her eyes.
Xia Zanshan had given her strict orders to recruit Lin Chen. What should she do?
Xiaoming, Xiaochun, and many Tianao Alliance members were all here, there was no avoiding it.
Well, this kid is something else. Xiaoming exclaimed in shock, didn't they say online that this guy was attacked by a swarm of mosquitoes? How did he survive?
He probably had life-saving props, Xiaochun pondered, and he's been hiding on the side all along without anyone noticing.
How come I don't remember such a stealth skill?
Xiaoming approached Lin Shuer and whispered, Lin Shuer, don't forget the leader's instructions.
I know, you don't need to remind me.
Lin Shuer replied coldly. The thought of trying to win over Lin Chen made her feel irritated. At this moment, many people also recognized Lin Chen.
I remember now,
this guy seems to be the ex-boyfriend of the snow goddess. There was a lot of buzz online about it some time ago.
That was in the past, he was dumped by the snow goddess long ago. Damn, why is it this kid again?
The snow goddess warned him last time, and now he actually followed along again, truly like a clingy plaster. Don't worry, this time the snow goddess will definitely give him a good lesson.
In full view of everyone, Lin Shuer walked slowly towards Lin Chen.
She hesitated to speak, her eyes struggling for a long time, but finally made up her mind and said softly, Lin Chen, the invisibility equipment you have, was it given to you by Wang Yong? It was somewhat difficult for her to apologize directly. However, she felt that her tone was already very gentle, believing that the other party would understand her intention to reconcile. Yet, this somewhat submissive attitude made all the onlookers incredulously whiten their eyes. Oh my god, how did the snow goddess become so soft-spoken?
Could it be that the snow goddess was moved by this damn guy's persistence? No! I want to take him down, anyone want to team up?
Some fans, seeing this scene, were about to explode. At this moment, Lin Chen's face was filled with surprise, and he replied lightly, none of your business.
You!
Lin Shuer, prepared with 1,000 words in her heart, was choked directly.
She was angry and laughed, gritting her teeth, Lin Chen, you have guts.
Seeing Lin Shuer about to lose control, Xiaoming quickly stepped forward and frowned, Lin Chen, your issues with Lin Shuer are personal grievances.
I am now representing the Tianao Alliance and formally invite you to join, as long as you are willing.
Xiaoming took out a card. Here are 2 million credits, they are yours.
And, in the future, there will be countless benefits waiting for you. Get lost.
Lin Chen dismissed him.
You.
Xiaoming was also infuriated, and said in a deep voice, think it over, those assassins seem to be after you. Without the protection of our Tianao Alliance, you are as good as dead. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He turned and walked towards the nearby jungle without looking back, shouting, anyone who wants to kill me, feel free to follow. He was eager to summon his clone to open the treasure chest, but didn't want to reveal this trump card. He wanted to keep his identity separate from Feng Xiao, so it was best to go to the nearby woods.
Without high-level professionals, these newcomers were no different from babies in his eyes.
Watching Lin Chen swagger away, Xiao Chen and Xiao Ming were stunned in place. They had considered many possible responses from Lin Chen, but they never expected him to refuse so decisively.
Since he's looking for trouble, let him be.
Lin Shuer, worried that the Xiao family would go after them, quickly said.
She was overjoyed at this moment.
She had been struggling with this, not knowing how to respond, but now, Lin Chen had publicly rejected her recruitment.
Even if Lin Chen was killed by those assassins later, Xiao Zhantian couldn't blame her. And those onlookers, at this moment, were all shocked. Damn, so arrogant. He doesn't even care about the Tianao Alliance. This guy has never been through death, has he? A level F talent, who does he think he is? No worries, this kid is as good as dead.
The shadow saw this scene, a curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. Then, with hundreds of subordinates, he chased after Lin Chen.
Shadow boss, this kid doesn't seem to fear us. Does he have some kind of trump card?
A nearby henchman looked puzzled.
In this day and age, who doesn't have a trump card?
The shadow sneered, but so what? We have over 100 people, even if each of us spits, we can drown him.
The only variable now is the attitude of the Tianao Alliance.
You send a few people to keep an eye on them. If they show any unusual behavior, delay them. Everything will wait for me to kill Lin Chen first.
Yes.
Lin Chen moved quickly, the first to enter the forest. After making sure there was no one nearby, he immediately summoned his shadow clone. The shadow clone appeared for an instant, then activated the gale step, disappearing on the spot. He himself walked deeper into the forest. The jungle was full of vegetation, and the shadow clone, like Lin Chen, had the snowwalker's boots attribute, leaving no trace. The assassins who followed behind stepped heavily on the vegetation, all of which Lin Chen noticed.
Shadow Realm Trap.
Feeling it was about right, Lin Chen raised his hand and used the hunter's skill he had obtained from a legendary treasure chest before, not needing a bow to use it. In an instant, a storm vortex enveloped an area with a diameter of 20 meters, breaking the invisibility of dozens of people, exposing them. However, the Shadow Realm Trap was a control skill. The damage was a fixed value, but it could greatly reduce the enemy's movement speed.
Why is your profession a hunter?
The shadow in front was full of confusion because the intelligence indicated that Lin Chen seemed to be a swordsman.
So this is your confidence. He.
The shadow then laughed. Indeed, the archer profession has many skills that counter assassins. But at the same time, assassins are also the natural enemies of archers.
You talk too much.
Lin Chen remained expressionless, took out the magic sword Incineration Silence, and directly cast the sword art. At the moment when the shadow saw Lin Chen holding a sword, his brain almost shriveled.
Is he a damn archer or a swordsman?
However, before he could think further, the magic sword transformed into over 200 swords, densely flying towards him. All the assassins felt their scalps tingle at the sight. The flying swords almost filled the area, leaving no space to dodge.
The next moment, the densely packed swords tore dozens of people in the area into pieces, bursting out numerous equipment and items.
Further away, the remaining dozen or so assassins stared wide-eyed in terror at the scene.
Is he still human?
With just one move, their dozens of companions, including the shadow boss, were all turned into minced meat, killing as simple as cutting vegetables.
Without any hesitation, they ran for their lives.
Lin Chen had long noticed that there were still some fish that had slipped through the net. How could he let them escape? He teleported directly to the front and once again raised his hand, casting the sword art.
The entire forest fell silent.
Lin Chen didn't rush to pick up the equipment but took out a low-level staff from his bag.
Divine Light Scan.
A green light radiated from Lin Chen in a ripple pattern, rapidly spreading outwards. This was a priest's skill, similar to a hunter's light of revelation, bought from the treasure pavilion before, for which he had specially prepared a low-level staff without any profession restrictions. As the green light passed, there were indeed a few fish hiding in the bushes trembling, unaware that the green light had already attached to them, exposing them. Lin Chen cast another sword art, cleaning up the remaining people, then began to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, he divided his consciousness, controlling the shadow clone to rush towards the mythical treasure chest. If the Tianao Alliance dared to defy, he didn't mind unleashing a massacre. At this moment, Lin Shuer buffed up and prepared to kill the boss and open the treasure chest. She raised her staff and tentatively cast a fireball towards the boss.
Minus 6,250.
Such high magic resistance. Lin Shuer furrowed her brows slightly and then shouted, "This boss is quite troublesome. Xiao Chen, try testing his armor." Xiao Chen nodded, drew his bow, and shot an arrow at the boss.
-1. What? Xiao Chen was stunned. With my over 13,000 attack power, I can't break through his defense? This guy's armor is insane.
Lin Shuer helplessly said, "Let's play it safe and chip away slowly. When he's at half health, everyone attack together to finish him off. Don't give him a chance to unleash his big move."
In the distance, many onlookers marveled, so powerful.
Others can't break through his defense, but the snow goddess can deal over 6,000 damage with a basic fireball spell.
That's right, I heard all her equipment is enhanced to +14. What kind of concept is that? It's like doubling the equipment attributes. If that hit a person, wouldn't they evaporate on the spot? After all, she's the first SSR talent in history. Being a bit abnormal is normal.
As the members of the Tianao Alliance methodically chipped away at the boss's health, 10 meters away from the boss, a figure appeared out of thin air, disregarding all the surrounding gazes, and walked step by step towards the boss. This figure wore a fierce ghost mask on his face, black armor, and a blood-red cloak on his back. It was the arrival of the Shadow Clone, who became visible due to the end of the Wind Steps time limit.
Who is that person? Such an exaggerated appearance. Does the Tianao Alliance have such skilled assassin experts? Why do I feel like this figure looks familiar? The appearance of the Shadow Clone instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Shuer cast a skill at the boss, then turned her head in haste and was stunned. Feng Xiao. It's him. Feng Xiao. The strongest newcomer Feng Xiao. He actually entered the secret realm. Damn, is he here to steal the boss? Xiao Chen, shut your crow's beak.
Xiao Ming muttered under his breath, then quickly stood in front of the Shadow Clone.
Feng Xiao, stop right there. We don't want to be enemies with you.
They had already shared information about Feng Xiao internally, so they recognized him immediately. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the distance were all dumbfounded.
What? Is this the mysterious Feng Xiao big shot? No way, is it true? Longtime holder of the top 2 rankings, also the king of newcomers. My goodness, this mysterious master, he looks like this? He has 4 immortal artifacts on him. What? Are you going to go up and burst him? Are you kidding? Don't talk nonsense.
When Feng Xiao's name was called out, the whole area erupted.
The faces of everyone in the Tianao Alliance were filled with fear.
They hadn't forgotten that back in the Golden Palace, Feng Xiao single-handedly took on a whole army and even killed the leader of that army. Watching the Shadow Clone continue to advance, Xiao Ming couldn't help but take a few steps back, and said in a deep voice, "Feng Xiao, this boss belongs to our Tianao Alliance.
Interferers will be killed without mercy."
The Shadow Clone's hoarse voice rang out as he drew the magic sword, incineration of silence.
You!
Xiao Ming frowned, hesitated for a moment, then quickly retreated and stood beside Lin Shuer.
What should we do?
The leader wants us to try to win him over.
Xiao Chen sighed. Or should we just give him the treasure chest? The problem is, even if we give him the chest, will he join us? Definitely not. Lin Shuer said in a deep voice, "We have over 2,000 people nearby, why should we fear him? But his strength. How do we know if we don't try?"
Lin Shuer's eyes flashed with greed. "Those are 4 immortal treasures."
Just as they were discussing,
the Shadow Clone arrived at the feet of the boss, and the nearby members of the Tianao Alliance dared not approach the Shadow Clone, fleeing one after another.
The next moment,
the Shadow Clone raised its hand, and a dense swarm of long swords flew out, hitting the boss's abdomen, then piercing through, like a scattering of flower petals, flying towards the sky. Numerous terrifying damage numbers appeared. The boss, who still had 80% of its health, was instantly emptied, its body collapsing with a bang.
Hiss! A gasp filled the scene.
Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, eyes wide, mouths agape, staring in horror at the scene. The whole world fell silent. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone stood still in shock.
The boss is gone? He. One skill, and the boss is down? Oh my goodness. Did I just see damage numbers in the tens of thousands or even millions? How is this possible? Over 100 members of the Tianao Alliance were attacking the boss, slowly chipping away at its health, and it took half a day to make a dent. How could he one-shot the boss? Heavens, did you all see that just now? When he made a move, how come there were countless flying swords? What kind of skill is this? Is he even human? After a brief silence, the scene erupted into noise.
Lin Shuer, at this moment, looked at the fallen boss's body, feeling a chill in her hands and feet, her whole body stiff. She knew better than anyone the strength of the boss. She had calculated that if she went all out, using all her output skills, she could at most chip away half of the boss's health in a short time. But the damage from Feng Zhao's attack just now, she saw it clearly, those were individual damages reaching hundreds of thousands, even millions of critical damage. With just one skill, that boss still owed Feng Zhao at least 10 lives. What kind of damage was this? It was on a completely different level from hers. And just a moment ago, she was about to lead people to besiege Feng Zhao. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt scared. This guy. Xiao Chen's lips moved, saying bitterly, is he playing the same game as us? Immortal treasures. Hidden profession. Lin Shuer clenched her fists, her face full of unwillingness. In her view, without a doubt, these two things had made Feng Zhao powerful. Xiao Ming smiled bitterly, now I finally understand who took our South District treasure chest. At this moment, next to the boss's body, a colorful key dropped. However, no one present dared to move. Lin Chen controlled the shadow clone to pick up the key, but instead of opening the chest immediately, he growled towards Lin Shuer, get lost. If he opened this chest, it would definitely be a huge explosion, and the secret of his luck value was better kept unknown. Hearing the clone's words, the onlookers from afar, the solo players and small guilds, did not dare to linger for a moment, and left one after another. As for all the members of the Tianao Alliance, they looked towards Lin Shuer. Their eyes carried hope and pleading, begging Lin Shuer to take them away, rather than engage in a battle with this lunatic. Although in their eyes, there was still a possibility of the 2,000 people killing Feng Zhao, it would definitely result in heavy casualties, and no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be the ones to die. Lin Shuer's face looked extremely ugly. Leaving like this would be accompanied by humiliation for the rest of her life. She gritted her teeth, took a few steps forward, and stood in front of the shadow clone. Feng Zhao, you are strong. I admit I can't beat you now, but that doesn't mean I won't surpass you in the future. Just wait, one day, I will defeat you fair and square. Idiot. Lin Chen raised his hand directly, sword art. You want to leave, but you won't, insisting on showing off, huh? What? Lin Shuer was shocked. She thought that Wen Zhao's skill to instantly kill the boss was the ultimate move, with a cooldown of at least several hours. But to her surprise, just a few seconds had passed, and the opponent could use it again. Shocked, Lin Shuer's face turned pale. However, she didn't just stand there waiting to die. She immediately used a life-saving skill, enveloping her body in a golden light. The next moment, over a dozen magic swords of Fengji appeared in an instant, but they were mysteriously repelled by the golden light surrounding Lin Shuer. Invincible skill? Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly and without hesitation, used his second skill, Sword Chi Slash. As Fengji swung, 3 sword chi shot towards Lin Shuer in succession. However, just as the sword chi was about to hit Lin Shuer, she crushed a scroll in her hand, her body turning into scattered fragments and disappearing. Dozens of miles away, Lin Shuer appeared out of thin air, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with fear, sweat beading on her forehead, her hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. She was so close to death. If it weren't for Xiao Zhantian giving her a skill that made her invincible for 2 seconds, along with a random teleportation scroll, she might have already become a corpse. Her eyes shifted from fear to anger gradually, repeatedly pounding her fists on the ground, then curling up and sobbing softly. On the other side, Lin Shuer had escaped, leaving the unfortunate members of the Tianao Alliance behind. Watching the sky filled with flying swords, everyone felt their scalps tingle. Without needing to be reminded, everyone turned and ran in unison. Lin Chen controlled his shadow clone to chase directly, each sword technique taking down dozens of people. He didn't intend to go on a killing spree, but someone was trying to show off in front of him. Insult him, mock him, that's fine, but showing off was not acceptable. Just a few minutes later, the area around the mythical treasure chest was littered with bodies and dropped items. Lin Chen didn't count, but he estimated that around 400 to 500 members of the Tianao Alliance had died by his hand. It was the first time he had shed so much blood, and it made him feel uncomfortable both mentally and physically. But Lin Chen had no regrets because these people were not innocent. They had joined the Tianao Alliance and must have signed some kind of agreement to be prepared for sacrifices. He hadn't forgotten being besieged at the Golden Palace. Although he felt uneasy, seeing the equipment scattered all over the ground lifted his spirits. Aside from special equipment, each person could wear 11 pieces of equipment, so there were at least thousands of pieces of equipment on the ground, along with numerous potions and food supplies. These people might not be elite within the Tianao Alliance, but compared to ordinary players, they were definitely above average. Most of their equipment was rare, with a few epic pieces. Many of the items were embedded with gems, but Lin Chen found that after swallowing the equipment, the gems would drop separately, unable to be consumed together. To avoid being seen, Lin Chen controlled his clone to pick up the equipment while he hid in the forest, finding a comfortable spot to sit down and start consuming. Suddenly, the bodies on the ground moved slightly.
Playing possum?
With doubt in his mind, he observed carefully.
He noticed more and more bodies showing slight movements. What's going on? Not completely dead?
Lin Chen controlled his clone to leap backward, leaving the area, staring wide-eyed at the scene.
It was truly bizarre.
Inside the bodies on the ground, it seemed like the flesh and blood were wriggling, then rapidly shriveling visibly. After a dozen breaths, even the last bit of skin and remnants gradually disappeared from the ground, as if the earth had swiftly absorbed and digested them. The ground returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened, yet a hint of strangeness lingered.
Lin Chen looked perplexed. What on earth was happening?
He manipulated his doppelganger to explore the surroundings, but encountered no harm. Digging into the soil revealed nothing peculiar, not even bone fragments. To avoid lingering in dreams, he hurried to open the mythical treasure chest. A burst of colorful light emanated from the chest, shooting out over a dozen beams that landed nearby.
No immortal treasures?
Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed as none of the beams were green. He picked up each item one by one, taking stock of his findings.
Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen was ecstatic. I can't believe this exists.
Ring of the Scavenger, special, skill attached, gravity vortex, instantly creates a 3x3 meter gravitational vortex in a designated area, allowing for the collection of dropped items within range, lasting 3 seconds, consuming 50 mana, with a 10-second cooldown.
Requirement: all professions at level 30. A range collection skill.
This was something he had always dreamed of, believing it didn't exist, yet here it was. The ground was littered with equipment, making his head ache just looking at it. Now, with this item, he could quickly gather everything.
Special equipment couldn't be embedded or enhanced, so he devoured them directly.
Not in a rush to collect items, he continued to inspect the other gains from the mythical treasure chest.
2 mythical pieces of equipment, for legendary pieces of equipment, and 3 skill books for other professions.
He devoured all the legendary equipment and skill books, including one for a knight's charge, which was quite handy for quickly approaching targets. Additionally, there were 6 level 5 gems, and finally, one more. Lin Chen held the item in his hand, his face filled with joy.
Key of skills, special item effect, allows the permanent enhancement of a specific skill chosen at random. Requirement: skills below level 40. I actually got a key of skills. It was because of this item that the Assassin Alliance had been hunting him for so long. Which skill should I enhance? Lin Chen pondered.
With the previous key of skills, he enhanced the flying sword technique, doubling its attack range.
Judging by that, enhancing the newly acquired gravity vortex skill might double its collection range. However, only a fool would use it that way. His strongest skills at the moment were the flying sword technique and shadow doppelganger. While the shadow doppelganger was powerful, it couldn't infinitely stack through devouring. On the other hand, the flying sword technique could stack, with one enhancement equivalent to hundreds of enhancements. Forget it, I'll enhance the doppelganger, it can do many things, with a higher margin for error. Lin Chen quickly made his decision. He speculated on the enhancement direction, which could include doppelganger quantity, inherited attributes, duration, or skill cooldown. Joining his hands together, he prayed to the heavens, chanting softly. Absolutely not the doppelganger quantity. I hate that the most. If you enhance that, I'll be furious. This was superstition. The more you didn't want something, the more likely it was to happen. Ding! Enhancement successful. Shadow doppelganger skill duration increased by 10 minutes. Lin Chen. You little rascal, you actually listened.
Although he didn't enhance the doppelganger quantity, upon careful consideration, with a duration of 20 minutes and a cooldown of only 15 minutes, it seemed he could now have 2 doppelgangers simultaneously.
Not bad.
Next, Lin Chen used the gravity vortex skill to swiftly clean up the battlefield.
However, he soon encountered a problem.
These people carried many potion bottles, food, and supplies in their bags, almost all full, so his over 6,000 grid backpack space was insufficient. He discarded the potion bottles and excess supplies, keeping only what he had prepared. This was because someone had done this before, stuffing poisonous supplies into a lackey's bag before a fight, resulting in the deaths of the entire leadership of an opposing guild.
Since then, licking bags had become a dangerous affair.
As his doppelganger dissipated, Lin Chen picked up all the equipment on the battlefield, nearly filling his bag. Afterwards, he hurried towards the direction of the mountains, while slowly devouring his equipment.
Somewhere in the forest,
Xiaoming stopped, gasping for breath, occasionally looking back with a nervous expression. Beside him, dozens of members of the Tianao Alliance were also panting, their faces filled with relief after narrowly escaping death.
It's too terrifying. Oh my god, is he really a newcomer of this generation? Why is the gap so huge? This is bad. We've provoked this monster from the Tianao Alliance. What should we do next? Should we just wait here until time runs out? Damn, this is the first time I've heard of a physics profession having such an exaggerated AoE skill. It's even scarier than the 1,000 arrows of a level 180 divine archer. Didn't the snow goddess have the reputation of the strongest talent in history? Why can't she even withstand one of his skills? We're done for. If the snow goddess dies, will Master Xiao make us pay for it?
It's all her fault, if she hadn't said those few words.
Shut up.
Xiao Ming coldly interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Shuer has a life-saving skill, she's not dead yet.
Each group, immediately assess the casualties and reorganize. Rest for a while, we'll take a detour.
On the other side, Lin Chen was on his way when his phone suddenly rang. Taking out his phone, he saw it was Wang Yang.
Hey, fatty. Finzi, I knew you weren't dead.
Wang Yang's voice on the other end was filled with joy. Shu, I'm calling you secretly, the Bai family doesn't allow me to contact you.
Hee, with the invisibility equipment you gave me, how could I possibly die?
Lin Chen chuckled. By the way, I opened some treasure chests in the South District. There are 2 pieces of equipment that are quite suitable for your profession. I'll bring them to you later. No need, you keep them to sell, your family is also in a difficult situation.
Wang Yang's mouth twitched. The Bai family had equipped him with a full set of legendary grade equipment, studded with gems, all enhanced to over +10.
The equipment Lin Chen could offer definitely couldn't match what he had on him. He really didn't need it, but saying it directly might hurt Lin Chen's confidence. It was too difficult.
By the way, have you seen the news online? It's explosive.
Lin Shuer was pinned to the ground and rubbed, and she's still the strongest talent. It's hilarious.
Fengzi, someone's here, I have to hang up. What's your ID?
I'll add you as a friend for easier contact.
ID.
Lin Chen fell silent.
He naturally didn't want to hide it from Wang Yang.
But he couldn't trust Wang Yang's loose lips. Given the trouble he had caused, the Bai family might not be able to handle it, and it might harm Wang Yang. Many times before, Wang Yang had asked for his ID, and he had always made excuses to avoid it, but keeping it a secret wasn't a solution either.
Actually, I'm Feng Xiao,
Lin Chen tentatively said.
You're a liar, forget it, I'm hanging up.
Wang Yang hung up unkindly. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, telling the truth was still not believed. But it was also good this way, his strength was not enough yet, it wasn't time to reveal his identity publicly. Thinking of Wang Yang's words, he curiously opened the official website post.
SSR talent, the strongest in history? Or the strongest in shit? The strongest newcomer in history is born. Shocking.
The national goddess Shui Wuxian was pinned to the ground and rubbed.
Official statement from the Tianao Alliance.
Reminding all players, do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors.
Countless posts kept popping up. Was the news spreading this fast?
Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. He casually read a few posts and even found someone had secretly filmed his scene. The footage showed, from a distance, the dense flying swords in the sky, and that figure like a god of death.
Many people replied below. Nanku Yimeng, what kind of boss is this? Can it even control swords? Sidong Jusher, what kind of gaze is that?
Clearly Feng Zhao's skill.
Yin Mengyao, brother Feng Xiao is so handsome. Snow dance light veil, infatuated. Yun Mengyao, feigning death? Tianao Alliance official, don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. Snowdance Light Veil did not engage in a fight with Wen Xiao. She did not lose to Wang Xiao. Tianao Alliance official, Wen Xiao cruelly killed many members of our Tianao Alliance. Now our Tianao Alliance officially issues a wanted order. Nationwide hunt for Wen Xiao. All major guilds, please cooperate to the fullest.
Seeing this, Lin Chen raised his hand and replied with 2 words.
The comments section exploded instantly. Wen Xiao, hee. Oh my. The big shot is here. We worship the big shot. Don't be too arrogant. Where's the big shot? Take me through the swamp, the monsters here are fierce.
Impressive, a lone player dares to openly challenge the Tianao Alliance. I'm willing to call you the #1 in the world.
Does the big shot take disciples? Mounts are also fine. Lin Chen logged out of the network and continued on his way.
After passing through the forest area, he entered the swamp region. The swamp area had a very high density of monsters, but the most terrifying part was that you could hardly see their figures here. The unique terrain of the swamp provided them with a natural hiding place, making it at least 10 times more dangerous than the forest area. The monsters here did not provide any experience or equipment, they were solely meant to test players. Only true strong players could cross the swamp and enter the mountain area. When Lin Chen arrived at the edge of the swamp, many players were hesitating outside, wondering whether to enter. It is said that there are many powerful beasts in the mountain area that can be tamed as pets, and there are even flying pets.
I really want to get one. Is having a pet more important or is your life more important?
I just went in a few meters and came back with 8 leeches on me, almost draining me dry.
You're lucky. Look over there, my buddy's body is still soaking in the water. Only the major guilds can enter.
We lone players can only stop here. While they were chatting, a figure swiftly passed by them, disappearing into the swamp with a whoosh.
A second later, a gust of wind followed.
Oh my, someone just rushed past from the side, so fast.
I only saw a blurry figure, and then it disappeared. Isn't that too terrifying?
The group was filled with horror.
The figure that rushed past was Lin Chen.
The danger here lay more in the large number of monsters and the constant ambushes that made it hard to guard against. However, for him, a super tank, there was no threat at all. He ran a few hundred meters out, enduring over 20 attacks, yet his health remained full.
Northern swamp area. Lin Jie led a large group of subordinates, slowly clearing the unknown dangers beneath the swamp's floating duckweed.
Glancing at the time, Lin Jie frowned and shouted, "Everyone, speed up.
Those injured, fall back and heal, the rest of you move forward." He was in a hurry now.
The pets that could be captured in the mountain area were actually limited. First come, first served. This was an unwritten rule among the major forces over the years. He didn't care about those ordinary pets, but there were hardly any flying pets in the entire mountain area.
He had to snatch one.
"Young master, we are already at the fastest speed.
In another 4 hours, we will be able to enter the mountain area."
"Yes, young master, historically, the fastest person to cross the swamp took 4 hours.
We are close to breaking that record. There can't be anyone faster than us.
In terms of speed, our Dark Knight Association is unrivaled in the world."
Any news from the Bai family?
"Young master, our informant in the Bai family said they just entered the swamp not long ago. They should be 20 minutes behind us."
What about the Azure Sky Sanctuary?
"They are slower, just finished the treasure chest guardian battle."
And the Tian Ao Alliance?
"Our 3 arranged men were all killed by the flute, and we can't currently track the whereabouts of Tianao Alliance."
Should we send someone to look for them?
Lin Jie shook his head and said, "Forget it, after this battle, Tianao Alliance's vitality is greatly damaged and they won't be able to make a difference."
"Young master, there is another piece of news."
"Speak." "Our men saw with their own eyes Lin Chen entering the woods, followed by nearly 100 assassins. It's likely that the situation is dire for him now. That guy should have life-saving tools, he won't die so easily."
"Forget about him, let's quickly enter the mountain area and seize the first spot."
On the other side, Lin Shuer, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Qin gathered at the edge of the swamp. However, the original 2,000-person team now only had over 1,000 people left, all looking listless and morale low. Xiao Qin said in a deep voice, "The Lin family is already half an hour ahead of us, we must hurry, or we won't even get a sip of soup." Xiao Ming nodded, "I'll lead the way with my men. If we don't mind casualties, we can reach the mountain area within 4 hours.
That's the only way, anyway, most of these people will die sooner or later." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't say such things in the future."
"Got it." An hour later, on the cliff, Lin Chen climbed up with his hands. At this moment, he was covered in leeches and unknown poisonous insects, looking disheveled.
Finally out of this damn place.
Lin Chen reached out his hands to embrace the sky, feeling the air fresher.
Shadow sword formation. The skill activated, and flying swords appeared out of thin air, automatically clearing the small monsters on his body. Suddenly, ding!
"Congratulations on being the first to pass through the swamp area.
Reward, wooden stick, legendary, *1. Ding! Secret realm announcement. Pet system activated. Ding! Secret realm announcement. Pet system activated. Ding! Secret realm announcement. Pet system activated." The announcement repeated 3 times in the ears of everyone in the secret realm.
In the swamp, Lin Jie couldn't believe it as he looked towards the mountain area. According to past experience, the pet system would only be activated when someone entered the mountain area.
This meant that someone had beaten them to it. We haven't reached the mountain area yet. How did the pet system suddenly activate? What's going on? Aren't we at the forefront? Could someone be playing dirty tricks?
It's impossible. The major forces are keeping an eye on each other. Anyone splitting up and entering the swamp early would be known.
Could it be those small guilds? Do they have the guts? Nearby people were discussing one after another. In fact, the major forces had long formed an unspoken agreement that when in the forest area, they could only enter the swamp area after opening the mythical treasure chest. If someone broke the rules and entered the swamp early, then other forces would do the same, leading to cutthroat competition, ultimately benefiting those small guilds at the expense of the larger ones. How long until we reach the mountain area?
Lin Jie asked in a deep voice. It wasn't the time to investigate who broke the rules, but to find a way to get there faster. Someone replied, 2 more hours.
Lin Jie frowned, forget it, full speed ahead. That's a flying mount, even the Dark Knight Guild doesn't have many. He must grab one.
At the same time, the situation in other forces was similar to Lin Jie's side. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone became anxious and rushed madly towards the mountain area. On the cliff, Lin Chen took out the reward he had just received. Wooden stick, legendary, skill attached, head strike, inflicts 30% of the target's attack power as stun value, no damage, 1 second cooldown, no cost.
Requirement, none. This was a special equipment used to tame pets.
Lin Chen had prepared some before, but they were all ordinary wooden sticks with only 5% attack power converted to stun value. Taming system works like this. First, you need to find a specific creature with a dizziness bar, which requires detection skills. Then, you need to use a taming weapon, like this wooden stick, to attack the target. Each attack increases its dizziness, and when the bar is full, the creature will faint.
Once the creature faints, you can use taming skills on it.
Taming skill, when used on a fainted target, there is a 5% chance of successful taming, turning it into your pet, with a cooldown of 1 minute, no consumption. The key is, if taming fails after using the skill, the creature will wake up and you need to stun it again. To increase the taming success rate, you need to feed the fainted creature various levels of food, which slightly increases the success rate and needs continuous feeding. Therefore, taming a pet usually requires waiting for several hours or even longer.
It can be quite troublesome.
Only guilds have advanced chefs who can make high-level food, which speeds up the taming process. However, what may be troublesome for others is not for Lin Chen. He directly took out 20 taming skill books and chose to devour them.
Ding! Devour successful. When used on a fainted target, there is a 10% chance of successful taming. Ding! Devour successful. When used on a fainted target, there is a 100% chance of successful taming. Skipping the feeding process, as long as he stuns the creature, he can tame it. He also prepared 20 wooden sticks, each with a 5% conversion rate. After devouring them all, he forcibly learned the skill First Strike, converting attack power into stacked dizziness up to 100%. Just then, a hissing sound came from the front, and a velociraptor rushed towards him, baring its teeth. Lin Chen instinctively swung the legendary wooden stick, smashing it on the velociraptor's head. With a thud, the velociraptor's head tilted, falling unconscious on the ground. True Eye. Velociraptor, tameable adult, attack growth, 2 stars, health growth, 1 star, fixed movement speed, 3 stars, skills, enhanced jump, bite attack, dizziness value, 25400/25400. It's practically useless. Lin Chen shook his head. Apart from the additional movement speed bonus, even a basic agility-focused assassin has a 4-star movement speed. This velociraptor only has 3 stars in movement speed, not even worth it for a dog. Mainly because its head is too small and can't take big steps. After some thought, Lin Chen still used taming skills on it. A stream of light entered the velociraptor's body, and after a few breaths, the velociraptor, confused, raised its head and softened its fierce gaze upon seeing Lin Chen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully taming the velociraptor. Due to his additional movement speed bonus, it also affected his mounts. After running in the swamp for an hour, feeling a bit tired, he decided to use a mount for now and find a better one later. Lin Chen mounted the velociraptor and pointed forward. Charge! With his 95% additional movement speed, the velociraptor's speed was decent. However, the feeling was like riding a roller coaster, up and down, almost making him nauseous. He jumped off halfway, releasing it and canceling the master-servant contract. After a few breaths, the velociraptor's eyes turned fierce again and rushed towards him. A flash of the sword, and the velociraptor dropped 4 items. All 4 pieces of equipment were identical. Pet belt, special increases 1 pet space, requirement, level 30 for all classes. Lin Chen was stunned. He had never heard of such an item. Everyone only has 1 pet space and can only tame 1 pet. Why hasn't this type of equipment been mentioned in textbooks or appeared in the market? Was it intentionally concealed by someone? Unable to figure it out, Lin Chen shook his head and instinctively devoured the equipment. But immediately, his expression changed, eyes widening. He could devour endlessly, which meant an infinite pet space? And Naiju was excited in his heart, and Lin Chen swallowed the remaining 3 belts. Ding! Swallow successful. The number of pet spaces has accumulated to 5. This is too cool. Lin Chen's face was full of excitement. If he could have thousands of pets, he would have an army when he went out. And he could just lie down and sleep because pets had various functions.
Some could help their owners in battles, some could mine and gather resources, and some had backpack space to pick up items for their owners. But what people used the most was pets for reconnaissance in dangerous areas to reduce casualties. Like the velociraptor just now, it was the lowest level combat pet. Although it could also be ridden, the experience was too poor. Let's do this. Lin Shen couldn't wait to take out his weapon, then summoned his clone, and plunged into the deep forest. Shortly after entering the forest, Lin Shen noticed 4 velociraptors ahead, gathering around an unknown monster's corpse, gnawing at it. Flying sword technique. Countless flying swords swept across, shredding all the trees and vegetation in a 20-meter fan-shaped area ahead. He went over to pick up what the velociraptors dropped. 23 items, including 18 pet belts. There were also 5 wooden sticks, 3 of which were excellent, 1 rare, and 1 uncommon. All swallowed, pet space plus 18, stun conversion plus 65%. It seems that only by killing these trainable creatures can relevant items and equipment be dropped. Lin Shen seemed pensive, as he had never dropped such things before. The information about pets in the books was also very scarce, and now it seemed that the high-level alliance was deliberately hiding something. After tidying up, Lin Shen didn't stay and quickly rushed to the next location. Soon, 2.5 hours passed. Lin Shen rode a 3-meter-long forest giant wolf and slowly arrived at a small lake. This was the pet he had just captured, with average attack and health but a movement speed of 6 stars, not slower than his base speed. During this time, he had his clone killing wildly, reaping a lot. The pet space had now reached 2500, and the attack power converted into stun value had reached a terrifying 7800%. During this time, he had not stopped swallowing equipment, and he had almost finished swallowing the thousands of pieces of equipment he had snatched from the Tianao Alliance. Now, his attack power had reached a terrifying 230,000, his health was 4 million, and his armor was 190,000. A single blow could cause over 18 million stuns, and there were hardly any trainable creatures that could withstand his attacks. Suddenly, from the sky, came a low, long howl. The sound, deep and long, was like an ancient call, crossing the barriers of time and space, striking deep into the soul. Accompanied by the howl, a huge shadow appeared above the clouds in the sky, slowly passing over the mountaintops, obscuring half of the sunlight in the sky. What the hell is this? Lin Shen looked at the sky, stunned. It was a giant bird with full wings, its body winding, its feathers shimmering like metal in the faint light, each one seeming to withstand the impact of 1,000 troops. Its wings spread out, covering the sky, and each flap brought a fierce airflow, making everything in the mountains and forests tremble. The animals below, whether beasts or birds, were all frightened by this sudden giant bird. An indescribable pressure descended on Lin Shen, making him involuntarily feel his own insignificance and fragility. After about a dozen breaths, the giant bird disappeared behind the distant mountains, and everything returned to calm. At this moment, Lin Shen's heart was pounding. He looked at the wooden stick in his hand, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Is it possible? Can it be done? No. If the judgment is wrong, it will definitely be a disaster. His eyes hesitated. The giant bird, just its imposing presence alone made it impossible to lift one's head. It was definitely a terrifying existence, capable of instantly killing him with his few million health points. Since the distance was too far just now, he couldn't use the eye of reconnaissance, so he wasn't sure if this giant bird could be tamed. But thinking that most creatures in this area could be tamed, it was very likely that the giant bird could be tamed too, which made him itch with excitement. If I leave like this, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I have to give it a try. Let's do this. Lin Shen quickly made up his mind. Even if he failed, he had the invincibility of the Gale Step for 1 second, enough to use the positioning teleport to escape. Thinking of this, he quickly cancelled the teleport point in Qingxi town and placed it under his feet. Positioning teleportation couldn't break through the sealed space, so most likely he couldn't directly leave the secret realm. Lin Shen calmed himself down and thought carefully. First, he needed to find that giant bird, which shouldn't be difficult, after all, the other party was so big. Secondly, he needed to get close to use the stunning attack. The instant teleportation of the Ring of the Skywalkers, enhanced by the set attributes, could now teleport 100 meters instantly. 3 teleports would be 300 meters. Perhaps enough to reach the height at which the giant bird was flying, but not secure enough because once the 3 teleports were used up and he couldn't reach, he would miss the chance. It seems I need to get a flying pet first. While looking for a flying pet, it's best to stack the conversion rate of the stunning attack. Try to stun it. Lin Shen muttered to himself. However, these flying pets were truly rare. He had been searching for 2.5 hours and hadn't found one yet. Looking to the side, a few little guys popped their heads out by the lake, looking towards the sky, as if they hadn't fully recovered from the shock just now. What is this? Eye of Truth. Ancient Giant River Otter, Tameable Adult Form, Attack Growth, 1 star, Health Growth, 1 star, Fixed Movement Speed, 1 star, Skills, Underwater Breathing, Hatred Transfer, Level 1 Backpack, Gem Production, Stun Value, 0/85450, wait a minute. Lin Chen widened his eyes. What in the world was Gem Production? The Eye of Truth had a high grade, this creature's level wasn't high, he could check the specific attributes of the skill. Lin Chen clicked on the last skill. Gem Production, every hour, a random type of level 1 gem is automatically produced in the backpack space. Oh my god. Lin Chen was shocked. There was actually such a pet, he had never heard of it before. Gems accounted for a very large proportion of a professional's strength. His current attributes could only be compared to an average 4th-turn professional. But compared to the top professionals trained by those large guilds, he was still a bit lacking. The main reason was that his level was too low. All the equipment he had now was level 30, only the magic sword Incineration Solitude had been evolved to level 40 by him. At most, he could only embed level 4 gems, he couldn't be bothered with those attributes. Advanced equipment provided more attributes and could also embed high-level gems. A level 1 gem provided plus 25 attack. A level 2 gem provided plus 50 attack. And so on, a level 10 gem could provide 12,800 attack power. However, obtaining high-level gems was also very difficult. Gem synthesis from level 1 to level 10 required nearly 20,000 gems, they had to be the same type of gem, and it had to be ensured that the synthesis didn't fail. So even those large guilds didn't have many level 10 gems. And now, Lin Chen looked up and saw at least dozens of these ancient giant river otters by the lake. Roughly estimating, there should be hundreds or even thousands of these ancient giant river otters in the lake. If he could capture all of them. My little cuties, I'm coming. Lin Chen rushed out excitedly. He leveled up quickly, surpassing level 100 in no time. The attribute boost from these gems would be significant for him. Meanwhile, at the edge of the mountainous area, Lin Jia and his Dark Knight Association members finally emerged from the swamp region. Someone nearby, looking uneasy, said, "Young master, we've lost hundreds of people, and now there's a sense of unease among the group." Understood, Lin Jia replied calmly. Someone had broken a century-old rule by entering the mountain area prematurely, forcing him to take lives to catch up and speed up. Despite the loss of hundreds of lives, he managed to cover the original 4-hour journey in just 2.5 hours. Rest for a few minutes, everyone, Lin Jia shouted loudly. I'll assign tasks now. Groups 1 and 2, spread out and enter the mountains to find flying pets. Group 3, come with me to Mirror Lake. A male assassin nearby asked in confusion, "Young master, with so many of us, shouldn't we find the flying pets quickly? What's so important about Mirror Lake? Is it more important than the flying pets?" Lin Jia's expression turned enigmatic at the question, then he smiled and patted the man's head. "How about I take your place, young man?" "I'm sorry, young master." The male assassin immediately knelt in fear. "Get up," Lin Jia said with a smile, helping the man to his feet and whispered, "I'll show you a magic trick, young master." "Ha?" The male assassin looked puzzled. In the next moment, Lin Jia raised his hand, and a mobile phone appeared in his palm. Just as the male assassin was full of question marks, Lin Jia shouted loudly, "I never expected you to be a spy sent by the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. The chat records are solid evidence. Do you have anything else to say?" This shout attracted the attention of those resting in the distance. The male assassin, incredulous, hurriedly tried to explain, I didn't do it. This isn't mine." Before the male assassin could finish speaking, Lin Jia raised his hand and shot an arrow, hitting him between the eyebrows, triggering a critical hit and killing him instantly. The body slumped to the ground, startling everyone nearby, their eyes filled with confusion. Lin Jia looked around coldly and said, "Listen up, I don't care how many of you are spies from the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. If you want to assassinate me, go ahead, I'm ready for you." "Young master, the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance wants to assassinate you? They have some nerve." "Exactly, do they think they can bully our Dark Knight Association? From now on, anyone from the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance we encounter, we kill on sight. Do you understand?" Several captains nearby also shouted in agreement. Meanwhile, on the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance's side, a swordsman attempting to assassinate Wang Yan was swiftly killed by Bai Feiyu. Subsequently, orders were issued to declare war on the Dark Knight Association. On the Mirror Lake side, Lin Chen was completely unaware that several major guilds had entered the mountain area, as he was solely focused on capturing the ancient giant river otters. His speed was remarkable, knocking down several with just a few strikes, then continuously using taming skills. With reduced cooldown, his taming skill, which normally had a 1-minute cooldown, could be used every 15 seconds. As Lin Chen caught more and more ancient giant river otters, his skills became increasingly proficient. 2 hours later, he had captured 490 ancient giant river otters, almost emptying the entire mirror lake of them. All the captured otters were stored in his pet space, not affecting gem production. By doing nothing at all, even sleeping, he could obtain 490 level 1 gems every hour, totaling 11,760 gems per day. It was incredibly satisfying. Currently, the highest level gems on the market were said to be level 11, with nothing higher available. With these giant river otters, he would soon be able to combine higher level gems.
As Lin Chen was washing his face, preparing to leave, footsteps suddenly approached from a distance.
His expression changed, and he immediately concealed himself in place. A group of people emerged from the jungle, with someone familiar at the front.
It was Lin Jie. We've finally arrived.
Lin Jie breathed a sigh of relief, excitement flashing in his eyes. Despite having a map, the terrain here was too complex, and he was genuinely worried about taking the wrong path and having these treasures stolen by others.
Get ready to work, bring out all the tools.
Lin Jie ordered. There are some river beaver monsters here, be careful not to harm them, catch them all.
The rest of you, go outside and guard, don't let anyone in.
However, before he finished speaking, another group of people came from the opposite side of the jungle. Leading them were Xiao Ming, Xiao Chen, and Lin Shuer.
Xiao Ming sneered, Lin Jie, does your Night Shadow Association want to monopolize the benefits here? Damn it!
Lin Jie cursed inwardly, then smiled.
Oh, isn't this the big shot from our Sky Pride Alliance? I thought you were chasing after that flute. Shut up!
Lin Shuer's face darkened as soon as she heard that. It was clear that they were being chased, not doing the chasing, fleeing in a sorry state. Obviously, Lin Jie was being sarcastic towards her. According to the rules, it's every man for himself. Xiao Ming said sternly, whoever catches them first, gets to keep them. The other two families haven't arrived yet, so the giant river beavers here are enough for us to share.
Agreed. Lin Jie nodded.
The task assigned to him was a minimum of 100, so if only 2 families were sharing, it would definitely be enough.
Then we won't hold back.
Xiao Ming suddenly smiled. I'll let you in on a secret. This time our Sky Pride Alliance has invited a master-level blacksmith to forge 12 legendary wooden sticks. With my attack power, I can knock one out in 12 seconds, so you better hurry, or I'll take them all myself. Hearing this, Lin Jie frowned, then relaxed.
So what if it's a legendary wooden stick? Our Night Shadow Association has a master-level chef. I brought a lot of level 9 food, and I can tame one in half an hour. After I'm done training them, you can stay here and watch.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming and Xiao Chen's expressions immediately turned sour, because time was of the essence due to the first come, first served rule.
Just then, someone finally noticed something was amiss. Young master, what kind of monster did you just mention? There's nothing under this water. Ha!
Lin Jie furrowed his brows, walked to the edge of the lake, leaped in. However, there was nothing but emptiness underwater.
On the other side, the Sky Pride Alliance also noticed this phenomenon.
The two groups searched around Mirror Lake but found nothing.
This can't be. How is this possible?
Lin Jie was dumbfounded.
Someone got there first. Lin Shuer frowned, analyzing, was it the Yun family or the Bai family?
Xiao Ming muttered beside her, why does this scene feel familiar?
Xiao Chen shook his head. Are you talking about the flute?
It's impossible, he's alone, he couldn't have taken so much.
But what if he did?
That's possible.
The 4 of them gathered, and Xiao Ming lowered his voice, since the giant river beavers are gone, shall we start leveling up?
Lin Jie nodded, let's practice for a bit, 10 minutes, I have something urgent to attend to. Lin Chen, hidden in the shadows, heard this conversation, looking puzzled.
What did they mean by starting to level up?
The next moment, Lin Jie suddenly retreated and returned to his camp, shouting angrily, damn Sky Pride Alliance, how dare you ambush me?
Kill them!
All members of the Sky Pride Alliance, listen up. Lin Shuer also shouted coldly, destroy the Night Shadow Association. The two groups instantly clashed. In just a moment, small battle circles erupted all along the lakeside, fighting fiercely. Lin Chen was also affected by the aftermath of an unknown skill, breaking his invisibility. He watched Lin Shuer and the others charge into the Dark Knight Association's camp, engaging in a massacre, suddenly understanding. They were leveling up by taking each other's lives. He had previously killed members of the Tianao Alliance, level 60 professionals worth 6,000 experience each. The battlefield was chaotic at the moment, and no one had noticed Lin Chen. He looked at the scattered equipment and suddenly smiled. Outside Mirror Lake, everyone was engaged in a chaotic battle. Lin Jie led the charge, heading towards the Tianao Alliance's camp. With a light step, he seemed to have used a certain skill, leaping high and landing on a tree. 3 Tianao Alliance combat groups below noticed him and moved in to surround him. Lin Jie sneered, a bright light gathering in his hand holding a longbow. Gale Barrage. In an instant, dozens of arrows shot out in a fan shape, enveloping a group of 5 in combat. After the arrow rain, only 5 bodies and scattered loot remained in that area. Lin Jie's body shimmered with golden light as he leveled up. On the other side, Lin Shuer and the others were also wreaking havoc.
Rain of Destruction.
With Lin Shuer's soft command, a magic array appeared in the sky, and countless fireballs rained down from it, causing over a dozen Dark Knight Association members to fall in agony. However, everyone was focused on their immediate enemies and did not notice one person swiftly moving through the battlefield.
Gravity Vortex. Gravity Vortex. Give me a vortex.
Lin Chen crazily used his area loot skill. With cooldown reduction bonuses, Gravity Vortex had a 10-second cooldown, allowing him to release one every 2.5
seconds. The skill lasted for 3 seconds, almost overlapping with the previous one before the next Gravity Vortex was released. These guild members used a standard armband to distinguish between allies and enemies.
Lin Chen's eyes lit up as a plan formed in his mind.
He equipped himself with the Dark Knight Association's armband.
Then he infiltrated the Dark Knight Association's camp, following behind Xiao Ming, Xiao Chen, and Lin Shuer. Among them, these 3 were the fastest at killing and looting equipment.
What are you doing? Just as Lin Chen finished looting 3 people's belongings, someone suddenly noticed him. While everyone is bravely fighting enemies, you're damn well picking up loot. An angry Dark Knight Association swordsman approached.
Lin Chen remained expressionless as he pulled out a low-level staff, preparing to fight, but the male swordsman lowered his voice and said, "Shu, we're on the same side, take me with you, let's loot together."
Lin Chen was speechless, then used a skill. Arcane Missile. Under the disbelieving gaze of the male swordsman, 6 elemental orbs instantly killed him. Who the hell said we're on the same side?
Lin Chen quipped, continuing to loot with his head down. Making a fortune in silence, truly satisfying.
Soon, his backpack was full.
Just as he hesitated about whether to break down the equipment, a feathered arrow suddenly flew towards him, bouncing off his forehead.
-1.
In the distance, Xiao Chen confidently turned back to continue attacking others. In the battlefield, if mages were mobile artillery, then archers were mobile snipers. He specifically targeted the squishy mages, not even needing to look, 1 second 2 basic attacks, and he could harvest 2 mages. However, suddenly, Xiao Chen noticed from the corner of his eye that the male mage he had just attacked was still standing.
He could actually withstand one of his basic attacks?
This mage was something. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised, then drew his bow again, releasing an arrow. Just as the arrow was about to hit, a large hand suddenly appeared, catching the arrow steadily. Lin Chen raised his head, meeting Xiao Chen's gaze. At that moment, Xiao Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, seemingly startled by something, stumbling under his feet and falling directly from the tree.
Those eyes. Xiao Chen, lying on the ground, had a look of horror on his face. How could he forget the disdainful look in Feng Zhao's eyes when they were competing for the mythical treasure chest?
Beside him, Xiao Ming wielded a large sword, charging forward to knock down 2 members of the Dark Knight Association, arriving in front of Xiao Chen.
What's wrong? Are you okay? Xiao Chen didn't answer, immediately emerging from under the tree and looking towards Lin Chen. Is that Lin Chen?
Just now in the midst of battle, he didn't pay much attention, but now upon closer inspection, he recognized that it was indeed Lin Chen.
What?
Xiao Ming also looked over, his face filled with astonishment. He wasn't killed by those assassins.
He's actually alive. And he's wearing the Dark Knight Association armband.
It seems the Dark Knight Association intervened to save him. I didn't expect him to have joined the Dark Knight Association.
In that case, there's no possibility of recruiting him anymore. Should we kill him?
However, upon hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, not moving forward but taking a step back instead.
Have you noticed a familiar feeling in his eyes? What are you talking about?
Xiao Ming looked puzzled.
Is it possible that he is Feng Xiao?
You're talking nonsense, Xiao Ming said impatiently. Feng Xiao is a swordsman, but this guy is holding a staff.
It's just a staff, it doesn't mean anything.
Xiao Chen frowned.
Let me test him again.
He drew his bow and arrow once more, aiming a shot at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen waved his staff. Magic shield. A faint blue light shield protected him.
The feathered arrow shot at the shield was deflected. Xiao Ming widened his eyes. Magic shield.
That's an extremely rare skill.
The Dark Knight Association really spared no expense.
What makes this Lin Chen so special? Could it be that I'm overthinking?
Seeing Lin Chen cast the magic shield, Xiao Chen was immediately confused, even though those eyes gave him a feeling that was so much like Feng Xiao. But skills don't lie, a person can only have one profession. It's common knowledge that one can't wield both a sword and a staff. Let's team up and take him down to prevent any future trouble. Xiao Ming shouted, rushing forward quickly. However, at that moment, Lin Jia also noticed the situation and hurried over, standing in front of Lin Chen.
Are you a mage?
Lin Jia's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Previously, the family had given him information related to Lin Chen, stating that Lin Chen had eliminated many second-tier professionals from the Jingao Corporation using a sword. He had always doubted whether this information was accurate. How could Lin Chen, with an F-grade talent, achieve such feats? Now he understood that the information was indeed wrong because Lin Chen was actually a mage. After all, skills couldn't deceive people, and he had never heard of a swordsman being able to use a magic shield. Lin Jia turned to Xiao Ming and Xiao Chun, shouting, "I'll remember this grudge. I'll repay it tenfold in the future."
Retreat!
This was the signal that the leveling activity was over. Xiao Ming and Xiao Chen naturally understood, but hesitated slightly.
This kid humiliated me in front of everyone from the Tian-Ao Alliance, and we're just letting him go like this? Let's go. The Lin family is clearly protecting Lin Chen.
Killing him would provoke the Lin family's wrath. The leader previously instructed us that the top 4 guilds are unfathomable, so it's best not to completely break ties with them.
Let's retreat. We have more important matters to attend to. Soon, both sides voluntarily retreated, leaving Mirror Lake. Lin Chen remained silent, following behind Lin Jia without a word or movement. After leaving Mirror Lake, Lin Jia's face lit up with joy. "Lin Chen, have you finally agreed to join the Lin family?" Faced with Lin Jia's question, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. "Yes, what benefits are there?" Lin Jia's face brightened. "Of course. But you'll have to wait until we're out of the secret realm for you to officially join the Dark Knight Association." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Alright, it's settled then, but I don't intend to act with you guys. After the secret realm, I'll find you in Tianfeng City. That's it."
He patted Lin Jia on the shoulder and turned to leave.
"Wait, it's too dangerous for you to go alone."
Lin Jia wanted to persuade, but Lin Chen completely ignored him. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Jia gave up the idea of forcibly taking Lin Chen away. He put himself in Lin Chen's shoes and tried to see things from his perspective. First, he had offended the Assassin Alliance, then the Tianao Alliance, and the Bai family looked down on him. Apart from joining the Dark Knight Association, it seemed like Lin Chen had no other choice. It was normal for him to make this decision. If he used force, not only would it damage their relationship, but it might also end up getting Lin Chen killed here, thus failing to fulfill the task assigned by his family. However, he always had a bad feeling in his heart, without knowing why. Lin Chen, who had left the main forces of the Dark Knight Association, glanced around and immediately headed towards the direction where the Tianao Alliance had gone.
The people from the Tianao Alliance hadn't gone far and were resting at the foot of a mountain.
Lin Chen took out a low-level bow without class restrictions, activated the Gale Step skill, and stealthily approached. At that moment, Xiao Chen, Xiao Ming, and Lin Shui were chatting without noticing the impending danger. Lin Chen hid in a bush and used the low-level archer skill.
Rapid arrow. 3 arrows were shot almost instantly.
The next moment, Xiao Chen and the others noticed the ambush, but before they could react, the 3 arrows were already upon them.
Put!
The arrows pierced Xiao Chen, with the fletching swaying. Xiao Chen slumped over, dead on the spot, dropping a pile of items.
Everyone was shocked.
Lin Chen directly used a positioning teleportation and returned to the Mirror Lake before anyone could notice him. In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth.
"Lin Jia, I will never coexist with you."
Lin Chen touched his nose. It seems framing and shifting blame isn't that difficult after all. Among the archers here, besides Lin Jia, no one could have instantly killed Xiao Chen. He had thought this through carefully. One reason was to completely dispel any suspicion that he was Wen Xiao, so he wouldn't have to worry about being implicated in his misdeeds using a doppelganger.
The other reason was to provoke a conflict between the Lin family and the Tianao Alliance.
The terror of the Lin family was something he couldn't handle alone, but involving the Tianao Alliance might be somewhat useful. Lin Chen murmured, "From now on, Lin Chen is a mage, and Wen Xiao is a swordsman. If I want to ambush, I'll pick up a bow and arrow, and I'll be Lin Jia." He increasingly felt the benefits of having multiple professions. Firstly, there were no weaknesses. Regardless of the complexity of the situation, he always had a way to deal with it effortlessly.
Secondly, he could conceal his identity.
After all, a dual profession had never been seen before. At this moment, Lin Chen thought for a moment, put on a set of mage equipment, covered his face with a piece of cloth, and summoned a forest giant wolf, then galloped off into the distance. After about 15 minutes, he encountered a group of people. There were about 20 of them, and although Lin Chen didn't recognize the guild emblem, he felt somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before.
"Wow, such a handsome wolf. We've just entered, and they've already trained their pets. Look at the emblem, this person seems to be from the Dark Knight Association. We can't afford to provoke the top 4 guilds, let's stay out of their way.
These people saw Lin Chen from afar and started discussing animatedly. Lin Chen, on the other hand, turned his eyes, directed the wolf towards them, and approached them on his own initiative.
Dark Empire? Lin Chen finally remembered where he had seen them before. Previously at the Qingxi Town auction house, he was given a VIP card with a design similar to the armbands of these people. Moreover, the auction house promised not to disclose his identity information, yet soon everyone knew that he was the one who auctioned the Wand of Destruction. Boss, is there something wrong?
A male mage with a smile asked in front of the crowd. In his opinion, being able to get such a handsome mount at this time meant that this person's status in the Dark Knight Association was definitely not low. Calling him boss was absolutely correct.
Maybe he could even get some benefits by following the boss.
Quick, call for help. It seemed not enough, so he quickly lowered his voice and said to his companions behind him,
Boss's demeanor is unmatched, handsome, and suave like Pannon. Boss's wisdom is as deep and broad as the sea, with infinite charm. Boss, does your Dark Knight Association have any unwanted pets? Others chimed in. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Boss will show you a magic trick.
With that, he waved his wand.
Arcane missiles.
The wand shot out 6 elemental orbs, instantly hitting the 6 people in front, killing them on the spot.
Everyone looked shocked.
Although they didn't know why the other party suddenly attacked, their leader was directly killed.
This kind of strength was definitely something they couldn't resist. Without any hesitation, everyone turned and fled. Fireball. Wind blade.
Lin Chen chased after them, continuously using low-level mage skills to harvest.
In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people fell.
The remaining few fled quickly, already running hundreds of meters away. Lin Chen didn't chase but instead stopped and shouted loudly, "What a bunch of nonsense, the Dark Empire doesn't even have the qualifications to lick the Dark Knight Association's feet."
Coincidentally, someone was recording while fleeing for their life, capturing Lin Chen's words. Damn it! This is too much bullying.
The few who managed to escape had bloodshot eyes. Without a word, they posted the video online. Lin Chen picked up the equipment on the ground, devouring some while looking for his next target.
I have to say, it's faster to get equipment from people.
Over 100 pieces of equipment from a dozen people, all good quality with colored gear and many gems embedded. Next, Lin Chen swiftly moved through the deep mountains, searching for flying pets. However, if he encountered some small guilds, he would also wear the Dark Knight Association armband to snatch equipment and cause mischief.
But for those without enmity, he didn't go too far.
In just an hour, the vast area of the deep mountains echoed with the complaints of professionals, all cursing the Dark Knight Association. At that moment, Lin Chen was stopped by a group of people.
Get lost.
Ahead is the territory of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance. No one is allowed in.
Ha! It's someone from the Dark Knight Association, daring to come alone, seeking death. Kill him. Before Lin Chen could act, these people attacked first. Arcane missiles.
Instantly, the group's eyes widened in disbelief as they fell slowly, filled with resentment. Picking up the equipment on the ground, Lin Chen looked puzzled.
Was the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance clearing the area for some benefit?
At that moment, a clear chirping sound came from the sky. Lin Chen looked up and saw a 5-meter-long bird flying around in the sky. Below the bird, someone was suspended with a grappling hook, holding a wooden stick in their hand.
This is a flying mount. Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly.
Indeed, it was quicker to find things with more people. He had searched alone for half a day without success.
However, Lin Chen sighed immediately. Although the flying pet was good, Wang Yang was in the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance, and he couldn't bring himself to snatch it. Better to go check the situation first. He activated the Gale Step, and his figure disappeared instantly. The Gale Step lasted for a minute, with a cooldown of a minute. After the cooldown reduction, he could remain invisible indefinitely.
Soon, he caught up with the bird in the sky on the ground. This is a very strange bird, with no feathers on its body, but instead embedded with small scales. Its wings are like the fleshy wings of a bat, stretching out to a length of 10 meters. Overall, it looks like a newly born featherless bird, a bit ugly, but with a huge body. A figure was hanging below the featherless bird's abdomen through a specially made claw hook. The featherless bird was restless, tumbling wildly in the air. The person's body was swinging violently under the featherless bird's abdomen like a swing, with each flip of the featherless bird making him feel like a lone boat being battered by fierce winds and giant waves, ready to be thrown off at any moment. When the distance was enough, Lin Chen quickly activated the True Eye. Wind Shadow Winged Dragon, Tameable Adult Form, Attack Growth, 3 stars, Health Growth, 5 stars, Flight Speed, 4 stars, Abilities, Energy Shield, Energy Exchange, Dive Glide, Level 5 Backpack Space, Stun Value, 4600/438000. It seemed to have only a 4-star flight speed, but that was in the sky, without any obstacles. It was actually much faster than 4 stars. At this moment, a large group of Iron Blood Warriors Alliance members were chasing below, holding crossbows and continuously shooting claw hooks into the sky, but all missed. However, at this moment, a huge magic array suddenly lit up in the sky. Icicles appeared out of thin air from the magic array, falling like rain. The icicles were so dense that many hit the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon, causing damage and covering it with a layer of frost, greatly reducing its speed.
Now's the time.
A tender shout came from the dense forest in the distance. Immediately, large nets were shot out from the forest towards the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon. The Wind Shadow Winged Dragon neighed and tried to dodge, but there were too many nets, and its wings were accidentally entangled. It could no longer maintain its balance, and it plummeted down into the forest below. Lin Chen hurriedly followed. When he arrived, he found the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon tightly entangled in a dense net, struggling in vain. Next to the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon, 2 groups of people were facing off. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bai Feiyu crawled out of the net looking disheveled, and when he saw a little girl not far away, he became furious.
Yun Mengyao, why the hell did you net me? Can't you see there's someone here?
Yun Mengyao nervously said, this big bird was caught by our Azure Sky Sanctuary first.
According to the rules, you guys have to leave immediately.
Bullshit. Bai Yang stepped forward, unkindly saying, if our people hadn't restrained it, it would have flown away long ago.
We should get half of this bird. How do you split it in half? Yun Mengyao said angrily, do you guys have any sense of chivalry? Are you willing to snatch things from a weak little girl?
With that, Yun Mengyao blinked her big, watery eyes, looking aggrieved.
Bai Feiyu rolled his eyes, speechless. I'm a swordsman, Bai Yong, what about you? Are you a gentleman? I'm a knight. See, there are no gentlemen here.
Bai Feiyu drew his sword. Since we can't agree on a fair split, let's just chop it up.
Each takes half of the corpse, no more disputes, right? How dare you? Yun Mengyao became anxious.
Wang Yang thought for a moment and said, actually, we can do this. Let us tame this bird first, and when it can fly, it will be easy to find other flying pets. The next one will belong to your Azure Sky Sanctuary.
Then why can't we be the first to train it? The next one belongs to you?
You're a child. You have to respect your elders.
I'm freaking 18 this year. If you mention this again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Want to jump and tear it? Ha ha ha.
Just as the 2 sides were arguing endlessly,
suddenly, a harsh cry echoed in the sky, followed by a massive figure diving down at an unbelievable speed. There's another one. No need to fight over this. The crowd rejoiced and quickly formed their battle formation.
In the next moment, a stronger Wind Shadow Pterosaur swooped down, its sharp claws reaching for the grounded Wind Shadow Pterosaur.
Dozens of large nets flew in from all directions.
Just as it seemed the pterosaur would be caught in the nets, a white shield appeared around it, deflecting all the nets. The pterosaur then grabbed the one trapped on the ground and soared into the sky, disappearing into the treetops.
What? Everyone was shocked.
As they emerged from the woods and looked up again, they saw the Wind Shadow Pterosaur rapidly ascending, soon becoming a small black dot.
Bai Feiyu sighed. It's over.
Those 2 pterosaurs are spooked. They won't descend anytime soon.
There's no point in fighting for them. Wang Yang quickly said, Yun Mengyao, what about that skill you used just now? Use it again. Yun Mengyao shook her head. It's too high, the distance is too far. It's at least 100 meters high now. Who has such a long casting range? It's all your fault. If you had knocked them out first, this wouldn't have happened. Wang Yang was speechless. We didn't stop you.
Bai Feiyu sheathed his sword. Let's go, no one can catch those 2 Wind Shadow Pterosaurs now.
We need to find the remaining ones quickly.
Not far away, Lin Chen, in stealth mode, smiled upon seeing this.
Shouldn't this count as a steal now?
He found a secluded spot, summoned a doppelganger, and immediately went into stealth mode again. While the 2 Wind Shadow Pterosaurs were not far away in the sky, Lin Chen quickly controlled his doppelganger to chase after them. Feeling ready, he cast the flight spell.
With the cooldown bonus, it would take 15 minutes to cool down and allow 30 seconds of flight.
An indescribable power enveloped him, making him feel light and airy. With a thought, his whole body swiftly rose into the air, heading towards the 2 large birds in the sky. The flight spell also benefited from his extra movement speed, making him incredibly fast. In the distance, members of the Azure Sky Sanctuary and the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance had not gone far. Someone with keen eyes spotted the shadow doppelganger.
Holy crap! Look up in the sky. Is that Wind Xiao? No doubt about it, with that attire, it's him.
More and more people noticed the flying shadow doppelganger.
Everyone was shocked, mouths agape, their brains momentarily frozen. Bai Feiyu, looking bewildered, pinched Wang Yang's face. Fatty, do you feel pain? That's a stupid question. Wang Yang swatted by Feiyu's hand away irritably. Oh my god, that guy can actually fly. Am I seeing things? How can a class transferer fly? How did he do it? This can't be real. It must be a fake. Isn't there a class called illusionist? Could this be an illusion? Are you out of your mind?
Wen Zhao's class is clearly stated on the rankings.
Stop staring. Record it quickly. No one will believe this if we share it. Wow, Wen Zhao is so cool.
Yun Mangyao looked excitedly at the figure in the sky, her cheeks slightly flushed, eyes sparkling.
Sis, you're embarrassing. Yun Mengzi tugged at Yun Mengyao's sleeve, nervously looking around.
Wang Yang, watching the back of the shadow doppelganger, gradually became astonished.
That back felt somewhat familiar.
Suddenly, he remembered Lin Shen's words from before.
Actually, I am Wen Zhao. In his mind, two backs overlapped, almost identical. Holy crap!
Wang Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock.
Why are you yelling? You scared me, Bai Feiyu said irritably. Wang Yang cleared his throat and stammered, I think I know who he is. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. If Feng Xiao was really Lin Chen, then he had to keep Lin Chen's secret. However, Bai Feiyu obviously didn't care. Isn't he Feng Xiao? Who else could it be? I'll be right back.
Wang Yang's heart pounded wildly. If what he thought was true, then. Wang Yang quickly arrived at an empty place, dialed Lin Chen's phone, while keeping his eyes fixed on the figure in the sky.
Hey, fatty. Lin Chen almost instantly answered.
Wang Yang widened his eyes and carefully looked at the figure in the sky. It was a bit far away, not clear, but obviously flying at high speed, and there was no wind noise in Lin Chen's phone.
That explained everything. Fatty, do you need anything? Nothing.
Wang Yang put down the phone in a daze.
In the sky,
Lin Chen caught up with the two fleeing wind shadow winged dragons in just 7 seconds. He estimated his flying speed to be about 40 meters per second at the fastest, but it took 3 seconds to accelerate to reach that speed. By now, the wind shadow winged dragon caught in the net had broken free. Seeing the shadow clone flying quickly towards them, they were once again frightened, flapping their wings desperately trying to escape. But their speed was too slow for Lin Chen. With a bang, Lin Chen struck one of the winged dragons on the head with a wooden stick, causing it to tilt its head, claws outstretched, wings ceasing to flap, and it fell down.
Taming technique. However, the system prompted that the target was moving and the skill couldn't be used on it. Fine.
Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the other wind shadow winged dragon.
As soon as the remaining winged dragon felt Lin Chen's gaze, it trembled, flapped its wings desperately to flee.
Another strike, and it was easily knocked unconscious. With nearly 20 million stun points per strike now, this winged dragon couldn't withstand it.
From takeoff to knocking out the two winged dragons, it only took 15 seconds.
He quickly dived down, landed 3 seconds later, lost a few thousand health points, but instantly recovered.
Well, a family should be neat and tidy.
Looking at the two wind shadow winged dragons on the ground, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. 2 consecutive taming techniques, and the two wind shadow winged dragons turned into light and obediently entered Lin Chen's pet space. Then Lin Chen dismissed the shadow clone directly. The place fell quiet again, as if nothing had happened.
On the other side, the scene of the two winged dragons falling down was seen by everyone. Wow, he knocked out both of them? What's going on? Someone scouted before. Those wind shadow winged dragons had several 100,000 stun points, right? Who knows? This is too much. Flying is one thing, but knocking them out one by one?
Thank goodness the wooden stick doesn't work on people, otherwise it would be too crazy.
This is a real pro. Smack! Bai Feiyu slapped the person's head. Are you saying I'm not a real pro? Young master, you misunderstood. The person awkwardly smiled. At this moment, Wang Yang returned, looking surprised. What's going on? I heard that Feng Xiao took down both winged dragons? Yes. Bai Feiyu nodded, hesitating. Should we go over and make contact? It would be good to buy one back.
Wang Yang immediately shook his head. Better not. I heard this guy is quite brutal, killing hundreds of people from the Sky Pride Alliance at the drop of a hat.
Aren't you good at fighting? It depends on the person in front of him. What's the difference between me and a sitting duck? Coward. You go if you can. Next time for sure. You're almost like a scammer. Where's Yun Mengyao? Chasing dreams.
At this moment, Yun Mengyao ran through the jungle, holding a staff taller than herself.
Feng Xiao, brother, she shouted as she ran.
Yun Mengzi, who was chasing after her, covered his face, looking disgusted. This sister was unbearable, too embarrassing. People from the celestial realm nearby also couldn't help but smirk. This lady was too eccentric. However, despite searching for a long time in the woods, they found nothing. Everyone looked puzzled. We shouldn't be unable to find it. Yeah, for this kind of flying pet, even with 9th grade food, you have to wait for hours. And, can he handle 2 flying pets all by himself? Could he have killed them all? Even if he did, there would be bodies. They must have been tamed and taken away. It's really strange. At the same time, Lin Chen, who was invisible, was checking the attributes of the 2 flying pets. The 2 attributes were almost the same, with the only difference being the attack growth. One was 4 stars, and the other was 3 stars. The first skill, Energy Shield, was somewhat similar to his magic shield but only effective against ranged attacks. Opening the shield consumed mana per second, and being attacked would also deduct some mana. Once the mana was depleted, the shield would automatically close. However, if there was enough mana, it could be kept open continuously. Moreover, in writing state, this shield could also block the wind. It was quite a good skill. The second skill, Energy Exchange, was impressive. It could only be used in writing state and allowed the transfer of mana between entities. With Lin Chen's terrifying mana regeneration rate, he could keep the energy shield active indefinitely. The third skill, Glide Dive, increased flying speed by 50% when flying from high to low. Maintaining a dive for more than 3 seconds would double the damage of the next attack. The fourth skill, Level 5 Backpack, provided 500 slots for storing items but couldn't pick up dropped items. Overall, it was pretty good. The most crucial point was that he finally had the ability to fly. Although a mount of this size would not be as agile in turning and maneuvering as he was, it was more than enough for traveling. He used the location teleportation again and returned to the Mirror Lake. Then, he eagerly summoned the Wind Shadow Wyvern and mounted it. Charge! With a long roar from the wyvern, it spread its wings, flapping its huge flesh wings, creating strong winds as it carried Lin Chen into the sky. After a moment, Lin Chen had already reached 100 meters high. Between the mountains below, clouds and mist swirled, ethereal and elusive like light gauze. The forest was deep green, like emeralds embedded in the mountains, full of vitality. So cool! It was indescribably wonderful to overlook all living beings from the sky for the first time. However, he suddenly noticed that after flying for a while, the wyvern's mana had dropped by 1/5. Flying actually consumed mana, meaning he would fall if he ran out of mana? After taming it, it became 10 times weaker. Fortunately, his mana was unlimited, and he could transfer it, so it was not a problem. Continue flying up. At Lin Chen's command, the Wind Shadow Wyvern flapped its wings vigorously. Suddenly, a deep and long cry broke the tranquility of the mountains. Lin Chen felt the wyvern beneath him tremble, and its wing flapping slowed noticeably. In the distance, the giant bird-like creature appeared again. Lin Chen widened his eyes. This time, he could see clearly that the giant bird spread its wings, directly covering a small mountain peak. How big was this creature? He took out a wooden stick and pointed forward. Charge! Meanwhile, in other parts of the mountainous area, many people also saw the giant bird in the sky, causing panic. What the heck is that? It looks bigger than the mountain. Is this for real? It won't come out and attack us, will it? It shouldn't be possible. Maybe in its eyes, we are just ants. Why isn't this giant bird recorded in the textbooks? It's not just this giant bird. I've noticed many things in this secret realm that are not documented. Why is that? Many people looked worried, feeling uneasy. On the other side, it's that bird. Lin Jie furrowed his brows slightly, murmuring, "We haven't even entered the ruins of the ancient temple. How could it awaken ahead of time? This is big trouble." Someone nearby asked, "Young master, could it be that someone has entered the ruins of the ancient temple early?" "That's not possible." Lin Jie said thoughtfully, "To enter the ruins of the ancient temple, one must break the guardian statues. For statues, each statue has a very thick amount of health. Even with the strength of thousands of people combined, it would take half an hour to open. I'm not worried about that, I'm worried about the tree of life. Well, let's leave it to luck. Instruct them to collect more shadow leaves and mist roots." "Yes, young master," the person nodded in response. Suddenly, a wind shadow winged dragon swiftly flew over their heads from a height of 100 meters in the sky, disappearing in an instant. Damn! Someone has already tamed a flying pet. Lin Jie's face instantly turned very unpleasant. From the timing of this, he must have found the flying pet at least a few hours ago. "You useless bunch, you still haven't found one." The people beside him lowered their heads, afraid to speak. Suddenly, Lin Jie! A furious shout came from behind. Lin Jie frowned and turned around to see Xiao Ming and Lin Shuer, leading the members of the Tianao Alliance aggressively chasing after them. He keenly noticed that Xiao Ming's eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger. Lin Jie asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "Kill!" Xiao Ming roared angrily and charged forward with his people. Lin Jie furrowed his brows tightly and scolded, "What do you want to do? I don't have time to play with you." However, Xiao Ming's eyes were red, and he didn't reply at all. Lin Jie felt awkward, since they had taken the initiative to attack. Ordering a retreat would be too embarrassing. Helplessly, he had to order a counterattack. The two sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was flying rapidly in the sky. After crossing several mountains, he finally saw the location where the giant bird was. It was nestled near the position where the sky tree was rooted, in the mountains at least dozens of miles away from him. Even at full speed, it would take him nearly 10 minutes to reach there. He checked the cooldown of the positional teleportation, which was 8 minutes, giving him enough time. He landed on a cliff, waited a few minutes, and as soon as the cooldown of the shadow clone was ready, he summoned it. Then he summoned the wind shadow winged dragon with the clone and flew towards the giant bird. While he stayed in place, he let the clone test the waters first. After all, the pressure from this creature was too strong. Caution was necessary. Lin Chen controlled the clone, his gaze fixed on the giant bird. As they got closer, the size of the giant bird and the tree of life in his field of vision grew larger. Lin Chen held his breath, his heart racing. About 5 miles away. 3 miles. 2 miles. 700 meters. Lin Chen could clearly see the giant bird, as tall as a 100-story building, with its eyes closed as if sleeping, its feathers gently swaying with each breath. I'm about to get close. The shadow clone's hand holding the wooden stick started sweating due to nervousness. If he could knock it out, he would be laughing in his dreams. Stop! Suddenly, a tense low shout reached Lin Chen's ears. Lin Chen's main body opened his eyes abruptly and saw a golden-haired woman riding an unknown flying pet rapidly approaching him from the right side in the air. The woman's face was filled with anxiety as she shouted again, "Stop!" "What?" Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly, puzzled. At that moment, the shadow clone was at a critical juncture. Lin Chen activated his skill directly. Shadow sword formation. Sword reversal. Instantly, 12 swords swiftly revolved around him. Both skills had blocking effects, enough to buy him some time. He shifted his focus back to the clone. At this moment, the clone was less than 400 meters away from the giant bird. Suddenly, the bird's eyes snapped open, its golden pupils seemingly locking onto the clone. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen first recalled the wind shadow pterosaur, then immediately teleported 3 times, simultaneously activating the flight spell to swiftly approach the giant bird. Only less than 20 meters away now, the bird's body felt like a 100-zhang-high wall to him. True sight. Using the detection skill, but there was no time to check the attributes. The next second, a stream of air burst from the bird's beak, exuding terrifying power. Lin Chen had a gut feeling that if the clone was hit by this stream, it would be instantly killed. Gale Steps. Enhanced Gale Steps granted 1 second of invincibility when entering stealth. In the next moment, he felt as if he were in a meat grinder, with the invincible golden light being hit at least a dozen times per second. Luckily, his speed was fast enough to rush through the 1-second invincibility time. The raised stick finally smashed onto the giant bird. A purple number of 19 million appeared, representing the stun value. Success? Lin Chen's face was full of joy. However, the giant bird seemed unfazed, its huge pupils coldly staring at the clone. Without any hesitation, he raised the wooden stick again and struck down 3 times in a row. The next moment, the bird seemed enraged, lifting its head high and emitting a sharp screech. Soundwave rings spread outward. The clone was instantly killed. Consciousness returned to his body, and Lin Chen's face was full of horror. 3 attacks, over 50 million stun, and there was no reaction. This was too abnormal. He turned his head and saw the golden-haired woman standing beside him, her brows furrowed, not taking the opportunity to attack him. Who is she? Lin Chen was full of confusion. At this moment, the cry of the giant bird from dozens of miles away reached them. The golden-haired woman's face changed, and she hurriedly said, "Run. Follow me." "What do you mean?" Lin Chen was puzzled. "It can find you," the golden-haired woman said anxiously. "What?" Lin Chen was shocked. Without thinking much, he quickly cancelled the shadow sword formation in sword reversal. "Where to? Don't move." The golden-haired woman grabbed Lin Chen's arm and jumped directly off the cliff. Below was a pool of water, and they fell into it. The next moment, the giant bird flapped its wings and flew up. A probing light swept through the entire secret realm in the blink of an eye. Seemingly finding nothing, the giant bird flew back. Underwater, the golden-haired woman held Lin Chen tightly. An oval golden light enveloped them. After the probing light passed, the golden light shattered and disappeared. They surfaced, and Lin Chen's body felt a bit awkward. "Hey, you can let go now." "So stingy," the golden-haired woman muttered, then reluctantly let go of his hand. They got ashore, and the golden-haired woman carefully examined Lin Chen, her eyes seemingly still unsatisfied. Lin Chen glanced at her, then turned his head to the side, asking in a deep voice,
What's going on here? How did you know about the bird skill? How did you know what I was doing?
His mind was full of question marks at this moment. He had been wearing a mage set matched with several immortal artifacts and a face mask, but now the mask had fallen into the water. As soon as this woman arrived, it seemed as if she knew his identity, even knowing that he was using a clone to approach the giant bird. Too eerie. Let's leave this place first, I'll tell you on the way. The blonde woman glanced around and then summoned her flying pet. She mounted it and waved at Lin Chen. Come up. Lin Chen did not ride the woman's mount but summoned his wind shadow winged dragon. Although his intuition told him that this woman wouldn't harm him, they had just come out of the water, both soaked through, and sitting together would be awkward.
Seeing Lin Chen's hesitation, the blonde woman chuckled, "You're shy. Shy my foot."
Lin Chen's competitive spirit rose, he retracted the wind shadow winged dragon and sat behind the blonde woman. After a moment, the blonde woman controlled her mount and flew into a huge ancient ruin. It was a palace built of stacked stones, weathered by time with varying depths of marks on its surface. Every crack, every mottled stone wall seemed to whisper, telling the stories of the dust-covered history and legends. Lin Chen dismounted from his mount in the square, looking somewhat uneasy. This journey, well, it's hard to put into words. Without hesitation, he used a skill on the blonde woman. True Eye. Checking the message log, he found that his clone had indeed scouted the data of the giant bird.
Divine Beast, Sunfeather Rock, Tameable Adult Form, Attack Growth, Life Growth, Fixed Movement Speed, Skills, Stun Value, 0/. All question marks.
Lin Chen was speechless. However, the presence of a stun bar meant that this rock divine beast could be tamed. The stun value showing 0 was because he had used True Eye first and then the 3 strikes. At that moment, he clearly saw the purple stun value pop up after the wooden stick struck, indicating an increase in stun. However, the upper limit was too high, several tens of millions of stun wouldn't be enough to make it faint.
Moreover, it was too dangerous.
This bird thing, after tearing apart his clone, still wanted to find his main body. This bird wasn't stupid. It was the blonde woman who had just used some invincible skill to evade detection.
But damn it, if invincibility could resist scans, why jump into the water? Wasn't that unnecessary?
Lin Chen shook his head, clearing his mind of dirty thoughts, and continued to check the system messages. Next was the information he had gathered about the blonde woman using True Eye. ID, Xian Yuan Blood Slaughter, Occupation, Shadow Magic Samurai, Level 35, Wait,
what the hell?
Lin Chen widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the system screen.
Xian Yuan Blood Slaughter. Wasn't he the genius of this generation of the Flame Demon Church? Moreover, this guy should be a man.
Although he rarely paid attention to online news, he still knew the general information about the young talents of various major forces. Lin Chen couldn't believe it and opened the level rankings. Xian Yuan Blood Slaughter was ranked 38th, and the occupation displayed on the list was indeed Shadow Magic Samurai. This was a hidden occupation. This completely proved that the information he had gathered was correct. The blonde woman in front of him was indeed Xian Yuan Blood Slaughter.
Who are you exactly?
Lin Chen took a few steps back, looking at the blonde woman in astonishment. It seems that the Divine Sun has detected my information. The blonde woman smiled lightly. That's right, I am Xian Yuan Blood Slaughter of the Flame Demon Church.
Impatiently, Lin Chen asked, I'm asking you, what gender are you exactly?
I didn't know before, but now I am female. The blonde woman smiled faintly, and a well-developed female at that. As she spoke, she proudly straightened her chest.
Don't know? Could gender be unknown before?
Lin Chen thought of the contact they had just had, and his stomach churned. Although this woman was very beautiful, with a hot figure and extremely sexy, Lin Chen couldn't help but think that she might have been a man before. Seeing Lin Chen like this, the blonde woman stepped forward and asked with concern, Lord God, what's wrong with you?
Lin Chen quickly stepped back 3 steps, I'm fine, don't come near me.
Also, I am not your Lord God, you have misunderstood. The blonde woman lightly flicked her hair with her fingertips and smiled, then,
shall I call you young master? Do you like that title? Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, call me whatever you want, it's none of my concern. You saved me this time, I am grateful. If you need help, I can consider assisting you once. I have many doubts now, how did you know where I was?
The blonde woman smiled, because you are the esteemed Lord God, and I am your closest maid.
Our hearts are connected, we can sense each other.
Lin Chen's face darkened, speechless, speak plainly.
All right.
The blonde woman pointed to the ruins of the ancient temple nearby. There is a treasure inside that can monitor almost all areas of the map. I saw you hit the wind shadow winged dragon with a stick before, then you summoned a clone and went towards the tree of life. You were holding a wooden stick, your intentions were too obvious. The blonde woman spoke calmly, but Lin Chen was shaken.
There was actually such a thing inside the ruins. Does this mean that everything he did after entering the mountain area might have been seen by this woman? Where is the treasure? Did you bring it out? It can't be taken away. How do you know all this? I can't say for now. Do the other 4 major families know about this treasure?
Don't worry, besides our flame demon sect, no one else knows. Hearing this, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although the flame demon sect knew his identity, at the moment, it seemed they had no intention of harming him.
Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked again, how did you know that the giant bird could find my true body?
Because the Pope once tried, but failed. If it weren't for the end of the secret realm time sending him out, I'm afraid. Saying this, the blonde woman, Xian Yuan Blood Butcher, looked serious and said, what I'm telling you today, it's best not to tell anyone. Rest assured.
Lin Chen nodded, then asked again, you seem to know a lot about the secret realm. Do you know what secrets the Tree of Life holds? Why aren't these things recorded in textbooks? The Alliance leadership, and your 5 major guilds, what exactly are they hiding? The Tree of Life.
Xian Yuan Blood Butcher's eyes flashed with seriousness. This is not something that can be explained in a few words.
I can only say, it's all for the sake of interests.
The reason for the concealment is that this bit of interest is not enough even for the members of the 5 major guilds, so the information must be strictly controlled.
Moreover, once this secret is revealed, the Dragon Kingdom will suffer unprecedented and terrible disasters. Lin Chen frowned. What secret?
Xian Yuan Blood Butcher smiled bitterly and shook her head. I won't say it. When you reach the deepest part of the Tree of Life, you will understand everything.
With your strength, it will be very easy for you to enter. After knowing the secret, it's best not to leak it, otherwise the other 4 major families will come looking for trouble with you, young master. Of course, don't think that the 4 major guilds only have this much power on the surface. You may not know that the real experts are actually hidden behind the scenes, their strength far beyond your imagination, very terrifying. Ha! He not only knew, but also saw. Indeed terrifying, a level 210 transcendent, couldn't even withstand a single move from his mother.
Shen Yuan Shuata seemed to realize something and said solemnly, also, that giant bird, I advise you, young master, it's best to give up.
The Pope almost lost his life because of it back then.
I understand, Lin Chen nodded.
But can he really give up like this? Impossible. He's not the Pope. Can the Pope knock out 20 million dizziness with one blow?
As long as he stacks the dizziness conversion rate again, maybe he really has a chance.
Moreover, he knows now.
Invincibility can immunize against the giant bird search skill. He has the invincible wind step for 1 second. After cooldown bonus, it only has a 15-second cooldown.
Although 1 second is too short, as long as he seizes the opportunity, it should be fine. Lin Chen suddenly asked, by the way, your flame demon sect, is it just you who came this time? Not exactly, Shen Yuan Shuata said inexplicably, but they have their own tasks. At the same time,
in the forest and various places in the swamp, the figures of numerous professionals can be seen. Most of them are from small local guilds, not many in number, but if added together, they are even more than the people from the 5 major guilds who entered. Almost at the same time, many members within these small guilds suddenly launched attacks on their companions without any hesitation. Some fell dead on the spot. Such situations almost simultaneously occurred in various places. For a while, the professionals in the entire secret realm erupted into a senseless war, with countless casualties. In the mountainous area, what started as a fight between the Dark Knight Association and the Proud Sky Alliance gradually escalated and shifted, with members of the Azure Domain Sanctuary and the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance also joining the melee. Some members of the 16 major guilds also triggered large-scale battles for inexplicable reasons.
No one knew why. Those ordinary members didn't even know what they were fighting for.
But once they joined the guild, they had to advance and retreat with the guild. They had no choice.
On a certain battlefield,
Lin Jie looked at the chaotic crowd, his face dark. Someone hurried over, young master, it's almost done. We only have over 600 people left.
Retreat,
Lin Jie said in a deep voice, instruct them, the group of survivors follow me, the rest stay behind. Similarly, on the side of the Proud Sky Alliance, Xiao Ming and Lin Shuer were also discussing. Lin Shuer quickly said, time is running out. The ancient temple ruins are crucial. We'll talk about killing Lin Jie later. It has to be this way, the treasures in the ancient temple ruins are limited. If we don't go now, they might be taken by others. Lin Shuer clenched her fists. This time, I must get an immortal weapon. She believed that as long as she also had an immortal weapon, she could make up for the gap with Feng Xiao and even trample him underfoot to avenge the humiliation. A small part of the elite of the Proud Sky Alliance also secretly withdrew from the battlefield, leaving behind some uninformed ordinary members who were still fighting for glory. On the other hand, the elites of the Azure Domain Sanctuary and the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance hurriedly headed towards the direction of the ancient temple ruins.
On the side of the ancient temple ruins.
Young master, wherever you go, I'll go, we'll never be apart.
There's no need for that.
Lin Chen's face was full of black lines, then he walked towards the temple.
I want to enter the temple, don't follow me. Add as a friend, then I won't follow. You've already been inside, you can't enter a second time. I can wait for you outside. Add. Lin Chen reluctantly added Xian Yuan Shuetu as a friend,
since the other party already knew his identity.
Goodbye, young master. Xian Yuan Shuetu looked pleased and then summoned his mount to fly away. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed deeply, then walked towards the temple.
He summoned the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon and circled around the temple, only to find that the statues guarding the 4 main gates were still there. He sent a puzzled message to Xian Yuan Shuetu, the statues are still there, how did you get in? Secret, Xian Yuan Shuetu replied instantly, it's useless to tell you, only I can use this method. By the way, that treasure that can monitor the secret realm is on the 2nd floor, you need to prepare a pet, and then.
That's it. Okay, thanks. Lin Chen ended the communication.
A moment later, he arrived in front of a huge statue. The statue was 10 meters tall, holding a long spear, wearing armor, like a guard, but made of some kind of stone carving, not a living being.
Lin Chen waved his hand and activated the True Eye.
Ancient statue, health, 2 billion/2 billion.
No other information. This health value was truly outrageous.
If an ordinary player came, they probably wouldn't be able to enter until the end of the secret realm. But for him, 2 billion didn't seem too high. Lin Chen walked to the base of the statue, activating several special skills. With a raise of his hand, sword art, countless magical swords, densely packed, struck the huge statue. Numerous million damage values emerged. When the commotion ceased, he used the True Eye again. Ancient statue, health, 1 billion/2 billion, 1 attack, causing nearly 19 billion damage. Along the way, he hadn't stopped devouring equipment, almost consuming all the equipment he had picked up from Mirror Lake. His attack power had now exceeded 350,000. Coupled with a 21 times sword damage bonus, and the over 200 times bonus from sword art, resulted in such terrifying damage. If it's up close, I should be able to one-shot level 180 divine level professions. Lin Chen was somewhat uncertain. The damage was definitely enough, but whether he could actually hit the enemy for real was another matter. Those who reached the 5th or 6th transformation were not ordinary people, their means and experience were not comparable to the average person. Back to the present, Lin Chen once again used sword art, and the statue collapsed with a crash.
This ancient temple ruin had 3 areas in total.
The outer area was filled with traps and countless monsters.
The 2nd floor was guarded by a boss.
The 3rd floor was the reward area, also known as the treasure trove by others. On the display stands, there would be equipment and treasures. Unable to view the equipment attributes and grades by means, one could only rely on intuition to choose one. Some people had obtained trash equipment before, while others had obtained immortal artifacts, purely based on luck.
After taking an item of equipment, they would be teleported out and could not enter a second time. Wait a minute.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up.
I have a positioning teleportation.
The description of the teleportation was that it couldn't cross closed spaces.
Lin Chen wasn't sure whether this ancient temple ruin counted as a closed space. Let's go in and see.
Just as he entered, Lin Chen realized it was a corridor, with dense holes on the walls on both sides.
Are these traps? Lin Chen summoned a clone and let it walk ahead. It was obvious that the piece of floor the clone stepped on sank in.
The next moment, rumbling sounds came from the walls around. The walls moved and rotated like living creatures, constantly shifting and rearranging. The straight path ahead suddenly turned left.
It's actually a maze, this is troublesome.
Just then, the friends system beeped with a notification. Lin Chen checked and saw Xian Yuan Shuetu had sent a message.
Left, left, right, right, up, up, left, down, down. Lin Chen replied with 2 words, thanks.
At the same time, a look of doubt rose in his eyes.
Xian Yuan Shuetu and the Flame Demon Church were overly enthusiastic towards him.
Moreover, this guild was quite mysterious. Xian Yuan Shuetu had clearly been male before, but suddenly turned into a female. He had no prior connection with the Flame Demon Church. Just because of a hidden profession, the reason seemed too far-fetched.
Soon, following the secret given by Xian Yuan Shuetu, Lin Chen smoothly walked out of the maze.
In front of him was a circular corridor, with rusty iron golems standing every 2 meters. In the middle area, there was a staircase leading upwards, seemingly the entrance to the 2nd floor.
Lin Chen didn't bother checking the monster's attributes and directly took action.
A flying sword technique swept through, bursting out numerous equipment. Upon picking them up, he found 45 pet belts and 32 wooden sticks of various levels. It seemed that after entering the mountain area, monsters only dropped these two things. He needed to stack stun conversion, so he didn't let any monster go and spent 2 minutes clearing them all. Now, his pet space had reached 3,900, and the stun conversion rate had reached 100,000%. Stepping onto the stairs, he continued towards the second floor. However, just as Lin Chen went up, a sudden surge of black mist appeared on the walls of the circular corridor, and a vertical pupilled large eye suddenly opened. The eye stared in the direction Lin Chen had left for a while before dissipating. Second floor. This was a huge and ancient hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a platform with intricate unknown patterns and symbols painted on the wall below the base of the platform. It looked like an altar. On the altar lay a fierce-looking beast. Hell three-headed wolf, Lord level 60, attack, 35,000, health, 400,000, skills, extraordinary physique, inferno flames, whirlwind cuts, thunderous roar. Only 400,000 health? Lin Chen looked puzzled. This was too unusual. He let his clone move forward and used the flying sword technique. The densely packed attacks engulfed the hell three-headed wolf in an instant. However, the feedback damage surprised him. It only caused a minimal force damage. No penetration? Lin Chen was stunned. Just now at the door, he had taken down a statue with 19 billion health in one strike. And now you're telling me there's no penetration? Meanwhile, the previously drowsy hell three-headed wolf also got up, its 6 blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Chen. The leftmost red head opened its mouth wide, gathering energy inside. The next moment, Lin Chen and his clone simultaneously unleashed sword chi slashes. 6 sword energies flew one after another, crashing onto the red wolf head. However, it still only caused a little damage. Physical immunity? That's not right. The flying sword technique has elemental explosions, yet it still only causes a little damage. Lin Chen couldn't understand. The red wolf head then spewed out a huge flame, several meters in diameter, illuminating the entire second floor space in an instant. Could it be the extraordinary physique causing this? Lin Chen suddenly shook. The previous Lin Fuxing claimed to be an extraordinary being. Could these two be related? With a swift move, he easily dodged the attack. He then carefully examined the hell three-headed wolf's extraordinary physique skill. Extraordinary physique ignores physical damage, ignores magical damage, only affected by extraordinary attribute damage. What's this? What is extraordinary attribute damage? Why isn't there even an introduction? Lin Chen was speechless, but he speculated that it was because his level was too low, and he hadn't reached the standard to understand this level yet. Let's try other skills. Lin Chen naturally wasn't willing to leave it at that. He believed there must be a way to deal with this monster since many people had obtained equipment from the temple over the years. This indicated that the boss wasn't too difficult to kill, he just hadn't figured out the method yet. At this moment, the other two heads of the hell three-headed wolf also released their skills simultaneously. Countless wind blades attacked, unavoidable. Along with a roar, mixed with strands of lightning, Lin Chen was paralyzed, his movement and attack speed greatly reduced. Gale Step. Invincible for 1 second, he withstood the wind blades. Then he used a charging skill, instantly arriving in front of the hell three-headed wolf. Furious Wind Decapitation. Demon Flame Sword Edge. Elemental Resonance. Curse Mark. Finally, Inferno Blade Slash. The magic sword, Burning Silence, carried a ferocious aura as it ruthlessly struck the three-headed hellhound. Minus 165,800. Minus 165,800. Damage numbers popped up one by one. The hellhound whimpered and fell to the ground, dropping a pile of items. Lin Chen looked thoughtfully at the sword in his hand. The damage was all a fixed amount, clearly immune to physical and magical attacks, yet still taking damage. The difference between the two attacks lay in the additional mixed damage that stacked up. Could it be that the fusion of multiple elements results in what is known as extraordinary attributes? Unable to figure it out for now, and unsure of how to calculate the damage precisely. However, he understood one thing. Next time he encountered such extraordinary constitution, he would just unleash all his skills directly and achieve an instant kill. The three-headed hellhound exploded. 20-something pet belts, including 4 high-level ones that could increase pet capacity by 2. 13 wooden sticks of various levels, all devoured. What's left? Pet egg? Lin Chen looked at the egg in his hand with excitement. It was fist-sized, entirely red, with intricate patterns, clearly extraordinary. Will it inherit its father's extraordinary constitution? Lin Chen was somewhat hopeful. Hatching the pet egg and its subsequent growth required a professional beast tamer, which he was not at the moment. After a moment, Lin Chen arrived at the 3rd level. It was a vast exhibition hall with platforms at waist height placed in the middle. On the platforms, items were suspended in transparent bubbles. Counting them, there were only 18 display cases. Well, let's begin. He first used the Eye of Truth to investigate, confirming that he couldn't view the attributes, then set a teleportation point. He then controlled his avatar to approach the counter, and both his avatar and main body grabbed an item simultaneously. The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended, rendering Lin Chen unable to even move a finger. Then, everything went black before a strong dizziness hit him. When his vision cleared, he and his avatar were already outside the temple. Without checking the item's attributes, he immediately used the teleportation. The next second, he and his avatar were back at the display counter. It really works! Lin Chen exclaimed excitedly. He then checked the newly acquired item. Since the teleportation had a 15-minute cooldown, there was no rush. Treasure Box of Myriad Wonders, Special, upon use, randomly obtain an item of any type and grade, including all equipment, skills, items, and everything else. The box disappears after use. Everything else? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Does that mean it includes the highest tier artifacts? Unfortunately, it can only be used once. His eyes suddenly lit up. Can it be devoured? Ding! Devour successful. Treasure Box of Myriad Wonders, upon use, randomly obtain an item, with a fixed cooldown of 1 hour, unable to benefit from cooldown reduction. Oh my god! It actually became his skill. However, it could only be used once an hour. He wondered if it would benefit from luck value. So far, he felt that luck value only increased the critical rate, nothing else. Using the Treasure Box of Myriad Wonders. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Recast Hammer *1, Recast Hammer, Special, Skill Attached, Attribute Recast, spend the essence of, target equipment level, number of equipment, select one attribute or attached skill, and randomly recast it. After 10 uses, the Recast Hammer disappears. Ah, there's something like this too? Devour. The hammer disappeared instantly. Ding! Devour successful. Attribute Recast, spend the essence of, target equipment level, number of equipment, select one attribute or attached skill, and randomly recast it. Indeed, the removal of the 10-time restriction means unlimited usage. Recasting entries, recasting skills, means that as long as there is enough essence in the equipment, it can be refreshed continuously until the desired attributes and skills are obtained. However, he planned to develop all professions comprehensively, requiring all attributes and skills. So, this thing seems to be of little use to him. No! It's still useful. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought, if he could get some high-level equipment, preferably mythical equipment above level 180. Is it possible to randomly obtain advanced skills like swordsmanship, flight, or forbidden curse? Wait until there are more equipment essences, then study it. Check the remaining item. It is a level 50 legendary equipment, not very useful. Continue. When the positioning teleportation cooldown was almost over, Lin Chen immediately repeated the old trick. In this way, 2 hours later, he had taken everything from the display cabinet. He actually got a divine weapon. Staff of Life, Divine Weapon, attack plus 1550 strength plus 450 strength plus 5% intelligence plus 580 intelligence plus 10% health plus 15% special attribute 1, healing skill bonus plus 100% special attribute 2, decreased hatred plus 50% attached skill 1, healing wave. Release a healing wave that can bounce 5 times, healing, 1. 5 * intelligence of the target's health each time, costing 350 mana, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Attached skill 2, Mana Spring, instantly restore 30% of own mana, no cost, cooldown of 5 minutes. Groove 0/2 requirement, level 50 requirement, first tier priest hidden feature, evolvable, requires 5,000 equipment essences. Good news, a divine weapon appeared. Bad news, it's not for his use. The attributes are still very powerful, and there is a healing skill. His intelligence value is now over 80,000. Considering the bonus healing from special attributes, one healing wave can restore 240,000 health, bouncing to 5 targets. This one can be capped, but the second attached skill is somewhat redundant for him. Let's try recasting it. Ding! Consuming 50 equipment essences, recasting successful. Attached skill 2, Life Recovery, apply a buff to the target, healing 1% health per second, costing 150 mana, lasting 15 seconds, cooldown of 1 minute. Lin Chen suddenly froze. He can devour buffs, and after using the skill, he can recast it. This means that as long as there is a first-tier priest to cooperate, he can endlessly cast various buffs to devour for himself, without consuming equipment. Similarly, with other equipment possessing attached skills, he can also endlessly cast buffs. Yes, yes. This recasting hammer function is still useful, just a bit cumbersome to operate.
Let's leave this divine weapon for now and deal with it later.
If there is a need for healing, he can devour it at any time. Apart from this divine weapon, everything else is quite ordinary, with only 2 mythical equipment pieces. Lin Chen carefully searched and confirmed that there was nothing else valuable on this floor before returning to the second floor. Shen Yuan Blood Butcher mentioned that there is a treasure here that can reveal the entire map. Standing next to the altar, there is a hole leading downwards, about 3 meters deep. According to Shen Yuan Blood Butcher, you need to sacrifice a pet by throwing it down, then stand still in the same spot for a minute.
Come out, forest giant wolf. Can't fit. Come out, ancient giant river beaver. Sorry.
After throwing the giant river beaver into the pit, flames quickly engulfed it.
1 minute later,
an indescribable feeling rose from his heart, his vision gradually blurred, soon turning pitch black. The next moment, light gradually appeared, and the scene before Lin Chen's eyes left him greatly astonished. He seemed to have turned into a mass of consciousness, drifting in the sky above the entire secret realm. He saw the winding rivers and mountains below, and the majestic tree of life towering high. With a single thought, he could freely zoom in and out of his vision, as well as move forward and backward. Soon, he noticed a large number of professionals. However, these people were all engaged in fierce battles.
There was nothing interesting to see.
He controlled his consciousness and drifted towards the tree of life. Suddenly, his heart trembled. Those mountain ranges seemed to be like roots extending from the tree of life. He controlled his vision to approach the tree of life and continued to ascend.
The entire island of the secret realm kept shrinking, yet he still couldn't see the top of the tree of life.
Just as Lin Chen was about to give up, his eyes suddenly lit up. Among the branches and leaves of the tree of life hung a huge fruit. Before he could see it clearly, a dizzying sensation struck, and his consciousness returned to his body.
Could that fruit be the treasure that several major families were fighting for?
But it was too high, at least tens of thousands of meters high, even flying mounts couldn't reach it.
However, what effects would eating a fruit from such a large tree have? Would it cause one to ascend on the spot? I'm overthinking it.
Perhaps the concept of ascension doesn't exist here. He chuckled to himself and headed downstairs. When he arrived at the mechanism maze, he suddenly had an idea and took out several armbands from the Dark Knight Association, tossing one at intervals. After doing all this, Lin Chen left the ruins of the ancient temple.
At the same time, members of several major guilds also arrived outside the ruins of the ancient temple.
Lin Jie said expressionlessly, "Everyone, let's set aside our hatred for now. The most important thing now is how to divide the treasures inside the ancient temple." Xiaoming coldly said, "Your brother is not dead, so of course you can let go of your hatred."
Lin Jie frowned and said, "I'll say it again. I didn't kill Xiao Chen."
Xiaoming sneered, "Besides you, who else could use such a low-level skill as Chain Arrow to kill Xiao Chen instantly? Your Dark Knight Association is just one of the top 4 guilds, while our Sky Pride Alliance is the strongest super guild.
Our guild leader, Xiao Zhantian, is the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. The era of Lin Wushuang has long ended. Why do you dare to be so arrogant?"
Lin Jie sighed helplessly, "Yes, you are powerful, I was wrong.
Can we stop now?"
Lin Shuer frowned and said to Xiaoming in a low voice, "Don't rush. I'll use a skill to instantly kill Lin Jie once I get the immortal weapon." After Lin Chen came out of the temple, he immediately summoned the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon and flew upwards. He wanted to see if he could reach the fruit above the tree of life. As the altitude continued to rise, the airflow grew stronger, and he had to activate an energy shield, causing the strong wind to dissipate instantly. However, when he reached an altitude of about 1,000 meters, no matter how hard the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon tried, it couldn't continue to ascend. It was as if it had reached its limit.
"I can only fly this high, how can I pick the fruit?" Lin Chen wondered.
Compared to the centuries-old heritage of the major guilds, he realized he knew too little. Shen Yuan Buta might know, but he didn't want to get too involved with the Flame Demon Church, so he couldn't know too many favors.
In that case, it would be better to follow Lin Jie and let these people pave the way ahead.
He would make a decision based on the situation. If there were real benefits, he would directly summon his avatar to seize them. The things here were meant for the capable, and he had no qualms about it. With his mind made up, Lin Chen summoned his avatar to continue hunting monsters and looting equipment in the wilderness, stacking up on stun conversion rates.
He headed towards the direction of the ancient temple ruins.
He was equipped with some decent mage gear, giving him the appearance of a skilled expert.
Before long, Lin Chen saw many figures near the ancient temple ruins from afar in the sky.
He controlled his mount to land in the distant forest and slowly walked towards the temple.
Meanwhile, members of the 4 major guilds finally arrived at the entrance of the ancient temple.
They came from the opposite direction of where Lin Chen had entered earlier. As they gazed at the massive statues, everyone drew their weapons, and various skill effects illuminated the area. Just then, a scout who had gone ahead in panic ran back. "Young master, the back door is open, someone has already entered." "What?" The group was shocked. They went to check and indeed found the statue at the entrance reduced to rubble. They hurried into the temple, skillfully navigating through the maze of traps. However, the first floor was empty. The second floor was also empty. The third floor's platform was devoid of any treasure. The treasures of the temple had been taken by someone else. "Young master, the people below found this in the maze." A captain from the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance approached and handed an armband to Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu looked at it and suspiciously glanced at the Dark Knight Association. "For so many years, we all agreed to share equally. Now someone is acting like this, isn't it inappropriate?" Lin Jie sneered. "If it was my people, why would they leave such obvious evidence?" "I understand," Bai Feiyu nodded. "Who has a grudge against your Lin family and insists on framing you?" Lin Jie coldly looked at Lin Shuer and Xiao Ming. "Besides them, who else could it be?" "I understand now." After parting ways at Mirror Lake, Xiao Chen led his men to the temple secretly. "And you, to delay my progress, deliberately fabricated lies, saying I killed Xiao Chen and started a war with me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Lin Jie, I underestimated you. You deceived everyone. Among the major families, you appeared mediocre, and everyone thought you were just average. But you are the most cunning and dangerous one." Lin Jie frowned. "You still want to deny it? Only you have the armband of our Dark Knight Association. From the timing, it matches up." Xiao Ming retorted with a cold smile. "Your people intentionally dropped the armband, seeming foolish, but it conveniently helps you clear suspicion. To create an alibi, you assassinated Xiao Chen, provoking us into a war with you." "What a clever plan," Lin Jie said coldly. "If I truly wanted to ambush, why didn't I kill all three of you together? Wouldn't that be easier?" Xiao Ming snorted. "You said Xiao Chen led a team to the temple, then check the ranking list to see if his name is still there. No name means his level is low and he couldn't make the list." "Nonsense." The argument continued. Nearby, Wang Yang and Bai Feiyu had already taken out sunflower seeds, sitting on the steps, enjoying the show. Yun Mengyao also came over, directly took out a small table, placed a large watermelon on it, but hesitated. "Can I borrow a knife?" Bai Feiyu threw away the sunflower seeds and drew a large sword. Cross slash. Then they all started eating the watermelon. "Do you think it's possible?" Yun Mengyao mumbled. "Did Brother Feng Xiao do it?" "Not very likely," Bai Feiyu said thoughtfully. "He's a lone wolf, can't navigate the maze. And the hellhounds on the second floor have extraordinary physique, making it impossible for an outsider to handle. Lastly, judging by his habits, he wouldn't stoop to framing others." Yun Mengyao looked puzzled. "So, who's lying between these two sides?" Bai Feiyu shrugged. "Who knows?" Wang Yang looked uneasy. "If someone is really lying, then this performance is too realistic. Just thinking about it feels scary. This kind of old cunning is hard to guard against." "By the way," Yun Mengyao suddenly asked, "how many batches of invisibility potions and water of no trace have your Iron Blood Warrior Alliance refined now?" "It's hard to find the ingredients," Bai Feiyu sighed. "Other materials are fine, we have prepared a lot. But shadow leaves and mist roots are only found in the caves of this secret realm. We don't have many batches either. If you have more, can you sell me some?" Yun Mengyao looked disappointed and sighed. "Forget it, I wanted to buy some from you." Wang Yang, on the side, looked puzzled. "Why do you need to make these two potions?" Just then, Xiao Ming and Lin Jie started fighting. Skills were flying around, scaring everyone away. Initially, Lin Jie could suppress Xiao Ming, making Xiao Ming very embarrassed. But with the addition of Lin Shuer, Lin Jie was instantly restrained, with only a trace of health left. "Stop!" Seeing that Lin Jie was about to be defeated, Bai Feiyu rushed in. If Xiao Chen died, it might not be a big deal, but if Lin Jie died, everyone present would face the Lin family's retaliation. People like them, newcomers, basically had no chance of survival unless they stayed at home for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had been waiting outside for half an hour, but no one came out of the temple. He was puzzled too. Was it necessary to wait so long in an empty temple? During this time, his clone kept killing monsters outside, increasing his dizziness conversion rate. The treasure box of wonders has cooled down. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. What good thing will come out this time? Lin Chen thought of the recasting hammer he had obtained before and couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Use the treasure box of wonders. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Pet Gloves *1, Pet Gloves, Special, Skill, Fusion Evolution, can merge and evolve any two pets, creating a completely new species. The new species will inherit some attributes and skills from both parents, and will be strengthened to a certain extent, with a small chance of gaining new talents. After one use, the equipment disappears. Lin Chen was stunned. Was the god of luck always with him? If he devoured this thing, wouldn't it mean he could endlessly merge and evolve pets? Use devour all things, equipment disappears. Ding! Devour successful. Fusion evolution directly became his permanent skill. He found a place with no one around and summoned 2 ancient giant river beavers. The 2 cuties immediately came over enthusiastically, rubbing against Lin Chen's hand, wanting to be petted. Use fusion evolution. The 2 ancient giant river beavers turned into starlight fragments, then combined to form a new pet. The appearance and size hardly changed. Looking at the attributes, the attack growth increased by 1 star. But what Lin Chen cared most about was the gem production skill. However, there was no change at all. Too bad. It seems that I can't strengthen skills, only attack, health, and movement speed. But it's also possible that the number of evolutions is not enough yet. I'll try again later. Lin Chen muttered to himself, then retracted the ancient giant river beaver back into the pet space. Just then, footsteps were heard in the distance. People from several major guilds were coming out of the temple. Lin Chen went up to meet them. Lin Chen? Wang Yang was the first to see Lin Chen among the Lin family members, initially delighted, but his smile froze immediately. He saw Lin Chen wearing the armband of the Dark Knight Association. Moreover, Lin Chen was wearing mage equipment, which made Wang Yang feel somewhat unfamiliar. Lin Chen also saw Wang Yang and greeted him with a smile. Fatty, what a coincidence. Did you just come out of the temple? Is there still something inside? Lin Shuer felt irritated when she saw Lin Chen at this moment. None of us got anything, and you still want more? Losing Xiao Chen was already giving her a headache. Now, all the treasures in the ancient temple were gone too. At this critical moment, she encountered Lin Chen, who added to her troubles. Lin Shuer couldn't understand why she was so unlucky. Lin Chen, come here. Lin Jie waved at Lin Chen. Lin Chen ignored Lin Shuer, nodded at Wang Yang with a smile, and then went to Lin Jie's side. Lin Jie's face didn't look good as he lowered his voice. Tianao Alliance is already eyeing us. Before leaving the secret realm, you better not leave the main force of the Dark Knight Association. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety either. Lin Chen nodded. I won't leave. But now that we've explored the temple, what are your plans next? Lin Jie said coldly, you don't have the strength to participate in what comes next, no need to ask. Lin Chen looked puzzled. It seemed like these people were planning to raid the Tree of Life. He was confused. There was a terrifying giant bird guarding it. How could these newcomers, who were not even level 60, approach the Tree of Life? Next, members of the 4 major guilds set up camp outside the temple. Those who were sent out by the major guilds to collect herbs hurried back. 2 hours later, these people regrouped. This time, each faction only brought a dozen or so people, leaving the rest at the camp. Lin Chen naturally couldn't stay behind and joined Lin Jie. Lin Jie frowned slightly. Didn't I ask you to stay? Lin Chen said expressionlessly, why should I listen to you? Lin Jie helplessly said, I'm thinking of your safety. The family has instructed me to ensure your safety. Lin Chen chuckled, don't worry, even if all of you die, I won't die. The conversation here was overheard by others, causing laughter. This guy really doesn't know his place. It's just human greed. Who wouldn't want to benefit from the Tree of Life? But one must have self-awareness. The Tree of Life is not something anyone can covet. This guy is a bit slow. Didn't he see that most of us are assassins? What's a mage like him doing here? People from various factions discussed. Lin Jie said solemnly, Lin Chen, I'm not joking with you. If you were an assassin, maybe I could take you along to try, but as a mage, you are destined not to qualify. Lin Chen asked in confusion, aren't you an archer too? And that woman over there is also a mage, right? Hearing this, Lin Shuer smirked, fine, since he's so determined to go to his death, let him go. But I won't stop and wait for him. He doesn't even have a mount and still wants to join us. Overestimating himself. Stop talking, let's go. With that, Lin Shuer waved her hand, and a deer appeared out of thin air in front of her. However, this deer was surrounded by mist, with 2 large antlers like clouds, very magnificent. This is the Cloud Sea Deer. Someone exclaimed. Heavens, this is a rare mount. Yes, I remember the official alliance said that this Cloud Sea Deer only appears once every time the secret realm opens. It is said that this Cloud Sea Deer can leap 3 zhang high, 10 or 100 times stronger than ordinary mounts. I didn't expect this treasure to be obtained by the snow goddess. Many people around showed envy on their faces. Even Mai Feiyu, Yun Mengyao, and others looked envious. They all caught mounts, but of ordinary quality, nothing compared to the Cloud Sea Deer. Wang Yang saw this scene and, afraid that Lin Chen would be upset, came over to comfort him. Fingzi, let it go. You told me before that you were a swordsman, but it turns out you also chose a mage profession like her.
It seems you haven't given up on her yet. However, you are destined to be different kinds of people. Don't waste your time on her.
Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer sneered and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I thought you were so noble, turns out it was all an act.
Did you reject the 2 million credits Xiao Ming offered you earlier to leave a good impression on me? Ha ha.
Lin Shuer burst into laughter.
TSK. Xiao Ming couldn't help but chuckle, thought you were something special, but ended up becoming a lackey of the Dark Knight Association?
At that moment, Lin Chen, who heard these words, remained expressionless on the surface. However, in his mind, he was already calculating how long it would take to eliminate everyone present if he went all out. Yet, Wang Yang was there, along with members of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance and the Azure Sky Sanctuary, none of whom had any grudges against him.
Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping echoed in the sky.
Shortly after, a flying pet swiftly approached from a distance, and within moments, it was hovering above everyone's heads.
A flying mount. Everyone was shocked. Despite their efforts, the major guilds had been unable to capture even one. And now, someone was flying in on a mount. Whose ally could they be? It's a beauty, but I'd never seen her before. Strange, even the reconnaissance skill can't display information. This person must have anti-reconnaissance tools. The people below discussed in whispers. Isn't that Feng Xiao?
Bai Feiyu and Wang Yang were puzzled as they saw the person on the flying mount, a golden-haired beauty.
Yun Mengyao's eyes also flashed with disappointment. Soon, they noticed that this golden-haired beauty was not wearing any faction armbands. Lin Shuer's eyes lit up. Are you a lone traveler? I am Xue Wu Qingsha of the Tianao Alliance. How much for this flying mount?
No matter how good her cloud deer was, it was still a ground mount, incomparable to a flying one. In her opinion, lone rangers like this usually dared not offend the Tianao Alliance, and perhaps a little money could buy them over. The golden-haired beauty was naturally Xian Yuan Bloodslaughter. She smirked, ignoring the others and keeping her gaze fixed on Lin Chen.
Feng Gage, let's go.
Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Xian Yuan Bloodslaughter steered the mount straight towards Lin Chen. She then wrapped her arm around Lin Chen's waist and placed him in front of her. Lowering her voice, Xian Yuan Bloodslaughter whispered in Lin Chen's ear, "Young master, if you resist, your strength will be exposed."
What the? Lin Chen was speechless, then suddenly startled. Move back a bit. Don't lean on me.
With Lin Chen seated in front of her on the flying mount, Xian Yuan Bloodslaughter disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Many people involuntarily turned to look at Lin Shuer, their expressions strange. They were somewhat aware of the gossip about this goddess and her ex-boyfriend. Especially the words Lin Shuer had just spoken made it clearer to them that Lin Chen seemed to still have feelings for her and was unwilling to let go.
But who was this golden-haired beauty just now? In terms of figure and appearance, she outshone Lin Shuer by far. Moreover, she even had a flying mount, something everyone dreamed of but couldn't obtain. With Lin Chen being so intimate with that golden-haired beauty, how could he still be thinking about Lin Shuer? The peculiar gazes from the people around made Lin Shuer's cheeks burn with embarrassment, feeling as if she had been slapped in the face, her cheeks stinging hotly. Still Feng Gage, being so intimate, she must be a slut. Lin Shuer gritted her teeth. Not only did that woman ignore her, but she also went to seduce Lin Chen, leaving her utterly humiliated. At that moment, Wang Yang was also stunned for a while before bursting into laughter. "Ah, Lin Shuer, thanks to your heartlessness, Fingzi can find someone better." "Shut up," Lin Shuer coldly interrupted. "I'm just saying, blah blah blah." Wang Yang continued, getting more excited. "They want a good figure, a pretty face, and even a flying mount. With such conditions, they have to chase after my buddy. What are you? You're nothing." He had been holding these words in for too long, never finding the right moment to say them until now. One word, satisfying. Not convinced? Hit me then. If you dare touch me, I'll call the Dark Knight Association to deal with you together. Right, Lin Jie? Wang Yang turned to Lin Jie. However, Lin Jie looked puzzled at that moment. He had no relevant information about the blonde woman. When did the Dragon Kingdom gain such a new skilled female member? But with Lin Chen's relationship, maybe he could recruit the blonde woman into the guild. Lin Shuer couldn't bear it anymore. She took out her staff and angrily shouted, "Wang Yang, I'll tear your mouth apart. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Wang Yang also drew his sword and shield, leaped forward, and smashed in front of Lin Shuer. Since entering the secret realm, he had never left the combat state. With his attributes multiplied several times, if it weren't for Bai Feiyu advising him to keep a low profile, he would have acted already. Before Lin Shuer could react, Xiaoming rushed over with his sword. "Bai Yong, I know you, but with just an A-level talent, who here is not above S-level? You, with your caliber, dare to challenge my Sky Proud Alliance's SSR talent? Can you withstand my sword first? Explosive slash. Xiaoming's large sword emitted a bright light as he leaped up and fiercely slashed down.
Oh! A look of disdain flashed across Wang Yong's face, then he opened his hands, allowing the sword to strike his chest.
-1. 2 large damage numbers appeared on him. What? No defense break? Everyone was stunned. What kind of defense was this?
Even without a shield, if he had used one, the damage would have been halved. Wang Yong smirked, raising his sword. Now, you try to withstand my sword. But before anything happened, Bai Feiyu rushed over and slapped Wang Yong on the head.
Idiot, if you kill him, we'll be in big trouble. Oh. Wang Yong regretfully put away his weapon.
At that moment, everyone's gaze towards Wang Yong changed. The White family's second young master, whom they had always overlooked, turned out to be hiding his true strength. Xiaoming, who felt it the most, was now shocked. His talent was S level, which meant his physical damage would double, with a 50% chance of tripling, 10% chance of quintupling, and 5% chance of decupling, and these damages could also crit again. Yet, even with such a god-tier physical output talent, he couldn't break through Wang Yong's defense while using skills. This was hard for him to accept, and his mindset was about to explode. This made him speculate that Wang Yong's A-level talent might be specifically enhancing his armor, countering him perfectly.
Alright, stop fooling around, the mission is important. Lin Jia impatiently shouted.
Then everyone summoned their mounts and hurried towards the Tree of Life.
Meanwhile, flying in the sky, Lin Chen asked in confusion, "Why did you suddenly appear? I still have things to do with them."
Shen Yuan Buta replied irritably, "The way they spoke about you, young master, you can endure it, but I can't. Especially that Lin Shuer, the way she acts, as if the whole world revolves around her, really gets on my nerves. If it weren't for the Pope's instructions not to act against them casually, I would have taken her down to help you vent your anger."
"Can you defeat her?"
Lin Chen curiously asked.
"Young master, can we stop talking about this?" Shen Yuan Shuatu said in a speechless tone, "I'm a hidden professional assassin. I can't take her down in seconds. I might as well buy a block of frozen tofu and crash myself to death." "Wait." Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. "You just said you knew they were mocking me? Did you plant a spy among them?"
"That's normal," Shen Yuan Shuatu shrugged. "That's why I usually prefer to act alone, afraid of being betrayed by my own people."
"By the way, young master, are you following them to enter the Tree of Life?"
"Yes,"
Lin Chen nodded. "Young master, do you have invisibility potions and water of no trace?" "What do you mean?" "That giant bird is the guardian of the Tree of Life."
Shen Yuan Shuata said slowly. "To get in, you can only wait for it to fall asleep and then sneak past invisibly.
Moreover, the invisibility skills of ordinary assassins are far from enough in priority.
The water of no trace can enhance the invisibility effect in a short time.
With this, there is a slight chance. How do I get the water of no trace?"
"This belongs to magical medicine, it needs an alchemist to make it. The recipe includes mist root, flowing light liquid, and ethereal grass."
"Ha!" Lin Chen was stunned, then took out the 3 types of herbs. "Are these?"
He had licked these before but never understood how to use them.
"Having the herbs is not enough," Shen Yuan Shuatu shook his head. "This requires an intermediate alchemist. Our generation of newcomers has only recently entered the world of magic.
Unless you keep working without rest, only then can you barely reach the level of an intermediate alchemist."
"Give them to me, I'll give you the finished product directly."
"Not necessary," Lin Chen said, and the 3 herbs in his hand emitted a bright light, then turned into fragments, merging together. In the end, only a drop of black water remained in his palm.
"Young master, are you also an intermediate alchemist?" Shen Yuan Shuatu looked surprised.
She knew that Lin Chen was currently at level 60. Being able to level up so quickly meant he spent all his time on this.
But where did he find the time to cultivate the alchemist profession? However, she couldn't imagine that Lin Chen's alchemist level was not intermediate but master level.
Lin Chen looked at the drop of water in his hand, and the attributes were displayed. Water of no trace, consumable, enhances invisibility effect by 50% when consumed, lasting for 30 seconds.
He directly consumed it and then swallowed it. Ding! Successful consumption, permanent plus 50% invisibility effect.
Then, he learned about the invisibility potion from Shen Yuan Shuetu, and since he had the materials, he directly concocted it. Invisibility potion, consumable, grants invisibility effect when consumed, lasting for 30 seconds.
Oh, wait a minute.
Lin Chen suddenly paused. Previously, he used skills for invisibility, which worked directly without any buffs appearing, so he couldn't consume them. But this was a potion.
Would there be an invisibility buff? Let's try. Lin Chen consumed the invisibility potion, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, he clearly saw that a new status appeared in the status bar. Ding. Successful consumption. Gain permanent invisibility effect. Can switch freely at any time, won't reveal in combat, no cooldown. Oh my god.
Lin Chen was shocked.
Not revealing in combat, what did that mean? Young master, did you just drink it like that?
Shen Yuan Shuatu, riding a mount, saw Lin Chen's figure disappear and was full of astonishment.
Where are you? She reached out to grab him. Don't touch randomly.
Lin Chen pushed away her hands, switched from invisible to visible, and his body reappeared.
He. Shen Yuan Shuatu smirked. Lin Chen curiously asked, why can't I drink it? Ha?
Shen Yuan Shuatu was stunned, looking surprised. Young master, this thing only lasts for 30 seconds, and you know the size of that giant bird.
Without dozens of bottles, you can't get around it at all.
You just wasted a bottle. What a waste. Oh, I see, Lin Chen realized. However, he had already become permanently invisible, as if it was not needed at all.
Are the herbs used to refine these two potions very rare? More than just rare.
Shen Yuan Butu exaggeratedly said, they are practically as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. There are only 13 caves in the entire secret realm, and the herbs in each cave can probably be used to refine potions for 2 people.
So theoretically, only 26 people can enter.
You also have to consider the herbs wasted in failed refinements, as well as those damaged during collection, so it would be remarkable if 15 people could enter.
How many portions of the potion does your flame demon sect have? Only 2 portions.
I have plenty here, I'll give you some extra, consider it as a reward for sharing this information with me. He said he would give him a portion, but in reality, he took out all of them. He was permanently invisible, so he didn't really need them.
Really? Thank you, young master.
Shen Yuan Butu's face lit up with joy and he leaned in eagerly. Hey. Lin Chen quickly stopped him. If you keep this up, I'll have to unfriend you. I was just excited, couldn't help myself for a moment. Shen Yuan Butu awkwardly chuckled. Then he looked at the herbs Lin Chen had traded over, and exclaimed in surprise, these can be used to make around 20 bottles. Do you have any leftovers, young master?
I do.
Lin Chen nodded, then cancelled the trade. I might as well help you refine them all. A grandmaster alchemist was quick, and in no time, all the potions were successfully refined. The trade was completed.
Ha!
Shen Yuan Buddha stared at the 30 bottles of potions on the trade interface, stunned.
Young master, what level of alchemy are you at? How did you manage to make 30 portions from 20 sets of materials?
Lin Chen smirked, it's a secret. At that moment, he also had a sudden realization. So the secret realm and the alchemists were connected through this. He had always thought that alchemists could create life-extending potions, but apparently not. What was the secret of the Tree of Life? Why were those big shots so concerned about it? Moreover, his mother refused to tell him directly and wanted him to find out for himself. At that moment, Lin Chen looked towards the Tree of Life, which was less than 10 miles away.
Put me down, you go ahead, I have my own plan.
All right, young master, farewell to the Tree of Life. Shen Yuan Butu nodded, then set Lin Chen down halfway. After Shen Yuan Butu left, Lin Chen immediately summoned his clone and continued to grind monsters. Currently, his conversion rate for stunning was only 12,420%, hitting for approximately 43 million with one strike.
Not enough.
15 minutes later, his stunning conversion rate had reached 15,000%, hitting for 52 million with one strike. During this time, he luckily found a monster nest with a large number of small monsters, yielding many wooden sticks. His clone was about to dissipate in 5 minutes, but the clone skill cooldown was ready. He summoned a second clone, along with the Wind Shadow Pterosaur, and had both clones ride the pterosaur towards the Tree of Life. 2 minutes later, the clone stopped a kilometer away from the giant bird, retracted the Wind Shadow Pterosaur, and activated permanent invisibility mode. His shadow cloak naturally provided 30% invisibility enhancement, and with the addition of the water of no trace, it reached 80%. Indeed, even when the clone arrived beneath the giant bird, it remained undisturbed. There was no need for further discussion, just go straight for the wooden stick. Hit it! The clone's movements were precise and uniform, fiercely striking with the wooden stick.
1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits. The skill of the wooden stick had a cooldown of 1 second after the initial strike, but with cooldown bonuses, it was reduced to 0.25 seconds. Until each clone had struck 7 times, the giant bird had not yet fainted.
At that moment, a violent aura erupted from within the giant bird, causing both clones to disperse on the spot. However, just before dispersing, he used the Eye of Truth. Consciousness returned to the original body. Lin Chen didn't have time to check the information but was fully focused on the direction of the giant bird.
In the next moment, a loud cry rang out, followed by the massive body of the bird taking flight.
A scanning light spread to Lin Chen's body in the blink of an eye. Swift wind step. Lin Chen's heart raced, quickly using his skills and activating the charge skill, rushing forward at full speed. The next second, the scanning light passed over Lin Chen and continued to spread throughout the entire secret realm. Success! Watching the giant bird flying around without noticing him, Lin Chen knew his plan had succeeded. Excitement surged in his heart. Succeeding once meant succeeding countless times. As long as he persisted without mistakes, he could knock out this giant bird. If it were someone else, even if they managed to knock it out, it would probably be difficult to increase the success rate no matter how much they fed it. Relying solely on the taming art's 5% chance, it was impossible. Only he, relying on the devouring of all things bug, could achieve 100% success in taming it once. This was a divine beast. Just the thought of it made his blood boil. If he rode this thing back, regardless of the Lin family or the Tianao alliance, he could sweep them all away. This strength should be enough. Back to the present, the giant bird was flying around in the sky, seemingly not intending to land anytime soon. Lin Chen also had to wait for his clone to cool down, so he wasn't in a hurry. At the same time, 20 miles away from the Tree of Life, Lin Shuer, Lin Jie, Wang Yong, and others were hurrying on the road. Suddenly, a violent aura came from ahead. They also saw the giant bird flying into the sky. Quick, hide! The group was shocked, thinking they had alarmed the bird by getting too close. Everyone was very decisive, directly taking a bottle of invisibility potion and water of no trace. Compared to their lives, a bottle of potion was nothing. Safety first, of course. They breathed a sigh of relief after the scanning light passed. However, everyone looked puzzled. What's going on? Why did this guardian suddenly wake up? Could it be that someone tried to enter but was discovered? It can only be this reason. How long do we have to wait for the guardian to go back to sleep? Who on earth is it? This person deserves to die. Wasting so much of our time. The earlier we enter the Tree of Life, the more benefits we'll gain. We have no choice but to wait. They cautiously moved forward and, after 10 minutes, arrived 5 miles away from the Tree of Life but dared not go any further. By this time, they had already returned to the bottom of the Tree of Life, just to be safe, but they waited for another 10 minutes. It's been 30 minutes, it should be asleep, right? Let's go. Having witnessed the terror of the giant bird, no one should dare disturb it again. The group set off again. However, Lin Chen had already summoned 2 clones again. Using the same method, they approached, and this time the clones also used swift wind step, each striking the giant bird 11 times before being torn apart. The giant bird was startled again, releasing the scanning light. Drawing from his experience last time, Lin Chen skillfully dodged it with swift wind step. On the other side, Lin Shuer and the others had just set off when they heard the giant bird's cry again. Immediately, the terrifying scanning light spread over. Without much thought, everyone immediately took the invisibility potion and water of no trace. It had almost become a subconscious habit. After evading the scanning light this time, everyone was filled with anger. Why are there so many idiots? They all have to go to their deaths, unable to get in, but causing trouble for us. Something's not right. Only the core members of our major guilds know the secret of the Tree of Life. Why would others risk their lives to break in? It must be the Flame Demon sect. They have also entered this time, but their numbers are small and they are scattered. It's just our bad luck. We're not even close yet, and we've already used up 2 doses of potion. Can we contact the Flame of Magic Church? Bai Feiyu suddenly said, I have his good friend, I'll try. After a moment, Bai Feiyu looked strangely at Lin Shuer. Lin Jie asked, what's wrong? What did he say? Are they up to something? He said. Bai Feiyu's mouth twitched, he said Lin Shuer is a slut. And then? That's it. Bai Feiyu, don't speak out your thoughts. I didn't. Awesome. Wang Yang gave a thumbs up. Lin Shuer coldly said, Bai Feiyu, do you want to fight? Bai Feiyu looked innocent. I'm innocent. Lin Jie stood up helplessly. Alright, stop arguing. Wait another 30 minutes, it should be almost time. 30 minutes later. Just as everyone was about to set off, the giant bird woke up again. 2 more bottles of potion wasted, everyone's faces turned extremely grim. Wait another 30 minutes. They had no choice, the giant bird would fuss around for a dozen minutes before flying back to sleep. When the giant bird fell asleep, they would still need some time. If they timed it wrong, 20-something minutes would pass, and if the giant bird woke up a few minutes early, they would all be doomed. So, it was better to be cautious. 30 minutes later. As expected, the giant bird woke up again. Everyone was numb. Lin Jie tentatively asked, another 30 minutes? Damn it! Bai Feiyu impatiently said, you said 30 minutes, but 30 minutes later it's another 30 minutes, and then another 30 minutes, it's almost 3 hours, man. Lin Jie sighed, if you don't want to wait, you can go ahead, no one's stopping you. Sigh. Bai Feiyu sighed deeply but didn't argue. The giant bird was too terrifying, life was precious, and he couldn't afford to gamble. However, after another 30 minutes passed, the giant bird was still soaring in the sky restlessly, showing no intention of coming down. On the other side, Lin Chen was getting impatient. He had tried 4 times, hitting the giant bird at least 80 times. That amounted to causing over 4 billion dizziness. Yet, the bird was unfazed. Suddenly, Lin Chen paused. It's been so long, and the giant bird still hasn't come down. Could it be getting dizzy and scared? I hope so. I wonder if the dizziness value of this giant bird decreases quickly. Lin Chen was very worried about this, because even ordinary creatures would gradually recover from dizziness after being knocked out, and wake up when the dizziness value reached 0. He could only hope that the giant bird's dizziness value decreased slower than the rate he was causing it. An hour passed while waiting. The giant bird still showed no sign of landing. Xian Yuan Buta sent him a message. Young master, why haven't you come in yet? Lin Chen asked in confusion. You went in? Yes, after we separated, I went in directly. What's inside? You can take a bath. Ha! Young master, come quickly. Suddenly, I don't feel like going in anymore. Young master, if you say that, I'll be very sad. Lin Chen hung up the communication speechlessly. What troubled him now was when the giant bird would finally come down. Bored of waiting, he suddenly remembered that he forgot to open the magic box. It's worth mentioning that the clone could also open the magic box, but when summoning the clone, the main body's magic box lottery skill needed to be fully cooled down. This way, he could open the magic box up to 3 times at most, using the treasure magic box. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Underwater Face Mask *1, ding. Congratulations on obtaining Backlash Strike 1, congratulations on obtaining Bloody Blossom 1 Underwater Mask, Special, Attached Skill, Underwater Breathing, allows free breathing underwater. Attached Skill, Underwater Vision, see farther and clearer underwater. This underwater mask is pretty good. His second transformation task is in the Silent Sea, so he will need to dive. Let's continue to the next one. Counterflow Strike, Passive Skill, when attacked, has a 5% chance to counterattack the enemy, dealing 0.2 armor, damage, and stunning the target for 1 second. Requirement, third transformation Night Profession. This skill is not bad, but the probability is too low. If he could get a few more, stack the probability to 100%, that would be awesome. Let's move on to the next one. Bloody Blossom, SS level talent, if the target is higher level than oneself, +1 to enemy attack if the target is lower level than oneself, +5 to enemy health. Oh my god, to think I could draw a talent? And it's an SS level talent. Lin Chen was stunned. So far, the items from the magic box have been very good, indicating a high likelihood of being related to his luck value. If he could stack his luck value even higher, get tens of thousands of luck value, wouldn't he be able to draw a super divine level talent? However, Lin Chen had a slight worry. He couldn't devour this talent he tried, only learn it. But if he learned it, would it replace his super divine level talent? If that were the case, it would be a loss. Moreover, the increase in attack and health from killing enemies currently didn't offer much improvement for him. Let's put it aside for now and think about it later. His attention returned to the sky. Lin Chen suddenly noticed that the giant bird had disappeared at some point. He immediately instructed his clone to continue working. In any case, he would not rest until he achieved his goal today. 6 hours passed quickly. During these 6 hours, Lin Chen tried 4 times, and each time, the giant bird took longer to return to its nest. He had been in the sky for 2.5 hours and still hadn't come down. During this time, Lin Chen also opened the magic box several times. Unfortunately, it seemed that his good luck had run out, and the items he obtained were quite ordinary, including some skill books from other professions, as well as gems and mythic equipment. After waiting for another half hour, the giant bird finally returned to its nest. Lin Chen mechanically controlled his clone to approach. Just when he thought this giant bird couldn't be knocked out, under the wooden stick of his clone, this huge creature finally tilted its head and collapsed with a bang. Success? Lin Chen was so excited that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Taming art! Taming art! This terrifying giant bird, had he finally knocked it out? Lin Chen couldn't believe it. But with its massive body, under the taming art, the giant bird turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Exciting voices also came into his ears. Ding! Congratulations on taming the divine beast Sunfeather Rock. Success! I tamed the divine beast Rock. Come out, Rock. Let this world tremble.
Without hesitation, Lin Chen planned to summon the divine beast.
In his mind, he was already thinking about riding this thing, parachuting directly to the Lin family, standing there and shouting, "Who killed my father? Come out on your knees in 3 minutes." In front of him, as the light representing the summoning of the pet appeared, Lin Chen's anticipation grew even stronger. However, a few seconds later, the summoning ritual had already ended, and there was still nothing in the sky. With such a large size, even a blind person could see it, so how could it be missing? Suddenly, a series of chirping sounds came from below. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Looking down, he saw a little chick covered in yellow fluff, with its wings not fully grown, continuously pecking at his shoes.
Retract, summon again.
After several attempts, Lin Chen finally confirmed that the little fellow in front of him was indeed the rock he had tamed.
No, do you call this thing Dapeng?
Lin Chen lifted the little chick to eye level, carefully observing, looking speechless. At most, it was just the size of a fist, not much different from a newly hatched chick. The only difference was those eyes, seeming to possess some spirituality.
Can you understand me?
The little guy hesitated for a moment, then vigorously shook its head. Lin Chen was speechless.
Check attributes.
Divine Beast Dawn Feather Dapeng, Infant Form, Next Stage, Juvenile Form, requires level 30, Attack Growth, 600 stars, 1 star is approximately equal to 1000 basic attributes, Health Growth, 900 stars, Movement Speed Growth, 1 star, Specific Attributes, Level 1, Attack, 600,000, Health, 900,000, Experience, 0/1000, Skills.
Celestial System Unfold, Defense System Unfold, Support System Unfold, Fury System Unfold.
Seeing this, Lin Chen was somewhat disappointed. After taming it, it turned into an infant form. The growth in attack and health was impressive. Unlike other pets with fixed movement speed, this one had a growth in movement speed, albeit just 1 star, but increasing a few levels in speed would be extraordinary. In other words, just leveling up 4 times would reach the movement speed of the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon. Lastly, looking at the skills column, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This little guy actually had 12 skill trees. Each skill tree had over a dozen skills, unlocking one every 30 levels. The skill trees were Celestial System, Fury System, Nature System, Mythology System, Defense System, Support System, Summoning System, Dark System, Resource System, Elemental System, Ethereal System, and Nuclear System.
Clicking on one at random.
Celestial System, Black Hole, unlocked at level 1, creates a black hole in front, with a powerful gravitational effect that can pull in surrounding creatures, dealing 50% of attack damage per second, lasting 10 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. Supernova Explosion, unlocked at level 30, Gamma Ray, unlocked at level 60, Starfire, unlocked at level 90, Meteor Fall, unlocked at level 120, Comet, unlocked at level 150.
Lin Chen felt like his eyes were going to blur. There were too many skills.
Without levels now, only the initial skill of each series was unlocked. Overall, it gave Lin Chen the impression of being an all-around pet. Physical, magical, support, control, summoning, and more, it had everything. Noteworthy was that the first skill of the mythology system was resurrection, but it only worked on itself with a 24-hour cooldown. The first skill of the ethereal system was absolute flight, ignoring water and air, able to fly underwater and in a vacuum. Moreover, the skills of each system became more insane as they progressed. For example, the comet at level 150 of the celestial system was truly summoning a comet to strike the ground, more powerful than a curse, but the range was unknown. There was also the fusion impact skill at level 180 of the nuclear system, described as more terrifying than an atomic bomb, capable of covering an entire city. Wow, that giant bird had so many terrifying skills before. Just using one casually, this realm would probably be leveled. Lin Chen shuddered at the thought. However, for some reason, even after knocking it unconscious, the giant bird did not cause much damage to the realm.
Was it protecting the Tree of Life?
Lin Chen raised his head, gazing ahead.
It was time to go in now. As for you, you need a name.
His gaze returned to the little chick.
I can't just call you Dapeng for all commands, right? What do you think?
The little guy hesitated for a moment, then nodded twice.
Then, Kuan Kuan? Upon hearing this name, the little one shook its head vigorously like a rattledrum. Since you like it, then that's it.
Lin Chen smirked, then tucked the little guy away.
It wasn't time for leveling up now, it was time to go and see the Tree of Life.
Summoning the Wind Shadow Pterosaur, Lin Chen quickly headed towards the direction of the Tree of Life. Meanwhile, on Lin Shuer's side, everyone was on the verge of losing control. At this time in previous years, others would have already spent half a day inside the Tree of Life. They were the unluckiest group, blocked outside by this giant bird for nearly 10 hours. Xiaoming said with a bitter face. We only have a day and a half left until the secret realm closes.
How much of our attributes will we lose?
Lin Jie said in a deep voice, attributes don't matter much, the key is not being able to bring back that thing.
We'll all be scolded when we return. Scolded? Ha ha. Bai Feiyu smiled bitterly, I think my old man will slap me with a big mouth. Wang Yung said speechlessly, what exactly is that thing you're talking about? Can you stop being so mysterious? Trying to act all high and mighty? I hate people like you the most.
Just then, someone's eyes widened. Quick, look, the giant bird is returning to its nest.
Forget about that. Hurry up.
Everyone immediately summoned their mounts and rushed towards the tree of life.
They no longer wanted to wait, even if there was danger, they had to try.
Meanwhile, Lin Chen arrived at the former nest location of the Dawn Feather Rock. He saw many feathers scattered on the ground, each one over 10 meters long.
He tried picking them up and putting them in his backpack. Dawn Feather Rock's feathers, divine level material, can be used for forging. Lin Chen's expression brightened.
Although he didn't know how to use them specifically, divine level materials were the top-notch materials. He activated his clone to help pick them up, and in no time, all the feathers were in Lin Chen's backpack, a total of 23.
There was nothing else left.
When Lin Chen arrived under the tree of life and looked up, the dense branches intertwined in the sky, forming a lush green canopy.
The exposed roots twisted and turned, coiling like giant dragons lurking beneath the earth. Standing here, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel his own insignificance.
Looking around, Lin Chen soon found a large passage in the complex network of roots, leading to the interior of the Tree of Life. As he entered the passage, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. What should have been a vibrant space was now covered with white bones. They lay silently on the ground, telling stories of the past. Moving forward, 2 minutes later, everything suddenly became clear. This was a circular space with a diameter of at least a kilometer, also covered with white bones, which was awe-inspiring. In the center, there was a pond.
Brother Xiao. Wind, over here.
In the pond, Xian Yuan Bota stood up excitedly and waved to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen walked over, puzzled, this pond, is it the treasure here?
Xian Yuan Bota smirked, jump in and you'll find out. Watching Xian Yuan Bota inside, not only unharmed but also glowing, Lin Chen also walked in.
Ding!
Receiving nourishment from the spring of life, all attributes increase by 1 point every 10 seconds, while losing 1% of health every 10 seconds.
This thing should be a buff, right? Lin Chan's eyes lit up. Ding! Successful absorption. Every 10 seconds, all attributes +1, losing 1% of health every 10 seconds.
This is great, I can increase my attributes even while sleeping.
All attributes refer to strength, agility, and intelligence.
Strength adds to health and attack, agility to attack speed and movement speed, and intelligence to skill damage and mana. Currently, his strength and agility were over 60,000, and intelligence over 80,000. This buff increased 360 points of attributes in an hour, which was 8,640 points in a day.
Calculating it, an ordinary person would need to level up 864 times to obtain these attributes.
A level 10 strength gem only adds 5,120 points of strength.
It's insane.
As long as he doesn't die, he will eventually become invincible.
As for losing 1% of blood every 10 seconds, it was directly offset.
He had previously consumed a buff that healed 5% every 10 seconds. At this moment, Xian Yuan Buta's face leaned in, teasing, young master, I saw you smiling sneakily.
Have you never been in such a situation with a girl before?
Young master, if you wish, I
can do it. Lin Chen was speechless. I don't understand what you're saying.
Right, this spring of life, is this what you are fighting over?
It's nothing special.
Ha! Xian Yuan Butu was stunned. Young master, there is still a day left until the end of the secret realm. This is worth several thousand attribute points.
Lin Chen nodded. What I mean is there anything else?
Young master, look underwater.
Is it your leg?
As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Chen's expression changed, and he immediately activated the skill of underwater vision. Under the pool, there were shining golden stones.
He picked one up.
Source of life, condensed from countless essences of life, unknown effects. Due to the immense energy contained in this item, each person can only carry one piece.
This is what the major families are fighting desperately for.
Xian Yuan Buta sighed. His Holiness said that this item can only be used after level 180.
Lin Chen curiously asked, does it prolong life? Xian Yuan Buta was somewhat surprised. Young master, how did you know? What else does it do? Young master, do you know why my dragon nation has so many strong individuals stuck at level 180?
Xian Yuan Buta looked regretful, because to break through to the next stage, the first requirement is to sacrifice 50 years of life.
Lin Chen looked puzzled. Life? Why such a strange requirement? Where does the sacrificed life go? How is it sacrificed? Naturally, it is sacrificed to Lord Demon. Nonsense, where in this world is there a demon? Then young master, what about your profession?
Hearing this, Lin Chen fell silent. The demon sword master sounded like a minion of a demon.
Upon careful consideration, it seemed to make some sense. 100 years ago, the gaming world descended upon the mortal realm. Such absurd things happened. What couldn't be accepted then? Could the manipulator behind all this really be the so-called demon? But if that's the case, wouldn't the followers of the Flame Demon Church be everywhere? Why don't people like Xiao Zhantian believe in it? Lin Chen asked in confusion, the next stage, is it the transcendent? Ha! Xian Yuan Buta looked surprised. Young master, how did you know?
This is top secret. Even the high-level members of the 4 major families are rare to know, strictly prohibiting those below from knowing.
What are the other conditions for becoming transcendent? What is a transcendent physique? Young master, you've got me there.
Xian Yuan Buta smiled bitterly. As for the transcendent physique, it should be related to the fusion of multiple elements.
The wolf in the temple has a transcendent physique, requiring multiple elemental damage overlays to harm it.
With that said, both fell silent. Lin Chen looked at the white bones all around, then at the water pool beneath him, a sense of sadness rising in his heart.
Young master, you've noticed it too.
Xian Yuan Buddha sighed. These bones are left by professionals who died in the secret realm over the past 100 years. The major forces are killing each other, not just for slaughter and leveling up, but because, if not so many people die, by next year, there won't be the spring of life and the source of life here. Lin Chen sneered. So, your Flame Demon Church also participated in the slaughter of small guild professionals, right?
No wonder you said that once the secret is exposed, the Dragon Nation will be in turmoil.
It's really ridiculous. You 5 major guilds jointly control the professional alliance, claiming to lead the people towards glory, but in reality, you take their lives to satisfy your own desires.
So, are the lower class people only alive to create value for you?
Hearing this, Xian Yuan Buta fell silent. Young master, I know you feel uncomfortable, but that's the truth. With our strength, we can't change the world. I never intended to change the world. Lin Chen shook his head. I'm just annoyed by those who hide behind the scenes, trampling on others' lives for their own selfish desires. Everyone has the right to live, not destined to be their nourishment. Young master, please don't say these things outside.
Xian Yuan Buta looked serious. The heritage of the 4 major families is unfathomable. Even if the common people know the truth, it will only lead to a purge.
Suddenly, Xian Yuan Buddha seemed to receive some news and quickly said, Young master, people from several major guilds are coming.
Does your flying pet have backpack space? If it does, let it carry a life source as well. Can it do that? Lin Chen's expression turned strange. He counted, there were over 30 life sources at the bottom of the pool. But in his pet space, there were hundreds of ancient giant river otters, each with backpack space. After some thought, he summoned Shiyu Dapeng, also known as Koan Koan. As soon as it appeared, the little guy happily swam around in the pool, looking thoroughly pleased. What kind of pet is this? So cute. Ha! It's immune to detection skills? Xian Yuan Buta was surprised but didn't recognize this terrifying giant bird. Lin Chen then ordered Koan Koan to pick up all the life sources at the bottom of the pool. The little guy obediently did so. Soon, the pool bottom was empty, nothing left.
In reality, Lin Chen was controlling things behind the scenes, transferring all the life sources to the backpack space of the ancient giant river otters.
Young master, how did you do that? Xian Yuan Butu was amazed. She had a pet belt that could only carry 2 pets at a time, so she could carry 2 life sources. But Lin Chen had taken all the life sources. My pet is special, its talent is to carry many things without restrictions. Lin Chen made up an excuse.
Meanwhile, Lin Shuer and her group arrived outside the Tree of Life. Just as they were about to use invisibility potions, they were shocked to find that the giant bird was not in its nest.
What's going on? Where's the guardian? It's not in the sky either. Where did it go? Forget it, let's hurry in now. Everyone, follow me in. Contact the others, everyone come over. Everyone was excited.
Without the guardian, it meant that as many people as they wanted could enter. Originally, they could only take a few life sources, but now they could take more.
Wait a minute.
Just as Lin Shuer and the others entered the passage of the Tree of Life, Lin Jie suddenly stopped everyone. Everyone halted, looking at Lin Jie in surprise.
What's wrong?
Lin Jie, expressionless, raised his voice. With the guardian absent, allowing so many of us to enter, this situation is unprecedented in history. I think, before we go in, we need to establish some ground rules.
After all, there are only so many life sources, how should we divide them? Lin Jie's words made everyone present pensive. Lin Shuer didn't hesitate to speak. I don't care how you divide them, but the Tianao Alliance must take at least 10 pieces. As the strongest superpower, it's not unreasonable for the Tianao Alliance to take a few more, right? Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing this, Lin Jia, Yun Mengyao, Bai Feiyu, and others from the three major families burst into laughter. A strange look flashed across Lin Jia's face as he suggested, how about we split it evenly among our three families? Tianao Alliance is so strong, they definitely don't need this thing. Wang Yung chuckled in agreement, I think that's a good idea. Tianao Alliance is already so powerful, if we don't set some limits, how will the four major guilds survive? How dare you? Lin Shuer frowned instantly, her eyes filled with confusion.
Where did these people get the courage to dare to unite against Tianao Alliance?
Xiaoming looked at the scene, especially when his gaze fell on Wang Yang. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, Lin Shuer, forget it.
It hasn't been easy for everyone to come here. We, Tianao Alliance, never bully others. Naturally, the source of life should be divided equally among our four families.
Hearing this, the others nodded silently, no longer speaking.
At the same time, within the Fountain of Life, Xian Yuan Bota looked excitedly at Lin Chen. Young master, did you really take all those sources of life? What's wrong?
Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He had intended to take them without anyone noticing, but considering that Xian Yuan Bota was no fool and would definitely guess that he had them, he had little Koan take everything. These things were of great use to top-tier experts.
Would the Demon Flame sect cause him trouble if they knew he had taken so many? Xian Yuan Botu was somewhat embarrassed. Young master, can you sell me some? Lin Chen pondered, well, it's not impossible. What do you plan to use to buy them? At his words, Xian Yuan Botu revealed a mysterious smile. Young master, do you know Yun Mengyao and Yun Mengza? I do, what about them? Do you know that even though they are the same age as us, their development is much slower than ours?
Xian Yuan Bota's lips curled up. That's because the Yun family used a special method to apply these sources of life to them.
Not only that, all the major families are using them too.
That's why those major families always produce a large number of talents above the S rank. Because this thing has a slight genetic improvement effect.
Wait, Lin Chen immediately interrupted, his face full of confusion. Are you saying that the appearance of high-level talents is entirely due to their parents using the sources of life? Xian Yuan Bota shook his head, not entirely.
It can only be said that the probability of offspring with high-level talents increases significantly for those who have used the sources of life.
Besides the sources of life, are there any other items that can improve genetics? Lin Chen suddenly thought, could his super god-level talent be related to his parents? Xian Yuan Buddha pondered, the demonized world is vast and boundless. Who knows what miraculous items are in those unexplored areas? Young master, as long as you join the Demon Flame sect, you will be the next candidate for the Pope. You can use these sources of life however you want. No thanks.
Lin Chen immediately refused. The threshold for your 5 major guilds is too high for me to reach.
In this day and age, besides parents, who else can be trusted?
He didn't believe that the Demon Flame sect would be kind to him for no reason. There must be some ulterior motive. Xian Yuan Buddha seemed to have anticipated that Lin Chen would say this. Since the young master is unwilling to join the guild, then sell us some sources of life, and the Pope will be willing to share the secret techniques. Lin Chen shook his head again. Let's talk about it later.
I don't particularly need to use these things right now. All right, I hope you can keep the matter of the sources of life confidential for me. Of course, even if the Pope asks, I won't reveal it. Thank you.
Lin Chen nodded, then stood up. They are coming. I have to go. I advise you to leave as well. Shen Yuan Shuetu was startled by the words, stood up abruptly. I actually forgot about this matter.
They came looking for the source of life and must think it's all on me.
After speaking, she entered stealth mode and disappeared.
Lin Shen switched to permanent invisibility, his body gradually fading. Little Koan in the pool was also retrieved by him.
After completing these tasks, he walked outside. The buff of the spring of life had been absorbed by him, permanently fixed, so there was no need to stay here. Now what he needed to figure out was how to climb the tree of life and pick the fruit from 10,000 meters high. Just shortly after Lin Chen and Shen Yuan Shuetu left, Lin Shuer and the others finally arrived at the space of the spring of life.
Wang Yong's face was full of fear. Why are there only white bones here? It's so creepy. There shouldn't be any danger, right?
The others were excitedly looking at the pool. There are so many springs of life in the pool. It seems like there were many sacrifices last year. There must be plenty of sources of life. We're going to be rich. Maybe each of our families can get more than 10 pieces.
Let's go. Let's take a look inside. The group couldn't wait to get into the water. The elders were right. This pool water can increase attributes every second. But where is the source of life? Why can't I see it? Didn't they say that thing would shine brightly, looking like a stone? Why isn't it here? Look around.
We've searched everywhere, but found nothing.
Soon, everyone realized something was wrong.
They searched the entire space, even turning over the white bones underneath for a long time, but still found nothing.
Everyone's faces turned pale.
This was the most important task for them to enter the secret realm. Lin Shuer frowned. In 100 years, such a situation has never occurred. Someone must have gotten here first.
Xiaoming echoed, "You're right, there used to be a giant bird guarding it, limiting the number of people who could enter. But now the giant bird is gone. If a group of people happened to be nearby and got in before us, taking all the sources of life, it's not impossible." Lin Jie's face looked very ugly. "Everyone, the water in the spring will need to be soaked again later. We must find these people, otherwise we won't be able to report back." Orders were transmitted from here. People from the major guilds in the secret realm received the orders and began searching the entire map. At the same time, Lin Chen left the range of the Tree of Life. He dispelled his invisibility and summoned little Koan Koan. It was time to level up this little guy. The other skills were not important, but the skill unlocked at level 30 of the spiritual series was the ability to teleport with the owner, with only a cooldown time and no limit on uses. If this skill was unlocked, it might be possible to break through the high altitude restriction and pick the fruit from the Tree of Life. However, at that moment, a disdainful voice sounded in the distance. "Is this the pet you caught? Ha ha. Not even letting go of a little chick, this is hilarious." Coming from afar were Lin Shuer and the others. Xiaoming smirked, "Isn't this the chick of the dodo bird? Taming even this thing, you're really insane."
The dodo bird was a bird species in the outermost beach area of the secret realm, resembling ordinary chicken-like creatures.
In the entire secret realm, the dodo bird was considered the lowest level creature.
Its role was that of livestock, used to provide food. Wang Yong saw Lin Chen and frowned, looking worried. "Fingzi, after you left with that woman, did you enter the area of the Tree of Life?" As he spoke, he gestured towards Lin Chen. They came out to find suspicious individuals who had entered the area of the Tree of Life.
Lin Chen naturally wouldn't answer and said expressionlessly, "Do you need something?
If not, don't disturb me while I'm leveling up."
Lin Jie walked over. "Don't be afraid, we're just looking for someone, not you. What about the woman you took away before?"
If there was a prime suspect, it would definitely be the sudden appearance of the blonde beauty.
Lin Chen shook his head. "I don't know." Lin Jie pressed on, "Who is that woman?" Lin Chen smiled suddenly. "Why should I tell you?"
Beside them, Lin Shuer stepped forward, frowning slightly, "Because it's very likely that she stole our things."
"Think carefully, by protecting her, you are an accomplice. Even if it's the Lin family, they can't protect you." "Ha ha." Lin Chen sneered, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you represent the law? You decide who's guilty?" Lin Shuer's face turned cold instantly. "Do you dare talk to me like that? Don't think you can be arrogant in front of me just because Lin Jie is protecting you.
In this world, strength speaks. You have no strength. Even if you go to the Lin family, you're just a dog of the Lin family."
"Do you think the Lin family would offend the Tianao alliance for a dog?"
However, in the next moment, Lin Chen's speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. In almost an instant, he was by Lin Shuer's side. Before she could react, he slapped her directly.
With a smack sound, 5 finger marks appeared on Lin Shuer's face.
Lin Shuer, in disbelief, covered her face, her eyes filled with anger.
"How dare you hit me?" Smack!
Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen slapped her again.
This time, the other side of Lin Shuer's face turned red.
The scene was incredibly quiet, everyone staring in shock. Even Lin Shuer herself found it unbelievable, like a dream.
Someone actually dared to slap her face, it must be fake.
But the burning pain on her face proved the reality of it all.
"I'll kill you." Rain of destruction.
Lin Shuer completely lost control, stepping back violently, a staff appearing in her hand instantly.
Not good.
The people nearby changed their expressions, stepping back in a panic. They couldn't withstand Lin Shuer's attack. No one dared to confront her head-on. Xiaoming sneered and retreated to a position 20 meters away. This guy really doesn't know his place.
"If you're cursed at, just endure it. Must you lose your life to be happy?"
Before Wang Yong could react, he was dragged away by Bai Feiyu, who then rushed back. "Fingzi,
run! I'll stop her."
Bai Feiyu beside him looked anxious. "Bai Yong, you idiot, come back quickly."
He wanted to help Wang Yong, but he didn't have Wang Yong's durability. If he rashly entered Lin Shuer's area of effect skill, he might end up dead.
Lin Jie stepped back to a safe distance, frowning and shouting, "Lin Shuer, stop it now.
If you kill Lin Chen, the Lin family will never let it go."
Just when everyone thought Lin Chen was doomed, Lin Chen moved forward again, his speed making Lin Shuer seem like a joke in his eyes. Before the sky skill formation could form, Lin Chen caught up with Lin Shuer, raised his hand again, and slapped her across the face. Interrupting her spellcasting, the skill abruptly stopped.
What? Lin Shuer couldn't believe it.
She immediately abandoned the long casting time of her wide-range skill and instead used a smaller skill. A fireball and 2 wind blades flew out from her staff towards Lin Chen, who was close by. She was confident that with her magic damage, even the lowest level skill could take him out instantly.
Magic shield.
Lin Chen remained expressionless, raising his staff to create a sphere of energy around him. The fireball and wind blades were deflected.
Entangling thorns.
Lin Chen then used a control skill. It was a magic skill book he had obtained from a treasure chest earlier.
Suddenly, 3 vines sprouted from the ground, entwining towards Lin Shuer's feet. Magic shield.
Lin Shuer reacted swiftly as well. In the moment when the vines entwined around her, she activated her shield. Although she couldn't resist the control, the shield absorbed all the damage. What shocked her was the visible crack that appeared in her magical shield at a speed noticeable to the naked eye. Just one control skill caused enough damage to break her magical shield.
How was this possible?
Lin Shuer was filled with astonishment. Just then, a fireball flew towards her, shattering her magical shield directly. The tremendous impact made her lose her balance and fall to the ground. In the next moment, a large foot descended from above, stepping on Lin Shuer's head and pressing her to the ground.
Move again, and you die.
Lin Chen pointed his staff at Lin Shuer, the tip of the staff continuously emitting a dangerous light. At this moment, Lin Shuer's eyes were full of terror as she keenly felt the threat of death. This sensation made her body involuntarily tremble slightly, her mind blank and at a loss.
What? Meanwhile, the others who witnessed this scene were all shocked, their mouths agape and eyes wide open.
They found it hard to believe.
Was this really just a newcomer with an F-level talent?
They knew that Lin Shuer was historically a high-level talent. Even if they didn't ambush her and fought fair and square, they wouldn't be confident in defeating Lin Shuer.
Moreover, this was no longer about ambushing or not. Lin Shuer's equipment, whether in terms of enhancement level or gem inlays, was top-notch. Just the gap in attributes alone couldn't be compensated for by ambushing. This meant that Lin Chen's attributes were at least on par with theirs. Even if slightly lower, the difference wouldn't be significant.
Lin Chen, who used to keep a low profile, turned out to be a master.
Everyone was deeply shaken, because they all knew that Lin Chen's talent seemed to be only F-level. Of course, talent didn't mean everything. With the support of power, even a talent as poor as F-level could become a strong individual.
Stop!
Let him go!
Xiao Ming rushed over in anger, his great sword already gathering skillful light in his hand.
Boom!
Wan Yang descended from the sky like a high wall, standing in front of Xiao Ming. In the distance, some core members of the Tianao Alliance, after witnessing this scene, also rushed over in shock. But after exchanging glances with Wang Yang's men, they also went over to intercept.
It seemed like a major battle was about to break out. Stop all of you!
Lin Jie shouted, calming the others down.
He approached Lin Chen and scrutinized him deeply, then lowered his voice and said, Lin Chen, you've hit someone, vented your anger, let's call it even, shall we? If you really kill her, it will cause a big problem.
Lin Chen didn't respond to Lin Jie but looked expressionlessly at Lin Shuer.
Who's the dog? Speak up. Do you really think your Tianao alliance is so great? Compared to my Dark Knight Association, you're just a pile of rubbish. Isn't that right, Lin Jie?
Lin Chen smiled as he looked at Lin Jie. After all, he was now a member of the Dark Knight Association, so any fights he got into would be attributed to the Dark Knight Association. As for revealing his strength, Lin Chen didn't think it would have a significant impact. The current rankings were dominated by Feng Xiao, who had also done many bad things, and all major forces were looking for him.
What did it have to do with Lin Chen? He was just a mage.
Therefore, even if he revealed some of his strength, it wouldn't matter much, as long as it didn't involve his identity as Feng Xiao. Lin Jie didn't answer but looked at Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer, you were rude first, and being beaten up is what you deserve for your lack of skills.
If you're not satisfied, you can go back and complain. If you want to start a fight now.
He glanced at the people beside him with disdain. I think the other two families will not only not stand by your side but will also kick you while you're down.
Let her go.
Lin Jie looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen also stepped aside, releasing Lin Shuer. In the distance, Xiao Ming immediately brought people over, took Lin Shuer away, and the group left in a panic. Wang Yang walked over excitedly, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. Fengzi, I didn't expect you to be this powerful. That despicable woman, I wasn't even sure I could beat her, yet you managed to defeat her effortlessly.
Despicable woman?
Lin Chen was speechless.
The nickname Bai Feiyu gave her. Wang Yang pointed in the distance. None of my business. Bai Feiyu touched his nose. Wang Yang realized something and pulled Lin Chen aside, lowering his voice. Fengzi, are you really planning to join the Dark Knight Association?
In his view, with Lin Chen's background and his own strength, it was impossible for him to have progressed to this extent. Obviously, all of this was due to the Lin family's support behind Lin Chen.
Weak talent didn't matter much. With advanced equipment and rare skills, an ordinary person could become powerful. But why couldn't Lin Chen join his Iron Blood Warriors alliance?
Looking at Wang Yong, Lin Chen's expression was complex. "Come with me, I have something to tell you."
Then, the two of them sneaked away a bit.
Lin Chen traded the mythical equipment he had left behind, as well as some high-level gems. Wang Yong was stunned looking at several pieces of mythical equipment. His own equipment at the moment didn't even have one mythical piece, while Lin Chen casually took out 4. And so many level 4 to 6 gems. This was a huge fortune. "This is too valuable, I can't accept it."
Wang Yong quickly refused. "This must be resources given to you by the Lin family, right? If they find out you gave it to me, they will definitely blame you."
"Don't worry, if you don't tell, I won't tell, no one will know," Lin Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, he had thought about it before. No matter what he gave Wang Yong, it was hard to explain. But now it was different, with the Lin family's status covering him, no one would suspect him.
"Even so, you need it yourself." "Oh no, why did they give you knight's equipment?"
Wang Yong said, suddenly looking puzzled.
"Secret," Lin Chen smiled faintly and then turned back.
He did want to give Wang Yong a wind shadow dragon, but it was really hard to explain. Lin Jie and others were also discussing on the other side. They had not yet recovered from the shock of Lin Chen defeating Lin Shuer.
"That guy is too amazing. It's the first time I've seen a mage fight like that."
That speed and strength, he probably added a lot of strength and agility, and his intelligence is also very high, seems like a balanced development mage. The Lin family really spared no expense. The equipment on Lin Chen's body is probably better than what Lin Jie has. That's normal, otherwise, with Bai Yong's relationship, he would have joined our Iron Blood Warriors alliance long ago. Although he won against Lin Shuer by surprise attack, it's enough to show how strong Lin Chen is. He probably has some secrets.
Without any secrets, why would the Assassin Alliance be after him?
In the distance, Lin Jie was also somewhat puzzled. Where did Lin Chen's strength come from? But soon, he looked at the sneaky figure of Wang Yong and Lin Chen, and a hint of understanding appeared in his eyes.
Could it be that brat from the Bai family secretly giving things to Lin Chen?
At this moment, Lin Chen emerged from the woods.
"Lin Jie, I'm going to level up. After leaving the secret realm, I'll find you in Tianfeng City." "Level up? What's the point?"
Wang Yong followed out, joyfully patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Let me tell you, inside the Tree of Life, there's a pool where you can enhance attributes. It's a rare find."
"Next time, I'm off to level up."
Lin Chen smiled faintly and walked away. Wang Yong shouted from behind, "Hey, don't go, buddy, I'm not lying to you. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't go." Lin Jie looked at Lin Chen's back, deep in thought. He had considered that Lin Chen might have also entered the Tree of Life. But Lin Chen had always been alone, carrying at most only one piece on him. The most suspicious thing was the blonde beauty.
"Bai Feiyu,"
Lin Jie called out, then walked over and said solemnly, "I think that blonde woman is very likely from the Flame Demon sect. Only a few major guilds like us know the secret of the source of life, so they would collect invisibility potions and water of no trace."
Lin Chen dares not reveal his identity, it's quite obvious.
"Send a message to Xian Yuan Blood Butcher and ask."
"I'll try," Bai Feiyu nodded.
On the other side, after Lin Chen left, he summoned little Kuan Kuan to level up. He found a huge Tyrannosaurus.
Kuan Kuan, go get it."
Unexpectedly, the little guy trembled and hid behind his heels as if he had seen a ghost.
"You."
Lin Chen was speechless. "Show some dignity as your divine beast. You have 900,000 health, what are you afraid of?" However, no matter what he said, the little guy still looked fearful. "Release the black hole." At Lin Chen's command, the little guy used the skill. A pitch-black cave appeared in the sky several meters high in front of them. All creatures within tens of meters were pulled in by a strong suction force, taking tens of thousands of damage per second. After the duration ended, the black hole disappeared, leaving only a few corpses behind. Glancing at the experience gained, it was only a little over 300 points. He tried, but killing monsters himself didn't give experience. The little guy had to do it. "This is too slow. It'll take forever to reach level 30, Lin Chen gave up decisively.
He directly summoned the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon and flew towards the Tree of Life.
When he reached a kilometer in height, the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon couldn't fly any higher. Lin Chen had to retract the dragon and climb up using both hands and feet against the Tree of Life. After an unknown amount of time passed, Lin Chen felt his limbs going numb. He had left the clouds far behind, and the air had become thin. Fortunately, he had swallowed that mask before, allowing him to breathe underwater and in such conditions. Suddenly, a green light shone from above, illuminating Lin Chen's face.
He looked up and could already see the huge fruit. It's really possible.
Lin Chen was excited. He was looking forward to it. The pool under the Tree of Life had already caused major families to fight fiercely.
Wouldn't the fruits hanging on branches tens of thousands of meters high be even more extraordinary?
However, when Lin Chen was about 500 meters away from the fruit,
no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward anymore.
It was as if there was an invisible wall blocking him from below.
How can this be?
Lin Chen was unwilling.
He had climbed for almost 4 hours to reach this position, and now he was asked to give up?
Lin Chen took out the magic sword Incineration Silence and attacked the invisible barrier above. But the attack could penetrate the barrier, yet it did not harm the Tree of Life at all. Then, he tried teleportation.
Equally unsuccessful.
The moment he entered, a huge force bounced him back, almost causing him to fall from a height of 10,000 meters. Luckily, he had the ability to fly and return to his original position. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen had tried all the methods he could think of, but still couldn't go up.
It seems I was thinking too much.
Lin Chen sighed helplessly.
Something with such high standards would not be easily obtained by him. Just as he was about to give up,
suddenly, a series of chirping sounds came from the side. Turning his head, Lin Chen saw Xia Kunken flapping its small fleshy wings without a single feather, hovering above him and darting around.
The first skill of the ethereal system granted the little guy the ability to fly. But why could it break through the barrier? I actually forgot about it.
Lin Chen slapped his head, feeling extremely regretful.
Wasn't it normal for this little guy, as the guardian here, to break through the barrier? Kunken, do you see that fruit up there? Help me pick it. Lin Chen immediately gave the order. In the next moment, the little guy flew up like a fluttering moth. After a few minutes, the little guy had flown next to the fruit, pecking at it with its beak, but the fruit showed no response. Lin Chen was anxious below, but there was nothing he could do. Unlike his clone, he couldn't control his pet at will and couldn't know what was happening there, so he could only watch helplessly. Just then, the fruit suddenly loosened and fell down. The next moment, the fruit disappeared into thin air. Lin Chen thought something had gone wrong, but when he opened his backpack, he found the fruit lying quietly in his backpack space. It was the little guy's picking function that worked. I actually picked it. Lin Chen was overjoyed and immediately checked the attributes.
Eternal fruit, consumable. The fruit of the eternal tree, containing incredibly powerful energy, can be consumed, effect unknown.
So the tree's name is the eternal tree. Effect unknown? True sight. Ding. Target priority too high, unable to explore.
Lin Chen frowned, busy for a while, and got something with an unknown effect. After careful consideration, this thing should not be a poisonous fruit to eat directly. However, with one bite, he almost broke his teeth. It was as hard as wrought iron.
Ding. Your level is insufficient to consume. Alright, playing it like this, huh?
Lin Chen chuckled.
Since there was a level restriction, why would this thing appear in the level 30 novice secret realm? Wasn't that a joke?
Suddenly, a huge commotion came from the side. Lin Chen turned to look. Time seemed to accelerate, and the once vibrant eternal tree's branches began to lose their luster. The color changed from emerald green to dark green, then quickly turned yellow, and finally fell like raindrops. In just a few seconds, the branches of the eternal tree seemed to lose all moisture, becoming withered, shrinking, and tilting continuously. Seeing this colossal object about to fall, Lin Chen quickly summoned Xia Kunken back. He grabbed the little guy's foot and jumped off the tree. The little guy flapped its wings desperately, barely preventing Lin Chen from falling down, but it couldn't move an inch.
Lin Chen looked at the withered and falling eternal tree, pondering. Obviously, it was the loss of the fruit that triggered this phenomenon. This made Lin Chen feel even more that the eternal fruit was extraordinary. Meanwhile, inside the eternal tree, Lin Shuer and Xiao Ming remained silent in the pool. Lin Shuer's eyes were full of anger, her face extremely unpleasant, gritting her teeth. Xiao Ming, I forbid you to tell the alliance leader about today's matter. Xiao Ming's face changed. Do you want to seek revenge on the Lin family privately? Please don't. You saw it too, the Yun family and the Bai family are clearly colluding with the Lin family. They had long arranged to target us. This matter is no longer up to you and me. If your reckless actions lead to a complete confrontation between the Tian'ao Alliance and the four strong guilds, it will be too late. At that time, everything will be too late. Lin Shuer gritted her teeth. If I don't deal with the Lin family, I will only kill Lin Chen. Xiao Ming helplessly said, what's the difference? Lin Chen is obviously the second young master cultivated by the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer's expression changed drastically. Him, the young master of the Lin family? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible, Xiao Ming said helplessly.
I heard that Lin Chen seems to be a branch of the Lin family's bloodline.
No, this can't be. Lin Shuer couldn't believe it. He's just a waste with an F-level talent. Are the people of the Lin family blind, choosing a waste as their young master?
She had always thought that the Lin family protected Lin Chen because of the assassination attempts by the Assassin Alliance, coveting the possible secrets he might hold.
Xiao Ming sighed. If he wasn't being groomed as a young master, how could an F-level talent like him shatter your magic shield?
Although he defeated you solely by surprise attack, without elemental support, even with a surprise attack, he wouldn't have been able to harm you at all.
Lin Shuer screamed, I don't care if he's a young master or not. After we leave, I will definitely kill him. Xiao Ming frowned. Calm down. With the Lin family protecting him, how will you kill him?
Lin Shuer didn't reply but instead opened the friend system and dialed a person's voice. Brother Fei, I was bullied in the secret realm.
He. Lin Shuer burst into tears, sobbing. Shuer, what's wrong? Who dared to bully you?
Concern filled the voice on the other end. He slapped my face and even stepped on my head in front of so many people.
Whoa, I can't face anyone anymore. What? Who the hell dares to act so audaciously towards you?
Just then, Lin Jia and others approached from a distance. Lin Shuer quickly hung up. I'll talk to you later. Lin Jia looked troubled, his face serious.
Everyone, the person still hasn't been found. Have you figured out how to explain this to the family? It must be the work of the Flame Demon sect.
We should just tell the truth.
Bai Feiyu shook his head.
If they have such intentions, we might as well soak in the spring water and gain some attributes.
That's the only way. Lin Jia took a deep breath. Fortunately, the spring of life is still here. At least this trip wasn't in vain.
However, the next moment, everyone saw the spring of life sinking at a visible speed, disappearing completely at the bottom of the pool in just a few seconds.
Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Where's the spring of life? I'm asking you, where's the spring of life?
Lin Jie glared fiercely at Lin Shuer and Xiao Ming. Bai Feiyu, Yun Mengyao, and others had extremely grim expressions. The most important treasure in this secret realm was gone, and now even the spring of life was missing. This was worth several thousand attribute points. Their current attributes, including equipment, gems, enhancements, and so on, were just over 10,000. But these were external additional attributes. How could they compare to permanent attribute points added to the body? Lin Shuer, Xiao Ming. Bai Feiyu's face was cold.
You must explain to everyone today. Where did the spring of life go? Do you have a way to take the spring water away? Yun Mengyao also spoke in a deep voice. Taking the spring water away is fine, but is it right to monopolize it?
Xiao Ming hurriedly explained. We don't know what happened, it wasn't us.
Only you two are here, if not you, then who?
My Sky Pride Alliance couldn't have done such a thing.
There must be another reason. Couldn't have done such a thing? Have you forgotten about renting out the Golden Palace? Isn't monopolizing things your usual style, Sky Pride Alliance?
Exactly, maybe they secretly took away that source of life before. Everyone stared at Lin Shuer and Xiao Ming with hostility, but at that moment, the ground began to shake violently. Startled, everyone rushed out to check, only to find the entrance passage blocked, collapsing rapidly from above.
What's happening? How could this be? Everyone was at a loss.
According to the family records, such a situation had never occurred in the past 100 years. At that moment, everyone in the secret realm received a system prompt sound.
Ding!
Due to unknown reasons, the secret realm will close early, and everyone will be forcibly expelled in 1 minute.
Countdown, 59 seconds.
Lin Chen, who was still in the sky, also received a message, but he had an additional one.
Ding!
Congratulations on picking the eternal fruit and becoming the master of the secret realm. Introduction. After becoming the master of the secret realm, you can freely enter and exit the secret realm without restrictions. In the secret realm, you are permanently invincible, can easily kill any unit, can instantly teleport to any location without restrictions, effective in 1 minute. Lin Chen was stunned when he saw these messages. He had never heard of such a situation before.
It turned out that professionals could also become masters of the secret realm, possessing godlike abilities.
In other words, if there was danger outside, he could enter here to hide at any time. If he could lure enemies in, no matter how strong they were, he could directly eliminate them.
This was simply his backyard. Moreover, he could use this place as a warehouse, no longer worrying about backpack space issues.
Also, there were still many creatures left in this secret realm, all of which were his pets. He wondered if the treasure chests in the forest area and the ancient temple would refresh their supplies. He didn't know if the supplies would refresh, but through reproduction, the creatures would definitely continue to multiply endlessly. In other words, given time, he could build a massive army of millions of pets. This sudden wealth and glory made Lin Chen extremely excited for a moment.
1 minute later, a control panel appeared in front of Lin Chen.
It showed that all outsiders had been expelled, leaving only him and the entire secret realm. On the panel, the entire secret realm map was displayed, along with the types and quantities of all creatures, distribution maps, and even detailed information on each type of creature that could be easily accessed. He released his hand, and his body floated in the air without any external force. With a thought, the screen flashed, and he appeared directly in the space of the eternal tree pool. The next moment, his body appeared on a sunny beach. The sunlight shone on his face, and the sea breeze gently brushed past, making Lin Chen feel relaxed in body and mind. This feeling was so great. Just by picking the fruit, I became the master of the secret realm. What if I eat the fruit? Lin Chen was very curious. Taking the fruit indicated that his level was insufficient. But with his experience multiplier, leveling up was too easy. It was just a bit troublesome to complete the promotion task every 30 levels. At the same time, the entire Dragon Kingdom was shaken. All newcomers were transported out at the same time. Strangely, they were actually transported out before the end of the secret realm, which had never happened before in history. Moreover, before coming out, some people seemed to have seen the tree of life standing tall and the sky collapse.
There was a wave of shock online. The Bai family.
Bai Feiyu and Wang Yong stood respectfully in front of the Bai family patriarch, Bai Xiaolin.
What? Bai Xiaolin, the patriarch of the Bai family, stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. You said the tree of life collapsed? Are you sure? Bai Feiyu pondered, it shouldn't be false. We found the tree of life withered when we were inside it. People outside also saw that colossal creature fall, causing quite a stir. How could this happen? Bai Xiaolin's face was filled with an incredulous expression. At the same time, the senior members of the major families received the news and were all very shocked and puzzled. Such a situation had never occurred in the past 100 years. What on earth was happening? In a luxurious villa at the residence of the Tianao Alliance, Lin Shuer sat on the sofa, feeling gloomy. Who dares to bully my Shuer? Xiao Yifei stormed in with a grim expression, but upon seeing Lin Shuer, his face softened. Yifei brother. Lin Shuer quickly wiped away her tears, forcing a smile. It's really nothing. Is it that Lin Chen kid? Xiao Yifei's face filled with rage. We, the Tianao Alliance, have always been the ones bullying others. No one dares to challenge us. It's really nothing. Lin Shuer tried to smile, but tears kept welling up. Yifei brother, please don't ask anymore. Although I want revenge, for the sake of maintaining peace between the Xiao and Lin families, I will be sensible. Humph. Xiao Yifei snorted disdainfully, just a branch of the family, daring to bully my Shuer, killing him 100 times wouldn't be excessive. I'll take care of this, you rest well. Yifei brother, please don't. Lin Shuer hurriedly said, Uncle Xiao said before, the 4 major families are deeply mysterious. If you go to kill Lin Chen, Uncle Xiao definitely won't approve. I can endure a little injustice. I don't want Uncle Xiao to blame you because of this. Don't worry. Xiao Yifei affectionately stroked Lin Shuer's hair. I won't publicize this matter. Killing someone discreetly is too easy. No one will know it was me. You don't know yet. I've already completed the 4th level mission not long ago. My father has promoted me to the commander of a special corps. I have hundreds of 4th level professionals under me. Killing a newcomer is nothing. It's that simple. Wait for my good news. When I come back, we'll get engaged. With that, Xiao Yifei smiled faintly and left. The look of grievance on Lin Shuer's face instantly disappeared, replaced by resentment. The Forgotten Land, Mirror Lake. Lin Chen summoned all the ancient giant river otters and released them back into Mirror Lake. However, he didn't set them free, but intended to raise them here. Once he obtained a high-level beast tamer certification, he could start breeding them in large numbers. By then, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, generation after generation, endlessly. Then, with a thought, he appeared in the forest. The forest ahead was densely packed with mosquitoes. They were the blood-sucking giant mosquitoes that had attacked him before. However, when they saw Lin Chen, they didn't show any hostility. Instead, they approached him obediently, waiting for instructions. Through his thoughts, Lin Chen commanded them to guard Mirror Lake, and the mosquitoes quickly flew away. Next, Lin Chen's figure flickered, appearing in a dark and secluded forest. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds, creating a peaceful scene. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Hey, look here, there's a treasure chest. Really? What level is it? It seems to be a mythical level treasure chest. We're going to be rich. The entire secret realm was supposed to be empty, yet there were people talking. However, Lin Chen was not surprised at all. Besides the blood-sucking giant mosquitoes, the shadowy vine was the most mysterious of the 3 major disasters in the forest.
They not only knew how to disguise themselves, creating a peaceful scene in a certain area, but could also record human voices and mimic them to lure other professionals. If one truly believed in these voices and entered the trap area of the shadowy vine, it would be disastrous. At this moment, sensing Lin Chen's presence, rustling sounds came from the forest, and tendrils extended towards him, reaching him. Lin Chen glanced at the shadowy vine's skills and lost interest. One of the skills, Illusionary Mist, was quite good, capable of putting people in a paralyzed state without them realizing it. But this kind of creature is only suitable for ambush attacks, not very useful. The last of the 3 disasters in the forest. With a swift move, Lin Chen captured a small blue semi-transparent bird in his hand. Spirit Shadow Bird. These birds usually only act at night. They can occupy a person's brain, control the person's body, and launch attacks on their companions, making them hard to defend against. This ability is not bad. Lin Chen temporarily noted it down, ready to use it whenever needed in the future. Apart from these 3 major disasters in the forest, Lin Chen also found many good things in the mountain area. Among them are 2 flying pets, magic griffins, capable of using spells for attacks, classified as combat pets, but with average flying speed, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to look at them. There were also some strange things that Lin Chen couldn't make sense of for a while. With a thought, he exited the secret realm and returned to the inn in Flame Dragon City, where he had rented a room for 7 days initially. Now, what he needed to do was to level up as quickly as possible and check the attributes of the Eternal Fruit. Looking at the attribute panel, he found an additional skill, Teleportation Gate. Using the Teleportation Gate. With a buzz, a door made of energy essence appeared out of thin air 1 meter in front of him. If he wanted to return to the secret realm, he could only do so by opening the teleportation gate. There was a 1-second delay, making it unusable in critical moments, but fortunately, it could be used in combat mode, and anyone or any creature could enter. Suddenly, he thought that if he encountered a formidable enemy in the future, luring them into the gate would be quite satisfying. Inside the secret realm, he was invincible. Canceling the teleportation gate, Lin Chen left the inn and immediately went to the blacksmith's shop. The enthusiastic landlady greeted him warmly. "Who are you?" Lin Chen had already removed his mask by this time. With the secret realm as his backing, he had no more reservations. "It's me, the one who had you forge the courage helmet last time." "Oh, it's you. You've finally come." The landlady was overjoyed. "The last batch of equipment has all been forged. Are you here to collect them now?" "Yes," Lin Chen nodded. After paying the commission, he gradually placed all the equipment into the secret realm in batches. In total, there were over 40,000 pieces of equipment. Even with his backpack space, he had to make over a dozen trips. In addition, the landlady also helped him purchase many low-level white equipment and low-level skill books. There were over 200 fireball spells among them. The total value exceeded 1 million. Lin Chen was speechless for a moment, as he didn't have enough money to pay for it all. He took out the few remaining mythical and legendary equipment on him, along with 2 level 6 gems, to exchange for everything. Then, he pretended to make a few more trips, including over 1,000 skill books and over 20,000 pieces of low-level white equipment, all thrown into the secret realm and placed in the square of the ancient god temple ruins. Having someone help collect things was indeed convenient, but now he was truly out of money. After some thought, he headed towards the Fujia Trading Company. With so many pets inside the secret realm now, he could easily take some out to sell. As for whether flaunting his wealth would attract envy, he no longer cared. If someone had the ability, they could chase him into the secret realm and try to kill him. Just after Lin Chen left the blacksmith's shop, the landlady made a phone call. "Boss Bai, the person you're looking for has appeared. He's heading towards South Street now." "Alright, I got it." On the other side. Bai family. "Master, Lin Chen has appeared, indeed entering the secret realm in Flame Dragon City. Send the message to the Tian-Ao Alliance and the Lin family." "Master, is this really a good idea? Lin Chen is the second young master's friend. Just do it." "Yes." Fujia Trading Company. "Come in quickly." Chen Chang cautiously pulled Lin Chen inside and closed the door. Lin Chen curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Chang solemnly asked, "I want to know, what is your relationship with Feng Xiao, and does anyone else know about it?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No one else knows." Chen Chang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then. You should know, right? Feng Xiao has killed several hundred members of the Tian-Ao Alliance in the secret realm, and now the Tian-Ao Alliance has put a bounty on him." "Oh?" Lin Chen smiled. "In that case, why don't you report me?" "What do you mean by that?" Chen Chang said with a stern face. "Don't you trust me?" Lin Chen smiled faintly. "I trust you, that's why I'm here, right?" Nowadays, he had too many ways to save his life, no need to act sneakily anymore. "Are you here to buy something?"
Or, to sell something. Sell what? Are you interested in pets? What grade of pets? Chen Chang's eyes lit up instantly.
Pets were always scarce because they were rarely encountered in the wild, only in specific secret realms where their numbers were higher. And those secret realms were firmly controlled by major powers. Therefore, there were very few pets available on the market. Later, the two of them entered a room, and Lin Chen summoned the forest giant wolf. Chen Chang was somewhat disappointed. Just a common pet, this one is worth at most $1 million. He thought that Feng Xiao had obtained something extraordinary in the secret realm.
$1 million each? Lin Chen's expression suddenly became strange. If he remembered correctly, there were at least several hundred forest giant wolves like this in the secret realm. Do you have more?
Chen Chang, upon hearing this, became puzzled.
Yes, there are. About a dozen. What? A dozen? Help me sell them. The money from the sales will be kept with you first.
Help me purchase a large quantity of low-level white equipment and low-level skills, all of them. Lin Chen said indifferently, don't look at the breed, just look at the price.
Anything over 500 credit points, don't take it. Deal. Chen Chang was excited. Lin Chen then transferred the forest giant wolf to Chen Chang.
He himself returned to the inn, opened the portal, and went back to the secret realm. Next, it was time to try pet fusion evolution. He could evolve pets without restrictions, and he wanted to see what would happen if he fused hundreds or thousands of pets together.
By Mirror Lake, Lin Chen brought out a chair and sat down.
In front of him, a dozen forest giant wolves lined up and obediently walked towards him. Lin Chen waved his hand, knocked one out with a stick, and immediately tamed it. In the sky, two wind shadow-winged dragons continuously grabbed forest giant wolves and dropped them down. What annoyed Lin Chen was that even though he had become the master of the secret realm, he still had to follow the procedures to tame pets. However, now all the monsters in the secret realm obeyed his commands. He just needed to have the wind shadow-winged dragons bring them over, which was very convenient. In no time, he had tamed 60 forest giant wolves. Then, with the help of the wind shadow-winged dragons, he tamed 50 terror bears. These were a more advanced type of pet in mountainous areas, with growth and attack and health surpassing that of the forest giant wolves. Next, he tamed some other good pets, such as the Tyrannosaurus rex, mammoth elephant, saber-toothed tiger, and shark-toothed dragon, fierce beasts and the strongest land pets in the secret realm. As for flying pets, there were only a few, so he would have to wait until their numbers increased before fusing and evolving them. Afterwards, he summoned all the pets, lined them up, and one by one they came before him.
Fusion evolution in progress. Saber-toothed tiger plus forest giant wolf equals saber-toothed wolf king.
With the massive body of the saber-toothed tiger and the agile posture of the forest giant wolf, standing at 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, it was extremely exaggerated. Then, he fused other types of pets one by one onto the saber-toothed wolf king. When hundreds of pets were all fused together, a new species was born. It had the sharp teeth and claws of a saber-toothed tiger, the soft fur of a giant wolf, the thick skin of a mammoth, and the strong muscles of a Tyrannosaurus rex. It was completely unlike anything else, resembling a qilin in Lin Chen's imagination, except it stood nearly 4 meters tall and was 8 to 9 meters long. Unnamed pet, adult form, attack growth, 120 stars, health growth, 208 stars, fixed movement speed, 36 stars, skills, bloodthirst, rend, enhanced skin, charge, climbing, enhanced jump,
unfolding.
With over 20 skills, it had inherited almost all the skills of the previous pets. It even had a new skill, climbing, which Lin Chen remembered none of the basic pets possessed. It must have triggered a mutation, something he comprehended on his own. Just by consuming a few hundred, its attributes are close to those of the Sunfeather Rock. If I breed a few thousand or even tens of thousands, wouldn't it surpass it? Lin Chen exclaimed at the abnormality. However, there were not many of these remaining creatures left, so he had to keep some for breeding and hatching. He could only continue evolving them later.
Ding! Please name your pet. Since it's so big and handsome, let's call it Big Black Dog.
Lin Chen smiled faintly, patting the sturdy forelimbs of the big black dog before mounting it. Trying to control it, he found that the big black dog had an extremely fast movement speed, even faster than the wind shadow wyvern in the air, but it required a few seconds to accelerate. Moreover, the big black dog could leap 5 to 6 shun high and land very steadily. It was a very good land mount. After storing the big black dog in the pet space, Lin Chen returned to the Flame Dragon City Inn. He went back to the Riches and Prosperity Trading Company, and to conceal the secret of the pet space, he handed 15 forest giant wolves to Chen Chang in batches. He instructed Chen Chang to focus on collecting equipment and skills related to luck value, and then to find him a master-level beast tamer certificate. Afterwards, he left the Riches and Prosperity Trading Company, found a secluded spot to ensure no one was watching, and then switched to permanent invisibility mode.
He left the city and placed a location teleportation point not far outside the city.
Then, he summoned the Wind Shadow Wyvern, flew into the sky, and headed eastward at high speed. Destination, Silent Sea, to complete the second advancement mission. On the way, Lin Chen did not stop devouring equipment. When he felt tired, he took out the strategy guide Chen Chang had given him earlier and checked the relevant information about the Silent Sea. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Sky Pride Alliance. In the hall, Xiao Yifei knelt respectfully in front of several elders. Xiao Zhantian stood beside them, expressionless, and said, "Yifei, after my decision and the consensus of several elders, you are officially appointed as the vice leader of the Sky Pride Alliance."
Kowtow and present tea.
Yes.
Xiao Yifei respectfully kowtowed, presented tea one by one, and the elders smiled.
Truly outstanding, rising to the fourth advancement at 19 years old, you are the first in history.
Indeed, remarkable.
Back in the day, Master Xiao had such heroic bearing, but you have surpassed him by half a year. I believe that under your leadership, the Sky Pride Alliance will shine even brighter in the future.
Compared to them, what are the other four major families?
The fastest among them only reached the fourth advancement at 20 years old.
Yifei, you are much stronger than them. Thank you for the praise, elders. Xiao Yifei smiled so much his mouth almost couldn't close.
Receive this treasure.
Xiao Zhantian nodded, and a faint light appeared in his hand, revealing a long sword.
This is a 120-level immortal weapon, the symbol of the vice leader's status in the Sky Pride Alliance.
From now on, it will be in your care. An immortal weapon. Xiao Yifei's heart trembled.
As a swordsman, he suppressed his excitement and calmly accepted it. Following that, Xiao Zhantian raised his hand again, and a huge creature appeared in the empty space of the hall. It was a creature that resembled a lion in appearance but had wings on its back and faint electric arcs shimmering all over its body.
Thunderwing Lion. This is a legendary grade pet. Oh my, isn't that the mount of Lord Xiao from before?
Back when Lord Xiao ruled the world, it also had its share of credit. It is said that this pet was passed down from the previous lord, symbolizing heritage. The others in the hall were all showing expressions of astonishment.
Thank you, Lord Xiao.
Xiao Yifei suppressed his joy and bowed deeply. Xiao Zhantian helped his son up, wearing a content smile on his face.
Do not disappoint the expectations of Tianao Alliance.
Xiao Yifei was filled with excitement.
Lord, rest assured. I, Xiao Yifei, will do my best to lead Tianao Alliance to glory and to the world.
In truth, he felt a sense of desolation in his heart. He had worked hard for a year, never even catching a glimpse of an immortal tool, let alone a legendary grade pet. It wasn't just him, all his peers were in the same situation.
But now, they all had it.
Hard work was useless, having connections and backing was the way to go. After the ceremony, Xiao Yifei returned to his room. Young master, all the people have been sent out. We have our people watching all the leveling spots from level 30 to 60.
As soon as Lin Chen shows up, we will get the news first.
A knight in armor said with a smile.
Xiao Yifei smirked. What about the Lin family? Any movements there?
The Lin family issued a notice to protect Lin Chen, but it seems they are also looking for him.
I don't know what's going on. Xiao Yifei pondered for a moment.
No matter what tricks the Lin family plays, even if they arrange for a level 180 divine level professional to protect Lin Chen, I am not afraid.
And remember, do not reveal this operation to anyone, not even my father. Yes, as for the Lin family, I will come back to deal with you when I reach level 180 and become a sword immortal. He had already figured it out. Lin Jie not only killed Xiao Chen but also helped Lin Chen unite with two other families to bully his Snow. These people deserved to die.
Of course, the one who deserved to die the most was Snow's ex-boyfriend. Clearly just a waste, but like a fly, always buzzing around him, disgusting. During the flight, Lin Chen slapped his head, looking regretful. He forgot to open the magic box. After some thought, he set an alarm clock and summoned a clone.
Using the magic box of wonders. Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining Wave Stepping *1, ding. Congratulations on obtaining Master Level Cultivator Certificate *1, Wave Stepping, Enhanced Ability Book. Gain the ability to walk on water, requirement, 3rd tier water elemental user. Lin Chen was full of surprise when he saw this enhanced ability book because it was not something from the Dragon Kingdom system but a skill book from Western professionals. Although the magical world had arrived, restricting regional exchanges, online communication remained largely unaffected. Of course, both sides' official alliances had established related laws strictly prohibiting information leakage. However, there were always some traders who, for wealth, sold their country's information. So Lin Chen had previously learned about some Western situations. Western professionals, actually referred to as ability users, awakened at 18 not with talents but with abilities. There were rumors online that someone in the West awakened as a mechanical engineer, directly handcrafting metal mechas, flying and traversing the earth.
Some awakened as vampires and werewolves, tearing monsters apart, showing off.
Besides these special abilities, the most common was elemental abilities, with water elemental users being one of them. He never expected that the magic box could even produce items from other countries' systems. It was truly amazing. Looking at it this way, as long as he opens the magic box regularly, he can also obtain the top-notch abilities from the West. Trying it out, indeed this ability enhancement book can also be considered a skill, capable of devouring.
Ding! Devour successful. Acquired the ability to walk on water surfaces. Moving on to the next one.
Life Occupation Certificate, Grandmaster Farmer, can learn skills after use, Grandmaster Planting, Grandmaster Greenhouse Effect.
Requirement, level 150. Requires, Master Farmer Occupation, Master Farming Skill at maximum level.
Currently, in the Dragon Kingdom, the occupations with the highest number are miners, farmers, and chefs. Because these three have the highest demand, and promotion is relatively easy. Farmers can plant herbs and ingredients. Herbs can be used to make various magical potions. Ingredients combined with some animal meat can be cooked into various temporary attribute-enhancing foods. Some top-tier foods can even add percentage attributes. Whether it's potions or food, most of them exist in the form of buffs when consumed. The benefits of the invisibility potion are still fresh in Lin Chen's memory.
However, planting herbs and ingredients have strict requirements for soil quality.
Planting on fertile land not only results in faster growth but also a higher yield. On the contrary, if planted randomly, it may not only waste time but also lead to no returns. Good land is very scarce, firmly controlled by major powers, with the aim of attracting more people to join. Lin Chen doesn't have land in the Dragon Kingdom, but he has the secret realm. He had checked before, and it seems that the entire island's soil is top-notch due to the nourishment of the eternal tree.
All land can be used for planting.
Of course, he doesn't have time to deal with these. He can only say that in the future, when encountering enemies who want to kill him, he can bring them into the secret realm to help him work.
Back to the present, Lin Chen devoured the occupation certificate. Then he opened his backpack and took out those low-level skill books from before. The first one was Fireball. Surprisingly, there were 280 of them. Fireball, launch a fireball at a target within a 20-meter range, dealing 1/5 intelligence, damage, costing 10 mana, cooldown of 3 seconds, requirement, any magic-based occupation, ding. Devour successful.
The cumulative number of fireball spells has reached 280. It's a pity, it only stacked in quantity. Lin Chen felt somewhat regretful. He was thinking about whether he could stack the range as well.
He casually aimed upwards and cast it once.
The magic staff in his hand instantly lit up with skill light, followed by densely packed fireballs appearing out of thin air, shooting up into the sky like a shower of flowers.
In addition, there were also over 100 magic damage enhancement skill books. Magic Deepening increases magic damage by 5%.
After devouring all of them, magic damage increased by 735%. Now his intelligence was 90,000. Almost every fireball's damage was close to 1 million. When all the fireball damages were added together, it was close to 30 million damage.
This didn't even account for elemental damage bonuses and magic critical hits.
Although it couldn't compare to the damage of flying sword technique, Fireball had a shorter cooldown, being usable every 0.75 seconds. Extremely abnormal. Just then, Xian Yuan Butcher sent a message. It was only a few words, but it made Lin Chen furrow his brows. Young Master, His Holiness the Pope wants to talk to you.
What's the matter?
I don't know. His Holiness ID is Chen Hongdao, at him.
After that, Xian Yuan Butcher hung up without any further explanation.
This made Lin Chen puzzled.
Could it be about the source of life? Did Xian Yuan Butcher not help him conceal it?
It was just a chat. Lin Chen had nothing to fear, so he immediately added him as a friend. The request was instantly accepted, and a voice call was initiated.
Lin Chen answered. Lin Chen.
The voice on the other end was very calm, devoid of any emotion. Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. I thought you would help me conceal information. Seems like I trusted the wrong person. No, Xian Yuan is very trustworthy. He didn't say anything, Chen Hong said with a hint of amusement in his voice. Lin Chen was immediately puzzled. If that's the case, how did His Holiness know that Feng Shao was Lin Chen? Naturally, it was your mother who told me.
Ha! Lin Chen was suddenly stunned. My mom? You know my mother?
Of course, although your mother and I are not from the same era, we belong to the same period.
Back in the day, your mother was quite remarkable, but it's a pity. Let's not talk about that. I came to see you today, and it's not something particularly important.
Firstly, before your mother left, she asked me to help take care of you, but since you refused to join the Flame Demon Church, I couldn't use the power of the church to protect you. Secondly, Tianao Alliance's Xiaoifei has gathered a large number of fourth-tier professionals and plans to make a move against you. Be careful. Thirdly, the Lin family has also mobilized a large number of people to find you, led by Lin Chen, who is Lin Jie's brother and also a fourth-tier professional. Thank you for informing me, Your Holiness. Lin Chen immediately expressed his gratitude.
Aren't you afraid? Not really.
Alright, if you can't handle it, come to my Flame Demon Church anytime. With me there, even if they all attack together, they won't be able to harm you.
Thank you, Your Holiness. Actually, I really hope you can persevere.
Young people should be brave enough to challenge, enjoy the battles, and grow through them.
Your Holiness, can you tell me more about my mother? And where did she go in the end? If she didn't tell you, how could I meddle? That's it, if you need anything, find Xian Yuan. With that, Chen Hong directly ended the communication. But Lin Chen fell into contemplation.
It turned out that the kindness of the Flame Demon Church towards him stemmed from his mother's request. However, when he first changed professions, his mother didn't even know that Lin Chen was Feng Xiao, yet the Flame Demon Church had already revered him as the son of God.
Was it a coincidence? Lin Chen couldn't figure it out. Regardless, he was determined not to join any faction. Behind these factions, there must be transcendent beings over level 210 and some kind of leadership ability.
Faced with such people, he estimated he had no means of resistance. A wise man does not stand under a leaning wall, it's better to keep a respectful distance. As for Xiaoifei and the fourth-tier professionals, let them come as they please, he just happened to want to test his own strength. The Silent Sea, a vast expanse of sea. The gentle waves lapped against the endless sandy beaches, as if it were nature's most tender whisper.
However, the calm on the sea's surface was just an illusion.
When night fell, the true face of the Silent Sea would reveal itself. Low growls could be heard from the waves, the monsters lurking in the deep sea calling out. They were massive in size, possessing unbelievable strength. This was what Lin Chen had read about the Silent Sea. In short, most of the monsters on this map were underwater, and the professional strength was severely restricted underwater. Yet, this map remained very popular because someone had developed a new leveling mode that was loved by many professionals. That person, a talented individual, had hired several master craftsmen to create a ship with special attributes that could easily withstand monster attacks. He would sit on the ship, sail out to sea, and then hire others to lure the monsters to the surface. He only needed to keep attacking, while the ship absorbed the damage for him. This leveling method had no risks. Even if you had weak talent, as long as you had money, you could still hunt sea monsters. Soon, some sharp-witted business tycoons sensed an opportunity and commercialized this leveling mode. They opened major shops along the coast, renting out ships and hiring professional monster lurers. They even provided other entertainment services on the ships, such as singing and dancing performances, gambling, and certain services, turning leveling into a form of enjoyment. As more and more people flocked in, the coastal area of the Silent Sea also formed a bustling commercial district, bustling with activity. Lin Chen naturally didn't need to rent a boat, but he had to buy some auxiliary equipment for going out to sea. For example, fish bait that could attract nearby monsters in the water. There was also the moon pool warehouse, which could be placed underwater to isolate seawater for a short period, allowing for rest or status replenishment inside. Walking on the seaside commercial street, Lin Chen heard lively voices from time to time.
The Sea King cruise is setting sail in 2 hours.
I heard they brought in a batch of new resources.
I really want to go on board.
Forget it. With your meager salary, you'd have to save up for months to have a good time.
Isn't it better to use that money to buy gems?
I heard that the second young master of the Bai family, Bai Mengshan, is also on the cruise, along with many third and fourth tier experts.
Could they have chartered the cruise to the open sea?
The open sea is too dangerous, filled with monsters above level 90. They say there's even a legendary tier overlord, a true deep sea ruler.
This cruise wouldn't even be enough to floss their teeth. Are you talking about the ancient azure dragon?
Yes, a few years ago, a guild went to hunt down this ancient azure dragon, and they were wiped out in 3 minutes.
Is the major guild finally going after this legendary tier overlord?
Lin Chen's expression changed as he heard this news.
There was actually a living legendary tier overlord, something he was unaware of.
Legendary tier overlords wouldn't reappear once they died, and the fact that no one had taken down this ruler in the nearly 100 years of exploration in the Silent Sea intrigued Lin Chen.
This news made him itch with curiosity. Killing a normal overlord could drop immortal equipment, so would killing a legendary tier overlord yield the highest tier divine equipment?
The hierarchy of Enchanted World equipment ranged from low to high, normal, white, excellent, green, rare, blue, epic, purple, legendary, red, mythical, multicolored, immortal, cyan, divine, black. However, legendary tier overlords weren't easy to deal with. The fact that they hadn't died in so many years surely had a reason. Lin Shen still felt that he should complete the second tier mission first before seeing how formidable this deep-sea overlord truly was. He casually found a store and was about to enter.
Lin Chen?
A surprised voice came from behind in the distance. Lin Chen instinctively turned to see a man wearing floral shorts, his skin dark, staring at him in astonishment.
You're Tan Yong? Lin Chen took a good look before calling out the name.
This person turned out to be his classmate from school. He used to be fair-skinned, but in less than 10 days, he had turned as dark as a black person, quite strange.
It's really you, Lin Chen. I didn't expect to meet you here. Tan Yong forced a smile, looking somewhat awkward. Come on, I'll treat you to a drink. Faced with Tan Yong's enthusiastic invitation, Lin Chen smiled and didn't refuse. Tan Yong was somewhat introverted, didn't have many friends in class, and their relationship was average.
But both came from poor families and would occasionally exchange a few words.
Inside the small shop, Tan Yong ordered a drink for Lin Chen and then asked in confusion, Lin Chen, are you here to look for a job?
The work here is not easy, tiring, and barely pays anything per month. It's better to go mining, at least you won't be exposed to the sun so much.
Just wandering around.
Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly.
He didn't know how to explain, so he asked, what about you? How come you're in the Silent Sea? Tan Yong looked surprised. My family is here. Did you forget? My father and grandfather are professional monster attractors. After graduating, I came back to inherit the family craft.
Sigh, there's no way out.
Who made my family 3 generations of F-grade talents? Lin Chen, if you really can't find a job, you can come work with me. You could easily make 2,000 to 3,000 a month. But I don't recommend it, this job is quite dangerous.
Hearing this, Lin Chen felt conflicted. If his talent was also F-grade, perhaps he would end up like Tan Yong, finding some work to do. This was the helplessness of the lower class. Without talent to boost combat power, one could only spend a large amount of money to buy equipment and gems, otherwise even the weakest monsters couldn't be defeated. Moreover, the investment might not necessarily yield returns, the drop rate in the magical world was generally low, and it was unrealistic for ordinary people to make money by hunting monsters and collecting treasures.
Lin Chen smiled faintly, thank you, Tan Yong, but I'm not here to find a job. You little brat, why are you still here if you're not getting on the ship? We're setting sail soon.
Suddenly, a deep voice came from the doorway. Lin Chen turned to see a middle-aged man with dark skin and a sturdy build.
Tan Yong quickly stood up. Dad, this is my classmate Lin Chen. We'll chat for a bit and I'll be right there.
Oh, I see, a classmate of Xiao Yong's.
The middle-aged man smiled. What level are you now?
Tan Yong glared at the middle-aged man and said impatiently, Dad, how can you just ask someone's level like that as soon as you meet them?
That's so rude.
He knew Lin Chen, like him, had an F-grade talent, so his level was definitely not high. It was impolite to ask like that. The middle-aged man chuckled, hee, Shaolin, my son will be promoted next month. Uncle will host a few tables at the Jinghai restaurant. You should come and join the celebration.
Xiao Yong is starting work now, so he can't stay long. Let's go.
Tan Yong stood up, looking apologetic. Lin Chen, I have to go work. We'll chat next time. Watching the father and son leave, Lin Chen didn't say much.
He and Tan Yong were no longer part of the same world. Everyone had their own lives. He couldn't interfere with all of them. Moreover, once he got involved, it would inevitably bring danger to Tan Yong. It was better to just forget about it. Maybe they would meet again in the future. Lin Chen then went to a shop specializing in selling equipment for sea expeditions, bought some gear and items, and then left.
Finding a secluded spot, he summoned the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon and soared into the sky. The Silent Sea map had restrictions, only professionals of 4th rank and below could enter, and many of them had flying pets.
Lin Chen's departure didn't cause much commotion, people were already used to it.
On the way, he saw many small and medium-sized boats leveling up in the nearby waters. Those closer to the coast were around level 30 monsters, occasionally elites appeared, but no lord bosses. Lin Chen bypassed the crowded areas and continued forward. It wasn't until flying for over 10 minutes that he couldn't see any boats around, then he stopped. He leaped down and landed on the water's surface without sinking. This was the effect of the wave-treading boots he had previously acquired, allowing him to walk on water.
He immediately summoned Little Koan and Big Black Dog. Little Koan performed well, hardly affected by the water. However, the Big Black Dog struggled, paddling desperately but moving very slowly due to the lack of swimming skills.
There was no choice, it lacked swimming abilities. Looks like I need to fuse some aquatic creatures, preferably evolving into amphibious ones. No. It's best to have sea, land, and air capabilities, and be able to fight. That would be more convenient.
I wonder if I can merge the big black dog into little Kuan Kuan.
Lin Chen pondered, then recalled the big black dog. He equipped the newly bought fins, activated the ability to walk on water, and plunged into the sea. Then he activated underwater vision and breathing abilities. Aside from feeling a bit awkward in movement, everything else was fine. After a brief trial, Lin Chen discovered that his additional movement speed also improved his swimming speed. In addition to the 50% swimming speed increase from the flippers, he only needed to gently move his arms, and he could reach a speed of 10 meters per second underwater. At full sprint, he could reach speeds of over 30 meters per second. Just as Lin Chen was swimming with his usual movements, he also alerted the nearby sea monsters.
7 or 8 terrifying sharks swiftly swam towards him, baring their teeth.
Judging by their speed, they were at least moving at over 20 meters per second. Almost in the blink of an eye, they reached Lin Chen. Lin Chen pointed towards Shao Kunken.
Take them down.
However, the little guy was frightened and flew out of the water, refusing to come down. The giant tooth shark had already bitten Lin Chen, triggering a bleeding buff, blood gushing out. However, the damage from this level 60 monster was almost negligible to him, but it left Lin Chen extremely speechless.
What are you afraid of? Your master is being attacked, and you just watch like that? Come down.
Seeing Lin Chen angry, the little guy reluctantly flew down. Under Lin Chen's urging, the little guy used a black hole to instantly kill all the monsters, dropping a pile of items. The little guy could inherit his luck value when killing monsters, which was a good thing.
Unfortunately, Shao Kunken couldn't enjoy his extra experience gain.
Lin Chen packed everything into his backpack and continued forward. It's worth mentioning that Shao Kunken's first nuclear skill was radiation. Once activated, it automatically dealt 10% of the attack power as damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius every second, with no consumption, and could exist permanently. After activating this skill, Shao Kunken also discovered that those fierce creatures seemed to die as soon as they approached it, and its courage gradually grew. It didn't need Lin Chen's command, it ran around on its own, looking for monsters to level up. Occasionally, Lin Chen would use fish bait to attract a large group of monsters, and Shao Kunken would cooperate with a black hole to wipe them all out instantly. The journey of leveling up began for the man and his pet. He was now searching for Lord Bosses while leveling up Shao Kunken. When Shao Kunken reached level 30, it could gain 12 skills at once, a significant improvement.
Meanwhile, at the coast of the Silent Sea,
a cruise ship measuring 200 meters long and 40 meters wide was docked at the pier.
This is the Sea King, one of the proudest works of the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce.
It is said that this cruise ship is made of the best materials and equipped with the top-notch shield device. Even a level 90 Lord Boss can't harm it.
So extravagant.
Look at those people on it, all so ugly, yet they can enjoy such luxury. It's so unfair.
Well, they do have a good father. Look up in the sky, isn't that the thundering winged lion of the Tianao Alliance? People below were discussing animatedly.
At that moment, the sound of wings flapping came from the sky. Shortly after, a giant lion with wings flew in from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the top-level pet platform of the cruise ship. Xiao Yifei leaped down from the 4-meter-high lion's back, gracefully performed a gentleman's bow, and smiled slightly at Lin Shuer riding on the lion's back.
Princess, please get off the car.
At this moment, whether on the shore or on the cruise ship, almost everyone's gaze was fixed on the thundering winged lion. Lin Shuer, riding on it, felt the envy of everyone, and at that moment, her heart was greatly satisfied. This refreshing feeling made her soul tremble.
Yifei, you know I've always liked to keep a low profile, and you deliberately make such a big scene, it's annoying. I promised to take you out to relax, not to play around. Xiao Yifei smiled and said, forget the unpleasant past, today we're not leveling up or fighting monsters, just pure fun. Xiao, you're awesome.
At this moment, a man walked up from behind. He was wearing a tank top, muscular all over, with a square face and around 25 years old, a hint of mockery on his face. Using the thundering winged lion passed down by your Tianao Alliance ancestors to pick up girls, you must be the first one to do so.
I Mengshan, what are you doing here?
Xiao Yifei turned around, surprised at first, then smirked.
You, 25 years old and still stuck at the 4th transformation, isn't that embarrassing? I'm fine with it, what's it to you?
Never mind whether it's my concern or not, I see you've brought quite a few people this time.
Xiao Yifei glanced at the people on the cruise ship and pondered, what are you up to this time? Could it be that you're thinking of? Bai Mengshan solemnly interrupted, knowing is enough, don't speak out of turn.
Xiao Yifei immediately looked excitedly at Lin Shuer. Shuer, they are most likely going to hunt a legendary lord this time, it's going to be interesting.
A legendary lord. Lin Shuer was startled, then asked, can they drop divine artifacts? Of course. Then Ifei brother, can we participate? Well, it's not quite appropriate. Alright, it's fine.
Although I really want a divine artifact, I understand boundaries and won't insist. Hearing this, Xiaoifei pondered for a moment, then turned to Bai Mengshan and asked, are you really confident?
About 60%. Then I'll bring some people over to help you. If 2 divine artifacts are dropped, give me 1. How about that?
Bai Mengshan frowned slightly. The highest luck value on my side is only 170 points. Getting 1 divine artifact is already quite a stretch, I can't guarantee 2.
No problem.
Xiaoifei smirked, now that I'm already the deputy alliance leader, I have the authority to mobilize the equipment in the warehouse that adds 200 luck points.
With 200 luck points, there is hope for 2 divine artifacts. Then it's settled. Alright, bring your people over. At the same time,
Lin Chen, who was leveling up by grinding monsters in the sea, looked at the dozens of pairs of fins in his backpack and suddenly froze.
Advanced fins, special for underwater use, equipment can increase swimming speed by 50%.
This thing was quite expensive in the shop, so he bought one, but he didn't expect to drop so many while grinding.
All devoured. Ding! Devour successful.
Accumulated swimming speed has reached 2,150%. With a step, Lin Chen's figure shot out like a bullet. After stopping, Lin Chen's expression became strange.
If this continues to stack, what will happen? 4 hours later. Ding! Devour successful.
Accumulated swimming speed has reached 38,000%.
Boom!
With a forceful push from Lin Chen, the seawater within 100 meters trembled. Immediately after, his figure disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a long trail of bubbles and splashes, like the exhaust of a rocket launch.
The next second, he had already appeared 100 meters away.
Despite his already fast speed, Lin Chen was still somewhat dissatisfied. He found that there was a limit to swimming speed, far from reaching 38,000%. Even with all his strength, he can only reach a speed of 100 meters per second at most. Wanting to go faster was simply impossible, perhaps due to water resistance or the system setting a limit. However, this speed was already insane and barely usable.
After 4 hours of leveling up, Xia Kunken had only reached level 15.
Now he finally understood why those people were always complaining about slow leveling up.
Without experience gain bonuses, it was indeed slow.
As for the items he dropped, he piled them all up in the square of the ancient temple in the secret realm. Then he divided them into different areas, letting the blood-sucking giant mosquitoes help him sort and arrange them neatly. He had dropped quite a few equipment and materials, piled up like small mountains, but he hadn't seen any elites or lords. He realized that this method was not going to work. It's such a waste of time, he suddenly thought. He had heard before on the coast that the Bai family seemed to be planning to hunt a legendary lord. His second-tier mission was to solo kill a lord of the Silent Sea, without specifying the required level or whether it had to be a legendary lord.
It might be feasible. Meanwhile, the Sea King cruise ship was swiftly sailing on the sea. On the deck, people were holding wine glasses, enjoying the sea breeze, chatting and laughing.
In the most luxurious suite on the top floor, 4 figures were leaning against the sofa, facing each other. They were Bai Mengshan and Bai Feiyu, Xiaoifei, and Lin Shuer. Xiaoifei crossed his legs, his deep pupils shimmering faintly.
Bai Mengshan, what is the Bai family's stance on that Lin family kid who has been causing a stir recently? Bai Mengshan glanced at Bai Feiyu and said calmly, he belongs to the Lin family, why are you asking me? He has some connection with Bai Yong. If he is killed by someone from the Assassin Alliance, will your Bai family intervene? I know what you're trying to say.
Bai Mengshan's face seemed to smile. Feiyu has told me about what happened in the secret realm. With that, he looked at Lin Shuer with a mocking gaze. The strongest talent, yet unable to retaliate against the weakest talent.
Truly eye-opening.
Anger flashed in Lin Shuer's eyes, but her face remained calm.
It was indeed my fault.
We were supposed to be united at that time, and I trusted him too much, to the point that I was defenseless when he ambushed me. Bai Mengshan chuckled, Xiao, you don't need to worry. My old man has issued a ban, forbidding Bai Yong from having any contact with him, so I'm even less likely to meddle.
Hearing this, Bai Feiyu sighed beside him. He actually wanted to help Bai Yong and Lin Chen, but the implications were too great, and he was powerless. However,
Bai Mengshan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The Lin family has issued a notice to protect him.
If you act against him, aren't you afraid of causing conflict between the two families? Lin Shuer interjected anxiously, Brother Ifei, please don't.
It's all my fault, not Lin Chen's. If I had refrained from retaliating when he attacked me, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated this much. Xiaoifei chuckled, rest assured, Shuer, I never said I would harm him.
Those who want to kill Lin Chen have always been from the Assassin Alliance, right? The Lin family's accounts shouldn't be settled with us. Ha, understood. Bai Mengshan suddenly laughed. But at that moment, there was a commotion outside. Quick, look at that. What is it? Heavens, there must be a huge creature swimming rapidly underwater over there, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a disturbance. Could it be encountering a legendary lord? If that's the case, we're done for. This ship definitely can't withstand it. What's happening outside? Let's go check it out. Xiao Fei and the others also left the suite and went to the deck. In the far-off sea, the water was churning continuously, emitting a large amount of air bubbles. And this disturbance was spreading rapidly in the distance at an extremely fast speed, as if something was moving swiftly underwater. The cruise ship's staff also approached. Xiao, Bai, we have detected that unknown creature too. Its speed is at least 300 kilometers per hour, most likely a lord boss, and one that excels in speed. Bai Mengshan pondered, this disturbance doesn't reach the level of a legendary lord, it should be an ordinary lord boss. This area should be a level 90 monster zone, right? Xiao Yifei speculated, it might be a level 90 lord. Schwer, are you interested in challenging it? Most of their group were 4th-tier professionals, with levels ranging from 120 to 150. If the level of the professional is more than 10 levels higher than the monster, they will basically not gain any experience or drop items, except for legendary bosses. Lin Schwer helplessly said, I can't swim. Xiao Yifei chuckled, I won't let you go into the water. There are professional monster attractors on this ship. Let them lure the boss over. You just need to stand on the lower deck and deal damage. Lin Schwer nodded, okay. Soon, the high-level management of the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce in charge of the cruise ship issued orders. The cruise ship activated its shield device, changed course, and intercepted the trajectory towards the unknown boss. As the orders were given, a group of professional monster attractors waiting in the lower deck cabins also boarded speedboats and left the cruise ship. Tan Yong and his son were among them. Dad, this speed is at least that of a boss above level 90. Maybe we shouldn't go into the water, it's too dangerous. Silly child, being lazy will get you fired. Without a job, where will you get money to buy equipment and gems? How will you survive? Oh, Tan Yong felt dejected. The group of monster attractors went into the water, intending to lure the fish, when suddenly, a change occurred. Oh no, the boss is coming towards us. Retreat! Get back into the shield range. Wait, something's not right. The target is small in size, doesn't look like a boss. Oh my, it looks like a person. How is that possible? Are you seeing things? The commotion is definitely caused by a boss, not a person. The group of monster attractors underwater were shocked. Equipped as underwater professionals, they naturally had gear for underwater vision. Due to the figure's high speed, it was very blurry, they only saw a rough outline but were certain. It was a person. When the news reached the cruise ship, everyone was shocked. At a speed of at least several hundred kilometers per hour, and underwater. You're telling me it's a person? Oh my, at such terrifying speed, could it be a high-level expert? Isn't this map restricted, only allowing 4th-level professionals to enter? Where did a high-level expert come from? It seems to be the cruise ship? Underwater, Lin Chen, speeding along, suddenly stopped. Realizing he had gone too far, he saw the cruise ship had turned into a small black dot behind him. He immediately turned back. In just a few seconds, the cruise ship reappeared before him. He emerged from the water and landed on the surface. His permanent invisibility was always active, ineffective underwater, but now completely invisible above water. However, with the cruise ship shield active, he couldn't infiltrate without being noticed. On the other side, the cruise ship was in collective shock. The highest management on the ship, Manager Zhang, called a group of monster attractors into a room. Shortly after, Bai Mengshan and Xiao Yifei entered. Are you sure you saw a person? If anyone dares to spread false information, they will be immediately dismissed. Manager Zhang, you know, we are all honest people, we never lie. That's right, I saw it too, it was indeed a human figure. The speed was too fast, it disappeared in an instant, they might have already left. Some of the monster attractors replied. In a corner, Tan Yong suddenly noticed Lin Schwer above. His expression changed, then he quietly lowered his head, seemingly not wanting Lin Schwer to recognize him. Bai Mengshan furrowed his brows, looking at Xiao Yifei, what do you think? Ha ha. Xiao Yifei sneered, nonsense, this map only allows up to 4th-level professionals to enter. Forget about 4th level, even if my father came, he couldn't have this speed underwater. These people might be afraid of punishment, so they deliberately made up excuses. I think so too, Bai Mengshan nodded in agreement, humans are impossible to reach such speeds, if it's true, then what kind of monster could it be?
Xiao Weifei's face turned cold, his eyes sharp. Manager Zhang, due to your serious negligence, we lost a lord boss, you deal with it. With that, Xiao Weifei led Lin Shuer out, smiling. Shuer, don't worry, I've sent out over 100 people to help you find that lord boss. Thank you, brother Weifei, Lin Shuer smiled sweetly. After Xiao Weifei and Bai Mengshan left, Manager Zhang's face turned cold.
Everyone, dock a day's pay. Why? We were telling the truth. Yeah, why dock our pay? We didn't lie. I really saw a person. Stop babbling, get lost.
Manager Zhang growled lowly, and instantly no one dared to speak.
Someone, go turn off the shield. Yes.
At the same time, Lin Chen followed behind the cruise ship and soon noticed that they had turned off the shield.
He teleported directly onto the cruise ship.
However, he was in stealth mode, and no one noticed him.
Ha!
As soon as he arrived, Lin Chen frowned. He saw many members of the Tianao Alliance on the cruise ship, as well as many Iron Blood Warrior Alliance members.
The Tianao Alliance actually came looking.
Lin Chen's eyes were full of killing intent.
He was also very puzzled.
He had only shown his face when shopping, their speed was too fast. Suddenly, two familiar faces appeared.
Bai Feiyu, Lin Shuer? Is that person Xiao Weifei?
Lin Chen was somewhat uncertain.
Without hesitation, he followed them.
With snow step and permanent invisibility, as long as he didn't reveal himself, no one could find him. Xiao Weifei and the others arrived at the stern deck of the ship, enjoying the sea breeze and chatting.
Shuer, why are you still feeling down?
Xiao Weifei looked helpless. Just relax, I've arranged spies in all major leveling spots. As soon as Lin Chen appears, I'll get the news.
Bai Mengshan chuckled lightly, just getting the news. With the Lin family's people secretly guarding, what can you do?
Bai Feiyu on the side was speechless. Brother, don't stir up trouble again. Bai Mengshan shrugged. Oh well, rest assured, young Master Xiao is not an idiot, he can tell.
Xiao Weifei was speechless for a while, then said, what about the Lin family's bodyguards? Do you think I would care?
With that, he raised his hand lightly. A crystal clear long sword appeared out of thin air, then floated quietly in front of him.
This is.
Bai Mengshan's eyes widened at the sight of the sword. With a wave, the world changes, the sword astonishes ghosts and gods. This is the astonishing cloud sword.
It was the famous weapon of the former leader of your Tianao Alliance.
After saying that, he smiled bitterly. Having a good father is more important than anything else. Lin Chen on the side also saw the sword, looking very puzzled. Because the sword was floating in the air, seemingly moving along with Xiao Weifei's finger movements.
Bai Feiyu widened his eyes. Brother, what is the astonishing cloud sword? Is it famous? Why haven't I heard of it? Because this sword. Bai Mengshan's expression turned serious. It comes with a very special skill. What skill? Sword mastery.
A skill that only sword immortals, a level 180 divine profession, can learn.
Wow. Bai Feiyu gasped in shock.
Of course, the sword mastery that comes with this sword is definitely not as good as the real sword mastery, but it's close. Bai Mengshan shook his head. Master Xiao passing this sword to you seems like he really intends for you to inherit the Tianao Alliance. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer stared at the astonishing cloud sword, her eyes gleaming.
This was a divine weapon. The immortal weapon she had always dreamed of. If it weren't for the disparity in immortal weapons, how could she have been left far behind by that flute? Unfortunately, it was a sword, one she couldn't use.
Xiao Weifei smirked, his fingers moved slightly, and the long sword disappeared.
Bai Mengshan, tell me, who else in the Lin family is my match? Lin Chen?
That waste hasn't even reached the 4th transformation yet. Even if there were 10 of him, they wouldn't be my match. Indeed, below the 5th transformation, you are invincible. Above the 5th transformation, you also have a fighting chance. And you also have a special great army following you. No one can stop you before the 6th transformation.
Unfortunately, most maps restrict the entry of 6th transformation professionals. So, now I just need to wait for news from Lin Chen.
Xiao Weifei's lips curled up. Shuer, whether to kill directly or humiliate first and then kill, it's up to you to decide. At this moment, Bai Feiyu frowned beside him. This is incredible. Xiao Weifei has an immortal weapon, a legendary pet, and a special great army, all to hunt down a newcomer like Lin Chen.
It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He quietly opened the communicator, wanting to send a message to Wang Yong.
But Bai Mengshan, who noticed it, pressed him down and shook his head. Bai Feiyu helplessly smiled bitterly and gave up struggling.
However, at this moment, a faint voice came through the air. Are you looking for me? Who?
This sudden voice startled the 4 of them. Because on this deck, there were only them, not even bodyguards. In front of the 4, a figure slowly appeared in the empty space.
It was Lin Chen. Lin Chen, it's you. What are you doing here?
The 4 were surprised, each with a different expression. But what was the same was that they all remained calm and did not treat Lin Chen as an assassin. After all, They had many fourth transformation professionals, while Lin Chen was just a newcomer of this generation.
A newcomer coming to assassinate them, isn't that a joke? Lin Chen, you dare to appear in front of me? Lin Xuer's eyes first showed surprise and shock.
Then, anger and hatred erupted in her heart like a volcano. She instinctively took out her staff, but when she thought of Xiao Yifei beside her, she coldly withdrew the staff with a sneer.
You are Lin Chen? Xiao Yifei looked puzzled. Aren't you a mage? How can you hide? It's Wang Yong.
Lin Xuer glanced at Bai Mengshan, also known as Bai Yong from the Bai family, who bought an invisibility cloak in Qingxi town before. He should be hiding on the ship with this cloak. As long as he doesn't move, he won't reveal himself. I see, where did he come from? Being able to approach me silently, turns out he's been standing here all along.
Xiao Yifei smirked playfully. Since you heard that I was looking for you, why did you dare to show up? Are you very scary?
Lin Chen smiled slightly.
Oh right, he just said. Below the fifth transformation, you are invincible, right? Lin Chen's calm demeanor puzzled everyone present.
This was clearly a fearless attitude.
A mere newcomer, why? It must be someone backing him up, hence the lack of fear. Xiao Yifei frowned and looked around. Who from the Lin family is secretly protecting you? Let him come out.
Instead of answering, Lin Chen looked at Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu, I have a good impression of you.
You should leave here to avoid any accidental harm. This statement left Bai Feiyu stunned. Does this mean war? Lin Chen, are you crazy? They are all fourth transformation troops. Stop arguing. Bai Mengshan's lips curled up as he grabbed Bai Feiyu and forcibly took him away. Just then, a member of the Tian'an Alliance approached.
Young master, we have located the position of the level 90 lord. It's only a dozen miles away. Then another person stepped forward. Young master, the cruise ship has been thoroughly checked for hidden individuals, and there is no suspicious person hiding on board.
No one else?
Xiao Yifei looked puzzled and glanced at Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen, who had already taken out his staff to test Xiao Yifei's strength, stopped abruptly upon hearing the news of a level 90 lord.
He hurriedly asked, where is the lord boss located? The person gave Lin Chen a strange look but did not answer.
Xiao Yifei was very puzzled at this point, wondering why this little guy dared to come looking for trouble.
Xiao, what are you hesitating for? Just do it! Shouted Bai Mengshan excitedly from afar.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Yifei seemed to have realized something. His eyes suddenly brightened.
I understand now. This is all a trap set by the Lin family. First, a nationwide announcement to protect you, then they bring you to me.
As long as I kill you, the Lin family will use this as a reason to unite with other families against my Tian'an alliance. Even the humiliation Snow suffered in the secret realm before was all arranged by you. It seems that they have been holding a grudge since my father defeated Lin Wushuang back then. Since they couldn't do anything to my father, they thought of using me as a breakthrough point, underestimating me too much. Unfortunately, I saw through all of this easily.
If I don't make a move against you in public, what can you do?
Lin Chen was stunned to hear this. At first listen, it did sound quite reasonable. It had to be said that Xiao Yifei did have some brains, but not too many.
Xiao, you're awesome.
Lin Chen gave him a thumbs up and then smiled slightly. Let me give you a fireworks show.
With that, he raised his staff.
However, at that moment, Lin Xuer's eyes lit up. Brother Yifei, as long as we take him to the level 90 lord, film it, and capture the scene of him being torn apart by the lord boss. This way, we'll have evidence, and the Lin family won't be able to suppress us in public opinion.
Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? Xiao Yifei slapped his head, jumping with joy.
Lin Chen was about to make a move but stopped, looking at Lin Xuer with a strange expression.
You're really something. He was just about to complete the second-tier mission with the Lord Boss.
To think someone would help for free, providing a one-stop service.
Where else could you find such a good deal? Let's finish the second-tier mission first.
As for killing Xiao Yifei, there was no rush. Perhaps the kind-hearted Xiao Yifei could even lead him to the location of the legendary lord.
Lin Chen tried to place a positioning teleportation point under his feet, unexpectedly succeeding. This positioning point would move with the ship.
In this way, he could get a large ship in the future, drifting forever overseas, using it as a safe house. At this moment, Xiao Yifei called his men over and ordered, "You heard what was said just now, take him away."
"Yes. Wait, don't lay a hand on him on the ship, someone is watching."
After speaking, Xiao Yifei looked mischievously at Bai Mengshan.
"Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be so foolish, being deceived by the Lin family to your death."
Lin Xuer stood proudly in front of Lin Chen, her lips curling up. "When you were disrespectful to me before, when you hit me, did you ever think of today?" She wanted to see fear and despair on Lin Chen's face, but he remained calm, which made her feel annoyed.
"Take him away."
"Yes." A fourth-tier expert from the Tian'an Alliance summoned a flying pet, grabbed Lin Chen, and flew away. Lin Chen did not resist, as someone kindly offered to take him to complete the second-tier mission, making him too happy to care. As if not trusting the situation, Xiao Weifei sent another 20 to 30 people to follow. On the way. You, knowing you're about to die soon, why are you so happy? The fourth-tier expert holding Lin Chen looked puzzled. I remembered something funny, can't I laugh? Soon, Lin Chen's mood improved as he was about to reach the second transformation. He had been searching for so long without success, which had really frustrated him. Hey, you flying pets, why are you so slow? When will we get there? Can you fly faster? I'm in a hurry. Did you not eat? Ha! These words puzzled the group of fourth transformation experts. Why would someone be in a rush to reincarnate? This kid must be too frightened, causing him to talk nonsense. Even the deputy sect leader, it's just killing someone, why make it so complicated? Soon, they arrived at their destination. The group of fourth transformation experts dismounted their mounts, leaped down with Lin Chen, and plunged into the sea. After swimming downstream for about 3 minutes, they saw a gigantic creature about 50 meters long, resembling a fish with a large head and a small tail. 90-level Lord, attack power of 120,000, throw him over, should be an instant kill. Spread out, capture from various angles. Wait, don't spread out yet. Suddenly, Lin Chen shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Do you have any last words? Seeing Lin Chen not crying or resisting, and even behaving better, their attitudes softened. It's not me, look over there. Lin Chen pointed behind the group. Many turned around and saw a chick with barely any feathers flapping in the water. What is that? Looks like a bird. How can there be a bird 200 meters underwater? Maybe a seabird? Many were captivated by this spectacle. Little did they know, above their heads, a black hole was silently forming. The next moment, a powerful suction force pulled them into the black hole, turning the 20-some people into corpses before they could react, dropping a pile of items. Currently, Xiao Kunken's level was 15, with an attack growth of 600 stars, meaning 60,000 attack increase per level. At level 15, that was 9 million attack power, and the black hole inflicted 50% of the attack power as damage per second on all targets pulled in. One hit was 4.5 million damage. Most of these fourth transformation players had just over 1 million health points, unable to withstand it. However, one knight player managed to survive one hit without dying, falling only on the second. What? What's going on? Who released this skill? Is it a legendary lord? Far away, 6 other fourth transformation experts were lucky to be out of the black hole's range. At this moment, they were all shocked, retreating hastily. Quick, inform the deputy sect leader, a legendary lord is here. However, Lin Chen wouldn't let them have their way. He dashed at full speed, causing the entire area of seawater to tremble. The next moment, he appeared in front of a fourth transformation professional. You! The man's face showed horror, just the movement caused underwater turbulence, making it hard for him to stabilize. Before he could react, Lin Chen kicked at an incredible speed. A teleportation gate appeared out of thin air behind him, and the fourth transformation expert was kicked into it. Lin Chen paused for a second, opening the teleportation gate. As the other 5 professionals tried to escape, they hurriedly turned back, witnessing this scene with wide eyes. How can there be a teleportation gate there? It's that kid. What kind of monster is he? His underwater speed is so terrifying. Can't run away. Take him down. The 5 immediately realized that with their underwater speed, they couldn't outrun him. However, as they turned around, Lin Chen, as fast as lightning, appeared beside them. The terrifying speed of movement caused turbulent currents underwater, making several people stagger and their skills deviate from their intended path. Lin Chen once again opened a teleportation portal at close range and kicked one person into it. Then, like picking up chicks, he grabbed 2 more and stuffed them into the portal. In the end, only 2 people remained. One of them, a male archer in the fourth transformation, stabilized his stance and unleashed a wide-range skill, causing the nearby water area to become turbulent for tens of meters. Frost arrow rain. Die. Dozens of blue transparent arrows suddenly shot out from all directions towards Lin Chen's position at the center point. Lin Chen faced them fearlessly and charged straight ahead. The dense arrows successfully hit Lin Chen. The male archer breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, hundreds of damage numbers appeared on Lin Chen's body. What? The male archer's face was filled with horror. His ultimate move only caused this much damage. What kind of monster are you? The next moment, Lin Chen rushed over and threw the male archer into the teleportation portal. From Lin Chen's sudden attack to now, less than 5 seconds had passed. The last male mage finally released a skill, turned around, and found that all his companions had disappeared. Only he remained. His face was full of horror, driven by fear to escape, but his speed was too slow. The next moment, Lin Chen rushed over and threw the last person into the teleportation portal. However, the skill the male mage released at the end was not meant to attack him but drew the nearby level 90 lord's hatred towards him. At that moment, the colossal creature let out a deafening roar and swam towards Lin Chen. With a gaping mouth, it lunged towards him. Seeing everyone taken care of, Lin Chen took out the magic sword, incinerating silence. Using sword art, numerous long swords pierced through the lord boss.
Instant kill. A pile of items dropped, one of them emitting a conspicuous blue light. A divine artifact. Lin Chen's face lit up with joy. Without checking, he released a gravitational vortex to collect all the items dropped by the boss. Then he immediately went to the bodies of the 20 or so people he had just defeated and collected all the items into his backpack. At the same time, in the secret realm space, 5 people stood on the beach, their faces filled with fear as they looked around, a familiar feeling washing over them. What's going on here? What kind of ghost killed the 20 of us? Where is this place? Why does that kid have such terrifying power? My 60,000 strength couldn't resist at all. Why did he blast us into the teleportation portal? They had too many questions in their minds. Although I don't know where this is, I think that kid should be dead. The male mage who was the last one locked up pondered. At the last moment, I drew the level 90 lord, he's definitely dead. The male archer, who had always been silent, smiled bitterly and weakly said, before being teleported away, I used frost arrow rain on him. Ha! Shouldn't he have been killed then? My AoE ultimate only caused him a few thousand damage. What? Everyone frowned.
They had always thought Lin Chen was just fast. In that case, that level 90 lord can't do anything to him either.
What's going on here? Wasn't the intelligence saying that Lin Chen is a newcomer this year? Quick, send a message to the young alliance leader. Tried, but it won't go through. It seems like we're cut off here. Just as the group was at a loss, a teleportation portal appeared out of thin air 5 meters ahead. Lin Chen walked out. He actually dares to chase after us. What's going on with this teleportation portal? It seems like he's the one who opened it. The group's faces turned pale. His defense is very high, using control skills and percentage-based damage skills. At the same time, skill lights appeared on them. Simultaneously, several battle pets were summoned. As long as the control is well connected, there is still a chance. Yes, this is on land, his underwater speed won't work here. Lin Chen smiled slightly at this. Welcome to my world. Several experts from the Tianao Alliance at the 4th level, looking at Lin Chen who seemed carefree, started to feel uneasy. The terrifying speed, the strange teleportation gate, and this inexplicable beach all exuded an eerie vibe. Guys, get ready to fight hard, this kid is not simple. One of the 4th level berserk warriors holding a great sword said, seeming to activate some skill, turning his skin blood red all over. His muscles visibly swelled, veins bulging, his blood-red eyes filled with anger and cruelty. This was a means of sacrificing life for powerful attacks, but with side effects causing significant harm to the body. The others were excited. Berserk warriors were known for their explosive attacks, but they heavily relied on teammates with control abilities, otherwise, it was difficult for them to attack enemies. His sword could probably one-shot me. Definitely break through this kid's defense. Quick! Use control skills. The strongest attack? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Then, he raised his hand slightly, and the remaining people froze, finding it extremely difficult to even move a finger. The battle pets were also immobilized in the air, unable to move. The group stared wide-eyed, not knowing what was happening. Next, they saw the berserk warrior floating in place, drifting towards Lin Chen. The berserk warrior paled, instinctively swinging his greatsword and using his strongest output skill. Bloodthirsty fury. The sword carried a dazzling blood-red light as it slashed towards Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen just opened his hands, allowing the attack to come. In the next moment, to everyone's disbelief, the berserk warrior's sword shattered in midair. Lin Chen didn't even lose a single hair. Even the shattered sword, under Lin Chen's finger movement, flew back and hovered silently in the air. Everyone watched in shock, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. This man before them seemed like a deity, controlling everything effortlessly. Still want to resist? Lin Chen smiled faintly. What are you exactly? The group was horrified and deeply puzzled. Obviously, this was beyond what humans could achieve. Lin Chen didn't answer but said expressionlessly, throw out all your equipment and items from your backpack. What annoyed Lin Chen was that even though he was omnipotent in the secret realm, he couldn't forcibly loot others' equipment in backpacks. If we surrender our weapons, you won't kill us, right? As warriors, we only have death in battle, never surrender. I have a flying pet in my pet space, you'll never get it. Without further ado, Lin Chen swiftly flew away with the group. He didn't capture these people to kill them.
Otherwise, he would have acted underwater. He needed more people to help him farm, and once the breeding ground was established, it would produce a large number of young pets that required care during their growth. Along the way, someone spoke up, "Lin Chen, let us go. The deputy leader will come after you when he finds out we're dead."
"Don't dream, we will never submit to you. Our hearts are for honor, our actions for righteousness, unafraid of life and death, only seeking glory." Their behavior puzzled Lin Chen. Why would they prefer death over surrender? Are they truly that noble? Soon he figured it out. Joining the Grand Guild required signing agreements or even contracts, and severe punishment awaited those who violated them. But did signing a contract mean he was powerless? Lin Chen smirked. Before long, they arrived at their destination. In the dim forest, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Lin Chen imprisoned these people and threw them to the ground. Countless vines swarmed from all directions. The shadow vines came with a skill, illusionary mist, capable of paralyzing the nervous system of living beings. Soon, a faint mist filled the area. The members of the Sky Pride Alliance realized something was amiss but were helpless. Lin Chen began to tally up his gains. He checked the message log. The system notified him that he had completed the second-level mission. Hidden professions did not have branching careers, so the profession name remained the same. However, he had unlocked a new professional skill. Soul-cleaving Shadow Flash Sword, Stage 1, instantly move behind the target, casting distance of 100 meters. Stage 2, if the Flame Sword aura is active, the attack range is enhanced to 20 meters, and the effect disappears after 3 attacks. Costs 1500 mana, cooldown of 2 minutes. Let's test the effect. Lin Chen teleported to a certain place in the forest, facing a swift dinosaur monster. He activated the Flame Sword aura and used the soul-cleaving Shadow Flash Sword. In the next moment, Lin Chen appeared directly behind the swift dinosaur, and the sword aura on his long sword expanded directly to 20 meters, 3 to 4 meters wide. The exaggeratedly long sword of over 20 meters was so appealing to Lin Chen. With a casual swing, the surrounding trees were cut off at the waist, leaving marks on the ground. Suddenly, his expression changed. In this state, what if I use the flying sword technique? The setting of the flying sword technique was to trigger basic attacks. This sword aura was the basic attack effect. He activated the flying sword technique. In the next moment, over 200 long sword auras, each over 20 meters long, were replicated. Within his line of sight, all he saw was sword auras composed of boiling flames. The entire forest was destroyed, filled with ravines, a sight too gruesome to bear. The attack range has doubled. Lin Chen was very satisfied. The judgment of the attack range of the flying sword technique was based on the core of the fiery sword incineration. The extra 20 meters of sword aura effectively extended the range of the flying sword technique by 20 meters. Next, he checked the items dropped by the boss. He first took out that immortal item. It was a shield. What a pity. Shield of the Shadow Guardian, Immortal, armor plus 8,500 strength plus 2,450 strength plus 15% health plus 135,000 health plus 15% special attribute 1, all damage reduction plus 5% special attribute 2, control time reduction plus 40% special attribute 3, healing effects received increased by 20% attached skill 1, Shadow Protection, when health is below 30%, automatically triggers a shield with a value of 50% of maximum health, cooldown of 90 seconds. Attached skill 2, Dark Barrier, actively creates a dark shield surrounding oneself, absorbing all physical and magical damage received in the next 10 seconds, shield value equal to 100% of maximum health. While the shield is active, increases own physical and magical resistance by 30%, cooldown, 180 seconds. Grooves, 0/2 requirement, level 90 requirement, 3rd level night hidden feature, evolvable, requires 9,000 equipment essence. This equipment is awesome. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. All attributes were for survival. His favorite part was all damage reduction and immunity to control effects. With a teleport, he arrived at the square of the ancient temple. The square had now become a warehouse. Different items and equipment were neatly arranged in categories. One small mountain was a collection of low-level equipment gathered by the boss lady of the blacksmith shop, totaling nearly 20,000 pieces. It's all just some low-level equipment, not adding many attributes. Directly decompose. Afterwards, he spent 19,000 equipment essences to evolve the shield to level 110. The basic attributes were greatly improved: strength plus 20%, health points plus 20%, all damage reduction plus 7%, control reduction plus 50%. After careful consideration, Lin Chen decided to keep it for now and wait to evolve it a few more times before devouring it. However, once there is a need, he can devour it at any time. Back to the valley where Tian Ao Alliance members were imprisoned. Lin Chen found that several people had already fallen into a coma. At this moment, several transparent blue birds flew over from a distance.
Spirit shadow birds, with the accompanying skill to control the human brain, to some extent control human actions. Spirit shadow birds usually only act at night because they like to launch attacks while humans are resting. This skill of controlling the human brain also requires the opponent to be in a relaxed state to use it. Paired with the skill of shadow vying, it's simply a perfect match. Soon, several spirit shadow birds drilled into the bodies of these several fourth-turn masters. Then, these people staggered to their feet. Take off all their equipment and backpack items. Lin Chen tried to give the command. One of them swayed and dropped their weapon. Then, the others followed suit. Soon, the ground was covered with equipment and items. Even flying pets were summoned. It really works. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He had seen in the news before that someone had their body taken over by these spirit shadow birds in a secret realm, ambushed and killed several companions, and disappeared. The next day, he miraculously returned alive, but many of his equipment was missing. Lin Chen had been quite worried because even if he captured someone, if that person refused to cooperate and, under the enhancement of equipment, might cause damage to his secret realm. After all, he couldn't stay inside forever. Now, anyone who comes can directly strip off their armor and clear their backpack. Most importantly, when a professional dies, the pets in the pet space will not drop. Moreover, as long as the owner is alive, the pets cannot be tamed by others again. But now, he can let the spirit shadow birds take over the opponent's body, voluntarily release the relationship with the pet, that is, release it. With the help of the spirit shadow birds, Lin Chen released all the pets of these people, then tamed them one by one, turning them into his own pets. 3 flying pets and 2 combat pets. In this way, I can soon have a fusion evolution for the Wind Shadow Wing Dragon. Thinking of the hundreds of fourth-turn masters on the cruise ship, Lin Chen was itching to go. Many of those people have flying pets. And the equipment on these people. Lin Chen checked and found that the equipment dropped by the 20 or so people before were mostly rare and epic equipment above level 90. Such equipment, one piece could be worth dozens of low-level white equipment, or even hundreds. Moreover, each piece of equipment was embedded with gems ranging from level 4 to 9. Lin Chen devoured all these equipment, increasing his attack by 11,000 and improving other attributes significantly. At this time, Xiao Kunkan also reached level 26 due to killing these people. It has to be said, robbing is the fastest way to level up. At the same time, on the cruise ship, young alliance leader, something's wrong. What happened? Someone came to report, and Xiao Yifei frowned slightly. Most of the people you send out to do things just died, only a few are still alive. But strangely, we can't contact them at all. What are you saying? Xiao Yifei stood up abruptly. How many died? 27 people. The report came from the deputy commander of the special forces, Xiao Han, who was now full of concern. In the Tianao alliance, death means nothing, but one must not suffer losses. The deaths of subordinates are worthless, a testament to the incompetence of their leaders. Not only is it embarrassing, but it also invites punishment. Even as the deputy alliance leader, Xiao Yifei is no exception. Who attacked them? Xiao Yifei's face turned ashen. I don't know. Don't know? So many people dead, and you can't even tell me who the enemy is? The last message we received said they were under attack and then there was no further communication. It seems they were suddenly ambushed and couldn't send out a distress signal. Aren't there a few survivors? Why can't you reach them? I don't know, we just can't establish contact. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Can't even handle such a small matter. Xiao Yifei's face turned ashen. Each member of the Special Forces Corps was meticulously trained by the Tianao Alliance. The equipment and pets each person carried were worth millions in total. With over 20 deaths in one go, Xiao Yifei didn't know how to explain this back at headquarters. Send out my orders, have all members of the Corps gather at the Silent Sea. I want to see who the Lin family has sent to deal with me. This time, hunting a legendary lord, he had only brought around 200 people, but now that they had encountered enemies, it was necessary for everyone to join the fight. Whether people lived or died didn't matter, as long as the equipment and pets could be retrieved, everything would be fine. Xiao Yifei looked at Lin Shuer, I'll leave 20 people with you to stay on the ship. I'll be back soon. Be careful, Lin Shuer nodded. Don't worry, in this map, I am invincible, Xiao Yifei smirked. Subsequently, Xiao Yifei led over 100 fourth-stage experts from the Tianao Alliance on the remaining ships, summoning their mounts and soaring into the sky. Bai Mengshan watched this scene with a hint of amusement. It seems the Lin family has arrived. I just sent them a message, and they're already here. Quite fast. Brother, won't you provoke a war like this? What if the Lin family and the Xiao family go to war?
That's exactly what we want. If they don't go to war, how can we make a fortune? You don't understand.
Ah. Bai Feiyu sighed deeply, looking helpless. Meanwhile, a group of people arrived from the horizon and quickly entered the map of the Silent Sea. They all wore the armbands of the Dark Knight Association on their arms. The leader, a handsome man with fair skin and a refined demeanor, was Lin Chen, Lin Jie's cousin.
Someone beside him spoke, "Boss, I'm afraid it's too late."
When Bai Mengshan sent the message, Lin Chen had already been captured by Xiao Yifei.
It's probably too late now.
Lin Chen looked despondent, saying, "I didn't want to come either, but the old man gave a strict order, so I had to show up. Tell the brothers to fly around the Silent Sea and then report back.
Try not to get into conflict with the Tianao Alliance."
Yes.
A dozen minutes later, the two groups faced off in the sky. "Lin Chen, it's really you."
Xiao Yifei's eyes were full of anger.
"Your Lin family is getting bolder and bolder. How dare you challenge the authority of my Tianao Alliance? Xiao Yifei, are you out of your mind?"
Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly.
"You can come to the Silent Sea, but I can't? You, a useless person who hasn't even reached the 4th stage, dare to be arrogant in front of me?"
Xiao Yifei sneered, "You will pay a painful price for everything you've done today."
"What? What did I do?"
Lin Chen looked puzzled. After thinking for a moment, all he did today was arrange to exercise with a few girls and then received the order and hurried over.
Was that a mistake? Or did one of those girls happen to be Xiao Yifei's lover? Did he cuckold Xiao Yifei?
Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly said, "Xiao Yifei, listen to me, it wasn't me taking the initiative, they seduced me first, I have chat records as proof."
Xiao Yifei was puzzled for a moment, not understanding what the other party was saying. He waved his hand directly. "Charge!"
The overwhelming flying army surged towards Lin Chen's camp.
"Are you crazy?" Lin Chen was shocked. "I didn't mean to betray you. Calm down." "Boss, what should we do? What else can we do?" "Run!"
Without a second thought, Lin Chen changed direction and fled. While escaping, he shouted, "Xiao Yifei, I was wrong.
I apologize to you, I shouldn't have been with your woman, can we sit down and talk it out?"
His voice was loud, and many nearby members of the Tianao Alliance heard it.
Everyone looked at each other. What on earth is going on?
Xiao Yifei's face turned cold. He naturally didn't believe Lin Chen's nonsense.
How could his swear betray him?
"Lin Chen, if you keep talking nonsense, I will tear you apart.
Even if I don't speak, you would still chase me.
What can I do? I'm in a difficult situation."
"Is there anything we can't sit down and talk about? I can apologize if needed." "Apologize? Ha ha. You better go to hell." Xiao Yifei sneered.
He had just become the deputy leader, commanding a special forces corps.
Lin Chen had killed over 20 of his men. If he didn't reclaim his reputation, how could he continue in the future?
With one side chasing and the other fleeing, chaos quickly ensued. The flying mounts of the Dark Knight Association varied in speed.
The Tianao Alliance was the same.
Soon, some members of the Dark Knight Association were caught up by Xiao Yifei. Seeing this, Lin Chen had no choice but to turn around and order a counterattack.
A chaotic battle ensued.
Except for a few, most entered into underwater combat since flying mounts were fragile, rarely used for direct combat. Those present were elite fighters carefully selected. With years, even decades of combat experience, most adopted a conservative tactic, prioritizing survival, probing cautiously. For a while, both sides fought back and forth, yet not a single person died. Meanwhile, Lin Chen settled matters in the secret realm and returned to the Silent Sea. Just as he was about to use location teleportation back to the ship, Xian Yuan Buta suddenly sent a message.
"Young master, are you alright?" "I'm fine, what's up?"
"Just now, news came from Bai Mengshan that you were captured by members of the Tianao Alliance. It startled me."
"Yes, that did happen. Have you escaped, young master?" "I've brought people to the Silent Sea. No need to trouble yourself, you can go back."
"I can't, young master. Just received news that Lin Chen from the Lin family has also come over, and Xiao Yifei has mobilized an entire special forces corps. Seems like they are all looking for you."
Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly understood.
He had killed over 20 members of the Tianao Alliance. They must know about the casualties.
In that case, Xiao Yifei and those fourth transformation experts were no longer on the ship.
Xian Yuan Buta continued, "Young master, join the Flame Demon sect quickly, so our forces can intervene, otherwise, we'll be acting blindly.
Or you could reveal your identity as Feng Xiao. Thank you for the suggestion, but it's not necessary. If needed, I'll find you. That's it, goodbye." Lin Chen ended the communication expressionlessly. These people were all his valuable assets, the more who came, the better. Since Xiao Yifei had taken everyone from the ship, there was no point in returning. He decided to go out and search. Summoning his flying mount, Lin Chen disappeared in an instant. 10 minutes later, he actually found them.
From a distance, he noticed many people fighting in the sea ahead. Why are the Lin family and the Xiao family fighting each other? He was puzzled. Xiao Yifei didn't come to settle scores with him, did he? Regardless of the reason, now is a great opportunity. If dozens or even hundreds of enemies are gathered together, it's really hard to capture him alive. The chaos on the battlefield now gives him a chance. After some thought, Lin Chen changed into a new set of equipment, drastically altering his appearance and demeanor to the point where he would not be recognized if one didn't look closely at his face. Then, he put on the armband of the Tianao Alliance, jumped into the water, and slowly approached the battlefield. In the outer area of the battlefield, 2 4th-level swordsmen were engaged in combat. Both sides were evenly matched, exchanging blows back and forth, yet unable to gain the upper hand. Perhaps they were just putting on a show. At this moment, Lin Chen swam over. The two men glanced at Lin Chen for the first time, then continued their fight. The underwater visibility was poor, coupled with their focus on the battle, so they did not recognize Lin Chen. Brother, let's team up against him. Lin Chen also drew his long sword and swam towards the swordsman from the Dark Knight Association. Sensing danger, the swordsman from the Dark Knight Association used an area skill to try to force the two back and create an opportunity to escape. However, Lin Chen did not dodge, but instead took the damage head-on and charged forward. Seeing the almost impenetrable defense on Lin Chen's body, the swordsman's face changed drastically. Before he could react, Lin Chen kicked towards him. The swordsman instinctively raised his sword to block, but was still pushed back by a tremendous force. Almost simultaneously, a teleportation gate appeared behind him. The swordsman was directly swallowed by the teleportation gate. This is a teleportation gate? The swordsman from the Tianao Alliance, who had been observing Lin Chen, did not remember such a person in the core. However, the sudden appearance of the teleportation gate immediately caught his attention. Brother, it seems like this person escaped through that gate, should we pursue? Lin Chen approached the man expressionlessly. In reality, he used a skill covertly. Thorny vines. Several vines emerged out of thin air, catching the swordsman off guard and hitting him directly. His face turned pale. But before he could react, Lin Chen swiftly opened another teleportation gate and kicked him into it. Next, Lin Chen specifically patrolled the outskirts of the battlefield, catching one after another. No one noticed that although few people died on the battlefield, the numbers dwindled as the fighting continued. At this moment, just as Lin Chen was about to put on the armband of the Dark Knight Association and prepare for a sneak attack. Everyone, stop! Lin Chen shouted from above suddenly. At this moment, he was covered in wounds, looking extremely disheveled. Xiao Yifei in front of him also had a serious expression. With this shout, both sides temporarily separated and ceased fighting. Xiao Yifei, I didn't expect you to inherit the 2 treasures of the Tianao Alliance. Lin Chen, I also didn't expect that you have already reached the 4th level, and your strength is so strong that you can withstand my attacks for so long. I admit defeat in this battle, alright? There's no need to resort to deadly force, is there? Admit defeat? Just saying you admit defeat, and you think that's enough to let you off the hook? What about my losses? Why are you still fixated on this? Isn't it just a woman? I'll compensate you tenfold. What woman? What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you attack me because of a woman? You still want to argue? Wasn't it you who ambushed my 30-man squad before? And some of them were detained by you, right? Where are they now? I advise you to release them. What ambush? I have no idea, I just arrived not long ago. The two of them chatted, both looking puzzled. At this moment, cries of alarm came from below. Boss, many of our comrades are missing. We can't reach them no matter what. The same here, they were just beside me a moment ago. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? And we can't contact them either. Everyone noticed this. Although no one died, they simply couldn't be reached. Xiao Yifei's eyes narrowed, then he burst into anger. This situation was eerily similar to the disappearance of his subordinates before. You still deny your involvement. Lin Chen, I'll kill you. Lin Chen had quietly emerged to the surface by now. He activated the permanent invisibility mode and, coupled with the snow-trampling boots of the immortal artifact, left no trace even on the water's surface. No one noticed Lin Chen, the 6th senior, hiding nearby. Xiao Yifei was truly furious now. Previously, he had hesitated to act decisively, considering Lin Chen's importance in the Lin family. But now, Xiao Yifei felt humiliated, realizing that Lin Chen had been toying with him all along. He couldn't bear it any longer. He directly employed the swordsmanship of the astonishing cloud sword, the flying sword swiftly and agilely piercing through the air, continuously attacking Lin Chen. Lin Chen wielded a longbow, constantly blocking the astonishing cloud sword, but the sword's speed was fast, attacking from various angles. He found it difficult to defend for a while, sweating profusely.
Xiao Fei.
You fool! Lin Chen cursed angrily.
Our people have also lost contact. Can't you see it?
There's a third party lurking in the shadows.
Facing death, you still want to deceive me? Xiao Fei's expression turned cold. Do you really think I'm a fool?
The two sides that had originally ceased fighting were now at it again. This time, they fought with all their might. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating whether to capture a few more people, he suddenly had a change in expression. He activated the flying spell directly. His body soared into the air, still in invisible mode. This was the power of permanent invisibility. Even when using skills, he wouldn't reveal himself. He didn't take the opportunity to attack anyone but came to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei's side.
By now, Lin Chen was barely holding on. All members of the 7th squad, retreat.
He shouted unwillingly, then took out a scroll from his hand. This was a life-saving item that could randomly teleport to any location on the map. However, at this critical moment, an invisible large hand silently reached out and grabbed the scroll.
What?
Lin Chen's eyes widened as he saw the other end of the scroll changing shape in the hand.
Then, a tremendous force came from the scroll.
He had never expected this situation, so he was unprepared. The scroll was directly snatched away from Lin Chen.
But to onlookers, it seemed like Lin Chen lost his balance. The scroll slipped from his hand, and then disappeared.
The next moment, the astonishing cloud sword struck like lightning.
Put!
The long sword pierced through Lin Chen's chest. Immediately, the astonishing cloud sword returned, piercing Lin Chen 6 times in 2 seconds. Lin Chen's eyes gradually lost focus, and even in death, he couldn't understand why the random teleportation scroll slipped from his hand.
Victory! The deputy leader has won. With Lin Chen's death, the members of the Tianao Alliance below cheered, their morale soaring.
On the other hand, the members of the Dark Knight Association were pale-faced.
Lin Chen was dead, killed by Xiao Fei. He was from the Lin family's main lineage. They felt like the sky was falling.
The members of the Dark Knight Association lost their fighting spirit and fled in all directions.
Chase them! Leave no one behind! Xiao Fei roared.
His subordinates below immediately chased after the members of the Dark Knight Association.
Looking at Lin Chen's body, Xiao Fei's face was full of disdain. What a waste!
Thought you were so capable, but under my astonishing cloud sword, you're so fragile.
You, garbage, dared to ambush my Tianao Alliance?
He felt much relieved now. Killing Lin Chen had earned him some merit, and he had also retrieved quite a bit of equipment.
Even if he lost some manpower, it was fine. Xiao Fei beckoned, and the astonishing cloud sword flew back from a distance, then floated by his side.
Just as he was about to collect Lin Chen's dropped items, an invisible large hand grabbed the astonishing cloud sword. The sword began to tremble, as if resisting fiercely.
Ha!
Xiao Fei turned in surprise, but saw nothing.
Why was the startling cloud sword moving?
He tried to control it with his mind, but found he couldn't.
What's going on?
Just then, a portal appeared out of thin air next to the startling cloud sword.
As Lin Chen opened the portal, he used Thornbind on Xiao Fei. However, Xiao Fei reacted quickly, controlling his mount to fly away. Someone?
Xiao Fei looked in shock at the portal and the startling cloud sword beside it. His eyes were filled with confusion.
If there was someone and they used a skill, why couldn't he see them? Where was the enemy? Also, why couldn't his startling cloud sword move?
At the same time, some members of the Tianao Alliance in the distance noticed the situation and hurried back.
Young master, what's happening? There are enemies, but we don't know where. Xiao Fei frowned.
He drew another sword and sent several sword energies towards the startling cloud sword's position. At that moment, Lin Chen roared and finally moved the startling cloud sword, throwing it into the portal. The sword energies landed on Lin Chen, causing only minor damage.
Xiao Fei staggered, raised his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't sense the startling cloud sword anymore. What's going on? There's someone there. It's an invisible assassin. Why didn't they appear after being attacked?
Being damaged undoubtedly exposed Lin Chen's position.
Over a dozen members of the Tianao Alliance raised their hands to use skills. Light of Revealing. Spiritual Scan. Several revealing skills were activated. It was then that they saw a familiar figure floating quietly in the air next to the portal. Lin Chen. Seeing that face clearly, Xiao Fei couldn't believe his eyes, utterly shocked. Is that Lin Chen? Ha! Wasn't the intel saying he's a mage class? Yeah, how can he be invisible and fly? Hello.
Lin Chen smiled faintly. Throwing the startling cloud sword into the secret realm meant it was his now, and he felt quite pleased.
Checking the remaining time for flight spell, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared next to the Tianao Alliance members. What? Everyone was shocked.
The terrifying speed of his flight left them all stunned. Lin Chen raised his staff, and a hot light emitted from its tip. A basic fireball spell. In the next moment, a dense barrage of fireballs shot out. Everyone's faces showed horror. What skill is this? Lin Chen was too fast, most couldn't react in time and were engulfed by the barrage of fireballs. Each suffered close to 1,000,000 damage, with most falling on the spot. 3 lucky ones managed to dodge. Suddenly, a fist-sized chick flew out from the void. Using black hole skill, the last 3 also perished instantly. Only Xiao Yifei, relying on the speed of his thundering winged lion, managed to escape the range of the fireball spell in advance. He stopped, looking at the charred bodies, his eyes filled with horror. One skill, just one skill, had killed over a dozen of his 4th transformation subordinates. They all had millions, even tens of millions, of health points. But wasn't Lin Chen a newcomer in this group? Who are you? Xiao Yifei frowned. Thunderstorm. With the roar of the thundering winged lion, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Thick lightning bolts struck down from the clouds like divine blades, tearing through the darkness and illuminating the entire battlefield. Xiao Yifei watched the grand and apocalyptic skill effect, feeling secretly pleased. This is the power of the Thunder Wing Lion. Not only is it fast in flight, but it also possesses a powerful thunder and lightning group attack skill. With such a large attack range, the enemy is definitely unable to escape. Just then, Lin Chen's figure flashed and disappeared from the original spot. What? Xiao Yifei's eyes narrowed. The next moment, Lin Chen had already appeared within 3 meters in front of him. He raised his staff. Arcane missile. Fireball. In an instant, scorching and violent flames engulfed Xiao Yifei's entire body. Within these dense fireballs, there were also 6 elemental missiles with lock-on tracking. Despite this, Lin Chen still felt uneasy and summoned a doppelganger directly. The doppelganger immediately activated the flight spell and wielded the magic sword Incineration. Sure enough, after the flames dissipated, Xiao Yifei remained unscathed. A golden oval-shaped light shield appeared around him, but the Thunder Wing Lion was nowhere to be seen, as if it had been retracted. This is... Xiao Yifei's expression shook upon seeing the shadow doppelganger. At that moment, the sky was filled with dense lightning bolts that finally struck Lin Chen. Xiao Yifei's face lit up with excitement. The Thunderwing Lion was a legendary pet, already at level 180, and this damage, even he himself couldn't withstand. Although the figure in black armor seemed to be Wen Xiao, whether it was Wen Xiao or Lin Chen, they would undoubtedly be instantly killed by the thunderstorm. The next moment, Lin Chen and his doppelganger simultaneously used the Gale Steps, becoming invincible for a second to evade damage. Following that, soul-cleaving Shadow Flash Sword. The main body and the doppelganger disappeared simultaneously, appearing on either side of Xiao Yifei. The sword energy of the magic sword surged, slashing towards Xiao Yifei with terrifying power as if it could cleave heaven and earth. Although Xiao Yifei still had his invincible light shield, it not only nullified all the damage but also pushed him back, sending him flying. The next second, a teleportation gate appeared in the path where he was thrown back. The gate directly swallowed Xiao Yifei. From catching Xiao Yifei to the entire process, it didn't exceed 7 seconds. At that moment, as the flight spell ended, Lin Chen fell from the sky. Opening another teleportation gate, he also walked in. Meanwhile, in the secret realm space. Where is this? Xiao Yifei landed on the beach, looking around warily. Suddenly, his eyes lit up because he once again felt the presence of the Surging Cloud Sword. With his control, the Surging Cloud Sword shot over from a distance and hovered by his side. Deputy Guild Leader. Deputy Guild Leader, we're here. In the distance, a large group of people rushed over with joy. They were the members of the Tianao Alliance who had been brought in by Lin Chen before. Deputy Guild Leader, how did you end up here too? Where is this place? Xiao Yifei asked with a serious expression. Someone ambushed us, forced us into a teleportation gate, and then we ended up here. Not just us, some members of the Dark Knight Association are also here. We've searched the vicinity, Deputy Guild Leader, and it seems like the Forgotten Land. What? The Forgotten Land? Xiao Yifei's pupils dilated. They had been to this secret realm before, but it had been a year since then, and they hadn't remembered it immediately. How could this be the Forgotten Land? How could Lin Chen casually open a teleportation gate to enter here? It seems Lin Chen was right after all. This kid is indeed up to something behind the scenes. Xiao Yifei looked puzzled. At that moment, a teleportation gate appeared out of thin air, and Lin Chen walked in. It's this guy who ambushed me. Damn it! He also kicked me into the teleportation gate. Why can he casually open teleportation gates? You are definitely not Lin Chen. Who are you? Xiao Yifei coldly questioned. He had read at least 10 reports on Lin Chen. A newcomer could never grow to such a terrifying extent in such a short time. Young master, no matter who he is, killing him will allow us to leave. Yes, young master, with your surging cloud sword, he cannot be your match. The person beside gritted their teeth. In the distance, over 30 members of the Dark Knight Association also rushed over. Xiao Xiao, don't misunderstand, we are here for him. The leader's face was cold as frost, staring intently at Lin Chen. Kid, release us from this damn place. Xiao Weifei no longer wasted words, summoning the thundering winged lion once again, controlling the surging cloud sword to launch an attack towards Lin Chen. However, as Lin Chen raised his hand, the void clenched. Whether it was the surging cloud sword or Xiao Weifei, they seemed to be imprisoned by space, unable to move an inch. What? Xiao Weifei's face was full of horror, feeling a terrifying force pressing down on him, making it extremely difficult to even move a finger. Lin Chen's body slowly floated up, gently waving his hand, and the 60+ people below were also immobilized, flying away with him into the distance. Everyone's faces were filled with horror, unable to believe everything happening before their eyes. What is going on here? Why can the enemy just raise his hand lightly and immobilize all of them? At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Chen seemed like a deity. He glanced at everyone, calmly speaking, "Here, I am omnipotent. Besides submission, you have no other choice. If you obey, you will be spared from torment. If you don't. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Xiao Weifei was full of shock, his face twisted. How can you possess such powerful strength? This must be an illusion. Seeing this, Lin Chen also knew that saying more was useless. He directly led everyone to the territory of the Shadow Vine, using the illusory mist to anesthetize everyone. Then he let the spirit shadow birds control these people. Including Xiao Weifei, there were a total of over 60 people. At the same time, the Sea King arrived at an island. On the deck, Lin Shuer looked back at the sea with some worry on her face. She wasn't worried about Xiao Weifei, but about the intervention of the Lin family, which might miss the opportunity to retaliate against Lin Chen. At this moment, in the lower deck, Manager Zhang of the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce found the Tan family father and son. Tan Weihua. Ah, Manager Zhang, you're here. Tan Yong's father quickly got up with a smile to greet him. The manager in a suit, however, had a serious expression. What are you doing? Eating steamed buns, would you like some? What eating? It's time for a task. Manager Zhang, I'll go right away, let me eat 2 more, I need to be full to have the energy to work, right? Full? Hurry up and get to work. It's been 6 hours straight, I've been working until now, I haven't even had lunch. If you can work, work. If you can't, get lost. Tan Weihua fell silent, his pleasing smile stiffening on his face. Tan Yong couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, if you don't want to work, then don't. Dad, let's go. But Tan Weihua grabbed Tan Yong's hand. Work. Saying this, it seemed like he had used up all his strength. Dad. Tears welled up in Tan Yong's eyes. There's really no need for this, I don't mind changing jobs, I just hope you can be safe. At this moment, he was in great agony, understanding that everything his father did was to save money to buy him equipment and gems, so he could be promoted smoothly. Work. On the deck, Bai Mengshan walked over. Miss Lin, we have arrived, will Xiao Weifei come or not? Lin Shuer remained expressionless, he's busy now, you all wait a moment. Bai Mengshan chuckled lightly, Miss Lin, understand this is a hunting operation by my Bai family, you insisted on getting involved. Give you another 15 minutes, if he comes, fine, if not, we'll start without him. At this moment, Deputy Commander Xiao Han walked over, his face serious. Miss, something has happened. He glanced at Bai Mengshan and didn't continue. Bai Mengshan understood, turned and left, a playful smile playing on his lips. What's wrong? Lin Shuer frowned. We can't reach the young master anymore, no matter how we try to send messages. Moreover, according to the intelligence, Lin Chen from the Lin family also brought people to the Silent Sea not long ago. Could they have clashed? It's fine. Lin Shuer shook her head. Even if Lin Chen is here, he can't stop Big Brother Weifei. Then Lin Chen is as good as dead. Just wait, Big Brother Weifei will be back soon. Yes. Meanwhile, in the secret realm space, Lin Chen held a crystal-clear long sword, seemingly made of crystal, with a slender blade that suited a woman's temperament. Sword of Surging Clouds, Immortal Artifact, Attack plus 36,500 all attributes plus 2,000 all attributes plus 20% attack speed plus 350% physical critical hit rate plus 20% physical critical hit damage plus 70% special attribute 1, all damage plus 35% special attribute 2. Sword damage plus 200% attached skill 1, Sword Mastery, pseudo-propel the weapon with one's mind to fly away from the body, capable of both attack and defense, unable to combine with other skills, control range of 50 meters, can be activated and deactivated. At will, consumes 200 mana per second when activated. Attached Skill 2, Weapon Liberation, gain dual wielding status, able to equip 2 weapons simultaneously, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown of 10 minutes. Slots, 0/2 requirement, level 120 requirement, 4th transformation in Sword Mastery hidden feature, evolution possible, requires 12,000 equipment essence. Indeed, it was Sword Mastery. Lin Chen's face lit up. He had seen this skill in the trading post before and had been envious of it. However, this Sword Mastery seemed to be a pirated version, unable to combine with other skills, only capable of flying and attacking enemies. Seeing the second skill, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. Dual wielding, and it was a buff skill. This meant that by devouring it, he could dual wield weapons indefinitely. For ordinary people, having an extra weapon meant a significant increase in damage. Lin Chen suddenly had an idea and quickly devoured the Sword of Surging Clouds. He then took out the Sword of Incinerating Silence and another epic long sword. He activated Sword Mastery. The 2 swords in his hands immediately soared into the air. It really works. Sword Mastery not only became his personal skill but also had an effect on dual wielding. With his mental control, the 2 swords chased and weaved in the air at an incredible speed. So, like this. He recalled the Sword of Incinerating Silence and gripped the hilt. Then he activated Sword Mastery. Immediately, he was lifted into the sky by the Sword of Incinerating Silence. True flight. As long as his mana was sufficient, he could fly in the sky forever. With his mana regeneration speed, the consumption of Sword Mastery was negligible. This is awesome. Lin Chen was very satisfied. Although Sword Mastery's flight speed was not as fast as Flight Mastery, the advantage was its unlimited usage, unlike Flight Mastery's short 30 seconds. As for flying pets like the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon, they were usually used for travel and were clumsy in combat. Next, Lin Chen tried something else. He found that standing on the sword, he could also fly, but it was awkward at first, causing him to fall repeatedly. After all, this was not equipment designed for manned flight. However, after practicing for a while, Lin Chen gradually became proficient and could fly well while standing on the sword. Then, he summoned the thundering winged lion he had obtained from Xiao Fei. With its huge size and exaggerated appearance, it was no less impressive than the big black dog. However, its growth attributes were many times lower than the big black dog's. Direct fusion. He merged the thundering winged lion into the body of the big black dog. After a twist and distortion, the big black dog grew wings on its back, gaining the ability to fly. Moreover, the skill of the Thunderwing Lion, Thunderstorm, was also inherited by the big black dog. Unfortunately, the level of the Thunderwing Lion was only partially inherited. After the fusion, the big black dog went from level 1 to level 35, with a considerable increase in attributes. However, it didn't matter much since it was only used for traveling. The true battle pet had to be Xia Kunken. After handling the affairs in the secret realm, Lin Chen returned to the Silent Sea once again. He used the positioning teleportation. The next moment, he was back on the deck of the cruise ship. Although he was still invisible, the teleportation caught the attention of several members of the Tianao Alliance. Immediately, someone used anti-invisibility skills. Lin Chen was directly discovered on the spot. Lin Chen? Lin Shuer stood up abruptly, looking incredulously at Lin Chen in the distance. Why are you still here? Aren't you supposed to have been? Forget it, no matter what you're up to, now that I've caught you, you can consider yourself unlucky. Xiao Han, capture him. Lin Shuer smiled. Although she didn't know why Lin Chen was still on the ship, it didn't matter anymore. She had 24th level experts by her side, and capturing Lin Chen was easy. Lin Chen didn't bother with idle talk and directly revealed the magic sword Incineration of Silence. The sword trembled, then left Lin Chen's palm and pierced through a nearby 4th level expert of the Tianao Alliance almost instantly. The exaggerated damage directly killed the person. What? Seeing this scene, Lin Shuer was shocked. A 4th level expert was actually killed by Lin Chen. Also, why did the opponent have sword manipulation skills? In the distance, Xiao Han's eyes narrowed. This is sword manipulation technique. How do you have sword manipulation technique? Isn't this a skill that can only be learned at level 180? However, the next moment, the magic sword Incineration of Silence appeared mysteriously and was about to pierce his head. Xiao Han instinctively used a block. But he didn't know that Lin Chen had taken out another sword. The sword trembled for a moment, then flew out like an arrow. Put! Xiao Han looked at the sword tip protruding from his chest, unwillingly falling down. Lin Chen walked step by step towards Lin Shuer. With each step, a person nearby was killed by the flying sword. How? How can this be? Why is your damage so high? Lin Shuer was incredulous. Before Lin Chen, even 4th level experts were like cutting vegetables. She was only at the 1st level and was already trembling in fear. Suddenly, her eyes widened. That sword.
Are you Feng Xiao? She finally understood why she always felt a sense of familiarity with Feng Xiao.
It turned out that Lin Chen was Feng Xiao, and Feng Xiao was Lin Chen. But how could this be possible? Lin Xuer was pale. She remembered all the insults she had directed at Lin Chen before and knew he wouldn't spare her.
She couldn't muster any resistance and directly used an invincible skill.
Then she took out a random teleportation scroll. However, she didn't notice a teleportation gate slowly opening behind her. Immediately, 2 flying swords swiftly flew towards her, hitting the invincible golden shield. At the moment Lin Xuer crushed the scroll, she was hit and flew into the teleportation gate. In a flash, Lin Xuer appeared in a dense forest. Her heart was pounding, but her face was filled with joy. Thankfully, she had escaped. However, she suddenly looked puzzled.
Wasn't she supposed to be in the Silent Sea?
Why was she teleported to a forest? On the cruise ship, soon all the members of the Tianao Alliance died under the flying swords. Lin Chen's emotions remained steady.
He looked into the distance and saw a small island hundreds of meters away.
It seemed that Bai Meng Shan and the others on the ship had all landed on the island. With a single thought, the portal opened again, and Lin Chen walked in.
The hidden realm.
Lin Xuer took a deep breath and explored the forest, searching for a way home.
Her mind was full of questions. Lin Chen, why are you Wen Xiao? Since you are a hidden swordsman, why use magic skills?
No, she had to spread this news immediately. Regardless of Wen Xiao, who had killed so many members of the Tianao Alliance, he must pay the price. However, when she tried to open the friend system, she found that the message couldn't be sent out. At that moment, a figure appeared in the void ahead.
It was Lin Chen.
Lin Xuer's pupils constricted, fear growing in her heart. She wanted to escape, but she knew well that with Lin Chen's eerie flying sword, she couldn't.
She forced herself to ask calmly, Lin Chen, is your ID Wen Xiao?
Yes,
Lin Chen nodded. When you won the newcomer king competition, why didn't you explain it to me back then?
Lin Xuer anxiously said, if you had explained it clearly at that time, so many things wouldn't have happened later.
I couldn't have treated you like that.
It doesn't matter, Lin Chen lightly shook his head. But Lin Xuer became anxious, her face full of grievances, her eyes moistening. I suggested breaking up at that time just to stay away from you, otherwise the Tianao Alliance would never have let it go.
I did that to protect you. Don't you understand at all?
You only have an F-level talent, while I have the strongest talent in history.
If we were together, it would only bring you disaster. Do you understand that? Yes, I am weak. I like to follow the strong. Isn't that the nature of all women?
Lin Chen, we are the strongest newcomers of our generation.
We are destined to be together, leading the dragon country to glory. With tears streaming down her face, Lin Xuer said, Lin Chen, let's reconcile. These days, I have been reminiscing about our time in school. How wonderful those days were. Have you forgotten them all?
If you don't like the Tianao Alliance, we can start our own sect or leave together.
Whatever decision you make, I'll follow you. Really?
Of course. Don't get me wrong, although I've been close to Xiao Fei, I've never been intimate with him, I just used him.
Then take off your equipment. Ha? Here?
Lin Xuer blushed. Rolling his eyes, Lin Chen said impatiently, stop with the useless stuff, I'm not interested in your body. Take off your equipment, throw out the items in your backpack, and release your pet.
If you do that, will you forgive me? If you do that, I can give you a chance to farm.
Ha? Forget it. I'll do it myself. Lin Chen sighed, thinking all this talk was a waste of time.
With a wave of his hand, Lin Xuer's body was directly immobilized, then followed him as they flew into the distance.
Lin Xuer looked horrified. What ability is this? Lin Chen could fly, but to carry her along and render her unable to move was beyond her comprehension. Panicked, she hurriedly said, Lin Chen, it was always the Tianao Alliance forcing me to do this.
I didn't want to break up with you, I just wanted to protect you. If you're unwilling to forgive me, then just kill me, there's no point in living anyway.
However, Lin Chen just sneered, his face full of mockery.
Lin Xuer, do you think everyone is a fool?
You've tried to kill me several times, and I've ignored you.
But you keep chasing me like a dog, do you think I'll let you go? And don't bother pretending here, it just disgusts me.
Faced with such humiliation, Lin Xuer could no longer bear it and said coldly, Lin Chen, I admit you are very strong. But the Tianao Alliance's special forces are not to be trifled with.
Moreover, Xiao Fei has immortal weapons and legendary pets. Once he finds out you've captured me, he won't let you off. Do you think you can withstand Xiao Fei and a special forces unit? There are over 600 4th-level experts. Each one could drown you in a single spit. If you release me now, there's still a chance to turn things around. If you dare to kill me, your life is over.
With that, Lin Chen had already brought Lin Xuer to a valley.
Dozens of people lay motionless below. Xiao Fei.
Lin Shuer saw one of them and couldn't believe her eyes.
Your brother Fei is so amazing. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. How is this possible?
Lin Shuer was shocked. Xiao Fei was one of the elite among the 4th level professionals, one of the strongest at this level. Such a powerhouse had actually been captured by Lin Chen. And there were many other 4th level experts from the Tianao Alliance beside him.
What's going on here? What trick did you use to capture Xiao Fei? Enough talk, lie down.
Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to explain and immediately used the shadow vine to paralyze Lin Shuer. After seeing Lin Shuer fall asleep, Lin Chen emerged from the secret space.
As for Lin Shuer's equipment, there was nothing to expect. They were all 1st level equipment, not even comparable to one of Xiao Fei's.
On the other side,
on the small island,
Bai Mengshan led many members of the Iron Blood Warriors Alliance to set up something around the island.
Boss, we've already investigated.
That legendary lord is in the deep sea a few miles away. Young master, 12 runic formation mages have set up a large formation.
As long as we lure that lord into the formation, we can trap it for at least 3 minutes. 3 minutes should be enough.
Bai Mengshan nodded and then ordered,
quick, send someone down to lure the monster. Manager Zhang, it's your turn.
Alright, young master Bai, but don't forget my reward afterwards.
Rest assured, 1 million credit points, you won't be left out. Young master Bai's reputation is trustworthy, I'll wait.
Manager Zhang in a suit smiled slightly. He then found Tan Yong and his son by the seaside. Manager Zhang, I have one request, let Xiao Yang stay, he's still young.
Tan Weihua pleaded bitterly.
Manager Zhang nodded, okay, but you have to complete the task, otherwise, he will still have to go down. There's a reward of 100,000 credit points for completing this task, do it well.
Tan Yong on the side anxiously interjected, Dad, I can't go. They're not dealing with an ordinary lord, it's a legendary lord.
At our speed, there's no way to escape.
Dad, I beg you, I won't buy equipment, won't change professions, I don't want anything, sobbing.
Tan Yong cried heartbreakingly. Manager Zhang frowned slightly and instructed his men, take him away, he's annoying.
Manager Zhang, I beg you.
Tan Yong knelt down in a hurry, please, spare my dad.
Child, what nonsense are you talking about?
Manager Zhang sneered, I'm counting on this money to buy a pet.
If your dad doesn't go down to work, I'll be left with nothing? Dad.
Watching his father's figure recede, Tan Yong's eyes were bloodshot.
The laughter of Manager Zhang kept ringing in his ears.
How grating that sound was.
Tan Yong clenched his fists, nails digging into his flesh without him realizing.
It was evident how angry he was at that moment. But he was helpless, only able to watch everything unfold before his eyes.
Simply because he was too weak.
Just as Tan Weihua had gone underwater for a short while, a deafening roar echoed from the deep sea, causing the entire ground to tremble.
There's movement.
Manager Zhang's face lit up, urging the other professional monster retractors to go underwater. However, the others hesitated, showing reluctance.
Lao Zhao, your son must be 18 this year, right? If you don't earn money, how will you change his fate? Are you going to let your son do this too? Xiao Lu, you have 5 younger siblings waiting to eat, you need to think it over. Manager Zhang looked at the group with a mocking expression.
The professional monster retractors gritted their teeth and, without much consideration, one by one went underwater. Soon, another roar resounded from the depths of the sea.
It's getting closer. Manager Zhang exclaimed with joy.
As long as he could lure the monster to the surface, near the island, he would secure his money. Xiao Yong, stop standing there like a fool, go down too, put in more effort, we'll succeed soon.
This 100,000 credit points might just be yours alone.
Manager Zhang called 2 people over, intending to send Tan Yong down as well. At that moment, Tan Yong felt as if an invisible force had struck his entire body, instantly losing his composure. Just now, he noticed his father's name fading in the friends system.
It meant he was dead.
His eyes lost their luster in an instant, becoming hollow and lifeless. His lips were tightly pressed, brows furrowed, eyes bloodshot, tears shimmering but stubbornly refusing to fall. His hands clenched into fists, nails almost embedding into his palms, yet this pain seemed unable to alleviate his profound grief over losing a loved one.
Quick! Throw him down! We'll succeed immediately!
Manager Zhang urged from the side.
I'll kill you! Tan Yong finally erupted, brandishing 2 daggers and charging madly at Manager Zhang.
However, the daggers stabbed Manager Zhang but couldn't break through his defense. Manager Zhang instantly flew into a rage, slapping Tan Yong across the face, sending him flying.
You damn peasant, dare to ruin my clothes, can you afford to compensate me? Throw him down. Yes.
The 2 bodyguards were evidently of high rank, and no matter how Tan Yong resisted, it was futile.
Just then, Tan Yong?
Lin Chen walked over from a distance, frowning slightly at the scene.
What are you guys up to? Let him go. He had just arrived and was unaware of what had happened. Manager Zhang immediately chuckled. Oh, calling a friend for help? Will it be of any use? He was well aware of Tan Yong's family background. 3 generations of F-grade talent, what good friends could he possibly have?
But birds of a feather flock together, so Manager Zhang didn't care about Lin Chen at all.
Kid, it's none of your business, scram. Just as he thought Lin Chen would sensibly leave.
The next moment, Lin Chen was already beside the 2 bodyguards, slapping each one away.
What?
Everyone nearby was shocked. They only saw a blurry figure, moving too fast. Lin Chen helped Tan Yong up, looking at his classmate who was almost in a frenzy, a hint of killing intent rising in his eyes.
Lin Chen? Tan Yong finally recognized Lin Chen at this moment, his eyes still vacant. What's going on? Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. Woo-woo.
Thinking of his deceased father, Tan Yong burst into tears again. These beasts, they killed my dad. I'll kill them to avenge him.
Lin Chen, this is none of your concern, you better leave.
Manager Zhang warned Lin Chen vigilantly, I advise you not to meddle. His father was in this line of work, life and death are fated, wealth and nobility are in the hands of fate. Moreover, for deceased employees, our Jinghai Trading Company will provide a decent compensation, which might not be a bad thing for you all. At these words, Lin Chen's eyes trembled.
This scene was so similar to when his father died in a mining accident. Those people, speaking the same words, ended up giving him an almost humiliating compensation.
At this moment, Manager Zhang thought that mentioning the name of the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce would scare the other party away. However, he failed to notice Lin Chen's clenched fists and the anger in his eyes. Tang Yong, it's my fault, I should have come earlier. Lin Chen took a deep breath, patted Tang Yong's shoulder, and whispered, don't worry, I'm here.
Lin Chen, thank you, but you should leave quickly.
Tang Yong forced a smile, the Jinghai Chamber of Commerce is too powerful, we can't compete with them, you don't need to sacrifice yourself for me.
Kid, do you want to be enemies with our Jinghai Chamber of Commerce?
Manager Zhang frowned upon hearing Lin Chen's words, gesturing to the people nearby to surround Lin Chen. Faced with a dozen people approaching to surround him, Lin Chen directly took out his staff and cast a basic fireball spell.
3 in a row. The dense fireballs, like fire dragons, engulfed everyone nearby.
After the flames subsided, only charred bodies and scattered equipment remained on the ground.
What?
The only surviving Manager Zhang, who was watching from a distance, was petrified.
Who on earth was this? It's too terrifying. Weren't his subordinates all 2nd or 3rd tier experts? Why did Tang Yong, that trash, know such a powerful individual? The key is, if you have such a friend, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Help! Save me!
Manager Zhang, pale with fear, tremblingly got up and fled frantically towards the direction of Bai Mengshan in the distance. At this moment, Tang Yong stared blankly at the scene, unable to believe what he was seeing. In his eyes, Lin Chen's figure seemed so unfamiliar.
Lin Chen, you. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, the commotion here also caught Bai Mengshan's attention.
But by the time he rushed over, Lin Chen was already holding Manager Zhang's neck with one hand, lifting him in the air.
Lin Chen? Is it you?
Bai Mengshan and Bai Feiyu looked puzzled.
Boss Bai, save me. This kid is going crazy and killing people.
Manager Zhang struggled in vain, as he was no match for Lin Chen's strength.
Stop.
Bai Mengshan frowned and shouted, looking very puzzled.
Didn't his little brother mention that this Manager Zhang seemed to be a 3rd-tier professional? How could someone of this level have no resistance against Lin Chen? Lin Chen turned his head, coldly staring at Bai Mengshan. Is it you who ordered him to persecute my friend?
Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang quickly said, Boss Bai, I only provoked this kid to help you attract monsters, you can't just stand by and watch.
Bai Mengshan said coldly, Lin Chen, the Lin family wants to protect you, I don't want to harm you, but if you ruin my big plans, I won't spare you. Won't spare me?
Lin Chen chuckled, I'd like to see how you won't spare me. With a sudden force, he broke both of Manager Zhang's arms, causing him to scream like a slaughtered pig. When the power gap between the two sides is too large, it can lead to this kind of effect, where hands being disabled will cause continuous bleeding and inability to attack. He turned around and threw Manager Zhang at Tang Yong's feet. Without needing to say more, Tang Yong pounced like a wild beast, wielding a dagger and attacking frantically. Although the damage caused was limited, each stab landed on Manager Zhang's body, causing pain with each strike. Manager Zhang screamed in agony, but Tang Yong was not satisfied, and he directly stabbed the dagger into Manager Zhang's eye socket.
This kind of weak point attack bypasses defense. The piercing pain continued to torment Manager Zhang.
However, according to the system rules, until his health points are depleted, he cannot die, only endure the torture.
This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. How deep must the hatred be to drive someone so crazy?
At this moment, Bai Mengshan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with escalating anger.
Bai Feiyu on the side quickly tried to persuade Lin Chen.
Lin Chen, before my brother takes action, please admit your mistake quickly, I beg you.
You should not only think for yourself but also consider Wang Yong. He definitely wouldn't want you to be at odds with the Bai family.
Hearing this, Lin Chen sneered, you should be grateful that Wang Yang is with your Bai family.
Alright. Young people are indeed arrogant.
Bai Mengshan laughed in anger, I was actually thinking of helping you out from Xiao Weifei's hands, but now it seems unnecessary.
Your reliance is Lin Chen who is on his way here, right? Perhaps you don't know yet, but not long ago, Xiao Weifei already killed Lin Chen.
The other members of your Lin family have also scattered. Now, in this silent sea, no one can save you. The Bai family could have helped you, but because of your disrespectful words just now, even that lifeline is gone now. When Xiao Weifei returns, I hope you can still maintain your current arrogance.
Feiyu, let's go. Bai Mengshan left with a cold smile.
In his view, Xiao Weifei and the Lin family were already at odds, and Lin Chen was bound to die sooner or later. He saw no reason to get involved in this mess. Lin Chen watched Bai Mengshan leave and ultimately chose not to take action. One reason was that he had no grudge against the Bai family, and the other was Wang Yong's presence in the Bai family. Turning back, Manager Zhang was barely breathing. As Tan Yong's final blow pierced his eye socket, Manager Zhang kicked once and then fell silent, spilling out a pile of items. Tan Yong sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes did not show the joy of revenge fulfilled but were filled with deep sadness instead. Soon after, he began to cry bitterly.
Lin Chen walked over and patted Tan Yong's shoulder. What's your plan now? Lin Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to kill that scum.
Tan Yong took a deep breath and chuckled bitterly. I will definitely be wanted next, but rest assured, this is my doing. I will surrender and admit to all the killings, so you won't be implicated.
That way, they won't come after you. Hearing this, Lin Chen sighed.
He wasn't afraid of any power, but Tan Yong was different. With an F-grade talent who hadn't even reached the first transformation yet, he probably wouldn't live long. After some thought, he asked, Tan Yong, when you invited me for a drink earlier, I'll give you two choices. 1, I can protect you, and no one will be able to harm you for the rest of your life, but you will lose your freedom. 2, I can give you power, and you can make your own way. Ha? What do you mean? Tan Yong was a bit confused. With powerful enemies like the influential trading company and the Bai family, how could Lin Chen protect him? And giving him power? How would that work? Choose 1. I choose 2. Tan Yong clenched his fists. It's the Jinghai Trading Company that killed my father.
My grandfather was also killed by them. If I have power, I will definitely seek revenge on them. Alright.
Lin Chen nodded helplessly.
Follow me. He led Tan Yong to a secluded place and took out the SS talent book from his backpack.
Blooming Slaughter, SS grade talent, if the target killed is higher level than oneself, +1 attack, if the target killed is lower level than oneself, +5 health, a talent for growth through killing. For him, this growth was almost negligible. But for ordinary people, it was a chance for a turnaround.
Learn it. Lin Chen handed the talent book to Tan Yong. Ah, SS talent. Tan Yong's eyes widened as he read the description. He naturally understood what it represented.
The A-grade talents in the class were all being sought after by major powers.
Among the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom, SS-grade talents were rare.
If this talent book were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly drive countless powers crazy. Lin Chen actually took it out casually and even wanted to give it to him.
Lin Chen, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Tan Yong's hands were shaking a bit.
Just take it if I give it to you. Stop talking nonsense, Lin Chen said impatiently.
Hurry up and learn, don't waste my time. Tan Yong was so moved that he couldn't speak.
After pondering for a moment, he suddenly knelt down. Lin Chen, I can never repay this great kindness. I can only sell my life to you.
From now on, you are my master. I will do whatever you say. Get up.
Lin Chen pulled Tan Yong up.
You don't need to do this, it's just a small gesture for me. Since you don't like the title of master, then I'll call you Big Brother. Tan Yong showed a happy smile. Okay, hurry up and see if there are any hints. Lin Chen nodded.
Because he was afraid of losing his super god-tier talent, he didn't even dare to try it out. The talent book in Tan Yong's hands turned into light and disappeared. Tan Yong seemed to have changed completely, his eyes sharpened, and his chest straightened up. Lin Chen could feel that there was something new in Tan Yong, something called confidence.
Brother Feng, I've learned it. What's the hint? Is your original talent still there?
It's been replaced. It says I haven't reached the first transformation, so I can only have one talent.
Each time I advance, I can learn one more talent.
I see, Lin Chen nodded. Now he understood, having changed jobs twice meant he could still learn 2 more talents. After some thought, he took out another piece of equipment from his bag and handed it to Tan Yong. Shadow cloak, can stay invisible indefinitely while standing still. This equipment was given to him by Wang Yong, so he had never used it. Now, he had no use for it. Tan Yong no longer refused and, after thanking him, accepted it. Then, he took out several level 3 and below gems and gave Tan Yong tens of thousands of credit points.
These things are enough for you to complete the first transformation. After the transformation, contact me again. What's your ID? Add me. Invincible Mad God. Stop laughing, just add me. Okay, brother. Tan Yong opened the friends system. Sure enough, there was a friend request. But, Win Xiao? Tan Yong widened his eyes, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. Brother, your ID is Win Xiao? That's me. Tan Yong was dumbfounded. The renowned Win Xiao turned out to be Lin Chen, and now, he was his big brother. Thinking of this, he became extremely excited. Lin Chen looked towards the direction of Baimang Mountain in the distance. I will send you away later, for now, stay here. He had just used the location teleport back to the ship, and it still had a few minutes cooldown. Just then, a deafening roar came from the deep sea. Immediately after, a colossal creature leaped out of the water. Legendary Lord. Everyone on the island widened their eyes. On the sea, a terrifying giant beast broke through the water. This giant beast had a body like a sea serpent, but it was huge, over 100 meters long, resembling the legendary dragon. It was covered in smooth blue scales, shining like metal under the setting sun. Its huge eyes, like deep oceans, were filled with wisdom and ancient power. With its appearance, the whole world seemed to hold its breath. On the island, hundreds of Iron Blood warriors and fourth-turn experts of the Alliance were all amazed as they looked at the giant beast before them. Some onlookers hid in the depths of the island, only daring to observe quietly through the cracks. Lin Chen immediately summoned his doppelganger, both disappearing, and rushed towards the sea. With his luck, even killing a normal lord could yield immortal equipment. If he killed such a legendary lord, would he get divine equipment? Thinking about it, he felt a little excited. Legendary lord, it was the first time he had seen him. So it's best to understand the situation first before taking action. At the same time, the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance also began to act. As 12 runic formation mages raised their staffs, a huge 6-star formation appeared on the sea, enveloping the giant beast within. The beast roared furiously, spewing dazzling light from its mouth, but it was blocked by the formation. It thrashed around but still couldn't break free. Meanwhile, Lin Chen controlled his avatar to approach the giant beast at a certain distance. Using the true eye. See God Jiao, legendary lord, See God Jiao possesses 1,000 years of wisdom. It is said to be the incarnation of the ocean goddess, responsible for maintaining the balance and stability of the marine ecosystem, while guarding the mysterious treasures and ancient secrets of the deep sea. Level 90, Attack 1. 5 million, Health 300 million, Skills, Frost Breath, Water Healing, Deep Sea Whirlpool, Wrath of the Sea, Sea God's Shield, Deep Sea Calling, Sea God's Descent. These attributes are a bit abnormal. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He also felt the danger. Looking at his current health, it was only 2 million. If this boss used its abnormal skills, even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. At this moment, the boss was trapped and in a berserk state, so Lin Chen didn't dare to approach and withdrew his avatar. Although his damage was enough to kill this boss instantly, he always felt that things weren't that simple. If it were so easy to kill, this legendary lord wouldn't have lived for so long. Let's see how things go and let the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance members wear it down. At this moment, the sea god Jiao, trapped in the formation, kept releasing various skills, its berserk energy relentlessly hitting the formation. In the distance, the 12 runic formation mages maintaining the large formation were already sweating profusely. Boss Bai, take it down quickly. We can't hold on much longer. This beast's attacks are even stronger than the intelligence showed. Over the years, it has been growing and evolving. This is the last chance to kill it. Everyone. Bai Mengshan immediately ordered, fire at will. Take it down for me. Soul sacrifice, activate soul chains. Paladins, cast your blessings. Quick. Output. Don't let it escape. Feiyu, step back a bit. Okay, bro. Bai Feiyu's face turned pale as he hurriedly turned and ran. A boss of this level, even the aftermath of the battle, would be enough to kill him hundreds or thousands of times. The remaining several hundred fourth-turn experts of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance acted methodically. It seemed they had already planned it out, coordinating seamlessly without making any mistakes. As countless attacks landed, numerous damage numbers appeared on the sea god Jiao, and its health slowly decreased.
But at that moment, the sea god Jiao seemed to use the sea god's shield, its skin becoming radiant and shiny, drastically reducing the damage it received.
Many people's attacks could barely break through its defense. Then came a wide-range sonic attack.
Even standing far away, Lin Chen still took over 50,000 damage.
However, everyone else was focused on the battle and didn't notice.
Soon, the sea god Jiao's health dropped to about 2/3. Suddenly, the entire sea surface trembled.
Giant waves rose in the distance, towering and crashing down. The members of the Iron Blood Warrior Alliance turned pale at the sight. Control skills. Interrupt it.
Bai Mengshan shouted, taking out a staff himself. A rich and holy light emanated from him. Bai Mengshan turned out to be a priest-class professional. As he chanted, a huge shield of protection appeared above everyone. Then the waves crashed down, instantly killing a dozen fourth-turn experts who were not inside the protective shield. Lin Chen also had to bring out his weapon, soaring into the sky to dodge the giant wave. He could see clearly that the person who had died not far in front of him had a blue damage number of 3 million floating above him. Although Bai Mengshan had managed to block this skill on his own, his face was pale, indicating that his body had been drained.
Soon, the sea god Zhao's health dropped to below half. Bai Mengshan couldn't help but smile. It's in a weakened state. Prepare the second trapping formation. Yes.
12 runic formation mages responded promptly. Their formation, which combined the power of 12 people, could trap a legendary lord, but it also had a time limit.
Everything was going smoothly. After the first trapping formation was torn apart, the second one lit up again. The sea god Zhao's health had dropped to only 1/3 remaining.
Bai Xinlin, prepare to switch to lucky equipment.
Yes. Beside Bai Mengshan, a male mage nodded.
He was the deputy commander of the corps to which Bai Mengshan belonged, and it would be up to him to end the legendary lord. However, at that moment, no one noticed a huge shadow in the distance on the sea surface, faintly visible below the water's surface, rapidly approaching. The sky suddenly changed color, dark clouds gathered, and in just a few seconds, the world seemed to lose its color, as if transitioning from day to night.
What's going on? What's happening? How can this be?
This sudden change made the atmosphere oppressive.
Anxiety began to grow in everyone's hearts.
Just then, an almost tangible beam of light shot out from the sea. The large formation trapping the sea god Jiao disintegrated into scattered fragments. Immediately after, another massive creature burst out of the water and hovered in the air. It was a larger dragon-like creature similar in appearance to the sea god Jiao, bearing the marks of ancient years on its body.
A legendary lord. There are actually two. Bai Mengshan below turned pale. Not just him, everyone was shocked. Without hesitation, they turned and ran.
By this time, the formation had been broken, and the sea god Jiao's eyes were filled with anger, ruthlessly slaughtering the members of the Iron Blood Warriors Alliance.
Lin Chen also furrowed his brow, retreating back to Tan Yang's side and changing the teleportation point on the cruise ship to their location.
By now, the two sea god Jiaos had already rushed onto the island, wreaking havoc.
Lin Chen quickly found the injured one.
Below, Bai Feiyu looked up, his legs weak. Just as the sea god Jiao was about to kill Bai Feiyu, Lin Chen and his clone simultaneously used the soul-splitting shadow sword technique. Two figures appeared almost simultaneously behind the sea god Jiao, their magic swords emitting a dazzling light. They both used the flying sword technique. In an instant, a dense array of magic swords, accompanied by dazzling sword energy, pierced through the sea god Jiao's body. The violent energy raged within it. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, the two flying sword techniques did not instantly kill the sea god Jiao with only 1/3 of its health remaining. He immediately controlled his clone to follow up with two skyfire flame slashes.
Then, another flying sword technique. This finally killed the sea god Jiao completely. Boom! The massive body fell.
At the same time, numerous beams of light enveloped pieces of equipment, shooting towards the ground.
One beam of black light stood out conspicuously. Black! It was a divine artifact.
Without waiting for the light to fall, Lin Chen created a gravitational vortex halfway, collecting most of the equipment dropped by the sea god Jiao. At the same time, he controlled his clone to summon Xiao Kunken and quickly pick up the remaining items. Meanwhile, Bai Mengshan was in a state of extreme anxiety. When he was fleeing just now, it seemed like he saw the injured sea god Jiao heading towards where Bai Feiyu was hiding. Those with high speed, go lure the other sea god Jiao away. By time for the runic formation mages to set up the teleportation formation. Hurry! Nowadays, hunting down a legendary lord was no longer possible. They were all fourth-tier professionals ranging from level 120 to 150, and dealing with just one was already a stretch. But now, two of them came out, with almost zero chance of winning. The most important thing now is to stop the loss in time. He had already ordered the 12 runic formation mages to build the teleportation array. Once it was built, they could teleport away from this place.
Come with me to save Fei Yu.
Bai Mengshan was anxious. Soon, he led the people over. The bloodied sea god Zhao also appeared in their sight.
However, the next moment, the densely packed black demon flames engulfed the sea god Zhao.
Then, the sea god Zhao's body collapsed with a bang. Dead! Bai Mengshan and the dozen people behind him were instantly ecstatic. Although they didn't know how it died, it was clear that almost everyone on this small island belonged to them.
Undoubtedly, it was their people who killed it.
Moreover, countless equipment radiated from the sea god Zhao's corpse.
Big explosion.
This was a scene he had never seen before. It meant that the person who killed the boss was very lucky.
It was Bai Xinlin. Bai Mengshan smiled. The lucky equipment of the Corps could only be on Bai Xinlin. The deputy captain is really amazing. We almost crashed. Thanks to the deputy captain for turning the tide. With so many things exploding, there must be at least 2 immortal artifacts. One should be given to the deputy captain.
Of course. Bai Mengshan was all smiles. They were already planning how to divide the spoils of war.
Wait, boss, look at this.
At this moment, among the items burst out by the sea god Zhao, a black stream of light attracted everyone's attention.
Black beam of light. That's a divine artifact. What?
Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Except for Bai Mengshan, they had never seen an immortal artifact in their lives. Now, a divine artifact had actually appeared.
Moreover, this was likely the first divine artifact equipment in the Dragon Kingdom. Captain, is this true? Why do I feel a little shaky? Boss, we are going to be famous in history. This is a divine artifact. This unexpected wealth has finally come to us. Divine artifact. A divine artifact actually appeared.
Bai Mengshan was so excited that he was trembling and breathing heavily. The group of people was immersed in the joy and happiness of obtaining the divine artifact, extremely excited. But just then, before the black beam of light representing the divine artifact could land, it disappeared halfway. Then, the other items that burst out also disappeared within a short 2 seconds.
What? Bai Mengshan and his group were shocked. They didn't see anyone.
Light of the Shadow Breaker. A beam of light rose into the sky, illuminating the nearby ground. Only 2 figures were seen standing quietly beside the sea god Zhao's corpse. One of them was dressed in black armor, and the other was in ordinary clothes, who was Lin Chen. He had been in a permanent invisible state, so he was only discovered now.
Lin Chen,
how dare you steal my things? Bai Mengshan's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed over like a madman.
Hand it over to me, brother.
Suddenly, under the sea god Zhao's corpse, Bai Feiyu crawled out. He hurriedly stood in the middle and explained anxiously, "Brother, calm down, he saved me." Just now, he was targeted by the sea god Zhao and felt the threat of death, his whole body freezing. Then he saw someone attacking the sea god Zhao. The scene of countless flying swords seemed familiar, shaking him. Then he was pinned under the corpse and didn't see what came out of it. When he finally climbed out, sure enough, with the light of the Shadow Breaker illuminating, the black armor and sword belonged to Feng Xiao. Moreover, Lin Chen and Feng Xiao held the same sword.
In an instant, he realized. He came out to stop Bai Mengshan at all costs.
At this moment, Bai Mengshan also noticed that Lin Chen's weapon was the same as the one held by the clone, his eyes narrowing. So, the legendary Feng Xiao is just one of your clones. Until now, he finally understood why the major families, despite using all their influence, couldn't find any clues related to the Feng Xiao. Lin Chen, return the equipment of the sea god Zhao to me immediately. As long as you return the item to me, not only will you be a guest of honor in my Bai family, but you can also choose an item from it.
Brother,
Bai Feiyu anxiously said, he killed the sea god Zhao, he saved me.
Asterisk smack.
Asterisk Bai Mengshan furrowed his brows and directly slapped Bai Feiyu's face.
Do you know what you're saying? You help an outsider, but not your brother.
Nearby, a few subordinates sneered, young master, he's just a newcomer. Tell me how he managed to deplete the remaining blood of the sea god Zhao?
Yes, there are hundreds of us, all 4th-tier professionals. We've been grinding for so long. You say he killed the sea god Zhao, isn't that a joke?
It should be that along the way, it was worn down by our people to just a sliver of blood, allowing this kid to pick up the pieces.
Even if he is the one who ultimately killed it, 99% of the blood was consumed by us at the cost of our lives. Isn't that considered stealing? Why waste time talking to him? If he doesn't give it, then let's act. Even if he's the strongest newcomer, even if he has 4 immortal artifacts, can he still fight 2 levels above?
A group of people's killing intent gradually rose, about to take action. Especially upon hearing about the 4 immortal artifacts, the greed in their eyes intensified. Even if they managed to snatch the divine artifacts back, they might not get a share. But with so many immortal artifacts, there was a good chance of getting one for themselves.
Brother, can't we discuss this properly?
Why do we have to resort to violence? Bai Feiyu said indignantly, covering his face, our Iron Blood Warrior Alliance has never engaged in such bullying behavior. If this gets out. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengshan was almost driven to faint from anger.
Do you know what the sea god Zhao exploded with? A black divine artifact. This boss was something we sacrificed countless lives for, and now you want to hand over the spoils. Are you still a member of the Bai family? Ha! Divine artifact. Bai Feiyu was stunned. He had considered the possibility of 2 immortal artifacts, maybe even 3. If they discussed it properly, each person could get one, without resorting to life or death struggles. But with only one divine artifact, how could they divide it?
Lin Chen, Feiyu is pleading for you, I won't make it difficult for you either. Bai Mengshan took a deep breath and said, hand over that divine artifact, along with an immortal artifact, the rest will be yours, and at the same time, you must agree to join my Iron Blood Warrior Alliance.
Just then, a distant roar filled with anger resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth, as if the entire land was trembling.
The faces of the crowd changed, and they immediately noticed another sea god Zhao rushing over at high speed.
The terrifying power made Lin Chen also feel the threat.
He had a gut feeling that this second sea god Zhao was definitely much stronger than the first one. He quickly retracted his avatar in Xia Kunkan, activated the flying spell, and swiftly flew away.
Lin Chen!
Bai Mengshan watched Lin Chen's rapidly disappearing figure, veins popping on his forehead.
Lin Chen immediately found Tan Yong. He opened a portal and pulled him in.
Then he used the location teleportation.
The next moment, Lin Chen appeared outside Flame Dragon City.
Before setting off, he had left a teleportation point here. He didn't hide in the secret realm with Tan Yong because he was worried that the other legendary lord was guarding outside. He opened the portal and released Tan Yong.
Where is this? Tan Yong looked shocked. How did they return from the small island to the mainland in just a few seconds? Lin Chen couldn't wait and quickly opened his backpack, finding the divine artifact.